Traversing the realm of immortal heroes, burdened with mediocre talent and a severed path to immortality, one finds oneself relegated to the menial role of a janitor in the library of the Jingyun sect. A lifetime of insignificance with no hope for longevity? Awaken the divine level signing in system. Congratulations to the host for signing in for the first time and receiving the perfect level technique, True Spirit 9 transformations. As one toils in the library, sweeping the floors and signing in, life seems rather pleasant. Until one fateful day, the world of cultivation faces upheaval. Evil forces launch a massive invasion, assaulting the Jingyun sect and encountering Lin Cheng, who is diligently sweeping the floor. Step aside, you're disturbing my cleaning. Chapter 1. Library Janitor. Jingyun sect. Amidst clouds of auspiciousness, with clear mountains and serene waters, pavilions rise majestically, radiating celestial light. It is said that within each grand hall, a divine being presides. In the martial arts arena, 3 elders stand atop a high platform, surveying the scene below. In the square beneath, dozens of disciples clad in outer sect attire stand tall, eager to be chosen by the elders as their disciples, to receive the chance for longevity and ascend to greatness. All eyes are filled with anticipation. Our Jingyun sect is a renowned sect of the southern domain, recruiting disciples to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness, thereby strengthening our Jingyun. Those who pass the outer sect examination are destined to have a connection with our sect. Thus, it is imperative to remain humble and diligent, striving to knock upon the gates of immortality and enjoy eternal life. Such platitudes, though, hold significant weight for these fledgling adventurers, lifting their spirits as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Seeing the atmosphere reach its peak, one elder nods in satisfaction. Another elder, responsible for assignments, continues. Now, I shall declare your respective positions. Qi Yuan, fire attendant in the alchemy pavilion. Long Tung Fei, regular member of the patrol team. Su Kaming, gatekeeper. One by one, names are called. Some eyes sparkle with joy, while others appear as if they've lost their parents, faces ashen. Regardless of the outcome, no one dares to voice dissent. All humbly accept their fates. Lin Zilong, janitor in the library. At this announcement, the crowd is thrown into an uproar. In an instant, all eyes converge upon the slender youth at the end of the line, gazes filled with a complex mix of pity. Some even revel in his misfortune. The library and the scripture repository, though only a word apart, they are worlds apart. The former is a repository of countless martial arts secrets, while the latter is merely an ordinary library, lacking any comparability, often regarded as the most obscure and least promising of roles. Throughout history, those assigned to the library have invariably amounted to nothing, leading dreary lives. To be a janitor is akin to being cast into the cold palace. Essentially, entering the library signifies the end of one's aspirations. The crowd collectively gazes at Lin Cheng, curious about the expression that must be adorning his face at this moment. Especially those who have been assigned to less favorable positions, casting expectant glances his way. Such is human nature. We often derive our joy from the suffering of others. Even the immortals are not exempt from this norm, yet they're destined for disappointment. The youth in question exhibits not an ounce of despair or resentment, but rather a demeanor of calm acceptance. Lin Cheng is bewildered. He cannot comprehend why he has inexplicably traversed to another world, becoming an ordinary outer sect disciple of Jingyun sect, and, quite absurdly, a janitor in the library. Pondering why his fate is so harsh. Gazing at the unfamiliar and enigmatic surroundings, he looks up at the 3 elders on the platform. At that moment, Lin Cheng feels akin to a husky lost among a pack of wolves. He dares not move, fearing that any aberration might draw the attention of some ruthless cultivators who might use him for their experiments. Thus, when he unexpectedly discovers he has been assigned to a leisurely position, Lin Cheng finds himself oddly amused. The immediate priority is to swiftly escape this perilous locale and live a life of seclusion until death, merely sweeping the floors, safe and free from worry about sustenance. Moreover, there is a salary. What's not to like? Far better than toiling away as a servant for others. As for the path of cultivation, is it more important than one's own life? Before long, the assignments are complete. The elder surveys those below, speaking with authority. Do not wear long faces even as janitors. You must remember that you are all members of Jingyun sect. Always consider the sect, and do not allow a single day of negligence. At present, the sect protects you, but in the future, you must repay the sect. Our Jingyun sect does not harbor idlers. Understood. We shall heed the elders' teachings. The disciples hurriedly respond in unison. Once the elders finish their admonitions, they depart upon clouds, leaving behind a throng of envious newcomers, each being guided by attendants to their respective posts, including Lin Cheng. Following the attendant, winding through the vast Jingyun sect, after several twists and turns, Lin Cheng finally arrives at a somewhat dilapidated ancient pavilion library. With the attendant departing, Lin Cheng steps into the library with mixed emotions. To say he does not wish to cultivate would be a lie. After all, as a diligent worker in the 21st century, who hasn't dreamt of becoming an immortal, wielding a sword across the vast expanse? Yet, regrettably, compared to life itself, such dreams pale in significance. The outside world is fraught with danger to cultivate. One must venture into perilous places, often walking near the river who can avoid getting their shoes wet. There's always the chance of meeting one's demise. Sighing deeply, Lin Cheng gazes at the three large characters that spell library, resignedly accepting his fate as he steps inside. Having lived an ordinary life for decades, it seems he is destined to conclude this lifetime within the library. Finding the cleaning tools left behind by the previous janitor, Lin Cheng prepares to commence his duties, as it is, after all, his job. At that moment, ding! The system has detected that the host is the 99,999th individual to enter the library. Binding the divine level signing in system. Binding complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the system. Signing in at any location will yield rewards. This system has automatically designated the library as a long-term signing in location. Simply sign in daily to receive rewards. The more frequent the sign-ins, the more substantial the rewards. Time remaining until the next long-term signing in location change. 100 years. Shall we proceed with the first sign-in? Lin Cheng's expression brightens as golden finger has arrived. A signing in system? This is exactly what I desire. No need for endless battles, and yet I can continuously receive rewards. How perfectly it aligns with my aspirations. To hell with a mundane life. I shall cultivate my way to immortality. Without hesitation, he waves his hand. System, let me sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for the first time, receiving the reward of the perfect level technique, True Spirit 9 Transformations. Chapter 2. The sign-in system, the perfect level, True Spirit 9 Transformations. Could it truly be the legendary True Spirit 9 Transformations? Lin Cheng could hardly contain his elation. The True Spirit 9 Transformations, a flawless cultivation method, consists of 9 transformations, each corresponding to a significant realm, beginning with the innate stage. With each step, one acquires a divine ability, and upon mastery, the 9 divine abilities converge into one, granting the practitioner immortality, impervious to calamities. At that moment, a vast expanse of purple clouds formed above Lin Cheng's head, shimmering with a hint of golden light, enhancing his noble presence. Suddenly, as if drawn by an unseen force, the purple clouds transformed into a tempest of energy, coalescing into a dense, almost tangible purple radiance that cascaded downward, settling into Lin Cheng's bi-wei acupoint. In an instant, he felt as though he were sculpted from jade, alternating flashes of purple and gold, exuding an extraordinary aura. Within the mere span of a fragrant stick of incense, the phenomenon vanished, and Lin Cheng's demeanor transformed dramatically. His gaze deepened, and his presence became ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, suffused with an indescribable aura. Truly, it was a perfect level cultivation method. The products of the system are undoubtedly exquisite. Lin Cheng glanced upward, observing that the entire library remained unscathed. The earlier manifestation was securely contained by an invisible force, drawing no attention from the outside world. Overjoyed, Lin Cheng began to explore the changes within himself. However, moments later, his brows furrowed in confusion. Why was he still an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation? Closing his eyes, having just succeeded in the first transformation of the True Spirit 9 Transformations, Lin Cheng discovered he could introspect within himself. Suddenly, he comprehended that this was the divine ability bestowed by the successful completion of the first transformation, the eye of insight, capable of perceiving all things. What he observed was a network of veins, remarkably wide and resilient, likely rivaling those of an ordinary innate practitioner. Additionally, he possessed an extraordinary innate ability, the effects of which could even be compared to the spiritual consciousness of a Yuan-Ing stage cultivator with boundless applications. Yet, he found himself devoid of any inner strength or true energy. Could it be that the immense energy from the purple clouds was entirely devoted to enhancing his physique, facilitating the mastery of the true Spirit 9 transformations? After careful reflection, Lin Cheng grasped a crucial point. The true Spirit 9 transformations is deemed a flawless, perfect-level method by the system. If it were so easily cultivated, chaos would ensue. Nevertheless, he felt undeterred. His cultivation realm had already risen, and his spirit had solidified. The only limitation to his cultivation was the lack of inner strength. As long as he could sign in for additional treasures, restoring his realm would merely require a bit of time. The path of cultivation begins with the cultivation of inner strength, divided into 9 ranks. Each 3 ranks constitutes a level, and only after reaching the 9th rank does one enter the legendary innate realm. According to the original owner's memories, the Jingyun sect is reputed as one of the 10 major sects in the southern region, primarily due to having an innate elder presiding over it. Upon entering the innate stage, one's lifespan extends to 200 years. This stage allows one to manipulate the forces of nature. An innate, true energy can cleave mountains and sever rivers, far surpassing the capabilities of mere inner strength. While ordinary geniuses spend their entire lives pursuing this realm, Lin Cheng had achieved it in a matter of moments. Now, he lacked only true energy. Estimating for himself, he believed that within no more than 5 years, he would attain the genuine innate realm. Achieving the coveted innate stage within a mere 5 years is astonishing. If aided by elixirs and treasures, this time could be significantly reduced. Thus, Lin Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Cultivation is remarkably easy." Previously, he had thought it would be exceedingly difficult. This sentiment could only be expressed in the library when no one else was present. Otherwise, if the innate ancestors overheard him, he might very well be beaten to death. The thought of relying on his unparalleled talent, only to expend decades of arduous training to barely step into the long-desired innate realm, only to be surpassed by a mere boy who had no understanding of cultivation, was infuriating. If cultivation were truly so simple, the Jingyun sect would not have only one innate elder overseeing it. Speaking of the innate elder of Jingyun sect, he had long surpassed a century in age, his condition gradually deteriorating, with little time left. Most of his days were spent in secluded meditation, ignoring sect matters, perpetually in a state of half-life. Such a presence would instill fear in countless sects and families across the southern region, making them hesitate to provoke the Jingyun sect. It is easy to imagine the imposing influence of an innate master. Lin Cheng had merely gained an advantage. Not everyone is as fortunate as he, with system assistance making cultivation as effortless as drinking water. Knowledge is vast, while ignorance is limited. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During his 2 years in this world, Lin Cheng spent nearly all his time in the library, signing in daily without fail. Elixirs, cultivation methods, martial techniques, and divine weapons, various treasures that would make an innate practitioner envious, were casually tossed aside in the system space, as he was solely interested in items that could replenish his true energy. After this period of accumulating through sign-ins, a mound of what ordinary people would consider treasures finally allowed Lin Cheng's true energy to reach its peak 3 days ago, officially placing him in the realm of innate practitioners. At the age of 16, he was not merely a prodigy. In the Jingyun sect, he could be considered unparalleled, a figure without precedent or successor. Now that his strength had grown, even tidying the library became considerably easier with a mere wave of his hand. He could summon the forces of nature to create a domain enveloping the entire library. The scattered domain lacked great power. It was unsuitable for combat, but for dusting, it was entirely sufficient. After swiftly tidying the library, Lin Cheng reclined in a rocking chair, casually popping a few elixirs and taking a sip of spiritual wine, leisurely engrossed in reading. He also took the opportunity to learn about the wonders of this world, expanding his knowledge. Suddenly, at one moment, someone entered the library. Lin Cheng's omnipresent spiritual awareness immediately detected it. However, he paid it little mind. Over the past 2 years, although the library had been somewhat quiet, he often encountered numerous Jingyun sect disciples searching for books. A few more people would add some liveliness, which Lin Cheng welcomed. In moments of good humor, he would casually bestow small favors, bringing great joy to the disciples. As a result, more individuals received opportunities. Thus, within the Jingyun sect, a small legend about the library began to circulate. The treasure vault. It was rumored that the library was the secluded meditation place of the legendary innate elder of the Jingyun sect, who occasionally bestowed opportunities upon fortunate disciples. Lost martial techniques, high-quality cultivation methods, and even a particularly lucky individual had been rewarded with a low-grade spiritual weapon by the elder. This incident caused quite a stir within the Jingyun sect. One must understand that low-grade spiritual weapons possess unpredictable powers. Apart from a secluded elder, only the sect leader possessed such a weapon. The value of a low-grade spiritual weapon is immeasurable, enough to make even high-ranking elders covetous. The disciple who received the spiritual weapon instantly became the darling of many elders. Accepted as a personal disciple and showered with countless elixirs and treasures, soaring to greatness from that moment on. Consequently, several elders willingly lowered their status to visit the library, yearning for a chance, yet returned empty-handed. Gradually, the fervor surrounding this incident waned. Some remembered, while others forgot. Coupled with Lin Cheng's recent seclusion to break through to the innate stage, he had not revealed himself for several months. Many people have consequently lost interest. Although some remain persistent, visiting the library daily with a let's give it a try attitude, the majority have chosen to forget about it and focus on their cultivation. Meng Tang has been an outer disciple for nearly 2 months. Tormented by a mysterious illness since childhood, each episode feels like plunging into a freezing lake, only to then be cast into a volcano. Every time, she dances with death. Her parents have grown gray with worry over this matter. Just months ago, the finest physicians in the South concluded that she could live no more than 3 years. Unwilling to accept this fate, she longs desperately for the day she can cultivate. Not asking for much, just a healthy body would suffice. Given her qualifications, she would not ordinarily have qualified for admission to the Jingyun sect. However, coming from a small family that is affiliated with the sect, and with her parents' indulgence and financial support, she was granted the exception to become an outer disciple. She was assigned to a good position as a supply assistant. Unfortunately, her aptitude is exceedingly poor. After 2 months of training, her peers have begun to sense energy and condense inner strength, officially embarking on their cultivation journeys. Yet, she remains an ordinary person, stagnant in her progress. This has left Meng Tang exceedingly frustrated. Not wanting to worry her parents and unable to find help, she decided to venture alone to the library in search of luck. Is anyone here? Meng Tang cautiously peeked in, her face flushed from running and her physical discomfort, making her look adorably sweet with her short hair. Is no one here? After waiting a while without a response, she grew bolder and began to speak to herself. They say the library is desolate, and it truly seems no one is around. What should I do to attract the attention of the elder? She was at a loss. At that moment, Lin Cheng stood not far from the girl, holding a book and observing her with curiosity. With his strength, it was quite simple to distort the forces of heaven and earth, rendering him undetectable. Another treasure seeker? Lin Cheng mused, having overheard her self-talk, yet he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why do I feel a hint of threat from this seemingly ordinary girl? Chapter 3. Innate physique, taking on disciples. Lin Cheng was taken aback. It is important to note that he had already entered the innate realm in the vast Jingyun sect, aside from the reclusive elder, who could pose a threat to him. Yet, he was indeed sensing a trace of danger from this seemingly cute ordinary girl. It was utterly preposterous. Such a thing was inconceivable, yet it was undeniably happening. Contemplating this, Lin Cheng activated his insight, channeling his true energy, his gaze glowing with a purplish hue as he looked at Meng Tang. Instantly, a different scene unfolded before his eyes, akin to thermal imaging. However, unlike ordinary individuals, Meng Tang's energy emitted both extreme cold and extreme heat. Two forces, capable of astonishing even innate warriors, clashed within her small frame, distinct yet in conflict. One could only imagine the torment she endured. Retracting his power, Lin Cheng felt a measure of respect for this little girl's resilience and mindset. He suspected that he would have been utterly broken under such anguish. Simultaneously, he began to understand her intentions. With a sense of appreciation, he wished to assist her as best as he could. The extreme cold and heat a duality reminiscent of the legendary innate physique known as the ice-fire duality body, almost guaranteed a path to the innate realm, or even higher. Those who did not attain it had already perished. Lin Cheng reflected on this physique. While it was indeed powerful, if not nurtured properly, the opposing forces could erupt uncontrollably, leading to the demise of the individual. The key was to guide the ice and fire to coexist harmoniously, creating a cycle of mutual existence. Historical records speak of such physiques, with even innate experts attempting to heal them, yet failing to suppress the icy and fiery energies, resulting in the tragic death of the physique's bearer. According to that expert, to guide such energy, one would either need an ancient soul with divine consciousness or to acquire the legendary techniques of the Duality Emperor. Both options presented formidable challenges. The cost of summoning an ancient soul was beyond measure, and seeking out the technique was even more elusive. Over time, this physique had morphed into a terminal condition, leaving countless prodigies to die with unfulfilled potential. However, for Lin Cheng, this was not insurmountable. Recently, he had acquired a technique, the Ice-Fire Emperor's scripture. Though it could not compare to the true Spirit 9 transformations, was still an extraordinary treasure. It seemed that this little girl's life was not yet destined to end. Suddenly, a scroll emanating an icy and fiery aura appeared in Lin Cheng's hand, alongside a bottle of low-grade elixir and a mid-grade spiritual sword. The elixir was of little use to him now, as he had distributed many over the past 2 years. He had an abundance of spiritual artifacts. As for the technique scroll, it was indeed a precious item, and Lin Cheng was reluctant to part with it. After a brief moment of hesitation, a bright idea struck him. Meng Tangdang wandered among the shelves, occasionally pulling out a book. As time passed, she had unknowingly lingered for nearly 2 hours. Gradually, despair settled upon her. Perhaps the elder did not deem her worthy. She had never doubted the library's legends, for so many had found their fortunes there. It was time to leave. With a downcast gaze at the sky outside, she suppressed her feelings of grievance and resentment. Not blaming the elder, she lacked the qualifications to do so. Instead, she resented her own poor aptitude, which disqualified her from even attracting the elder's attention. A sense of desolation enveloped her as she turned to leave the library. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated in her ears. "Little one, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Startled by the abruptness, Meng Tangtang's heart raced, and her body trembled. Then, euphoria washed over her. It had to be the elder. Such a mysterious mode of communication could only belong to him. Had he finally agreed to see her? At that moment, Meng Tangtang felt as if the entire world had brightened. There was hope. Hope to live, to thrive in health. Moreover, what had she just heard? The elder wished to accept her as his disciple. She felt her soul soaring, as if she were in a dream. What merit do I possess? Tears welled in her eyes, the accumulated grievances of years bursting forth in a torrent, and she knelt down without hesitation. Disciple Meng Tangtang pays respects to master. At last, could she finally escape the nightmare of her illness? She believed that the elder, a being akin to a deity, would possess a means to cure her affliction. To ordinary people, the innate realm appeared no different from divinity, and Meng Tangtang held the same belief. Since such a remarkable figure was willing to accept her as a disciple, surely there would be a way to heal her stubborn ailment. Lin Cheng gazed at Meng Tangtang, who was weeping profusely, and sighed softly. It was evident that she had endured considerable hardships over the years. If he could lend a helping hand and liberate her from her suffering, he would not only save a life, but also gain an exceptionally gifted disciple. Why not embrace such an opportunity? The forces of heaven and earth guided the scroll and the medicinal pills to rest before Meng Tangtang. A hoarse, aged voice resonated once more. "Take them." Gratefully, Meng Tangtang bowed deeply, then extended her hands reverently to receive the scroll and the pills. Her careful demeanor suggested she feared this might be a dream, and that any slight disturbance could shatter this beautiful illusion. Lin Cheng felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. This child had likely faced immense trials throughout her life. By dripping blood, you can access the information regarding the cultivation techniques. Engage with it earnestly. Do not be negligent. Lin Cheng conveyed through thought. Meng Tangtang promptly responded respectfully, heeding his words as she used her dagger to prick her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. In an instant, a vast and intricate stream of information flooded her mind, accompanied by numerous insights. Thanks to the inheritance of the cultivation technique, she swiftly grasped its essence, and the ice and fire energies within her surged with a joyous vitality, instinctively converging. In the blink of an eye, her aura skyrocketed, breaking through 3 realms to become a third-tier cultivator. Meng Tang trembled, astonished by the profundity and wonder of the technique. Even with her limited experience, she recognized its value, likely significant even to the esteemed elders of the sect. Yet, it had been bestowed upon her with such ease. This trust, this care. A wave of emotion washed over her. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. I cannot repay this great kindness. I pledge my life to be a disciple of the Jingyun sect, and even in death, I shall remain a spirit of the Jingyun sect, vowing to strive for the sect's rise. Feeling the surging inner power within her, Meng Tang was filled with gratitude and immediately bowed thrice towards the direction of the library, earnestly making her vow. In her view, the powerful figures within the library must undoubtedly be the revered elders of the Jingyun sect. Thus, expressing her loyalty seemed fitting. Unbeknownst to her, the one who had granted her this opportunity was merely a humble janitor. Lin Cheng found the situation both amusing and perplexing. He truly cared little about the Jingyun sect. After all, he was merely a janitor, and, even if the sect were to fall, as long as he was undisturbed in his cultivation, he would remain indifferent, with the belief that a stronger Jingyun sect would bring him less trouble. He tacitly accepted Meng Tang's actions. Disciple takes her leave. After an emotional farewell, Meng Tang departed respectfully, leaving Lin Cheng alone once more in the library. Chapter 4. Uninvited Guests. The Blood Oath Sect. A month after Lin Cheng took on a disciple, the Jingyun sect was visited by an unexpected group. Ding ding ding. All disciples of the Jingyun sect, assemble. The Jingyun bell rang 6 times, attracting numerous gazes. Even Lin Cheng, who was in the library, received word to proceed to the central martial arena. What had transpired? Lin Cheng probed with his mind and discovered a group of oddly dressed individuals approaching. Were they visitors from another sect? One of them was of the 5th tier, while 2 were of the 8th tier, their imposing presence suggesting they bore ill intentions. Interesting. After being cooped up in the library for so long, this was the perfect occasion to observe the commotion. Lin Cheng chuckled and set off. At the central martial arena, the atmosphere was electric, teeming with people akin to a tide of black, surging in all directions. Even those who typically secluded themselves for cultivation had been summoned. Suddenly, powerful auras ascended into the sky, landing on a high platform not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the elders of the Jingyun sect had arrived. However, this time, 3 figures clad in red stood beside them, their chilling and bloodthirsty energies starkly contrasting with the surroundings. It was the Blood Oath sect. Why had they come? Hadn't they always been at odds with the Jingyun sect? A weasel paying respects to a chicken. Their intentions were surely nefarious. Bah, you are the chicken. Yet indeed, something fell amiss. Did you see that red-clad youth? I heard he is the blood god of this generation from the Blood Oath sect. They claim to engage in martial exchanges with us, but I suspect they aim to undermine our prestige. What has to fear? He is merely at the 5th tier. Both senior brother Lu Sheng and senior sister Wang Shui are also at the 5th tier. Silence. This time, the Jingyun sect had dispatched 2 8th-tier elders to maintain order. Elder Hao was among them. Upon his words, the arena fell silent, all gazes turning toward the high platform, many lingering on the 3 red figures. Today, the friends from the Blood Oath sect have come to our Jingyun sect to exchange martial arts. I shall speak on behalf of myself. Elder Hao began, but he was abruptly interrupted. The 3 figures on the opposite platform stood up. A terrifying red-clad figure rasped with a smile. Let us skip the pleasantries. As warriors, we favor brevity. Our sect's godson challenges any disciple of the Jingyun sect to a duel. If anyone can defeat him, I shall grant your sect the mining rights to a spirit mine for 10 years. With that, the challenge was set. A ripple of unrest coursed through the crowd. Many faces reflected displeasure. It seemed the Blood Oath sect had indeed come to stir trouble. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Eyes filled with hostility directed at the 3 from the Blood Oath sect. Elder Hao suppressed his displeasure and responded, very well. As per your request, any disciple of the Jingyun sect may step forward to challenge them and showcase our strength. Elder Hao, having been interrupted, quelled his irritation. Another elder cast a deep glance at the opposing trio and nodded slightly. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Come forth, the weaklings of the Jingyun sect, and challenge me. As the words fell, the audience blinked, and on the martial platform, a figure had appeared, standing with an air of arrogance, disdainfully gazing at the crowd below, beckoning them with a finger. This was none other than the Blood God, a peak 5th-tier powerhouse at merely 16 years of age. What incredible speed! How arrogant! Deserves a beating. Whoosh! In an instant, another figure flashed by. Standing before the Blood God was a swordsman, the inner disciple Lin Cheng, also at the 5th tier, with his sword held upright. Lin Cheng fixed his sharp gaze upon the Blood God. Each word was deliberate as he declared, "Let me engage you. I wish to see if the Blood Oath sect truly possesses the audacity to be so arrogant." His words ignited cheers from the crowd. "Go, senior brother Lin Cheng. Long live Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng is invincible." In the blink of an eye, the battle commenced. "Make your move. If I strike first, you'll have no chance." The Blood God, unperturbed by the surrounding cheers, maintained a nonchalant demeanor, lifting his chin to address his opponent. Unaware of your own demise, Lin Cheng, provoked by the Blood God's arrogance, scoffed and transformed into a blur, aiming straight for the opponent's vital points. Yet in the next moment, with a resounding crash, Lin Cheng was sent hurtling backward at an even faster speed, blood spraying the sky. Silence enveloped the scene. The spectators swallowed hard, their eyes wide with shock. They could scarcely comprehend how the Blood God had made his move. Their once invincible senior brother Lin Cheng had been utterly defeated, completely and thoroughly, without the slightest resistance. Even the two elders of the Jingyun sect frowned, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Elder Hao was stunned. He had not anticipated that his prized disciple would be unable to last even a single round against the opponent. With Lin Cheng defeated, sending out Wang Shuer, who possessed similar strength, would yield a similarly dismal outcome. It would only serve to heighten their embarrassment, rendering it utterly meaningless. The elders fell silent. The disciples remained mute. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions bitter, and not a word was spoken. For a moment, the entire martial arts arena was silent, as if a pin could be heard falling. On the stage, Blood God Z looked disdainfully at the members of the Jingyun sect, regarding them as mere trash. Were it not for the important task assigned to him, to provoke the opponent and assess the condition of the supreme elder of Jingyun sect in preparation for the Blood Oath sect's assimilation of Jingyun sect, he would not deign to play with such worthless individuals. You are undeniably weak. Is this the level of your generation's strongest? Since that is the case, do not accuse me of not granting you opportunities. If the disciples fail, the elders could step up too. I, the Blood God Z, welcome all challengers. The Blood God Z's contemptuous demeanor thoroughly incensed those present. Rascals! The two elders erupted in fury, rising abruptly as their 8th-tier auras exploded forth, their gazes menacing and poised for action. This was a public humiliation for the Jingyun sect. How could such insolence be tolerated? Calm yourselves, please. Two ghostly red figures appeared nearby, emanating 8th-tier auras that subtly shielded the two elders of Jingyun sect. One of them chuckled ominously. It is merely a sparring session among disciples. Why such anger? Very well. You Blood Oath sect are quite audacious. Do you truly believe my Jingyun sect is so easily trifled with? Just as Elder Hao was provoked to the brink of unleashing the Jingyun sect's protective forces, ready to take down the opposition, a feeble voice suddenly broke through the tension. I have a go. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Momentarily taken aback, they stared in disbelief at the petite and slightly naive figure that timidly stepped forward, possessing merely a peak 3rd-tier cultivation. I want to challenge you. Her soft and adorable voice echoed across the silent square, like a gentle evening breeze, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. Simultaneously, doubts about their own sanity crept in. Did I just witness a 3rd-tier little girl challenging the Blood God Z? Who is it 5th tier? Am I losing my mind? Did no one notice that even the 5th-tier inner sect disciples were defeated in a single move? Is this 3rd-tier girl eager to court death? In an inconspicuous corner of the audience, Lin Cheng, who had been lazily yawning, suddenly wore an intrigued smile. This little girl has finally decided to step onto the stage. Now this is getting interesting. As for any ill intentions from the opponent, who could harm my disciple with me here? Chapter 5. The Disciple Strikes. Sword Chi Soar's Meng Tang Dang leaped onto the stage. The audience buzzed with conversation. Who is this? I don't think I've seen this sister in the inner sect. She looks unfamiliar. Third tier, is this a joke? Oh my, look at her attire. It resembles that of an outer sect disciple. A third tier outer sect disciple? That's already commendable, but given the circumstances. The crowd exchanged bitter smiles, realizing that even the fifth tier inner sect brothers had fallen. So what purpose does it serve for a third tier outer sect disciple to step up? She might as well be a mere appetizer. Ha ha! The blood god, Z, suddenly bent over in laughter, tears streaming from his eyes as he pointed at Meng Tang, mockingly declaring, "Does your Jingyun sect have no one left? Do you not consider the caliber of those who dare to take the stage? A bunch of clowns." The elders of the Blood Oath sect cackled in agreement. Could it be that the esteemed Jingyun sect has resorted to such lowly tactics as using a beauty? Truly a disgrace to your ancestors. However, this girl is somewhat decent looking. She could serve as a maid for our esteemed god Z. The Blood Oath sect's mockery flushed the faces of the Jingyun sect members with anger. Little girl, I understand your eagerness to fight for the sect, but this is beyond your capabilities. You should withdraw. Elder Hao, realizing she was a newly recruited outer sect disciple, quickly sent a private message. In just a few months, she had risen to the third tier. Such a promising talent must be nurtured. Losing her here would be a significant loss. On the stage, facing the skeptical gazes of those around her and the taunts from the Blood Oath sect, Meng Tongtong's expression darkened, yet her resolve solidified. Compared to the torment she had endured throughout her life, mere ridicule was insignificant. Elders, rest assured, I am aware of my capabilities and will not disgrace the sect's expectations. Meng Tang declared loudly as she drew the mid-grade spiritual weapon sword gifted by Lin Cheng. Hiss! A mid-grade spiritual weapon. How formidable! No wonder she had the audacity to take the stage. That was a divine weapon coveted by the elders, and its combat power enhancement was no trivial matter. Gasps of shock rippled through the audience, eliciting envious and jealous glances. Allah! Elder Hao sighed. Yet his gaze toward Meng Tang grew increasingly appreciative. This girl possessed exceptional talent, unwavering will, and, most importantly, she was considerate of the sect's interests. Regardless of the outcome, she must be protected. Due to his admiration for Meng Tang, Elder Hao even overlooked the sword's value. With the spiritual weapon in hand, Meng Tang felt the ice and fire energies surging within her as she faced the blood god Z. Unaware of your own mortality. Since that is the case, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may learn to respect the strong. Make your move, otherwise, you shall have no opportunity left. The blood god Z remained haughty, barely deigning to glance at Meng Tang. Such a weakling was unworthy of his attention. I will not disappoint my master's expectations. Meng Tang took a deep breath, channeling all her internal power. In an instant, a surge of ice and fire energy erupted from within her, causing the surrounding forces of nature to tremble slightly, awakening them. Instantly, her aura skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, she ascended from the third tier to the sixth tier. This scene left Elder Hao utterly astounded, crushing the beloved teacup in his hand. Another elder's face was also etched with shock, not to mention the two elders from the Blood Oath sect and the many ordinary disciples watching from below, channeling the forces of nature. How is this possible? One elder from the Blood Oath sect exclaimed in astonishment, and in his excitement, his chair was shattered by the overwhelming energy. To channel even a minuscule fraction of the forces of nature required at least a 9th-tier cultivation. This was an innate constitution. Elder Hao and the other Jingyun sect elder were overjoyed. Heavens! Our Jingyun sect has produced a once-in-a-century genius with an innate constitution. This individual is almost destined to reach the innate realm. Jingyun sect was on the verge of a resurgence. No! The blood god Z stared in horror as a sword pierced through his chest, a reluctant mouthful of blood spilling forth as he slowly collapsed. We won! We won! Ha ha ha! The disciples below erupted in jubilant cheers. As the events unfolded, it was astonishing to discover that the Jingyun sect harbored such a prodigious talent, delivering a devastating blow to the blood god Sr. Observing the grim countenance of the opposing elder, which appeared as if it might drip with despair, was immensely satisfying. Suddenly, Elder Hao cried out in alarm. Just as he was about to intervene, he was thwarted by a Blood Oath sect elder, who valiantly engaged two opponents at once. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure flickered in the distance. You shall perish, declared another elder of the Blood Oath sect, consumed by madness, as he brazenly targeted Meng Tangtang, a third-tier practitioner in plain view of everyone. Old scoundrel, does the Blood Oath Sect wish to wage war with my Jingyun sect? Elder Hao bellowed, his rage palpable. Yet, the Blood Oath Elder paid no heed to his outburst. The overwhelming aura of an 8th-tier cultivator erupted, leaving the multitude present gasping for breath as he struck down towards the exhausted Meng Tangtang. It was over. A look of despair washed over Elder Hao. The hopes for the Jingyun Sect's rise had been dashed. This strike, fueled by the opponent's full strength and aimed at an unguarded target, would undoubtedly be fatal even for someone of the same 8th-tier caliber. Ami-2D? Meng Tangtang realized the impending attack from the Blood Oath Elder, but felt powerless to evade. Her earlier exertion, wielding her sword with all her might, had drained her energy. All she could do was watch as that deathly palm drew closer. Master, I'm sorry. I have yet to repay your great kindness. If there's a next life, I shall serve you as a humble beast, she murmured in despair. However, just as everyone believed Meng Tangtang was doomed, the medium-grade spiritual sword, previously overlooked, suddenly trembled. In an instant, an invisible wave surged forth. The Blood Oath Elder's malevolent grin froze on his face, terror flickering in his eyes. Before he could react, an indescribable sword light descended from above, and before the blade even reached him, his body began to disintegrate inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes, his soul scattered. The elder died without grasping why it was said that the Jingyun Sect's innate expert was nearing their limits and could not act frequently. How could he have encountered such a fate? He could not accept it. With a thunderous roar, the sword light struck the vacant plaza, tearing through the air and causing the ground to shatter, resulting in the collapse of structures for over 1,000 meters before finally subsiding. As the dust settled, astute observers were left aghast at the sight of a gaping chasm. Everyone, including several 8th-tier elders, gasped in shock, their bodies trembling. With one sword stroke, the winds and clouds shifted. The many disciples and elders present were left in awe of the sword's might, the brilliance of that sword light etched in their minds. The annihilation of an 8th-tier master without resistance left an indelible impression on all. In a corner below the stage, Lin Cheng admired his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. Earlier, when he gifted Meng Tangtang the spiritual sword, he had sealed a strand of sword energy with his divine sense. Unlike other innate experts, whose power dissipated quickly, his unique vision allowed him to preserve it for an extended period. It appeared to have considerable potency. What manner of technique was this? Capable of inflicting harm from a distance? Even Elder Hao, well-versed in various matters, had never witnessed such a peculiar method and was left in disbelief. Yet, even without understanding the miraculous nature of the divine sense, he quickly deduced. It seemed this girl had fortuitously acquired a protective treasure crafted by a master blacksmith, embodying an attack on par with an innate expert. Rumor had it that one of the 10 great sects in the southern region, the Blacksmith Sect, had once forged similar treasures. However, the materials were prohibitively expensive, and few blacksmiths would expend effort crafting them unless absolutely necessary. This further underscored Meng Tangtang's extraordinary luck. Geniuses are invariably accompanied by great fortune. Elder Hao seemed to envision a day when the sect would rise, suppressing all adversaries. On the martial arena, the last remaining Blood Oath Elder trembled in fear, scanning his surroundings with trepidation. How could it be? That old man was exhausted, yet still managed to strike out over such a trivial matter. Was he reckless? Did he not realize that without the innate expert's presence, the Jingyun sect could collapse in an instant? Fear slithered through his mind like a venomous serpent. Elder Chi, do you have anything to say? Suddenly, several elders from the Jingyun sect encircled him, their expressions icy. Elder Hao's murderous intent was palpable. Just a moment longer. If it weren't for Meng Tangtang's fortunate acquisition of a protective treasure, the Jingyun sect would have lost this promising talent. More crucially, losing Meng Tangtang, an innate talent, equated to squandering a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for resurgence. Elder Hao's gaze grew increasingly perilous. The other elders, having rushed to the scene, remained silent, firmly surrounding Elder Chi. The Blood Oath Sect's 8 guardian elders, second only to the sect leader and all above the 8th tier, had crossed paths with the Jingyun sect. To slay 2 of their elders would merely settle the debts of enmity accumulated over the years. Strike! Elder Hao commanded, and the elders acted in unison. Their combined might formidable. Damn it! The Blood Oath Sect is doomed. Elder Qi realized the dire situation, and before he could flee, he let out a venomous laugh as he faced death. Jingyun Sect, your time will come. In less than 3 years, during the re-evaluation of sect rankings, losing your status as a first-tier sect will only serve as a stepping stone for the rise of my Blood Oath Sect. I shall take my leave, await your downfall. With that, he was struck down by Elder Hao's palm. Humph, a wretched creature of the Blood Oath Sect. Even at death's door, you dare to speak boldly. The fate of the Jingyun Sect is not for the likes of you to deride, sneered a cold-faced elder, with the others nodding in agreement. Quickly, Elder Hao, where is this promising talent you speak of? Could it truly be the legendary innate constitution? You are not deceiving us, are you? An impatient elder could no longer contain himself, urgently inquiring. Elder Hao recounted the events from beginning to end, the provocation by the Blood Oath Sect, the Blood God's heir's defeat of Lu Sheng, and then how Meng Tangdang harnessed the power of heaven and earth to dramatically increase her strength, culminating in the mention of that brilliant sword light. When Elder Hao spoke of the sword light, his aged face betrayed an unmistakable look of dread, his body trembling. It was unfathomable just how powerful the wielder of that sword light must be. The gaping chasm left in the wake of that blow served as a testament. Had that sword been aimed at him, Elder Hao believed he would have fared little better than the Blood Oath Sect's 8th-tier elder, absolutely defenseless. In fact, Elder Hao harbored an unspoken intuition that the swords might could even severely injure a reclusive Grand Elder. The sheer incredibility of it all was beyond belief. The presence of a formidable innate realm expert, capable of single-handedly guarding a sect, was indeed a staggering thought. Upon reflection, Elder Hao, overwhelmed by the audacity of this notion, refrained from voicing his thoughts. As Elder Hao elaborated on the legendary sword, the other elders gradually became enraptured by his description of its terrifying brilliance. Should the wielder of that sword appear, even the Grand Elder might find it a daunting challenge to prevail. One elder, emboldened by curiosity, ventured to speculate whether this extraordinary sword belonged to a hidden predecessor of the sect. Elder Hao shook his head in dissent, asserting that such a possibility was utterly implausible. If a predecessor indeed existed, the Jingyun sect would not have fallen into such desolation over the years, perilously close to losing its place among the top 10 sects. A calamity that would spell disaster. In discussing sect rankings, one cannot overlook the mightiest force on the continent, the 10,000 Sects Alliance, aptly abbreviated as the Wanmeng. As the name suggests, it is a coalition of all sects on the continent, responsible for safeguarding the realm and orchestrating the collective might of humanity against the merciless and bloodthirsty alien races. Without the existence of the Wanmeng, humanity would have long succumbed to invasion, with countless individuals captured and enslaved, living lives of unimaginable suffering. The Wanmeng not only defends against external threats, but also governs the various sects, categorizing them from 1 to 6 stars based on their merits and strength. Attaining a star rating bestows a sect with formal recognition and the protection of the Wanmeng, along with access to abundant cultivation resources. Conversely, losing a star rating severs ties with the core of humanity. Should an alien attack occur, no allies from the Wanmeng would come to their aid, leaving them to fend for themselves, a fate often met with tragic consequences. In the southern region, apart from the top 10 sects, countless others exist, numbering in the hundreds. To become even a lowly 1-star sect, the presence of an innate realm expert is an essential criterion. By extension, to ascend to a 2-star status, a foundation-building realm master is likewise indispensable. Thus, most ordinary factions either bravely venture forth alone or choose to submit to the top 10 sects, becoming subordinate sects that pay annual tributes in search of protection. For instance, the Meng family, where Meng Tangdang resides, is a subordinate sect under the Jingyun sect. However, with the Grand Elder's condition deteriorating, it is feared that his time may be limited to a year or 2, unlikely to endure until the sect's ranking assessment 3 years hence. The Jingyun sect has made numerous enemies over the years, both human and alien. Should they lose their status as a 1-star sect, they would likely be trampled by a pack of ravenous wolves. Elder Hao's voice grew somber. This is the gravest dilemma. Otherwise, he would not have been so visibly agitated upon discovering a promising seedling with the potential for innate mastery. There seemed to be no other recourse. The Jingyun sect cannot thrive without an innate master. With the Grand Elder incapacitated, the only solution is to cultivate another innate guardian to resolve this crisis. Meng Tang. Possessing an innate physique is the last hope for the sect. Chapter 7. The sect's hope of breathtaking battle erupted and concluded in mere moments, igniting fervor among the disciples. Particularly, the dazzling sword light was a spectacle of immense power. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. While the ordinary disciples may not have grasped the full extent of the spectacle, many sword wielders, such as Lin Cheng, were utterly mesmerized. His swordsmanship had reached unparalleled heights. To become his disciple, or even receive a mere hint of guidance, would yield immeasurable benefits. Alas, it was a lamentable loss for Lin Cheng, who felt a profound regret at not witnessing such an extraordinary powerhouse. Unbeknownst to him, the very paragon he idolized was merely a stone's throw away, casually enjoying a snack. Having witnessed the conclusion of the events, Lin Cheng decided it was time to return and resume his chores, leaving behind a flurry of discussions among the disciples. Just before departing, he caught sight of Meng Tang standing in a daze on the platform and deemed it necessary to greet his apprentice. With a subtle wave of his consciousness, an almost imperceptible ripple was sent forth. Am I still alive? Meng Tang suddenly realized she was safe. The elder in red had been obliterated by a sword light, and another elder from the Blood Oath sect had been subdued as well. What transpired? Glancing at the spiritual sword in her hand, a vague realization dawned upon her. That terrifying sword light seemed to have emanated from her sword, saving her life at the critical moment. It must be my esteemed master. Cradling the sword gently, her eyes glistened with moisture. Although they had known each other for but a short time, her master had already done so much for her, even considering such intricate details for her safety. A torrent of warmth surged through her heart. At that moment, a familiar, aged voice resonated from afar. Well done. Just 4 simple words struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Meng Tang's spirit jolted, soon replaced by overwhelming joy. Her master had praised her. She had not disappointed him. Grateful for her master's life-saving intervention, she vowed to work even harder, determined not to bring shame upon him. Meng Tang bowed towards the void and, upon surveying her surroundings, found no suspicious figures. Her master's image grew ever more mysterious and grand in her mind. The voice seemed to resonate solely with her, filling her heart with bliss. Reflecting on that fearsome sword light, her joy was tinged with an inexplicable pride. At that moment, she felt compelled to proclaim to the world, "Behold, this is my master, an invincible powerhouse who can suppress the 8th rank with a single sword." Chuckling to herself, Meng Tang was suddenly aware of someone calling her name. Turning around, she realized that all eyes were upon her, causing her to blush. "What is it? You must be Meng Tang. Quite impressive indeed. You have not tarnished the reputation of the innate divine physique." A kindly, rotund elder approached her, flanked by a group of equally jovial elderly individuals. Disciple pays respects to the elder. Meng Tang snapped back to reality and hurriedly bowed. "Please rise. If it weren't for your valiant efforts in thwarting the Blood Oath sect's nefarious plot, we would have been at a loss on how to report to the sect. You have performed a great service. Feel free to request any reward you desire. Whatever the sect possesses, we shall not be stingy." Elder Hao boomed with laughter, showering her with praise. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a buzz of astonishment. Hundreds, if not thousands, of disciples cast envious glances in her direction. Such fortune was truly coveted by all. Meng Tang was momentarily taken aback. It was her first experience receiving such enthusiastic recognition, especially from a high-ranking elder of the Jingyun sect. She found herself at a loss for words. As for the reward, it had not crossed her mind. Her sole intention had been to stand up for the sect, spurred on by her master's influence, which had compelled her to act. No worries if you haven't thought of anything yet. There's plenty of time to ponder. Elder Hao observed her flustered demeanor, realizing she was still just a young girl with a pure heart. Such is the situation, for it ensures that the sect will not cultivate a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. It is crucial to remember that there are plans to groom Meng Tang as the successor of our sect, should she flourish and harbor malicious intent. The devastation brought forth by her innate power would be unimaginable. "Thank you, Elder." Meng Tang nodded in agreement. "What do you think? Elder Hao quietly conferred with several other elders. This young one's disposition is commendable. I believe she is worthy of cultivation. Agreed. Indeed, the consensus echoed among the elders, prompting Elder Hao to nod and state, "Given this, we shall tentatively decide on this matter. However, we must meticulously devise a training plan to ensure that we do not squander such a promising talent. Rest assured, there is no need for you to emphasize this. We shall naturally treat her as our future sect leader." The elder with a fiery temperament widened his eyes in affirmation. "Excellent." Elder Hao chuckled while stroking his beard, saying, "Now, let us take her to meet the Grand Elder. Although we have no objections, the final decision rests with her esteemed self." Everyone nodded in agreement. Typically, these few elders could make most decisions. But when it concerns the survival of the sect, especially with the sect leader away at the front lines battling foreign tribes, such significant matters require the guidance of the sect's stabilizing force. The Blood Oath sect stands atop a grim and eerie graveyard, surrounded by blood-red structures. The somber atmosphere is punctuated by phantom-like wails that send shivers down one's spine. We're the 7th and 8th elders. They visited the Jingyun sect and have yet to return. Could something have happened? A figure clad in crimson expressed his worries, casting anxious glances into the distance. At that moment, the red-clad individual trembled as a voice called out to him. "Eldest brother, how is the sect leader faring? We are at a crucial juncture. Within 3 to 5 years, the sect leader will undoubtedly break through the constraints and ascend to a higher realm. At that time, our Blood Oath sect shall elevate to a 2-star sect." The eldest brother's voice brimmed with excitement. "Marvelous. Ever since the sect leader entered seclusion, the influence of our Blood Oath sect has diminished significantly, and those ruffians have grown increasingly contemptuous. Even the Jingyun sect, ranked last among the top 10 sects, dares to act against our elders. How audacious." Just moments ago, the 3rd elder received alarming news. The 2 elders, Qi and Mei, have fallen. This is outrageous. The illustrious Blood Oath sect, renowned for its formidable guardians, has now suffered a loss at the hands of the Jingyun sect, alongside the Divine Sun. How audacious. Once the sect leader emerges from seclusion, the first target shall be the Jingyun sect. Do not rush. Elder Tian smiled faintly, explaining that the matriarch of Jingyun sect holds considerable favor with the 5 Elements sect, capable of calling upon their assistance. Until the sect leader has concluded his seclusion, we must proceed with caution. There are pressing matters that require you and the 4th elder to attend to. Upon hearing the name of the 5 Elements sect, the 3rd elder shuddered, falling silent, fear evident on his face. The 5 Elements sect, the foremost among the 10 sects of the southern region, is the sole 2-star sect and unrivaled in its dominance. Within its ranks are numerous innate powerhouses, including the esteemed Ancestor of the 5 Elements, a foundational, revered one. It is precisely due to this figure's existence that the various sects of the southern region can unite to repel foreign invasions. The Ancestor of the 5 Elements is known for his integrity and intolerance of villainy. He would not easily overlook the malevolent actions of sects like the Blood Oath sect. Otherwise, the wrath of a foundational revered one is not something our Blood Oath sect could endure. With such a powerful figure's favor, it would be unwise to act openly against the Jingyun sect, lest it impede the sect leader's grand ambitions. Despite his reluctance, the 3rd elder resolved to maintain a low profile for now. "What is it?" the 3rd elder inquired. "This matter is exceedingly crucial. It concerns our sect's ambition to ascend to a 2-star sect and is also intertwined with the Jingyun sect," Elder Tian replied. The 2 shared a hushed conversation before bursting into laughter with a glint of cold determination in the 3rd elder's eyes. Jingyun sect indeed. Chapter 8. Completion of the innate 9th level. Half a year has swiftly passed. In the library pavilion, Lin Cheng gazed out the window, his pupils as dark as ink, shimmering with a depth surpassing the night sky. With a flick of his finger, the air crackled with sound. Now, he possesses a measure of self-defense. Feeling the innate energy coursing through his meridians like an unstoppable river, Lin Cheng felt immense satisfaction. After a brief period of refinement, he would prepare to break through to the foundational realm. At that point, he would be able to traverse the southern region with ease. Although endowed with the miraculous ability of the 9 transformations of true spirit, which presents no bottleneck in his cultivation, he lacks only the reserves of true energy. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng adopted a cautious approach, deciding to further acclimate to his internal power. I feel extraordinarily strong now. I wonder how I stack up against a foundational, revered one with my perfect, innate 9th level cultivation combined with the 9 transformations of true spirit. Quickly shaking his head, Lin Cheng admonished himself. Why rush? The 9 transformations of true spirit has 9 levels, and I have only just completed the first level. If given more time, not even a foundational revered one or a nascent soul elder would pose a challenge. Maintain composure. One must strike fiercely in battle. Arrogance must be avoided. Although Lin Cheng was eager to test his strength, he ultimately dismissed the notion of seeking out a foundational rival for a duel. With time on his hands, he suddenly recalled the Blood Oath Sect. With nothing pressing to do, he began to search through the shelves. Despite possessing the eye of breaking illusions, a power akin to divine perception, he still chose to read each book with his own eyes. As for the reason, Lin Cheng could only attribute it to a sense of ritual in being human. I found it. Lin Cheng examined the records concerning the Blood Oath Sect, frowning in contemplation. I never anticipated the Blood Oath Sect and Jingyun Sect had such a tumultuous history. The previous innate realm ancestor of Jingyun Sect was rumored to have perished due to a misstep in cultivation. Yet it seems he fell victim to the treachery of the Blood Oath Sect. After several hours of reading, Lin Cheng concluded that the Blood Oath Sect is indeed a malign force, a veritable tumor of the southern region, rivaled only by the Shadow and Inyang valleys, which commit unspeakable atrocities. If I encounter them in the future, I shall simply crush them without hesitation. As a commendable young man of the 21st century, Lin Cheng harbors a deep-seated disdain for malevolent forces. Such transgressions cannot be overlooked. Among the top 10 sects of the southern region, aside from the Jingyun Sect, there are the Blood Oath Sect, Inyang Valley, 5 Elements Sect, Xiandan Sect, Battle Puppet Sect, Wanjin Mountain, Treasure Pavilion, Beast Tamer Mountain, and Shadow Sect. The 5 Elements Sect undeniably reigns supreme. Meanwhile, Jingyun Sect languishes at the bottom of the rankings. Upon realizing this, Lin Cheng's lips twitched. He had not expected his chosen sect to be so wretched. If it were to be annihilated one day, would he be affected? The answer was an unequivocal yes. When a sect is eradicated, it is invariably complete destruction. How could he, merely a miscellaneous worker in the library pavilion, be spared? Perhaps he would simply be crushed like an insignificant insect. Alas, if it truly comes to that, I would also suffer. Encountering minor troubles, I might as well lend a hand, though my own interests must take precedence. Lin Cheng contemplated briefly. He currently lacks nothing but time. Given ample time, he could tear apart even a great Luo golden immortal. The Jingyun Sect must not be extinguished. Once that day arrives, even if he does not perish, he will undoubtedly be beset by troubles, which is his concern. However, I merely wish to sign in quietly, so why invite trouble upon myself? Yet, it appears that those elderly individuals place considerable importance on a young girl. Perhaps she may even be established as the sect's heir. As her mentor, I would then become the ancestral figure of the sect. If I am indeed the ancestor, then I would hold the highest position, making the Jingyun Sect my personal property. Those elderly individuals are merely my disciples and juniors. Suddenly, Lin Cheng was struck by realization. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed undeniably logical. Indeed, the Jingyun Sect belongs to him, and the elders and disciples are working for him, which means he absolutely cannot allow it to be destroyed. Yes, that is precisely the case. If someone dares to infringe upon my private property, I certainly cannot tolerate it. With this thought, Lin Cheng's mind was suddenly enlightened. He finally let go of the lingering concerns he had about his recent actions and cheerfully set about sweeping the floor. It is only natural to act for one's own people. It does not contradict my principles. Indeed, there is no fault in this. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Jingyun Sect, Elder Hao was reminding, little girl, when you meet the Grand Elder, be sure to show respect. Do not speak loudly, nor glance around. You must demonstrate your reverence, understand? His constant reminders, akin to a nagging mother, left Meng Tang somewhat bewildered. Finally, he sighed with relief and asked, have you remembered everything? If you disturb her venerable self, the blame will fall heavily upon none other than you. Elder, rest assured. The disciple understands. Meng Tang nodded repeatedly. Yet, within her heart, doubts began to surface. Her eyes darted around as she pondered. This place does seem to be where the Grand Elder resides. Could it be that she is truly not my mentor? On the way here, Meng Tangdang had begun to harbor suspicions. Initially, upon hearing that she was to meet the Grand Elder, she thought they were going to the library, only to discover otherwise. She did not think much of it. After all, someone of her mentor stature would not be confined to such a mundane place. Upon arriving at the forbidden area of the back mountain, Meng Tangtang noticed that her mentor had not contacted her, which led her to further speculate. And a bold guess began to form in her mind. Could it be that my mentor is not the Grand Elder, but rather someone else? As this thought emerged, many of her doubts found explanations. No wonder her mentor always directed her to the library, and she had never claimed to be the Grand Elder. It was merely her own wild conjecture. With this realization, Meng Tangtang felt both astonished at her own speculation and overwhelmed by the unexpected revelation that the Jingyun sect concealed a formidable elder of innate quality. Simultaneously, her previously calm demeanor began to waver. If the one she was about to meet was not her mentor, then Meng Tangtang swallowed, realizing her palms were sweating with anxiety, her legs trembling slightly. Although they both belonged to the innate realm, meeting her own mentor and facing the Grand Elder are entirely different concepts. She felt immense gratitude towards her mentor, though without fear. Yet, the thought of the Grand Elder filled her with uncertainty and a touch of fear. With this in mind, Meng Tangdang suddenly halted, lamenting internally. She initially believed she was merely meeting her mentor, but the reality was far from her expectations, leaving her utterly unprepared. Suddenly aware of her heightened anxiety, she felt a wave of tension wash over her. At the entrance of the cave, Elder Hao noticed that Meng Tangdang had abruptly stopped, her body trembling. He assumed his earlier words had frightened her, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This little girl, I truly believed she was entirely composed. She acted so nonchalantly along the way, yet now her true self has been revealed. He thought back to his first encounter with the Grand Elder, nearly losing control of himself, a past he would rather not revisit. Do not be nervous. The Grand Elder is quite amiable. Come, let's enter, Elder Hao said, offering a reassuring smile as he led the anxious Meng Tangtang inside. Chapter 9. Meeting the Grand Elder. Young Sect Master Meng Tangdang followed closely behind Elder Hao as they entered the cave, proceeding directly to the study. Come in, a stern voice commanded. Yes. Elder Hao quickly responded. Meng Tangtang shivered in fear, gritted her teeth, and stepped in behind the plump Elder Hao. Inside the study, the Grand Elder sat at the center, flanked by several influential elders of the Jingyun sect, along with a few young men and women standing to one side. The atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant. Having never encountered such a situation, Meng Tangdang felt at a loss, obediently lowering her head as she stood behind Elder Hao, using him as a shield against the scrutinizing gazes of the others. You're the girl from the Meng family, Meng Tangdang, correct? Elder Su scrutinized her, and with her mastery over the forces of nature, she detected an unusual aura emanating from the girl. Her hand trembled slightly around her teacup, and a tempest of emotions surged within her, mingled with uncontainable joy. Indeed, she possesses an innate physique. The Jingyun sect is destined to rise. Elder Su's heart swelled with excitement. It seemed that even if she were to pass away, the Jingyun sect would not gradually decline without an innate figure to uphold it. This was the will of heaven. The tension she had long held within her finally dissipated. Her tone softened considerably, and a warm smile graced her face, causing the surrounding elders to cast curious glances her way. Do not be afraid. We have called you here for a good reason. Come, child, share with me your experiences over the years. Seeing this, Meng Tangtang exhaled in relief. At least she did not appear so intimidating anymore. Returning to the Grand Elder. For many years, I have been frail and afflicted with a serious illness. I joined the Jingyun sect in hopes of cultivating and combating my ailments, she recounted. And the Grand Elder nodded slightly, as did the others who listened intently. The young men and women perked up their ears in curiosity. Suddenly, I recovered, and my physique awakened? Upon hearing Meng Tangtang describe her awakening process, Elder Su furrowed her brow in confusion, muttering to herself, how could this be? It is generally accepted that innate physiques cannot awaken so easily, except under exceptionally rare circumstances. Although perplexed, she did not dwell on it. The innate physique was genuine. The talent was real, and her loyalty to the sect was sincere. All of it was authentic. The process was of little consequence. With this in mind, Elder Su smiled again, studying Meng Tangtang with growing satisfaction. This child was even more exceptional than she had been in her youth, and with her innate physique. Given sufficient time to grow, it was likely that the South region would soon boast another 2-star sect, known as the Jingyun sect. Just imagining that scene filled Elder Su with joy, prompting her to pray fervently for the blessings of her ancestors. For so many years, since the establishment of the Jingyun sect by the Jingyun Ancestor, they had finally awaited the opportunity for resurgence. Elder Su resolved to spare no effort in nurturing Meng Tangtang, providing her family with the utmost privileges, ensuring she had no worries, and directing all sect cultivation resources toward her from this day forth. Even if her own days were numbered, it would matter not, as long as she could witness Meng Tangtang achieving her innate potential. All sacrifices would be worthwhile. Observing the changing expressions of the Grand Elder, the other elders exchanged solemn glances, their faces reflecting a shared gravity. A singular thought permeated their minds. At all costs, cultivate Meng Tangtang. Fortunately, the situation was smoothed over. Noticing that the Grand Elder did not pursue the details any further, Meng Tangtang breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that she intended to conceal anything from her master. Rather, after cautiously probing the conversation, she discerned that the Grand Elder seemed unaware of her master's existence. After much deliberation, considering that her master had often remained in the library, it seemed she preferred not to be disturbed. Thus, she consciously omitted any mention of her master, transforming all occurrences into her own miraculous adventures, including her awakening of abilities and the acquisition of the spiritual sword. Thank goodness, she had not revealed her master's existence. She wondered if her master would praise her cleverness upon learning of this. With this thought, Meng Tangtang smiled, and the atmosphere in the study instantly brightened. Elders, he my decree. From this day forth, I hereby appoint the outer sect disciple Meng Tangtang as the junior sect master of our clan. This must not be mistaken, proclaimed the elderly Su, straightening her stooped form and announcing loudly. We will abide by the Grand Elder's decree. The assembled elders chorused in unison, their hearts brimming with excitement. The Jingyun sect was poised for ascendance. In the Danyang Palace, the residence designated for junior sect masters throughout the ages, the interior extended endlessly, adorned with exquisite layouts and luxurious materials. The architecture appeared as a singular entity, resplendent and grand, suffused with an ethereal glow reminiscent of the rising sun. Indeed, priceless. Junior Sect Master. This is the 3-patterned blue spirit elixir, a treasure cherished by the sect for a century. Its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary gathering elixirs by more than tenfold, allowing one to absorb spiritual energy autonomously for 3 months, continuously refining oneself. Its benefits are enduring. Would you care to try? Junior Sect Master. This is the jade heart essence obtained by the Grand Elder from slaying a primordial beast. Even an ordinary person consuming it could become a prodigy, effortlessly breaking through to the innate realm without encountering bottlenecks. Junior Sect Master. This multicolored feather skirt is a complete set of low-grade spiritual attire, capable of withstanding an innate strike. Its value is not inferior to your cherished sword. Junior Sect Master. This is a multicolored stone that can dispel inner demons. Meng Tangtang gazed in astonishment at the numerous elders surrounding her, their faces filled with warm smiles and fervent eagerness to please. Witnessing these elderly figures bickering over whose treasures to present first, even resorting to physical altercations, left her utterly bewildered. Could this truly be the same assembly of stern, selfless, and upright elders she had always known? The white-bearded elder, now furiously gesticulating and spitting in his fervor. Was he truly the humorless figure capable of silencing even the most boisterous of children? It felt as though she were observing a group of toddlers quarreling. Esteemed Elders Meng Tangtang's voice was nearly inaudible amidst the clamor, her ears nearly deafened by the noise. In an instant, the quarreling elders ceased their disputes as if a pause button had been pressed, the hall falling into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Meng Tangtang, feeling the weight of their intense gazes upon her, quickly waved her hands and declared, "Dear elders, I truly appreciate your kindness. but this junior sect master understands your intentions. Upon receiving a stern glare from several elders, she hastily amended her statement, continuing, however, there is no need for such extravagance. Allow me to explain. I comprehend your thoughts. Yet our sect is currently in a precarious situation. Indulgence is unwise, and as I must continue my training, I hope the elders will. One elder suddenly slapped his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "It is our fault for being overly excited and disturbing the junior sect masteress training. This is truly unforgivable. Please continue your cultivation, and we shall take our leave at once." The other elders, realizing their error, expressed their remorse and departed, leaving behind their treasures as they turned to exit. Phew, what a terrifying episode. It appears my master possesses remarkable foresight. No wonder a formidable innate master willingly resides in a place like the library. With the elders bidding farewell, Meng Tang felt an immense relief wash over her. Finally peace. Simultaneously, her admiration for her master surged to new heights. Chapter 10. Turmoil in the World. Infiltration. In the ensuing 2 months, the Jingyun sect basked in tranquility. The Grand Elder emerged from seclusion to personally guide Meng Tang as cultivation. Upon learning of this, Lin Cheng felt no anger. Instead, he relished the ease of the situation. Thus, with an abundance of treasures and the innate quality of her physique, coupled with the practice of the 2E Emperor-S technique, Meng Tang's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds over these 2 months, soaring from the 3rd rank, skipping several levels, and nearly catching up to certain elders. Reaching the 7th rank in such a short span was indeed impressive. This kind of advancement, even for an innate constitution, was exceedingly formidable. Aware of her dwindling time, the elderly Su treated Meng Tang with the affection of a cherished granddaughter over these 2 months. Watching her break through barriers one after another, she beamed with joy, feeling as if she had never experienced such happiness in her life. She believed that heaven had been particularly kind to her. Meng Tang herself was incredulous. These past few months felt like a dream. Not only had she escaped a grim fate, but she had also embarked on the path of cultivation, progressing rapidly. In just a few short months, she traversed a journey that would take many a lifetime. Yet, this was merely the beginning. All credit belonged to her master. Had he not first resolved her terminal condition and bestowed upon her the techniques, she would never have achieved her current state. This gratitude filled her heart with joy. While the upper echelons of the Jingyun sect reveled in harmony, external storms loomed ominously. In the Jingyun Great Hall, a loud crash resounded as Elder Hao smashed his beloved purple clay teacup, his eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted, "Outrageous! Utterly outrageous! Can someone tell me what has transpired these past few days? Why have 3 affiliated sects been annihilated in succession? Where are the culprits? Where are they? If I find out who dares to challenge the Jingyun sect, I will not rest until I have eradicated their entire lineage." The usually jovial face of Elder Hao was now twisted with rage, resembling an enraged lion. Below, numerous spies exchanged glances, their faces etched with worry, none daring to provoke his wrath during such a volatile moment. The stakes were high. Mishandling the situation could bring disgrace to the Jingyun sect. More critically, it could shatter the trust of the affiliated sections. If discontent brewed among the ranks, and doubts about the Jingyun sect's capabilities arose, the repercussions would be dire. What force would ally with a sect incapable of ensuring its own safety? Without the support of these factions, the Jingyun sect's influence would dwindle significantly, potentially even relegating it from the ranks of the top 10 sects. The consequences were self-evident. Report. Elder, there is news. A middle-aged man rushed into the hall, breathless. Speak. Elder Hao's eyes lit up, rising with a fierce demeanor, demanding, "Who possesses the audacity to attack our affiliated forces?" This elder will see to their annihilation. It appears to be the work of an alien faction. The middle-aged man hesitated before responding directly. Aliens? Elder Hao frowned in displeasure, retorting coldly, "Impossible. If a large contingent of aliens had appeared in the heart of the southern domain, how could there have been no prior warning? Are you all merely idling about? What use is there in your presence at the Jingyun sect? Elder, it is not that we were negligent. Rather, the origins of this alien force seem to be connected to the Beast Control Mountain." The middle-aged man finally divulged. What? The revelation sent a wave of shock throughout the hall. Everyone was taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. questioning the reliability of their own hearing. Elder Hao also trembled slightly, speaking at a rapid pace. Repeat that. Is this truly related to Beast Control Mountain? The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively, responding, absolutely. The scouts have reported that the Beast Control Mountain has experienced significant unrest recently, with numerous foreign tribes breaching their defenses, predominantly the notoriously brutal demon race. Upon hearing this, Elder Hao fell silent, as did the others, who were too astonished to utter a word. If this were indeed the case, involving the 10 major sects, the matter might be far more complex than it appeared. It could potentially escalate into a war between factions. Each sect among the top 10 is a formidable force in the southern region, and should they engage in conflict, it would be a catastrophic event, resulting in countless casualties. At this juncture, someone voiced their skepticism. How can this be? Beast Control Mountain's strength surpasses that of our Jingyun sect, and they possess innate guardian spirit beasts that exert formidable pressure on the demon race. Their defenses have always been impenetrable. How could they have made such a grave error? The middle-aged man shook his head, stating, this matter is still under investigation. Elder Hao's anger remained unabated, and he waved his hand emphatically, continuing, and what if it is related to Beast Control Mountain? The repercussions of this incident are dire. Is our Jingyun sect to suffer such losses without recompense? Beast Control Mountain must provide an explanation. Elder, there is no rush regarding this matter. Conclusions will be drawn in due time. The middle-aged man interjected with concern. The immediate priority is to address the chaos caused by the demon beasts. If this drags on, the other sects may become restless and seek refuge with the remaining major sections. Furthermore, it is imperative to soothe those sects that have been attacked. Otherwise, chaos is certain to ensue. Upon hearing this, Elder Hao nodded and promptly issued orders. This matter indeed cannot be delayed. Relay my command to announce a bounty. Hunt all demon beasts within our sect's jurisdiction. For each beast slain, a corresponding reward shall be granted. All disciples with a cultivation level of 3rd rank or above may accept this task. Additionally, dispatch the sect's law enforcement and protective teams immediately to search for the demon beast gathering points and eradicate them without delay. Simultaneously, send envoys to the various affiliated factions and families to offer comfort and reassure them. One by one, the orders were methodically disseminated, and the entire Jingyun sect swiftly mobilized. In a short span of time, the Jingyun sect was in an uproar. Countless disciples of 3rd rank and above wore expressions of excitement. The path to martial advancement requires not only diligent training, but also the consumption of abundant resources. Normally, acquiring resources is exceedingly difficult, and only by making significant contributions to the sect can one attain rewards. However, the situation was different now. I have been stuck at 3rd rank for a whole year due to a lack of sufficient medicinal resources. I had almost lost hope, but today, a turn of fate. Demon beasts, I am coming to greet you. A burly man with a cleaver laughed heartily. What? A 1st-rank demon beast is worth 3 recovery pills? I'm taking this task. Someone else exclaimed joyfully. I lost to that fellow last time simply because I lacked a suitable weapon. Now, the opportunity has come. A proud swordsman cast a disdainful glance in a certain direction before swiftly departing. Numerous secluded disciples broke their meditative states one after another, surging towards the task station like a dark tide, eager to descend the mountain and vanquish the demons. Witnessing the scene, Elder Hao and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, the demon beast crisis would be effectively contained. 3 days later, a large number of disciples and elders descended from the mountain, leaving the defenses of Jingyun's sect vulnerable. Under the cover of night, 2 shadowy figures suddenly flashed by, skillfully evading layers of security without alerting anyone, swiftly infiltrating the depths of Jingyun's sect, and soon vanished from sight. Chapter 11. Foundation Establishment. Venerable realm in the Jingyun sect's library, Lin Cheng sat upright, his eyes closed. The forces of heaven and earth rippled around him, and, after a long moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance flashing momentarily. It's almost time. I must break through, grasping the various treasures laid before him. Each capable of stirring a tempest across the continent, he consumed them as though they were mere candy. To step into the innate realm, the most crucial aspect is to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. One must draw in spiritual energy and transform internal power into innate true energy. To achieve foundation establishment, one must further compress the innate true energy, changing it from a gaseous state to a liquid state. Before long, Lin Cheng's turbulent innate true energy gradually calmed, and he began to exude a profound aura, akin to a treasured sword being sheathed or still waters running deep. The first step of compressing true energy was accomplished. Lin Cheng realized that what was an exceedingly arduous and perilous step for an ordinary person was effortless for him, as if everything were unfolding as it should. Unbeknownst to him, the meridians of ordinary innate practitioners are far less resilient, and their bodies are fragile. Compressing true energy sounds simple, but it is akin to playing with fire. The innate true energy is incredibly domineering. A single strike can shatter mountains. And compressing excessive true energy without caution could lead to a tragic fate of exploding one's own body. Moreover, Lin Cheng possessed the eye of discernment, a divine aid that allowed him to control the flow of true energy without any possibility of chaos. The second step of foundation establishment, condensing the Tao seed. Lin Cheng meticulously recalled the Jingyun sect's records regarding the breakthrough to foundation establishment, not daring to be careless, as it was a matter of life and death. A single misstep could lead to a counterattack from the Tao, which is no trivial matter. Foundation establishment is vastly superior to the innate realm. In addition to the higher quality of true energy, it is also due to the existence of the Tao seed. Condensing the Tao seed allows one's true energy to carry attributes of the Tao, exponentially increasing its power. Typically, practitioners choose commonly seen elements as their Tao seed, such as earth, fire, water, and wind, or even weapons like swords and spears. This is due to the ease of breakthrough and substantial power. What is happening? Just as Lin Cheng selected a previously decided lightning-type Tao seed, which is both striking and impressive, and prepared to condense it, an unexpected change occurred. Lin Cheng suddenly found himself losing control over his true energy. Before he could react in horror, he noticed that the uncontrollable true energy began to operate autonomously along the path of the 9 transformations of true spirit. Streams of true energy, akin to divine nectar, converged in his dantian. In no time, under Lin Cheng's astonished gaze, a 9-colored seed gradually formed, with a faint hint of purple gold within it, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. With the emergence of the Tao seed, the agitation of the true energy instantly subsided, as if suppressed by an unrivaled Tao. Gazing at the extraordinary Tao seed within him, Lin Cheng's mind was flooded with an incredible thought. Could it be that Tao seeds also have levels? My 9-colored Tao seed appears truly remarkable. I wonder what level it might be. He casually flipped through the records and found the information. That's not right. The records indicated that Tao seeds formed during foundation establishment are indeed classified into different grades, distinguished by 5 colors of radiant light, with the highest being merely 5 colors. Known as a perfect foundation establishment, Lin Cheng thought he must be seeing things and counted again meticulously from 1 to 9. 9 colors, there was no mistake. If you include that faint hint of purple gold, that makes 10 colors. This is a full 2 times the perfect foundation establishment. Not wanting to dwell on it, he concluded it should not be a bad thing. With a breakthrough, Lin Cheng's foundation became extraordinarily solid, and he would not need to consolidate his cultivation like others do. As for his cultivation plummeting or going astray, that was an absurd notion. After breaking through, Lin Cheng carefully experienced his changes. Suddenly, he lifted his foot. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Lin Cheng found himself standing quietly in the void, as if walking on solid ground. He was treading on air. This was the privilege of a foundation establishment master. With each step, he traversed the emptiness. However, Lin Cheng frowned, lacking the joy he had anticipated. Instead, his face displayed displeasure as he thought to himself. The consumption of vital energy was far too rapid, even without engaging in battle. Merely maintaining the state of walking on air would deplete his energy in just a few hours. Should he fly for several thousand meters and suddenly run out of energy? Even a foundation establishment master would meet a disastrous end. Moreover, the speed was too sluggish, far inferior to his running on the ground. After the initial curiosity, Lin Cheng's excitement waned. It was utterly useless. Aside from showcasing his prowess, it served no real purpose. Yet, Lin Cheng was unaware of why foundation establishment masters were so formidable. In addition to their own immense strength, they relied on the ability to walk on air. For other Foundation establishment masters, even a brief moment of treading on air would entail significant energy expenditure. Nonetheless, they still relished this ability, viewing it as a means of survival. Even a fleeting moment of walking on air could serve as a weapon in warfare, especially when facing an army. From a higher vantage point, bolstered by the terrifying energy of a Foundation establishment master, no matter how numerous the enemy, they would be overwhelmed. In battles against foreign tribes, the presence of a Foundation establishment master was enough to instill fear in a million-strong enemy force. The 9 transformations of True Spirit had advanced to the second transformation. A new supernatural ability had emerged. Lin Cheng's smile returned, his face alight with anticipation. The first transformation granted him the Eye of Illusion, while this new ability was the Great Concealment Technique. He wondered what the final transformations would entail. If he were to gather all 9 supernatural abilities, the spectacle would be exhilarating to behold. The Eye of Illusion, merely the first transformation, was already immensely powerful, and its potency only grew with his cultivation. As he activated the Great Concealment Technique, in the blink of an eye, Lin Cheng's aura vanished, his figure became indistinct, and his features blurred. Enveloped by a gray mist that enhanced his air of mystery, he perfectly concealed all traces of himself. Even those several levels above him would find it impossible to discern the truth. Excellent. In future confrontations, he need not worry about exposure. Truly, the system provided precisely what he lacked. Furthermore, the gray mist possessed defensive capabilities, even if he stood in place. He could withstand the blows of innate experts without sustaining any harm. Lin Cheng felt satisfied. Despite the considerable consumption of his treasures during this endeavor, he felt no regret. Material possessions were trivial. Strength was paramount. This principle remained firmly etched in his mind. What is happening outside? Why is it so chaotic? How dare someone infiltrate the Jingyun sect? With his enhanced Eye of Illusion, Lin Cheng's mental perception had amplified significantly. Previously, it could only cover the interior of the library, but now it encompassed most of the Jingyun sect. Under his mental scrutiny, every detail of the Jingyun sect became apparent. At this moment, the Jingyun bell tolled 8 times, signaling a catastrophic threat. The core of the Jingyun sect's spiritual vein had been stolen, and the culprit had fled. Lin Cheng furrowed his brow. Causing trouble in the dead of night made it difficult for anyone to cultivate in peace. Let me see who possesses such audacity. 2 9th-grade experts, quite formidable. It turned out to be 2 little mice from the Blood Oath sect. Considering the Blood Oath sect's notorious misdeeds, Lin Cheng snorted in displeasure and, in the next instant, vanished like a ghost. Half an hour earlier, at the back mountains of the Jingyun sect, 2 shadowy figures flickered in the darkness. After confirming that no one was around to detect them, they immediately halted. Are we being reckless by venturing in alone? One of the figures in black inquired. The defenses around the Jingyun sect's spiritual vein core are extremely tight. If any commotion arises, we won't be able to escape. What is there to fear? Although Elder Su is an innate expert, his lifespan is limited. Besides, both of us are 9th grade. Even if a peak innate expert wanted to kill us, it would take considerable effort. Moreover, a half-dead innate expert can barely exhibit half their power, retorted the second figure coldly. Third brother, to be honest. Ever since we entered the Jingyun sect, I felt restless, as if a great calamity is looming. The fourth figure hesitated to say, Shut up. Keep your nonsensical divination to yourself. When has it ever proven accurate? You're making a fuss over nothing. The third figure scolded, pondering before adding, I understand your concerns. They aren't unfounded. However, we are armed with the sect's treasures. With their power, the 2 of us can face an innate expert without fear. Even if we encounter Elder Su, who will prevail is still uncertain. Furthermore, our mission is merely to seize the spiritual vein core, not to engage in battle with innate experts. We could even charge in boldly. Given the current shortage of experts in the Jingyun sect, we still have a fair chance. These 2 were, in fact, the 2 elder protectors of the Blood Oath sect, Elder D and Elder Ju. 9th-grade experts, they were formidable enough to establish their own sect. Even among the 10 great sects, they were pillars of strength. However, fourth brother remained unconvinced, feeling increasingly uneasy, as if disaster were imminent. A dignified 9th-grade expert shouldn't be so wishy-washy. Third brother, frustrated by fourth brother's hesitation, warned him, "I advise you not to act foolishly at this critical moment. Securing the Jingyun Sect's spiritual vein core is vital for our Blood Oath Sect's advancement to a 2-star sect. If you jeopardize this, do you think the sect leader will spare you?" At the mention of the sect leader, Elder Jew shuddered, his face turning pale. Although he still felt uneasy, he chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Elder D nodded in satisfaction. According to the regulations of the 10,000 Alliance, a 1-star sect must have a foundation establishment master to advance to a 2-star sect, along with one other requirement, a medium-grade spiritual vein. 1-star sects typically possess low-grade spiritual veins, and although the Blood Oath sect has a deep foundation, it merely holds a top-tier low-grade spiritual vein. To elevate the sect, a medium-grade spiritual vein is essential. In the entire realm, unless they seized a medium-grade spiritual vein, they would have to find ways to elevate their own. Seizing one was out of the question. In the entire southern domain, only the 5-element sect had a 2-star standing and a foundation establishment master in place. For a handful of them to attempt to seize, it would be akin to seeking death. Thus, only one option remained: to capture the spiritual veins of other 1-star sects and feed them to their own core. Though the Blood Oath sect was powerful, it was not invincible. The operation to steal the spiritual vein core had to be conducted stealthily. After extensive deliberation among the higher-ups, they settled on targeting the Jingyun sect, ranked lowest among the 1-star sections. It was common knowledge to pick the softest fruit. Among the 10 great sects, the Jingyun sect ranked lowest in overall strength, and the innate expert stationed there was in poor condition. There was no better choice than this. "Let us go." With a casual wave, Elder D dismissed the 6th Grey Guardian, hardly sparing him a glance. Viewing him as insignificant, akin to an ant, countless had perished at his hands. The two gazed ahead at the formation and, after a brief moment of preparation, exchanged knowing glances before nodding in unison. "Let us act." They simultaneously unleashed their fists. With a thunderous roar, the entire spiritual vein mountain trembled slightly, awakening countless people from their slumber. The elders swiftly turned their gazes towards the distance. "Hurry up." Knowing that breaking this formation would undoubtedly alert many, Elder D urged urgently. After a brief moment, they moved. The task was accomplished. The two individuals stowed away the core of the spiritual vein and swiftly turned to leave. With a hearty laugh, one of them exclaimed, "Mission accomplished. The Jingyun sect is nothing remarkable." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the Elder's eyes as scenes of the Blood Oath sect ascending to a 2-star sect danced in his mind, involuntarily bringing forth a smile. He thought to himself, perhaps one day, I too shall step into the realm of the innate. A 2-star sect would yield far greater resources. Surely, there would be treasures to aid one in reaching the innate level. With today's achievements, this position was nearly guaranteed. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Bold thieves, daring to steal from our sect's spiritual vein. Surrender at once. A powerful aura surged from the distance, swiftly approaching. Hearing the frantic shouts, the Elder's smile deepened. Surrender? In dreams. Old Fourth, charge out. He laughed heartily as the two 9th grade warriors unleashed their formidable might, causing the air to tremble slightly, leaving the approaching elders of the Jingyun sect pale with dread. Two 9th grade warriors. Quickly summon the Grand Elder. Someone shouted hoarsely. "Oomph. D." Elder Jew sneered disdainfully. What did it matter if one was innate? It was too late. Clenching his palm, a subtle power of heaven and earth coalesced around him, forming a colossal hand that struck forward. An elder of the 8th grade, who attempted to block, wore a grave expression and met the attack with both palms. However, he was instantly overwhelmed, spewing blood and flying backward. How could this be so strong? Those witnessing the 8th grade elder's failure to withstand a single blow were struck with shock and confusion. The disparity between 8th and 9th grade could not be this vast. These two are abnormal. An elder cried out. Only now do you realize? Too late. The elder chuckled ominously, and a delicate furnace suddenly appeared in his hand. After activating it, an invisible force enveloped the two warriors, causing the surrounding power of heaven and earth to boil violently. Together, they exuded an aura comparable to the innate. This is bad. We must flee. The elders of the Jingyun sect were seized by panic. Innate. These two together can unleash power on par with the innate. Beneath the innate, all are but ants. This was beyond their capacity to resist. They needed to wait for the Grand Elder's arrival, or the Jingyun sect would surely be doomed. Bloodthirsty Fist, Nether Palm. Two terrifying attacks erupted from the hands of the Blood Oath sect elders. You dare! Just as despair enveloped the crowd, a voice like a savior resonated from afar. In mere breaths, the distance of hundreds of meters was bridged, and the crowd's spirits lifted, sighing in relief. The Grand Elder had arrived just in time. Break! With a fierce expression, the Grand Elder pointed her staff, causing the power of heaven and earth to surge wildly, shattering the fist and palm attacks without losing momentum as she advanced toward the two cloaked figures. With a resounding crash, the two were forced to retreat. What? Old Third and Old Fourth gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated the Grand Elder to possess such formidable strength. Exchanging glances, they decided to retreat. Nowhere to run. The Grand Elder would not relent as the two thieves attempted to flee. Channeling her vital energy and summoning the power of heaven and earth, she suddenly groaned, blood trickling from her lips. This delay allowed the two black-clad figures to vanish from sight. Grand Elder, are you all right? The crowd gasped, their attention shifting from the fleeing thieves to the Grand Elder's injury, worry etched on their faces. Given her frail state, they feared that exerting herself might worsen her condition. The atmosphere grew tense as all eyes were fixed on the Grand Elder, filled with urgency. I am old, she lamented, gazing at the retreating figures. A wave of desolation washed over her. Once, she had never regarded such petty thieves as threats. Even if they wielded spiritual artifacts that allowed them to barely match the innate, they were no match for her. But now suddenly, a fit of violent coughing seized her. Grand Elder, do not worry. Your health is paramount. For your sake and the Sect's, you cannot collapse. One elder hastily urged, genuine concern in his tone. The Jingyun Sect's standing relied heavily on the protection of the Grand Elder. Should she fall, the entire sect would be doomed. The Grand Elder shook her head gently, sighing. Her frail form seemed to stoop further, her gaze becoming increasingly clouded. As for the two fleeing figures in the spiritual vein, it was simply a matter of fate. With unsteady steps, she slowly departed, her spirit and energy waning. It is my inadequacy that I cannot protect the legacy left by our ancestors. Perhaps the Jingyun sect is destined to face this calamity. No, this is not your fault. It is our incompetence that has placed this overwhelming burden upon you. The elders' hearts were heavy with sorrow and bitterness, each lamenting their own inadequacies. If only we could produce another innate warrior, we would not have come to this. As the Grand Elder departed, she left behind a crowd filled with complex emotions. At that moment, Elder Hao, plump and hurried, stepped forward, barely tending to his injuries as he bellowed. Why is everyone standing around? Immediately mobilize. Seal off the sect. And we must find the thieves who stole the spiritual vein and administer justice on the spot. Yes, with someone taking the lead, the crowd's spirits lifted, and they echoed in unison. Chapter 13. One finger. One word to punish the 9th grade with the theft of the spiritual vein. Unrest swept through the Jingyun sect, and lamentations echoed throughout. In the Danyang Hall, Meng Tangtang broke through her seclusion. Upon learning of the incident, she wasted no time and hurried towards the library. She needed to consult her master. Given that even the Grand Elder was injured, the thieves must possess formidable strength. The only viable course of action was to enlist her master's aid. She hoped it wasn't too late. After Elder D and Elder Ju fled, they immediately concealed themselves. Those Jingyun sect fools must not realize that rather than escaping, we have instead delved deeper into their territory. This remote location allows us to stay here overnight. Tomorrow, when they fail to find us and their defenses wane, we shall take our leave. Elder D praised his own cunning. Elder Ju nodded in agreement. Old Fourth, it seems your calculations were spot on this time. I never expected that old hag Su would still unleash such formidable power in her dying state. We nearly fell victim. Thankfully, we escaped quickly. Once safe, Elder D grew more talkative, only to find that he received no response. Turning around, he queried, Old Fourth, why are you trembling? Elder Ju, oblivious to the voice of Elder D, felt an increasing sense of unease within him, akin to an animal sensing an impending earthquake. as if disaster could strike at any moment. Third brother, I sense danger. Danger? Elder D was perplexed. Could it be that Sue was pursuing them? He too became slightly on guard. Yet, knowing Old Fourth's timid nature, he tried to assuage him. Fear not. We possess powerful treasures. Even if that old hag Sue truly comes after us, we are not without the means to fight back. There is nothing to fear. Stand tall, 9th grade warrior. No, it's not Sue. Elder Jew shook his head decisively, certain that the danger did not stem from her. Although Sue was innate, she did not pose such a significant threat. I sense a great terror approaching. Do you not find this place unnaturally quiet? Indeed, the surroundings were eerily silent. No one was in sight, and the buildings were scarce. A vast expanse of desolation lay before them, with nothing but a dilapidated library in the distance. Had one not known this was the Jingyun Sect, one might have thought they had stumbled upon a remote, impoverished corner of the world. Glancing around, the only prominent feature was that shabby library. True to form, the Jingyun Sect exuded a sense of parsimony, unwilling to even refurbish their library, which was in ruins, a veritable mockery. The Earth Elder, failing to notice anything amiss, relaxed, attributing the commotion to the exaggerated fears of the Fourth Elder. Oh, I feel the same, he replied. However, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Initially, he felt nothing upon hearing those words, but within the span of a heartbeat, his blood raced, and his hair stood on end. He turned to the Fourth Elder, who was shaking his head in terror. Don't look at me. I didn't say that. At that moment, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. The Earth Elder leaped to his feet, his scalp prickling. Who is speaking? Show yourself. A warm and soothing voice resonated from the void, as gentle as a spring breeze. I too find the Jingyun Sect rather stingy. After hearing your words, I thought I'd come to greet you. Who is speaking? The Earth Elder and the Fourth Elder frantically scanned their surroundings, disoriented by the voice that seemed to emanate from all directions. Were they encountering a ghost? It is I. A fleeting glance revealed the sudden appearance of a young man clad in white, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile adorning his face. An ordinary person? No, that was incorrect. It was evident he had mastered some form of concealment technique. The Earth Elder quickly assessed the situation, realizing he could not discern the young man's cultivation level. In this scenario, there were only two possibilities. Either the young man was immensely powerful, which was clearly unlikely given his youth, suggesting he was likely a disciple of the Jingyun Sect. Even if he were a prodigy, was the 6th rank not a bit overestimated? At worst, he would be his 7th rank. There was no way he could surpass the Elder. Thus, the conclusion was clear. The young man's strength was not formidable. His appearance was merely a fade intended to intimidate them, relying solely on some voice technique to create an illusion, without any intention of engaging. Yes, with this realization, the Earth Elder's eyes gleamed. If the young man were truly powerful, he would have acted directly. Why engage in such theatrics? His earlier apprehension dissipated, and he regarded the young man with growing hostility. You startle me. You dare to act the hero without any real power. I almost fell for your ruse, but alas, you underestimated my resolve. The Earth Elder suddenly sneered and charged forward. Do not engage. The Fourth Elder's voice pierced the air, as if he had been stepped on by a cat. His tone suddenly high-pitched. The Earth Elder ignored him. Stand down? Impossible. After this little brat's antics, I must eliminate him. Boy, remember not to provoke the strong in your next life. Boom. The Earth Elder's pupils constricted as he unleashed a full-force palm strike, only to find that he couldn't even brush against the young man's clothing, as if he had slammed into an invisible wall, generating no ripples whatsoever. Gradually, cold sweat began to cascade down the Earth Elder's forehead. He realized the gravity of the situation. They had likely encountered an insurmountable force. Was it the Jingyun Sect in decline? With its only innate expert barely clinging to life, how could such a terrifying presence be lurking here? Had he known, he would never have dared to trouble the Jingyun Sect. How absurd to hide such a powerful entity away. Were the people of the Jingyun Sect truly fools? Did they not understand that a visible strongman is far more effective than one concealed in shadows? The Earth Elder felt a wave of frustration boiling within him, but he could not express it. Get away! Get away! The Fourth Elder's trembling voice came from behind. The Earth Elder nearly cursed. How could he speak at such a moment? risking incurring the wrath of this formidable figure who could crush them with a mere gesture. He sensed the overwhelming strength of this being far surpassed even that of the old lady Sue, and even if both of them employed their treasures, they would not stand a chance. Get away? What do you mean? Though displeased, the Earth Elder instinctively glanced beneath his feet. Nothing there. He then looked at the young man in white, still empty beneath him. Wait, empty? Suddenly, the Earth Elder's heart raced, and he trembled uncontrollably. He realized the young man was standing effortlessly in mid-air, as if walking on solid ground. Foundation, respect, respect. The Earth Elder stammered. Walking on air, this was a technique only those at the Foundation establishment stage possessed. Heaven was about to end him. The Earth Elder could only watch as cold sweat dripped from his forehead, frozen in the stance of a punch, unable to move, as if his body had lost all control, his pupils dilating. The fourth Elder, too, was rendered speechless, trembling in fear. After a long pause, a hoarse voice finally broke through. Senior, we were blind to your greatness and have offended your sect. We are deeply remorseful and willing to pay any price for compensation. Please spare our lives. Remorse? What a ruse. Had it not been for the threat to our lives, where would your remorse come from? Lin Cheng shook his head, slowly raising his palm. Flee. The Earth Elder's spirit plummeted. His cry was one of flight, not of resistance. There was no way to resist. Who would dare to contest a Foundation establishment expert? Who could? In a desperate struggle, like an ant attempting to shake a tree, he saw the two fleeing elders frantically activating their spiritual artifacts. Lin Cheng casually gestured, and the two elders of the Blood Oath Sect were horrified to find they could no longer sense the power of heaven and earth. Their speed of escape plummeted. Annihilate. Lin Cheng uttered a single word, and an invisible wave of mental energy swept over the two, dimming their eyes as they lost all vitality, their lifeless bodies plummeting to the ground. With a single gesture, two ninth-rank elders were vanquished. Lin Cheng gazed at the lifeless forms, his heart unperturbed. The Blood Oath Sect was guilty of heinous crimes. Their easy demise was a mercy. Since breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, his previously acquired abilities have been enhanced, allowing him to lethally strike anyone beneath the innate level merely with his mind. Only those at the innate level could resist. At that moment, a stir arose in the distance. Lin Cheng immediately sensed it, a smile gracing his lips. It appeared the little one had arrived. Chapter 14. The Jingyun sect holds a hidden ancestor in command. Faster, faster. Meng Tang charged recklessly toward the library, her anxiety palpable. A great calamity had befallen them. The core of the sect's spiritual vein had been stolen. The spiritual vein was the foundation of a sect. Should it suffer damage, the sect itself would cease to exist. Not to mention, they would fail the upcoming alliance assessment in 2.5 years. The Grand Elder had sustained injuries, and they could only hope their master would intervene. Otherwise, the Jingyun sect will be doomed. As the young master of the sect, she could not passively witness its descent into ruin. She had to take action. Meng Tongtong's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the gradually visible library. However, before her master could utter a word, she was momentarily stunned. Before her lay the bodies of two men in black, silently sprawled on the ground, devoid of any sound. The faint residual energy emanating from their lifeless forms hinted at their formidable identities. Were these the two intruders who had infiltrated the sect and injured the esteemed elder? Meng Tongtong's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Two ninth-tier powerhouses, capable of contending with innate beings, had met their end so quietly. Without even a hint of struggle, she was utterly astounded. Suddenly, realization struck her, and her petite frame trembled. It was undoubtedly the work of her master. What immense strength must her master possess to render two ninth-tier experts incapable of even a fleeting struggle? Certainly, far superior to that of the esteemed elder. After the initial shock, a wave of exhilaration surged through her. In her moment of joy, a familiar breath emanated from within the library, accompanied by the aged voice of her master. These two men were elders of the Blood Oath Sect, notorious for their malevolence and wrongful deeds. And they've been dealt with by me. The items you seek are upon their persons. Take them along with the bodies for your report. I require rest, so please keep the noise to a minimum. Understood, master. Meng Tang cheerfully approached, hoisting the two large bodies upon her shoulders, skipping away with glee. from a distance. Lin Cheng observed the scene, his lips twitching slightly. What? The killer has been apprehended? The young master had captured the one responsible, and they had been slain? Elder Hao, receiving the report, initially felt disbelief, soon transitioning to a sensation akin to a dream. A single thought echoed incessantly in his mind. The culprit caught by Meng Tang. Setting aside the immense disparity in their power, it was difficult for Elder Hao to reconcile the image of the petite and adorable Meng Tang with such a dramatic occurrence. He winced at the thought. Quick, we must see. Upon witnessing Meng Tang, with her slender shoulders bearing the weight of two burly corpses, scanning her surroundings, Elder Hao's eyes twitched. The onlookers were equally astonished, a peculiar sensation washing over them. Nevertheless, the collective sigh of relief was palpable. The assailant had been captured, and they had narrowly escaped disaster. Have we confirmed the identities of these two culprits? Who exactly are they, acting with such audacity? Inquired a sparse-haired elder, his expression stern. All eyes turned to Meng Tang. Young master, this is Elder Sun from the Law Enforcement Hall, one of the Sect's esteemed 9th-tier experts, someone pointed out. Meng Tang recognized him, recalling his presence among a throng of elders vying for favor with treasures. She graciously nodded in appreciation, and he responded with a warm smile. Regaining her composure, she spoke, Elder Sun, I have confirmed that these two were the Earth and Absolute of the Blood Oath Sect's 8 protectors. They had previously relied on a precious innate artifact to momentarily match innate strength and escape the esteemed elder. As she spoke, she produced a small furnace, within which flickered an otherworldly flame, truly wondrous. An innate artifact. Someone gasped, and the crowd turned their attention to her. Innate artifacts, aside from being categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and peerless grades, also included the higher-tier innate artifacts, specifically designed for innate beings. Each of these was a treasure possession for the 10 major sections. The Jingyun sect possessed a similar artifact, but it remained in the hands of the current sect master, deployed to the front lines against foreign threats. Yet to Lin Cheng, innate artifacts were hardly worth a glance. He felt it a burden to retrieve them, casually leaving it to the Jingyun sect. No wonder it was an innate artifact. Elder Sun's typically stern demeanor softened slightly, yet he proclaimed, the Blood Oath sect has truly suffered a double loss, as they have reaped what they sowed. This grievance must be avenged. Furthermore, the young master has rendered an extraordinary service and should be commended throughout the sect. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Meng Tang filled with admiration. Whispers of the Jingyun sect's promising future flowed through the crowd, celebrating the emergence of a potential successor. Feeling a bit shy from the praise, Meng Tang scratched her head, contemplating how this was more her master's achievement than her own. However, recalling her master's advice to keep his existence concealed, she took the credit for herself. Yet, none were foolish. Everyone sensed the presence of a powerful figure behind her, likely someone even stronger than the esteemed elder. This time, it was clear that an unseen force had intervened. Since this figure seemed to enjoy playing hide-and-seek, it chose not to expose it. After all, this entity bore no malice towards the Jingyun sect, instead aiding it by nurturing such a remarkable talent as Meng Tang and averting its impending doom. This debt of gratitude was deeply etched in their hearts. Some details remained unspoken. It sufficed that they were acknowledged internally, with no need for verbal acknowledgement. Additionally, given the current precarious situation of the Jingyun sect, having such a powerful ally in the shadows instilled greater confidence among them. As for why Meng Tang, merely at the 7th tier, could slay 2 9th-tier experts wielding innate artifacts, it was simply due to her innate constitution, exceptional talent, and unparalleled combat prowess. Regardless, let us not dwell on the logic of it. Ignorance shall serve us well. The answer lies in the fact that the young master is invincible. Esteemed elders, this is the core of the stolen spirit vein. Meng Tang presented an exquisite jade box containing a substance resembling jade marrow. This spirit vein core. Elder Sun suddenly stepped forward, gently cradling the jade box in his withered hands, scrutinizing it with great care. Elder Sun, is there a problem with the spirit vein core? Someone inquired, concern evident in their voice. No. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Elder Sun's expression grew increasingly animated, his face reddening as he stammered. This This is not the original spirit vein core of our Jingyun sect. At his words, confusion enveloped the crowd. While a weight lifted from their shoulders, they were left perplexed. Initially fearing for the spirit vein core's integrity, which was vital to the sect's survival, they now observed the usually stoic elder son, his face alight with excitement, a stark contrast to their earlier concerns. Curiosity piqued, they urged, "Speak quickly. What is it? Why the suspense, you old rascal?" Elder son did not respond immediately. Instead, he fixated intently on Meng Tang, meeting her anxious gaze, and inquired earnestly, "When you discovered this spirit vein core, did anything unusual occur?" He intended to inquire if the powerful figure behind her had done something, but realizing his directness might be inappropriate, he chose to approach the matter indirectly, knowing Meng Tang's words would likely reflect the intentions of her mysterious benefactor. Meng Tang was unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling in Elder Son's mind. Upon hearing the question, she replied with utmost honesty. At that time, the two from the Blood Oath sect also carried another core of a spiritual pulse, which, for reasons unknown, later fused together, resulting in the current state. Indeed, Elder Son trembled with excitement. That esteemed individual was undoubtedly of innate caliber. Moreover, it was highly likely that this being was a formidable innate master, perhaps even a consummate one. Elder Son understood that fusing spiritual pulse cores was not something achievable without innate strength, particularly when it involved mid-grade spiritual pulse cores, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic explosions. Thus, only those of exceptional power could undertake such a fusion. Elder Son's realization sparked a glimmer of understanding among several other elders present, who exchanged knowing glances and nodded subtly in agreement. They had reached a consensus. It was indeed as they suspected. Reflecting on Meng Tang's frequent visits to the library and the recent rumors surrounding the treasure pavilion, they recognized a significant secret had been unveiled. The library was guarded by a hidden ancestor of immense strength, surpassing even that of the Grand Elder. Setting aside these thoughts, the most crucial point was that the sect's spiritual pulse was on the verge of advancing to mid-grade, which would undoubtedly enhance everyone's chances of breaking through to innate levels. As this realization dawned upon the group, several elders who had been stagnating at the 9th tier for countless years exchanged ecstatic glances. With the emergence of this mid-grade spiritual pulse, the concentration of spiritual energy within the Jingyun sect would elevate to an entirely new level. The benefits were manifold. Not only would it facilitate the disciples' cultivation, but it would also significantly bolster the elders' prospects for breakthroughs. Should any of them manage to break through, the emergence of another innate master would spell salvation for the Jingyun sect. Furthermore, with the increasing density of spiritual energy, the chances of ordinary plants evolving into spiritual herbs would skyrocket. The mere sale of spiritual herbs could lead to bountiful profits for the Jingyun sect. The advantages were endless, rendering the elders envious and exhilarated. As they exchanged glances filled with joy, a shared thought emerged among them. The Jingyun sect was truly on the rise. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the Jingyun sect, the Blood Oath sect found itself in disarray. Elder Tian, the foremost among the 8 guardians, anxiously awaited news. He had never felt time drag so torturously. It had been far too long since Elders San and Si departed, and their silence was unsettling. He harbored a foreboding suspicion that something had gone awry. Otherwise, they would have returned by now. He dared not dwell on the implications. After all, the two had left not only with the sect as treasured relic, an innate spiritual weapon, but also with the core of the sect's spiritual pulse. Elder Tian's countenance was a mask of despair. As time dragged on without a sign of the two, his hope waned. The reality was grim. Elder Tian's expression turned ashen. He could scarcely fathom the enormity of the loss the Blood Oath sect had suffered this time. His heart bled at the thought of the innate spiritual weapon lost. While it pained him, it was not enough to drive him to madness. However, the loss of the spiritual pulse core was another matter entirely. This would even impact the Master's subsequent breakthrough. Regret gnawed at him, yet he felt powerless. The spiritual pulse core had just been extracted. It needed to be fused promptly, or it would begin to reject, rendering the effort futile. At the Jingyun sect, Elder Tian's face darkened as if drenched in shadows. A terrifying force comparable to innate power erupted within him, causing the palace to tremble violently, nearly collapsing. He contemplated unleashing his wrath upon the Jingyun sect, but years of restraint quelled such thoughts. The priority now was the Master's breakthrough, and he could not afford even the slightest misstep. Damn it, Jingyun sect. I will remember this. I will not rest until this debt is repaid. Within the library of the Jingyun sect, after dispatching 2 assailants clad in black, Lin Cheng remained unfazed, continuing with his routine of eating, sleeping, and cultivating as if nothing had occurred. He paid no heed to the external turmoil, dismissing the blood oath sect's frenzied resentment as irrelevant. He merely acted as an agent of fate, fulfilling the will of the heavens. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. With just over a year remaining until the sect's evaluation, Lin Cheng's cultivation had progressed to the 4th level of foundation establishment. Thanks to the vast resources acquired through his diligent sign-ins, his advancement could be described as meteoric. However, the consumption associated with cultivating at this stage far exceeded Lin Cheng's expectations. Presently, the resources available to him for enhancing his cultivation had dwindled significantly. Among these, the most beneficial were the elixirs. According to records, elixirs were categorized from low to high, including levels such as inferior, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Inferior elixirs, like the Pei Yuan Dan, were effective only for those below the innate level, rendering them nearly useless for ordinary innate practitioners, let alone for Lin Cheng, who found no advancement from them, merely a fleeting taste. Even the yellow-grade elixirs, revered by innate masters, yielded minimal results. At this juncture, only profound-grade elixirs remained somewhat effective for him, yet his reserves were nearly depleted. The rate of acquiring elixirs through sign-ins paled in comparison to his consumption. Now, the pace of his cultivation had slowed dramatically, with even minor advancements requiring 1 to 2 years. Lin Cheng frowned in displeasure. This sluggishness was unacceptable. He needed to devise alternative strategies. For other foundation establishment practitioners, achieving a level of advancement in 1 to 2 years would be a dream come true. It is essential to understand that the foundation establishment realm is characterized by an immense reservoir of vital energy. Each advancement necessitates a process of compression and replenishment, and only after numerous cycles can one attain the 9th level of completion, thus setting foot on the path of golden elixirs. Achieving even a single level can take decades of arduous cultivation, making it entirely normal to remain at this stage for prolonged periods. Take the Ancestor of the 5-element sect, for instance, who has spent innumerable years striving to break through to the revered foundation establishment, yet remains stuck at the 1st level, with no progress to speak of. Who would have thought Lin Cheng would still find the pace intolerably slow? He could only imagine the reactions of other foundation establishment practitioners upon hearing this. As for acquiring elixirs from other sources, it was simply unrealistic. Even yellow-grade elixirs were scarce across the entire southern domain. Profound-grade elixirs, if they ever surfaced, would be swiftly snatched up by major sects as treasures. There was no possibility of obtaining them easily. Of course, Lin Cheng had secured numerous items far more precious than profound-grade elixirs through his sign-ins, and exchanging those would certainly yield results. But Lin Cheng was no fool. He would never trade them away. Moreover, even if he could gather all the profound-grade elixirs in the southern domain, it would not be nearly enough to satisfy his needs. Sigh. Lin Cheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After experiencing rapid advancements in his cultivation, the sudden slowdown felt unprecedentedly disheartening. Nevertheless, he resolved to press on, believing that a way forward would reveal itself, and decided to sign in for today as reward. In the next moment, ding, sign in successful. Reward acquired. Celestial embryo incarnation. Lin Cheng's eyes brightened. However, at that moment, another notification chimed, ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed 4 years of sign-ins at the library, earning a super sign-in opportunity. Would you like to use it? Lin Cheng was taken aback. Since his arrival in this otherworldly realm, he had never encountered such a situation. A super sign-in? Such a concept existed? He decided to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. The perfect level inheritance, supreme alchemy technique. The auxiliary profession of alchemist has been successfully unlocked. Before Lin Cheng could express his astonishment, a digital box suddenly appeared in his mind. Host, Lin Cheng alchemist level. None current proficiency. 010, system prompt. Each time you engage in alchemy, your proficiency will increase. Upon reaching full proficiency, you can advance your alchemist level. At this moment, Lin Cheng was utterly astounded. He never anticipated the sign-in system possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Super sign-in. This marked his second time receiving a perfect level reward, the first being the True Spirit 9 transformations. Now he had obtained the supreme alchemy technique. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming influx of invaluable knowledge regarding alchemical techniques surge into his mind. When it came to alchemical talent, he suspected he surpassed even the most elite alchemists in this world. What he lacked was merely experience in alchemy. This was somewhat akin to his experience with the True Spirit 9 transformations. There was no bottleneck in his cultivation. As long as his true energy was sufficient, his cultivation could ascend indefinitely. Thus, if he continuously practiced alchemy, wouldn't he effortlessly become a top-tier alchemist? In no time, he could concoct elixirs to enhance his own strength. Lin Cheng's face beamed with joy. This sign-in system was simply too considerate. With the auxiliary profession of alchemist, he would no longer worry about sourcing elixirs and could devote himself to cultivation freely. Now, equipped with the True Spirit 9 transformations, his physique had undergone a complete transformation, allowing for unhindered cultivation. What he lacked was true energy. In other words, he lacked elixirs. This auxiliary profession and the True Spirit 9 transformations were a match made in heaven. Lin Cheng recognized this and couldn't help but speculate. Was this arranged intentionally by the system? He had long harbored a question. Why had he transmigrated? Why was he bound to this system? What was the purpose of the system's continual assistance? Was it benevolent or malevolent? All these questions remained shrouded in mystery. Taking a deep breath, Lin Cheng suppressed the tumultuous thoughts within him. Regardless of the potential pitfalls awaiting him, strengthening his abilities was imperative. Once he became powerful, he would fear nothing. Chapter 16. The incarnation of the celestial embryo without haste to test the alchemy technique. Lin Cheng directed his focus to the recent sign-in reward. The incarnation of the celestial embryo. With a mere thought, a youth clad in a magnificent golden celestial robe appeared before him. The resemblance, the demeanor, he was a perfect replica of Lin Cheng, indistinguishable in every aspect. Moreover, Lin Cheng sensed a faint soul connection with the figure before him, as if he were gazing at a second body of his own. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The incarnation of the celestial embryo smiled, performing a slight bow. In an instant, a wealth of information regarding the incarnation flooded Lin Cheng's mind. After absorbing this knowledge, Lin Cheng couldn't help but marvel. The incarnation of the celestial embryo was born from the first celestial lotus that emerged at the dawn of chaos. Its body was comparable to divine artifacts, indestructible and capable of transforming freely into any form. The incarnation and the true self shared a profound connection, as if they were one entity with no possibility of betrayal. Its cultivation was equivalent to that of the true self. This was nothing short of a miraculous doppelganger technique. The incarnation of the celestial embryo could change form at will, immortal and indestructible. In terms of combat prowess, it might even surpass Lin Cheng. With his current foundational stage strength, he could contend with ordinary late-stage cultivators. The incarnation was likely even more formidable and could potentially engage with Golden Core Celestials. What a formidable weapon! Moreover, if Lin Cheng needed to depart, he could leave the incarnation to guard the library without fear of being discovered. Perfect. He couldn't remain in the library indefinitely, solely engaging in closed-door cultivation. That was unwise. True strength necessitates tempering through experience. Previously, Lin Cheng had to stay hidden to avoid revealing his identity, but now he had found a new approach. He believed that the members of the Jingyun sect had likely suspected the existence of a mysterious powerhouse within the library. He could allow the incarnation to embody that mysterious figure while he operated externally as a disciple of this enigmatic powerhouse. As for the concern of the incarnation being exposed, there was no need for apprehension. Although it lacked the myriad abilities of the true self, it was an ancient divine entity, immortal and impervious, capable of mimicking the aura of a powerful figure with remarkable authenticity. Any aura, be it from the Golden Core or nascent soul stage, could be effortlessly conjured. As long as it refrained from engaging recklessly, no one would discern its true nature. Whether intimidating or displaying prowess, it excelled in both aspects. The more he pondered, the more elated he became. After some contemplation, Lin Cheng focused his thoughts, and the incarnation instantly transformed its appearance. In the blink of an eye, the elegant young man morphed into a golden-robed elder, exuding an aura that trembled the very void. From today onward, you shall be known as Little Jean. Observing this transformation, Lin Cheng nodded in satisfaction and spoke, "This is my decision." The elder incarnation of Little Jean even mirrored the voice he used when conversing with Meng Tang. Exhibiting no discernible flaws. From this moment forth, he too was under the protection of a formidable master. Lin Cheng mused. Just then, someone intruded upon the library's confines. Meng Tang had arrived. Lin Cheng's eyes sparkled. This was fortuitous. With his thoughts racing, Lin Cheng exchanged a glance with the incarnation Lil Jean, who instantly comprehended the true self's intent, seizing this opportunity to solidify their identities. Periodically, Meng Tang would visit the library to seek guidance from her teacher. Today, she encountered some cultivation-related issues and intended to inquire, while also validating her suspicions. After numerous interactions, she felt her master was exceedingly mysterious. Each visit, she only heard his voice without ever seeing his figure. The entire library seemed steeped in an enigmatic aura. Typically, the library was only attended by an inconspicuous janitor. Apart from him, there was no one else present. Every time she visited, Meng Tang would greet the janitor. And though she wasn't sure if it was merely her imagination, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was not an ordinary person. Especially on the evening she encountered the man in black. Approaching the library, she had distantly heard some voices, seemingly from the man in black. Due to the distance, she could only catch vague words, like brat and junior. Shortly thereafter, when she arrived, all that remained was the cold, lifeless body. This led her to deduce that the powerful being who had slain the man in black must be relatively young. Each time she visited the library, she had discreetly observed, traversing every corner. Other than the somewhat handsome janitor, there were no other figures. Coupled with the words of some senior elders from her sect, who claimed that the library had never housed hidden powerhouses until recently, her suspicions grew. Moreover, based on her covert inquiries, whether it was the timing of her master's appearances or the rumors surrounding the library, all signs pointed to the arrival of the janitor named Lin Cheng. This left Meng Tang questioning whether there truly existed a hidden elder within the Jingyun sect, deliberately concealing their existence from the Grand Elders. If such an elder did exist, wouldn't it be simpler to disclose their presence? If one merely seeks tranquility, then there is no issue. Merely utter a word, and who would dare to intrude? In conclusion, various signs appear to point towards the unassuming janitor, Lin Cheng, as the identity of that enigmatic powerhouse. It is truly astonishing. The answer seems somewhat absurd, yet remains the most plausible. There is a saying, eliminate all incorrect answers, and the one that remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth of the matter. Meng Tang has an inkling that she has stumbled upon a significant secret, and she is on the verge of personally uncovering it. While her heart is filled with trepidation, there is also an inexplicable excitement, akin to the thrill of winning a childhood game of hide-and-seek. That sense of anticipation is invariably delightful. Lost in thought, Meng Tang found herself smiling, her eyes narrowing in joy as her pace quickened. Her master appeared remarkably youthful and striking. Such a kind-hearted individual. How could someone be so perfect? Within the library, given Lin Cheng's current cultivation level, such trivial disturbances could not escape his notice. Shout Jean, observing his true form, thought it peculiar that he might have exposed himself. Upon overhearing Meng Tang's musings, Lin Cheng's eyelids twitched with apprehension. Indeed, women are formidable beings. He was certain he had not uttered any superfluous words, merely offering guidance without any idle chatter. How could this lead to exposure? The nature of human females is entirely beyond rational comprehension. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Lin Cheng patted his chest in relief, narrowly avoiding a potential disaster, grateful for the timely arrival of his reward for signing in. Otherwise, he would have been unmasked. Though being unmasked would not pose much trouble for someone as thick-skinned as he, it would undoubtedly heighten the risk of exposure significantly. This world is perilously dangerous. And until he possesses truly invincible power, he does not wish to reveal himself to the public so swiftly. Even if Meng Tang is considered his disciple, that is still unacceptable. Risks must be entirely mitigated. Chapter 17. Do not forget to greet your senior sister. Meanwhile, filled with excitement, Meng Tangdang stepped into the library, and just as she was about to glance around, her gaze fixed upon a figure clad in white. Before she could utter a word, the individual waved a hand and turned to leave, gesturing for her to follow. Come in. Master has been waiting for you for quite some time. Meng Tangtang was momentarily taken aback, her mind suddenly blank, forgetting her purpose for coming. Master is waiting for me? Upon closer inspection of the white-clad youth before her, she noticed he too referred to the master as such. Could it be that she had misjudged? Was this individual not her master, but rather her senior or junior? Meng Tangdang nearly lost her train of thought. Though she sensed something was amiss, she could not pinpoint it. Deciding to dismiss her doubts, she called out, "Hey, wait for me." Lost in thought, Meng Tangtang suddenly realized that the other person had already walked quite a distance, and she hurriedly followed. The two meandered through the library until they unwittingly arrived at the back courtyard. Although the library was somewhat overlooked within the Jingyun sect, it nonetheless belonged to one of the top 10 sects, ensuring it possessed a certain grandeur. In the courtyard, a vast spiritual lake came into view, with willows swaying gracefully along the banks, the air infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers and grass. The concentration of spiritual energy here seemed to far exceed that of other places within the Jingyun sect, rivaling even the forbidden grounds of the back mountains. It resembled a celestial paradise. Suddenly, a ripple emanated from the depths of the spiritual lake. The disturbance grew in magnitude, and the tranquil waters erupted into waves. Ethereal lights shimmered in the heavens. A golden figure emerged from the distance, traversing the air with each step seemingly defying gravity, golden lotuses blooming and fading beneath its feet. In that instant, the golden figure appeared to be the sole hue amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth, rendering everything else pale in comparison. It was as if this being embodied the very essence of the Tao. As it drew near, a white-haired immortal, adorned in a golden robe, descended gracefully before the astonished gazes of Meng Tangtang and her companion. With each step, it seemed as though he tread upon invisible stairs. "Disciple," a familiar, aged voice resonated, causing Meng Tangtang to tremble with excitement and bow deeply in respect. At that moment, she felt as though she were not merely greeting her master, but rather paying homage to a divine being. In that fleeting instant, a long-cherished saying from the continent surfaced in her mind: "An immortal blesses my head, granting me longevity." Her master, indeed, was an immortal, an exalted being of foundational cultivation. At the very least, her master was a formidable figure of foundational prowess, if not stronger. The earlier spectacle of resonance with the Tao was indelibly etched into Meng Tangtang's soul, and she felt that this elder, who had revealed himself for the first time, was unfathomably profound. Previously, she had only received distant transmissions from him, but now that she finally beheld him in person, she realized she had merely scratched the surface of her master's immense power. Astonishment, adoration, and pride. This was her master, an unimaginably supreme being. How fortunate she was to be regarded by him. It felt as though all the merits accumulated over several lifetimes had converged into this one. Lin Cheng observed Meng Tangtang's starry-eyed expression and couldn't help but chuckle a little, feeling a twinge of envy. How vexing it was that this disciple, whom he had painstakingly taken under his wing, was now being intercepted by Xiao Jin. Though he recognized that competing with himself was somewhat foolish, Lin Cheng couldn't shake off the irritation. Why did he not have such a grand entrance? Envy and resentment filled him. However, envy was futile. The avatar was inherently attuned to the Tao, effortlessly releasing a trace of its aura to evoke a resonance with the Tao, creating ripples with ease. Though he possessed a system and practiced the formidable technique of true spirit 9 transformations, matching the avatar in skill, he lacked the flair of the latter's entrance. Alas, was he the sort to crave the spotlight? One must understand the value of humility, mustn't one? Lin Cheng cast a dismissive glance at the avatar, Xiao Jin, believing that one who does not practice discretion will inevitably suffer grave consequences. Noticing the attention of his true form, Xiao Jin remained unfazed, fully aware of the turmoil of jealousy brewing within Lin Cheng. "Sir, as you joined later than your senior sister, you shall now be my junior brother. Among fellow disciples, we must support one another. Do you understand?" The golden-robed elder suddenly adopted a stern expression, directing his gaze toward Lin Cheng, who was merely spectating. "What? Lin Cheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Avatar would be so audacious as to utter such words. It was one thing to refer to himself as his own disciple, but now he was to take on the role of his own junior brother? This was too much. Surely, he could at least have been assigned the title of senior brother. Lin Cheng's face darkened visibly, while Xiao Jin remained oblivious, secretly reveling in the situation. This was a fitting retribution for Lin Cheng's earlier thoughts of him being pretentious. "Let me teach you a lesson, you hypocrite." Lin Cheng's expression was filled with despair, while Meng Tangtang, upon hearing this, suddenly brightened, looking at Lin Cheng as if he were an amusing new toy. Lin Cheng inwardly cursed vehemently. He unexpectedly sensed a hint of maternal affection emanating from Meng Tangtang's innocent eyes, leaving him utterly astonished. "Xiao Jin, I shall not rest until we are at odds," he declared vehemently. "Junior brother," Meng Tangtang exclaimed, her entire being radiating joy. Lin Cheng's lips twitched slightly, paling in response. Xiao Jin, portraying the role of their esteemed master, instantly adopted a stern expression, furrowing her brows in discontent as she admonished, "Cheng-er, how have I taught you to behave? You must not be disrespectful to your senior sister. Not only have you betrayed me, but you audaciously take advantage of me. I am the true master here, you know." Lin Cheng vowed. "Xiao Jin, I shall remember this. If I do not avenge this grievance, I, Lin Cheng, will not be worthy of the title of man." Senior sister ultimately, Lin Cheng capitulated. He felt a twinge of regret for not having swapped identities with Xiao Jin, knowing that he too possessed a profound concealment technique of extraordinary caliber. Cloaked in mist, his essence ethereal, he felt an air of sophistication. Why had he not considered relinquishing such a formidable identity as that of their master? The regret weighed heavily upon his heart. Alas, it seemed he would never rise again in this lifetime. In truth, maintaining this fa might not be so dire, yet he feared that one day, should the truth about his master's identity be revealed, Meng Tangtang would discover that her master and junior brother were, in fact, one and the same. The thought was too fantastical to bear. Lin Cheng sensed that he was digging himself deeper into a pit from which he would eventually have to extricate himself. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Cheng finally speak, Meng Tangtang's eyes sparkled with delight. She had always believed that their master was simply a gifted individual, unaware of the terrifying identity he concealed, and now she had even acquired a junior brother. From his point forward, she could whimsically tease and guide him. Today was indeed a joyous occasion. Gradually, as Lin Cheng observed Meng Tangtang's increasingly radiant smile, an involuntary shiver coursed through him, realizing he might have concocted a rather dubious scheme. "Xiao Jin," he murmured, savoring the name, and he too began to smile. Suspended in midair, Xiao Jin mused, "Goodness, something feels amiss." Chapter 18. The Alchemy Hall. Since he was present, Lin Cheng decided to take the opportunity to guide his disciple in her cultivation shortcomings. After several hours, he finally bid farewell to Meng Tangtang and began to delve into his newly acquired auxiliary profession, alchemist. It is widely acknowledged that the most coveted profession on the continent is none other than that of an alchemist. Over 90% of individuals would answer without hesitation, alchemist. Just as the Xiandan sect, one of the 10 major sects, boasts disciples of weak prowess, their hearts and hands filled with malice. Even the innate masters stationed there are merely at the threshold of their potential. This level of strength pales in comparison to the once mighty Jingyun sect. Yet, despite its ranking among the top 10 sects, the Xiandan sect consistently remains within the top 5. Why is this? Because of the alchemists. Although the Xiandan sect comprises only a few hundred members, far fewer than the thousands in other major sects, each disciple is an alchemist in their own right. In fact, even their revered elder is a yellow-tier alchemist. With such a formidable presence, who would dare to cast covetous eyes upon the Xiandan sect? Which sect would not eagerly seek to curry favor with them? Even the 2-star sect, the 5-element sect, refrains from provoking the Xiandan sect. The influence of a high-ranking alchemist is fearsome indeed. Just from fragments of recorded history, one can glean the truth. Once, the southern domain was not solely home to the 10 major sects. Numerous other powers existed alongside them, including a family whose foundation rivaled that of the top sections. However, due to the head of this family being excessively greedy and licentious, he brazenly targeted the daughter of a reclusive yellow-tier alchemist. In a fit of rage, The alchemist summoned 5 formidable innate experts, including a foundation establishment venerable. In a single night, the entire family was eradicated, leaving no trace behind. A family that stood equal to the 10 major sects was wiped from existence overnight. In the aftermath, countless factions were left in shock, finally recognizing the terror of a high-ranking alchemist. From that moment on, an unspoken rule began to circulate across the continent. Do not provoke alchemists lightly. If you must, then act decisively to eliminate the threat. Do not afford them the opportunity to rally reinforcements. Otherwise, the obliterated family serves as a cautionary tale. Having read this account, Lin Cheng developed a deeper understanding of the esteemed status held by alchemists. If a yellow-tier alchemist wielded such power, one could only imagine the dreadfulness of those higher ranks. Such beings would likely regard the likes of the southern domain with disdain. Filled with anticipation, Lin Cheng, with the aid of the system, now awakened to the role of an alchemist. Aspiring to become a top-tier alchemist was merely a matter of time. He need only engage in the art of alchemy continuously. However, lacking medicinal herbs and formulas, he needed to start from the basics and gradually increase the complexity. Within Lin Cheng's system space, he possessed numerous valuable items, but they were primarily finished elixirs, divine weapons, and techniques. He lacked formulas and herbs, which posed a significant dilemma. What was to be done? Possessing an innate talent for alchemy, without the necessary formulas and herbs, was akin to a skilled cook without rice. Should he seek assistance from the sect? If he approached them in the guise of a hidden ancestor, it would pose no problem, but it would also invite unnecessary speculation and trouble. Lin Cheng promptly dismissed this suggestion. Should he ask his disciple? He lacked the courage to broach such a topic. As for other options, he was merely an outer sect errand boy. The only way to obtain herbs and formulas was through completing sect tasks. He recalled that the Jingyun sect had an alchemy hall, which was currently recruiting disciples interested in learning the art of alchemy. Surely, they would provide the necessary herbs. Without further ado, Lin Cheng resolved to investigate. The Jingyun sect, being one of the 10 major sects of the southern domain, offered a comprehensive array of cultivation practices for its disciples. Although primarily focused on cultivation, it also established various halls, including the alchemy hall. As long as one possessed talent and could pass the tests, they could become an alchemy apprentice and learn the craft. While the Jingyun sect was not renowned for its alchemical prowess, it still held a respectable standard, rivaled only by the Shin'an sect. Correspondingly, the alchemy hall occupied a prestigious position within the Jingyun sect. Once admitted, even as an outer sect errand boy, one could enjoy treatment comparable to that of inner sect disciples. Consequently, each year, numerous outer sect disciples flocked to try their luck. Even those without talent hoped to catch the eye of an alchemist and secure a position as a humble assistant, a significant leap forward. Upon arriving outside the alchemy hall, Lin Cheng discovered an extensive line, winding and serpentine, a truly grand spectacle. Unqualified. Next batch. A middle-aged overseer barked, his face darkened as several disciples left dejectedly, only to be followed by a dozen more, their hearts filled with trepidation as they entered. Unqualified. Unqualified. Several consecutive rejections left those hopeful disciples disheartened. The overseer remained expressionless. After all, being an alchemist, the most esteemed profession on the continent, was no simple feat. This month alone. Nearly 100 disciples had come through. Yet only a scant few with true talent remained. Alchemists were indeed rare beings. Next, after nearly an hour of waiting, it was finally Lin Cheng's turn. Follow me. The middle-aged overseer cast a glance at Lin Cheng and, as usual, advised, once you enter, do not touch anything indiscriminately. Simply follow the instructions given to you. If you break something, I won't be able to compensate for it, so don't create trouble for yourself. Do you understand? As an outer disciple, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd tier is commendable. I wish you good fortune. With that, he departed without a backward glance. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Lin Cheng naturally suppressed his aura to the vicinity of the 3rd tier, employing his profound concealment technique with ease. Inside a medicinal refinement chamber, 3 alchemists clad in white robes sat, 2 of lower grade and 1 of medium grade. The hierarchy of alchemists is categorized as lower, medium, and upper grades, with the yellow-tier alchemists following thereafter. Name? The examiner inquired. Outer disciple, Lin Cheng. Cultivation level? Peak of the 3rd tier. Upon hearing this, the alchemist's expression displayed a tinge of surprise, Most who came here were outer disciples, typically below the 3rd tier. To possess such a level was indeed impressive. He nodded slightly and gestured towards a spirit orb on the table. Do you see that spirit orb? Place your hand upon it. If it lights up, you pass. Lin Cheng was astonished. Was it truly that simple? As if sensing his thoughts, the alchemist chuckled softly. Young one, do not underestimate this. The spirit orb contains fire and a hint of wood energy, capable of assessing the alchemist's potential. Only if it resonates and emits light can you pass. This has confounded many. The foremost quality of an alchemist is talent, followed by effort. Without innate talent, no amount of hard work is of consequence. As he spoke, the alchemist seemed to reminisce, a hint of nostalgia gracing his countenance. Lin Cheng nodded, resolute. Without further ado, he placed his hand upon the orb. To become an alchemist, one must undertake numerous tasks involving medicinal materials. With these materials, one can refine potions swiftly, which is crucial for enhancing one's cultivation. Although this assessment seemed simple, it was indeed necessary. Countless curious gazes were directed at him, and the 3 alchemists focused intently on the spirit orb. Though they harbored little hope, there were always a few exceptional talents emerging, and each new alchemist bolstered the overall strength of the Jingyun sect. Should a yellow-tier alchemist arise, the sect could potentially rival the Xiandan sect, earning respect even from 2-star sections. Chapter 19. Do not assume talent is everything. The brightness of the spirit orb indicated the level of innate talent. The esteemed upper-tier alchemist of the Jingyun sect was said to have made the orb radiate with brilliance for over 13 seconds, astonishing the southern region. As the onlookers observed, Lin Cheng's palm made contact with the orb. The space fell silent for a fleeting moment, and then a blinding light erupted forth, akin to a blazing sun. A column of white light surged skyward. The crowd blinked in disbelief, nearly blinded by the brightness, exclaiming in astonishment. The alchemists, overseeing the assessment, sprang to their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing the impossible. The onlookers exchanged glances, unsure who first broke the silence, but soon the sound of swallowed breaths filled the air. Someone sighed, a prodigy indeed. This sentiment was echoed by others, nodding in agreement. Such talent was truly extraordinary. Not merely prodigious, this was utterly absurd. With a resounding crash, the spirit orb could not withstand the intensity, shattering into a myriad of luminous particles. Lin Cheng's outstretched hand froze momentarily before he calmly withdrew it. Pretending as if nothing had transpired, the room fell silent for a heartbeat. Suddenly, laughter erupted among the alchemists, their exhilaration palpable. One exclaimed, "It shattered beautifully. Indeed, we have a genius in the realm of alchemy. The Jingyun sect is truly fortunate." Laughter echoed, filling the chamber for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. Yet the joy lingered in the eyes of the 3 alchemist elders. Lin Cheng, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. Though accustomed to tranquility, Lin Cheng felt a twinge of discomfort at such enthusiastic praise, yet he managed a satisfied smile. This was splendid. Shall we proceed to the next assessment? There is also a question and answer segment, someone reminded. Oh, a jovial alchemist waved his hand dismissively, glaring at the one who spoke, and declared, what further assessment is necessary? He passes, everyone passes. With such innate talent, he is destined to be an alchemist. Agreed, agreed. The other 2 alchemist elders echoed, readily granting Lin Cheng an outstanding evaluation and the status of alchemist apprentice. To become an alchemist, one must first be an apprentice. Only when one can successfully refine lower-grade potions does one earn the title of lower-tier alchemist, and so forth. The ranking of alchemists is typically determined by the sect, a process devoid of deceitful practices, as such endeavors bear no merit. Many gazed at Lin Cheng with envy. This outer disciple had truly ascended to great heights. With such talent, his future was boundless. The sect would undoubtedly invest heavily in his development, treating him with utmost reverence. Initially, the onlookers believed that merely becoming an alchemist apprentice was astonishing enough. However, Lin Cheng's subsequent declaration left everyone utterly flabbergasted. Elders, I wish to continue the assessment for a lower-tier alchemist, he stated directly. What did you say? One of the lower-tier alchemist elders exclaimed, nearly doubting his own hearing. Lin Cheng stroked his chin and affirmed, I said, I wish to continue the assessment for a lower-tier alchemist. Upon realizing the clarity of his words, The elder's jaw dropped in disbelief, mirrored by the expressions of the others. Gradually, the chamber buzzed with murmurs. Some voiced their discontent. This individual is far too presumptuous. He lacks self-awareness. Even if he possesses exceptional talent, he should not mock the elders by requesting to assess for a lower-tier alchemist. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, had Lin Cheng expressed his desire to assess for a lower-tier alchemist after waiting even a few days, they would not have reacted so strongly, given his evident talent. Yet, the immediate request felt dismissive, as if he viewed the lower-tier assessment as trivial. This was sheer folly. As a result, many began to regard Lin Cheng with disdain, their gazes tinged with scorn. He was merely a fortunate fool. It was as if he was slapping the elders' faces. Two elders had dedicated decades to earn the honor of being lower-tier alchemists, and here he was, audaciously declaring his intent to assess. Did he even understand how to refine potions? Was he aware of the properties of medicinal materials and how to balance their attributes? Anyone could boast. As expected, after hearing Lin Cheng's words, the alchemist elder, who had initially worn a beaming smile, gradually grew cold in countenance. However, taking into account Lin Cheng's prodigious talent, as well as the possibility that the young man was merely inexperienced, the elder suppressed his anger and feigned a smile, saying, "Ah, Lin Cheng, ambition is commendable, but one must take things step by step. A meal is consumed one bite at a time, and the path of alchemy is an intricate and profound discipline. Even the smallest detail can require a lifetime of study." After imparting this wisdom, he chastised Lin Cheng thoroughly. In essence, his message was clear. Young man, do you truly understand your own capabilities? Do not act recklessly. When it comes to alchemy, you are still a novice. Perhaps you should return home to play in the mud. Faced with the skepticism of those around him, Lin Cheng found himself at a loss for words. Every statement he made was sincere and heartfelt, and he was acutely aware of his own abilities. After all, while others relied on talent and hard work for alchemy, he depended on a system and his diligence, a concept that was entirely different. The conventional wisdom that applied to others simply did not pertain to him. Lin Cheng pondered his words, striving to express himself more diplomatically in order to foster a mutually agreeable outcome. He was genuinely anxious. His progress in cultivation had stagnated for 2 days. He required a copious amount of high-grade elixirs, but before that, he needed to elevate his alchemical proficiency. This necessitated continuous practice in alchemy, yet the elders appeared to want him to wait 10 days or even half a month, an intolerable proposition for Lin Cheng. Were it not for the fact that they meant no malice and were all elders of the Jingyun sect, whom he considered subordinates, he would have already pinned them against the wall. Lin Cheng opened his mouth, then closed it again, feeling incredulous that, as a dignified foundation establishment expert, he found himself at a loss for words, utterly preposterous. Just as the situation grew increasingly contentious, a vibrant and delightful figure approached, exclaiming with joy, "Oh, junior brother, I was wondering where you had gone. Why aren't you in the library? If you need elixirs, just tell your senior sister. I can provide them." The newcomer was none other than the treasured disciple of the Jingyun sect, the young sect master, Meng Tangtang. Upon seeing Meng Tangtang, Lin Cheng's eyes brightened instantly, as if a savior had arrived. "Young sect master, what brings you to the alchemy hall? Please have a seat." The elder, who had been reprimanding Lin Cheng, suddenly wore a smile, approaching Meng Tangtang with warmth and cordiality. The treatment was as different as night and day. Meng Tangtang waved her hands dismissively, casually responding, her large eyes trained on Lin Cheng. "Junior brother, what are you doing here?" "Junior brother?" The crowd exchanged curious glances, puzzled by the title. According to the order of their initiation, Lin Cheng should have been referred to as senior brother. If considering Meng Tangtang's status as young sect master, it raised even more questions. It seemed that, in their daily interactions, only those under the same master would address one another this way. Most importantly, the young sect master appeared to have a keen interest in Lin Cheng, a mere outer sect worker. This led the onlookers to speculate. "It's nothing. I merely came to take the alchemist assessment and encountered a minor accident," Lin Cheng explained directly. The nearby elders frowned at his words, but Meng Tangtang waved her hand and said, "I heard everything you said just now. Since you are confident, then go ahead and take the assessment. It's just a trial. Failing isn't a catastrophe." "But, young sect master," one elder began. Meng Tangtang interjected, Elders need not say more. Since my junior brother possesses unparalleled talent, why should he not create some miracles? Do not view a genius through the lens of mediocrity. Upon hearing this, the elders fell silent, reflecting on her words. It seemed to hold merit. Reluctantly, the elder who had previously scolded Lin Cheng conceded, "Very well, since the young sect master has spoken, let him give a try." Afterward, he cast a deep look at Lin Cheng. "Young man, confidence is commendable, but one must also possess self-awareness. I hope you do not squander this remarkable talent." With the elder's words, the matter reached a conclusion. "Thank you, elder. Please present the challenge," Lin Cheng replied succinctly. The elders exchanged glances and engaged in quiet discussion. After a moment, one stood and announced, "Here is a recipe for a qi supplementing pill, a low-grade elixir. If you can successfully concoct it within 2 hours, with impurities no greater than 50%, you shall pass." Meng Tang, upon hearing this, moved her lips as if to speak. Although the qi supplementing pill was a common low-grade elixir used to hasten the replenishment of internal energy, it was only effective for those below the 5th rank. The difficulty of its concoction was not trivial. It ranked as a medium-level challenge among low-grade elixirs. Moreover, the process of refining elixirs would invariably yield impurities. This was a truth that even a yellow-level alchemist would acknowledge. Typically, as long as impurities were kept below 70%, the elixir could be considered acceptable. Below 50% would be regarded as commendable, a feat usually achieved only by those who had immersed themselves in alchemy for many years. For a complete novice, the expectations were rather harsh. "Isn't this a bit too difficult for him?" Meng Tang queried, visibly displeased. The elder shook his head. "Young sect master, you are mistaken. If it were an ordinary sect, merely producing an elixir with 70% impurities would suffice for passing. However, our Jingyun sect is not a small establishment. We are one of the top 10 sects in the southern region. The standards for alchemists must be exceptionally high. We cannot afford to trivialize this, lest we become a laughingstock." Those present nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his statement. This was not merely the elder trying to make things difficult for Lin Cheng. It was a reflection of reality. At this moment, many eyes were fixed on Lin Cheng with an odd glint, as if they were eager to witness his potential failure. Given Lin Cheng's talent, he was destined for greatness, an achievement they felt they could never attain. Yet now, with his brash confidence, they were keen to see a spectacle unfold, a source of amusement in their lives. They even believed that before long, news of this incident would spread like wildfire, and the entire Jingyun sect would learn of this alchemical prodigy's misfortune, something they looked forward to with great anticipation. "Senior sister, there is no need for concern. A mere assessment cannot possibly pose a challenge for me." Lin Cheng stepped forward, bolstered by the gazes of the crowd, feeling a surge of determination. With the system at his disposal, how could he be underestimated? Without hesitation, he glanced at the recipe, and a torrent of relevant knowledge surged through his mind. Various refining techniques and precautions cascaded like a waterfall. Half a stick of incense later, as the onlookers grew increasingly impatient, Lin Cheng finally set to work. He approached the designated alchemical furnace, meticulously inspecting its quality and familiarizing himself with its structure. Observers watched as Lin Cheng engaged in various actions with the furnace, leaving many puzzled and some even snickering, wondering if he was truly a novice who had never encountered a furnace before. "Shut up! What are you all chattering about?" Meng Tang turned to glare at a few of them, who promptly fell silent, though their eyes still reflected their disbelief. Meng Tang observed the industrious Lin Cheng, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Despite her verbal expressions of confidence, she too harbored doubts about Lin Cheng's prospects. If he were to falter, she would find herself at a loss when reporting to the elders. With this thought, she discreetly glanced at the several elders, only to be perplexed by the absence of the disdain and ridicule she had anticipated. Instead, their faces were etched with astonishment and shock. As time passed, the initial contempt had vanished, replaced by palpable awe and even disbelief. What a skilled technique! It was simply flawless. This young man truly understood alchemy. The method he employed to inspect the furnace was unprecedented to me. Why must this particular aspect be approached in such a manner? Ah, now I comprehend. An elder, observing Lin Cheng's operations, suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. This was the long-lost technique of striking a cow across the mountain. With this singular skill, The overall coordination of the furnace would transform drastically, enhancing the success rate of alchemy by at least 30% even before commencing. It appears my previous methods were flawed. No wonder the quality of my concoctions was consistently subpar. After all, I had overlooked an essential step. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Where on earth did he acquire such a plethora of lost techniques? The other elders mirrored similar sentiments, transitioning from initial indifference to surprise and ultimately to sheer amazement. By now, their attention was unwaveringly fixed upon Lin Cheng's every movement. They could no longer grasp the intricacies of his actions, but sensed that each detail held profound significance, worthy of their study. They even felt that certain perplexities they had accumulated over the years suddenly became clear. Before the actual alchemy had even begun, they were already captivated by Lin Cheng's splendid prelude. Chapter 21. The true artistry. Lin Cheng's adept demeanor resembled that of a battle-hardened master alchemist. Had they not been aware of his identity beforehand, they might have thought that a seasoned alchemist was playfully toying with them. This was nothing like the behavior of someone inexperienced in alchemy. In that moment, they recognized the folly of their prior assumptions, realizing they had completely misjudged the youth before them. Unbeknownst to them, the once somewhat naive visage of Lin Cheng was now emanating an unfathomable aura of mystery. Almost there, Lin Cheng, oblivious to the elders' astonishment, was wholly absorbed in his own world. With unwavering focus, he exhibited the fundamental qualities of an alchemist. Although the furnace was of mediocre quality, it was still adequate for his current needs. After a moment of contemplation to ensure he had not overlooked anything, Lin Cheng proceeded to the second step of alchemy, controlling the fire. The primary steps of alchemy encompass three elements: controlling the fire, refining, and forming the elixir. The rest merely constitutes preparatory measures. What followed was the true centerpiece of the process. Due to his concealed cultivation level, Lin Cheng could not utilize many of his techniques publicly and thus had to rely on external forces. Alchemy rooms typically possessed underground fire, and for someone equipped with a system like Lin Cheng, summoning it was effortless. With a mere gesture, the ground fire obediently flared to life. With another motion of his hand, the flames swiftly transformed into a gentle and steady blaze, akin to a well-behaved child, leaving the observing elders entranced. What an extraordinary technique for fire control. I once had the privilege of witnessing a yellow-tier alchemist publicly concocting a potion. Yet even he did not possess the fire control skills of this young brother. What a prodigious talent. Indeed, during alchemy, the utmost priority is to maintain a stable flame. Any lapse could ruin the elixir, nullifying all prior efforts. If I could master even a fraction of this technique, my success rate would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Hush! Do not speak. Watch closely. The elders were utterly captivated, their eyes unblinking, fearful of missing any remarkable aspect, as it might haunt them for life. Having adjusted the flame's temperature, Lin Cheng began gathering the necessary ingredients as per the recipe. For the chi-boosting elixir, he required 2 ounces of yang nourishing flour, 1.5 ounces of purple heart grass, and a jus fruit. Muttering to himself, he reached for the herbs, measuring with impeccable precision. With the aid of the system's inheritance, such a trivial task posed no challenge to him. In no time, the ingredients were prepared. However, unbeknownst to him, this seemingly ordinary scene sparked a considerable uproar among the onlookers. He is measuring the ingredients by hand, without a scale? Surely, a yellow-tier alchemist would not dare to do so. The ingredients must be measured strictly according to the recipe. Even a fraction too much or too little is unacceptable. Is he truly this confident? Seeing the elders' bewilderment, Meng Tangdang could not help but inquire, "Isn't this a standard procedure? Isn't alchemy done this way? Even if using one's hands is somewhat challenging, with enough practice and focus, it shouldn't be that outrageous, right?" To her surprise, the elders shook their heads vigorously, their gazes towards Lin Cheng tinged with admiration. They remarked, "Young master, your words reflect a lack of understanding. It is easy to speak of precision, but it is a different matter altogether to execute it flawlessly. Relying solely on hand measurements is utterly unfeasible, unless one possesses an innate and extraordinary sensitivity or is a transcendent being capable of divine thoughts." So terrifying? Meng Tangtang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her junior brother possessed such an innate sensitivity. As for divine thought, she dared not even entertain the notion, for it was a hallmark of a nascent soul cultivator. How could someone so young possibly embody such traits? With a sense of astonishment, she turned her attention back to Lin Cheng's actions. Having readied the herbs, Lin Cheng nonchalantly tossed them into the furnace without a glance. An action that made even those prepared for his unconventional methods flinch. Is he practicing alchemy or cooking? Why does this seem so unreliable? Thoughts raced through their minds as they considered the implications of such a hasty amalgamation of ingredients. The conflicting properties could spell disaster. Some elders began to shake their heads, lamenting the impending ruin of the concoction. Yet, everyone's eyes widened in unison as they beheld the furnace remaining undisturbed. The ingredients appeared to be unharmed, and a rich aroma began to waft through the air. Unable to see inside the furnace, curiosity gnawed at them, making it difficult to contain their eagerness to peer inside and unravel the mystery. Before long, they were once again awestruck by Lin Cheng's alchemical techniques. This was the long-lost silken thread technique, manipulating substances with inner strength from a distance, akin to countless delicate threads, controlled with meticulous precision. How exquisite! That was the flower-pinching finger, the yin-yang divergence technique. Goodness, that resembled the legendary reincarnation seal, a divine technique of alchemy. Gradually, they were dazzled by the myriad of known and unknown alchemical methods seamlessly woven together by Lin Cheng. His movements were instinctive, imbued with an ineffable beauty. Witnessing Lin Cheng's alchemy was nothing short of a delight. An elixir is about to materialize, someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd to the vividly crimson furnace. And they soon noticed the increasingly potent aroma pervading the air, imbued with a refreshing essence. Open! Lin Cheng suddenly altered his hand gesture and bellowed with fervor. As the furnace opened slowly under the expectant gazes of the onlookers, Lin Cheng reached in and withdrew an elixir radiating a lustrous sheen. Upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate, mysterious patterns entwined upon the surface of the elixir. Good heavens, it is indeed an elixir pattern. An elder suddenly strode forward, abruptly confronting Lin Cheng, heedless of the astonished gazes around him. He seized Lin Cheng's hand and scrutinized the freshly crafted elixir, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. What is this? The pill pattern, let me see it. Another elder rushed forward, eyeing the elixir in Lin Cheng's hand, nearly drooling. You two shameless old fools, step aside. Ultimately, three elders disregarded their dignity and encircled Lin Cheng, gazing at his palm with rapt fascination. In that moment, as if drawn by an invisible force, everyone, including Meng Tang, abandoned all notions of etiquette and rank, crowding around in a frenzied rush, with some even resorting to blows for a better position. The scene descended into chaos. What's happening here? Look at yourselves. Get up. What a disgrace. After a considerable pause, one elder finally regained his composure, only to be startled by the multitude of glimmering eyes fixed upon him, prompting him to erupt in anger. Look at you, each and every one of you, utterly pathetic. It's merely a pill of the pattern level. What's all the fuss about? Disperse. If you don't, I shall not hesitate to discipline you for disturbing the order and showing disrespect to your elders. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly complied, though their longing gazes remained fixed on the elder, who appeared distinctly displeased. Yet, he could hardly blame them, as the significance of elixirs transcends mere categories. Aside from the realms of heaven, earth, and the obscure, each tier is further divided based on quality into several levels, determined by the impurities contained within. From lowest to highest, they are classified as 7 to 6 parts impurities, inferior, 5 to 4 parts impurities, ordinary, and below 3 parts impurities, superior. In addition to the legendary immaculate quality known as pattern level, which is rumored to exist throughout the southern domain. Chapter 22. Look at this pill pattern. It's large and perfectly round. Do not be deceived. The difference between the pattern level and superior quality is merely one tier. However, even the finest elixir, containing only a trace of impurities, pales in comparison to one of pattern level. At the pattern level, it is not merely devoid of impurities. It undergoes a transformative change, each pattern level elixir containing far greater medicinal potency, nearly a multiple increase. Simply put, a low-grade pattern level elixir can be valued comparably to a typical yellow-grade elixir. Each alchemist capable of crafting a pattern is held in high esteem. And even a prominent sect, like the Five-Element Sect, would extend personal invitations, treating them as esteemed guests. Cough, cough, young brother Lin Cheng. I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. It was my fault for being unable to recognize a true dragon. I hope you will forgive me. The elder who had reprimanded Lin Cheng now stepped forward, his face flushed, publicly offering his apology while simultaneously eyeing the elixir in Lin Cheng's hand with keen interest. Tell me, young brother Lin, do you have any intention of selling this elixir? Name your price, should you agree to part with it. I would owe you a significant favor. Upon hearing this, the other two elders quickly caught on, internally cursing the elder for his lack of integrity, and hurriedly chimed in. Cough, cough, young brother. I am willing to offer a scroll of innate martial techniques in exchange for the elixir in your hand. And I too shall owe you a favor. I am prepared to trade 3 spirit fruits that can assist in cleansing the marrow. Cleansing the marrow? Nonsense. I recall that pattern-level elixirs also possess the ability to cleanse the marrow, certainly superior to your spirit fruits. How can they be compared? Besides, I would owe you a favor. Anything you desire, name your price. If I cannot provide it, well, my granddaughter is 14 this year. The elders argued passionately. Their faces flushed. It is well known that elixirs of pattern level are rare and coveted. Even a master alchemist may only produce 1 or 2 in a lifetime, and they are typically kept as prized possessions. Given this opportunity, they were eager to vie for it. As the commotion continued, the crowd gradually noticed that Lin Cheng seemed somewhat distracted. They exchanged puzzled glances, observing that he was silently staring at the elixir in his palm. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Unbeknownst to the elders, Lin Cheng had scarcely absorbed any of the noise from their argument. At that moment, all his focus was entirely on the elixir in his hand. What on earth is this? Just moments ago, upon completing the alchemical process, the system notification indicated that his proficiency as an alchemist had skyrocketed by 10 points, allowing for an imminent upgrade in status. Once he reaches the appropriate level, he would receive special rewards for crafting elixirs of corresponding rank or lower. Without hesitation, Lin Cheng chose to advance. In the next moment, the system indicated his alchemist level had transformed from none to apprentice grade. Lin Cheng surmised that, in the system's perspective, one below the yellow-grade alchemist is not regarded as a true alchemist, merely an apprentice at best. He was then taken aback by a line of small text at the bottom of the system display. Bonus, apprentice grade, 100 success rate when crafting elixirs of this level. During crafting, a random increase of 19, and a 30 chance to generate a pill pattern. Proficiency, 10100, a 30 chance to produce a pill pattern. This single detail nearly made Lin Cheng leap with joy, not to mention the other miraculous effects. Having spent years in this world, most of his time buried in the library perusing obscure texts, Lin Cheng possessed insights beyond the average person. He fully comprehended the immense value of a pattern-level elixir. In his lifetime, apart from acquiring such a quality through the signing-in system, he had never even heard of them. Moreover, after personal experimentation, Lin Cheng understood better than anyone the formidable power of a pattern-level elixir. Even this unassuming energy-replenishing pill had a slight effect on him, let alone on others. The efficacy was simply extraordinary. Lin Cheng was overjoyed, thinking, at last, I need not worry about elixirs. As long as I have sufficient materials, I can continuously produce pattern-level elixirs. It is hardly a challenge for me. Unfortunately, this elixir is of a lower grade. If it were a yellow-grade elixir, advancing it to pattern level would be immensely beneficial. With this in mind, Lin Cheng felt a tinge of regret. To ensure a successful rate for pattern-level elixirs, he must swiftly elevate his alchemist level, which necessitates crafting a plethora of lower-grade elixirs to gain proficiency. The challenge lies in acquiring the necessary materials. While obtaining a large quantity of low-grade materials might not be a problem, finding yellow-grade materials is far more difficult. Relying solely on himself could prove troublesome, and he needed to devise a mutually beneficial solution. As Lin Cheng pondered, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, jolting him back to reality. A dignified foundation-building elder. Losing focus to such an extent was certainly not a good habit. Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Turning to find Meng Tang, smiling brightly at him. She inquired with genuine concern. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, this elixir is for you. With that, Lin Cheng casually tossed the invaluable elixir to her, as though discarding a pebble found by the roadside. His nonchalant demeanor deeply pierced the hearts of the elders. Many who understood the elixir's value felt their eyelids twitching, internally cursing. How dare you carelessly toss something so precious? What should I do if it's broken? A spendthrift? Wasteful? Junior brother, this is a bit too precious. Meng Tang hesitated for a moment, her desire evident, yet she resolutely returned it. This was crafted with great effort by her junior brother and held greater significance for him. She could not keep it. Noticing her hesitation, Lin Cheng nonchalantly waved his hand and casually remarked, "If I give it to you, then take it. Such things are worthless as long as there are enough materials. You can have as many as you desire." Only Lin Cheng could utter such words. Seeing that he truly did not care, Meng Tang paused, and under Lin Cheng's urging, she happily accepted it. "Thank you, junior brother." The envy in the eyes of those nearby turned crimson, especially the three elders. They felt an overwhelming sense of heartache, consumed by jealousy. They too wished for such a generous junior brother. Forget being a junior brother. They would gladly accept the pills if offered, even pledging their allegiance on the spot. Moreover, to be able to apprentice to a master who could concoct pill-patterned elixirs would be their fortune. They could hardly contain their joy. What a pity it was. As they watched Meng Tang pocket the elixir, the elders gradually wilted, silently shaking their heads. It was hopeless. Just then, they suddenly saw Lin Cheng approaching them with a beaming smile, causing their hearts to race as if something significant was about to unfold. Did the elders desire pill-pattern elixirs? Upon hearing this, the three elders' drooping eyes suddenly brightened, their hair standing on end, goosebumps rising. They were utterly exhilarated. Could it be that they too had a chance? One elder could not contain his eagerness and asked, his tone laced with caution. Lin Cheng nodded affirmatively, and the elder's eyes gleamed even brighter. Just moments ago, Lin Cheng had realized he was short on medicinal materials, but he could certainly enlist others to gather them. If necessary, he could offer the elixirs he crafted as compensation. After all, those elixirs were of no use to him. He could consider it a contribution to the Jingyun sect. After all, as the Jingyun sect grew stronger, he would be able to rest easy about his future. There was enough time. He would eventually wait for the day he was truly invincible. At that point, everything would become simple. For now, they were in a cooperative relationship, and a win-win outcome was the best conclusion. Lin Cheng mysteriously stated, "Moreover, I wish to present you with a grand business opportunity." Chapter 23. The disappearance of the disciple, a grand business opportunity? Seeing Lin Cheng's mysterious demeanor, the elders immediately became intrigued. After a discussion, moments later, their eyes widened, radiating brightness as they eagerly nodded. Beside them, Meng Tang, filled with curiosity, was unaware of what they were discussing. "Little brother, rest assured, we will take care of this matter. You can trust us. The items you need will be prepared within 3 days." The alchemist, who had initially regarded Lin Cheng with a cold demeanor, now wore a glowing expression. His address had even changed. Had the situation been different, he might have pulled Lin Cheng into a brotherly bond on the spot. As expected, Lin Cheng successfully acquired a token that represented his alchemist rank. However, he was somewhat surprised. A high-tier alchemist? He had only just passed the low-tier assessment. It was only a matter of time. In a few days, little brother, you will likely surpass us old-timers completely, saving you from further trouble later on, one elder remarked, his face filled with regret. Had it not been for the requirement that low-tier alchemists must visit the Alchemist Guild to obtain a rank, he would have directly awarded Lin Cheng the title of low-tier alchemist. For a genius capable of concocting pill-pattern elixirs, becoming a low-tier alchemist was a foregone conclusion. Then I shall not be polite. Lin Cheng was indifferent to such matters. Had it not been for necessity, he would not have even bothered visiting the Alchemist Hall. As for the high-tier alchemist rank, it held little significance. In terms of realm, he could easily accept the title of heavenly-tier alchemist. The issue of medicinal materials was finally resolved. Lin Cheng returned to the library to resume his monotonous routine of daily sign-ins and strength enhancement. As over a month passed, Lin Cheng also acquired numerous valuable items through his sign-ins, including several high-tier elixirs, which delighted him immensely. The items produced by the system were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. The treasures obtained through sign-ins generally increased in level as his strength grew. Therefore, at any given moment, the treasures he signed for had the greatest impact on him. However, as time went on, Lin Cheng sensed something was amiss. It had been a month, Yet the medicinal materials promised by those elders had yet to arrive. Were they possibly having second thoughts? They had initially stated that within 3 days they would provide him with a substantial amount of materials. Lin Cheng had not expected that a month would pass with not even a trace of the materials. Could they have gotten lost? Or did they not know he was in the library? Surely not. As esteemed elders, it should not be difficult for them to inquire about such matters. Lin Cheng was utterly perplexed. Moreover, during this past month, he had also noted that Meng Tangtang had not shown up at all. Where could that little girl have gone? It was known that she had only just reached the 7th rank. Even with her innate constitution, she still had some distance to cover before reaching the 8th rank. Typically, she would come to the library every few days without needing Lin Cheng to ask, to seek answers from her master, and to alleviate his boredom. But now, after a sudden month with no news, what could be the reason? Even if she were in seclusion or occupied with something else, she would at least notify him. Having spent considerable time with Meng Tangtang and having taken her as a disciple, Lin Cheng held her in high regard. During this past month, a faint cloud of worry had consistently loomed over him, as if something was about to occur. Perhaps something truly had gone wrong. With this thought, Lin Cheng abruptly leapt up, and before him, an ancient bamboo tube suddenly appeared. This was a treasure he had obtained during a previous sign-in. The bamboo tube bore the marks of time, worn and mottled, containing slender bamboo sticks capable of predicting fortunes. He picked up the tube, intending to use it to ascertain Meng Tangtang's current status. With a flick, a bamboo stick fell out. Great misfortune! Lin Cheng was startled, his expression changing instantly. Meng Tangtang was in dire straits, which was highly unusual. After all, she possessed the defensive means he had provided. Surely, even if she encountered a congenital expert, she should be able to escape unscathed. Could it be that she had run into an ancient Foundation establishment master? What kind of Foundation establishment master could pose a threat to Meng Tangtang right under his nose? This was the Jingyun Sect, his territory, on ordinary days. His divine sense could sweep across nearly the entirety of the Jingyun Sect effortlessly. Not within the Jingyun Sect. Lin Cheng's divine sense surged forth, scanning the area, only to find no trace of Meng Tangtang, and the elder alchemists were also nowhere to be seen. Now, Lin Cheng was genuinely anxious. Where had that stubborn girl run off to without informing him? This was a huge problem. Just then, he suddenly discerned a faint voice. "Little Jean, you stay here to guard. I will go out for a while." Meanwhile, at the mountaintop hall, the senior members of the Jingyun Sect gathered in silence. The atmosphere within the grand hall was stifling, as if a storm were brewing. A discerning observer would notice the absence of many prominent figures, for a portion of them were engaged at the front lines resisting the invasion of foreign tribes, while a significant number had recently descended the mountain to quell the unrest among the beasts. Currently, the remaining defensive forces of the Jingyun Sect were far from half of their former glory. News had arrived. Presiding over the situation was the portly elder Hao Renming. The young sect master has indeed gone to Beast Taming Mountain, and there is a grave issue at hand. Elder Hao announced solemnly. The assembly erupted in murmurs. What could possibly be happening? How dare Beast Taming Mountain detain our young sect master without cause? This is a blatant provocation, a demonstration of defiance against the Jingyun Sect. Do they seek to incite a war between the two sects? Have they lost their senses? What do they stand to gain from this? Elder Hao declared, "I shall take a contingent and storm Beast Taming Mountain to rescue the young sect master." No, absolutely not. This matter is far from simple. Beast Taming Mountain harbors ulterior motives. Acting rashly could lead to disastrous consequences, with no chance for remorse. The tension escalated as some hot-tempered elders slammed their chairs and stood. Exuding a fiefsoha. Elder Hao refrained from opposing them directly, acknowledging that Beast Taming Mountain had made their intentions clear, yet the rationale behind their actions remained perplexing. If they aimed to annex the Jingyun Sect, they were gravely underestimating its strength. Regardless, we must devise a plan to ensure the safety of the young sect master and the others, Elder Hao asserted, and the remaining elders nodded gravely. Indeed, this situation was unlike any other. Beast Taming Mountain had silently detained the young sect master and several accompanying elders without any intention of negotiation, which was a serious affront. As quarrels escalated within the hall, with some even brandishing weapons, Elder Hao quickly intervened. "Everyone, please remain calm. We can achieve nothing by shouting. Just moments ago, several senior elders have already set forth to Beast Taming Mountain, and I believe we shall soon receive news. The esteemed elder, being an innate powerhouse, will surely command respect from beast-taming mountain, no matter how audacious they may be. Let us await favorable tidings. Upon hearing this, the hall gradually quieted, although some elders still harbored reservations, finding themselves without alternative options. After all, even the innate powerhouse of the Jingyun sect had moved. At this juncture, some elders, still bewildered, decided to voice their confusion. Why would the young sect master leave the sect? What could possibly compel her to venture to beast-taming mountain with several alchemy elders? What kind of scheme is at play here? One elder took the lead, prompting others to express their inquiries. Indeed, it makes no sense. The young sect master has always devoted herself to her cultivation within the sect. As one possessing innate talent, she could have uninterruptedly pursued her cultivation to the innate realm. Once she reaches that stage, the world would hold no bounds for her. Why would she choose to roam during such tumultuous times? Isn't she merely inviting trouble? However, despite their complaints, the prevailing sentiment was one of concern. After all, Meng Tang was cherished by all the high-ranking members of the Jingyun sect. Any misfortune befalling her would send shockwaves throughout the entire sect. Even the reclusive senior elders had hastened to take action. Elder Hao, recently informed of the situation, found himself at a loss for words. I, however, possess some insight into this matter, spoke an elder from the logistics department. Upon receiving the attention of the assembly, he smiled wryly and continued, I can surmise why the young sect master went to beast-taming mountain. Approximately half a month ago, she approached me, requesting a significant quantity of medicinal ingredients for alchemy. At first, I thought she was merely seeking diversion, not realizing she intended to requisition half of our entire stock. Naturally, I cannot acquiesce. The logistics elder shook his head, adding, I outright refused. Should it have been a small quantity, I might have considered it. But such a vast amount is essential to the sect and cannot be squandered. When she saw my refusal, she pressed for a way to obtain the ingredients in substantial quantities. In my exasperation, I mentioned that beast-taming mountain had previously breached the defenses of the 10,000 Beast Gorge, which caused significant losses for our sect and warranted compensation. Given the recent unrest in the world, I had yet to confront beast-taming mountain about this. As he recounted these events, the assembly's expressions shifted, their understanding deepening. They realized this elder had inadvertently led the young sect master to beast-taming mountain. The logistics elder chuckled. It wasn't entirely my fault. The timing was just unfortunate. Had it been at any other time, my words would have seemed reasonable. Alas, this matter cannot be blamed entirely on me. I hadn't anticipated beast-taming mountain's hidden ambitions. I hope the senior elders succeed in their mission and return with the young sect master and the others. Elder Hao, upon hearing this, found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Meng Tang indeed acted with unbridled fervor. While the Jingyun sect was justified in seeking compensation, such matters should have been deliberated collectively. Given the current shortage of personnel, the situation had been postponed. Yet, Meng Tang had taken matters into her own hands, even bringing along several alchemy elders without notifying the sect. Perhaps she herself had not anticipated any trouble and believed she would return swiftly. Ultimately, the root of this predicament lay with beast-taming mountain. The misfortune that befell Meng Tang and her companions was merely coincidental. Eventually, the Jingyun sect would have sought reparation regardless. The outcome would have remained largely unchanged, but now that it was the treasured young sect master at stake, the situation had become quite serious. Just then, the heavy doors of the hall swung open with a thunderous crash, unleashing an oppressive aura that enveloped the entire chamber. Meng Tang in beast-taming mountain? The crowd looked up in terror, attempting to speak, but finding themselves paralyzed, unable to utter a sound. Their only means of communication being their wide, frightened eyes. A spectral figure emerged, radiating a chilling presence, stepping forth from beyond the hall. Even before he arrived, his voice boomed like thunder within each individual's heart, reverberating in their minds. Shock and dread filled their gazes as a singular thought emerged. What manner of terrifying entity could suddenly descend upon the Jingyun sect? The newcomer was none other than Lin Cheng. However, unlike his appearance at the alchemy hall, he now concealed his visage, while his cultivation aura was unmistakable. The essence of the Foundation establishment realm loomed over them like a towering mountain, making it difficult for anyone to breathe. Outside the hall, Lin Cheng had absorbed every word spoken by the logistics elder. Upon hearing of Meng Tongtong's detention by beast-taming mountain, Lin Cheng's anger simmered, yet he remained composed, focused solely on how to rescue her. However, it was only upon discovering that Meng Tangtang sought compensation from beast-taming mountain to collect medicinal herbs for herself that a complex and indescribable emotion surged within Lin Cheng's heart. In an instant, wrath consumed him. A terrifying aura erupted uncontrollably, resulting in the earlier scene. How audacious of beast-taming mountain! Lin Cheng seethed with anger, his presence gradually condensing, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. The elders, who had just managed to calm themselves, exchanged fearful glances filled with dread. A foundation-building master. Moreover, the aura emanating from him was far beyond that of a novice in foundation building. Even the esteemed figure from the Five-Element Sect could not rival such terror. In that fleeting moment, cold sweat cascaded down the brows of the onlookers as they felt an overwhelming killing intent enveloping them, aware they could perish at any moment. This individual's power was alarmingly formidable. As the crowd remained in a state of shock, Elder Hao was the first to regain his composure. He recalled that the mention of Meng Tangtang implied a connection to the matter at hand. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he suddenly became exhilarated, envisioning a certain senior from the library pavilion. Recently, there had been whispers of a mysterious benefactor aiding the Jingyun sect through turbulent times, and it was surmised that this eminent figure was related to Meng Tangtang and resided within a library pavilion. Initially, Elder Hao presumed this person to be merely a congenital expert. Little did he expect that this individual would be a foundation-building master, and an exceptional one at that. Overjoyed, Elder Hao realized that the young master and her companions were saved. Elder Hao had devoted his life to the sect, treating it with utmost reverence. Since the leader's absence, he had managed all matters, truly considering the sect as his family. He cherished Meng Tangtang and her promising peers as if they were his own descendants. Thus, upon learning of the formidable entity backing Meng Tangtang, his excitement was palpable. Yet, despite his speculation, Elder Hao yearned for further confirmation. Otherwise, if it turned out to be a false hope, it would only add to their miseries. Promptly, Elder Hao stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the void, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and cautiously inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed master, are you here regarding Meng Tangtang? What is your relationship with our sect's young master?" Faced with a foundation-building master, he felt as insignificant as an ant before a dragon, burdened by immense pressure. Lin Cheng glanced at Elder Hao, recognizing him as a decent person who cared for his disciple. Noticing the elder's humble demeanor, he softened his tone, though a subtle chill lingered in his voice. As Elder Hao looked on with anticipation, Lin Cheng spoke slowly, his voice resonating like thunder. "Meng Tangtang is my disciple." At the final words, recalling the adversities Meng Tangtang had faced, he emphasized his tone with a chilling intensity. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd, previously anxious and uncertain about the master's intentions, suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief. Their bodies trembled. This outcome vastly exceeded their expectations. Meng Tangtang had a protector of such caliber. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall ignited with fervor. The previously oppressive ambience dissipated. Some exhaled deeply, unable to contain their laughter. Beast-taming mountain, usually so arrogant and unruly, has now dared to provoke a foundation-building master. They have certainly kicked a steel plate. Chapter 25. Journey to Beast-Taming Mountain. In that moment, the true identity of the mysterious powerhouse was unveiled. Countless individuals breathed a collective sigh of relief, exchanging ecstatic glances. They were not foes, but allies, feeling the overwhelming pressure that seemed capable of crushing them. The crowd no longer appeared pale, but rather filled with a newfound sense of security. They were both pained and exhilarated. Lin Cheng, with little time to waste on trivialities, surveyed the area, pinpointing the bewildered logistics elder. With a firm grasp, he commanded, "Lead the way. We must proceed to Beast-Taming Mountain at once. Senior, refrain from unnecessary chatter. Let us go." Without waiting for the logistics elder's reluctant response, Lin Cheng lifted him effortlessly into the air, soaring swiftly away amidst the awe of the Jingyun sect elders. In his haste to rescue, he had no time to consider the feelings of those involved. The strength of this esteemed master was unfathomable. The onlookers did not lament the logistics elder's abduction. Serving the master was a privilege, and they could only marvel at the extraordinary prowess displayed. Although foundation-building masters could traverse the skies, it was a task that demanded great energy, especially when carrying others. Beast-taming mountain lay over 1,000 miles away. The power of this elder was evident. Throughout the journey, Lin Cheng, in pursuit of ultimate speed, showed no inclination to conceal his aura, unleashing his full pressure. The air crackled with energy as they charged forward, taking the most direct route. Along the way, numerous powerful figures looked up in shock as a flash of golden light zipped past. "What was that?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. "Over there. Turn left in 3 miles. Continue straight for 50 miles. The logistics elder, lifted like a chick, dared not move and served merely as a navigator. The surrounding landscape shifted rapidly. Elder Zhang Feng, buffeted by the fierce winds, could hardly contain his exhilaration. He felt he had never experienced such thrill in his life. The speed at which they traveled was dozens of times faster than his utmost efforts. Moreover, traversing through the air without any obstructions allowed for even greater velocity. Under normal circumstances, the journey from Jingyun Sect to Beast-Taming Mountain would take at least 3 days and nights, even with his 8th-grade cultivation, without rest. Yet now, given the Elder-esque speed, they could arrive in roughly the time it took to brew a cup of tea. "Wow, this is exhilarating," Elder Zhang Feng exclaimed. "Ahead lies the misty forest, which harbors great dangers. Even congenital experts dare not venture deep within. We should avoid it." At a certain moment, Elder Zhang Feng spoke up, pointing ahead to an endless forest shrouded in mist, perpetually obscured, from which the ominous roars of beasts could be heard, instilling dread. Those with weaker constitutions might even soil themselves in fear. Perhaps sensing the approach of outsiders, numerous powerful auras surged from within the forest, some even rivaling congenital experts. Feeling this presence, Elder Zhang Feng's legs trembled. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare set foot in such a cursed place. In the southern region, the misty forest was regarded as a forbidden zone. Senior, Elder Zhang Feng, feeling the elder's grip tighten, was on the verge of panic. "Please, this is far too dangerous." It is said that even congenital experts hesitate to enter deeply, only daring to linger at the periphery. Rumor has it that even the ancestors of the 5-element sect returned empty-handed from the depths. The dangers hidden within are unfathomable. Lin Cheng disregarded Elder Zhang Feng's warning, his heart racing with urgency. While normally a detour would suffice, his disciple's life could be at stake, leaving no time for delay. "Get out of the way!" Lin Cheng suddenly roared, his voice reverberating for miles. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air as a colossal avian beast was obliterated by the force of his roar, its body crashing to the ground. Lin Cheng maintained his speed, amplifying his pressure, even activating the true Spirit 9 transformations, drawing upon the boundless powers of heaven and earth. A terrifying tide of energy surged forth, with Lin Cheng at its epicenter, radiating outward. The ground trembled. Lin Cheng bore the immense energy wave, transforming it into a formidable torrent, accompanied by the roar of thunder, advancing recklessly forward, crushing any danger that dared to impede his path. An 8th-tier striped tiger stood in his way, only to be obliterated in an instant. 2 9th-tier giant pythons, having just bared their fangs at Lin Cheng, had their heads explode without warning. An innate demon monkey was effortlessly reduced to a pulp by a single strike from Lin Cheng. Wherever he passed, the mist evaporated, and the forest collapsed chaotically in all directions. All obstructing beasts perished, and within moments, no creature dared to stand in his way, fleeing in terror. Even deep within the misty forest, several auras comparable to the Foundation establishment stage erupted, but upon Lin Cheng's distant gaze, they faltered and gradually dissipated. Bloodshed of the innate. Retreat of the Foundation establishment. Alone, Lin Cheng tore through the misty forest, a place akin to a forbidden zone, with an utterly domineering and invincible demeanor, carving a crimson path 100 miles long. This scene left Elder Zhang Feng in a state of shock. He trembled uncontrollably. Forward, forward, left, left, turn left. His voice was hoarse, his mouth dry, as he spoke with a tremor. The images of the preceding events replayed in his mind, filling him with both fear and an exhilarating fervor. Truly a senior, truly a revered figure of the Foundation establishment. His overwhelming might was evident as he slaughtered all who obstructed him, whether gods or Buddhas. One man, forcefully dominating the misty, forbidden land. If this were to spread, it would surely leave countless sects dumbfounded. Even ordinary Foundation establishment warriors would be left agape, questioning their own reality. The vivid blood path was indeed unforgettable. At that moment, Lin Cheng emanated an aura of extreme terror, and within 1,000 zhang of his presence, no living being dared to linger, let alone obstruct him. Such an act would be akin to courting death. The brilliant blood path behind him served as a grim reminder. How far was it to Beast Tamer Mountain? Perhaps due to the excessive bloodshed, Lin Cheng's voice carried a chilling coldness, causing Elder Zhang Feng to shudder involuntarily. In the next moment, he stammered, "Senior, we are almost there. At this pace, we shall reach the border of Beast Tamer Mountain's territory in less than half a tea's time. 300 miles ahead. To the left is the Sect of Beast Tamer Mountain, and straight ahead lies the Beast Valley." Lin Cheng nodded slightly. Suddenly, a small circular disc appeared in his hand, marked with several red dots. This was a formation plate, comparable to an innate spiritual artifact, primarily used for sensing locations. Its drawback was a distance limitation. However, as long as one approached a certain range, the presence of the formation symbol could be sensed. With this object, he could accurately ascertain Meng Tongtong's whereabouts. Thus, there was no need for Elder Zhang Feng to further guide him. Lin Cheng abruptly accelerated, focusing on a specific direction and racing forward. Simultaneously, the chill in Lin Cheng's eyes deepened. The red dots on the formation plate grew fainter, indicating that his disciple's condition was far from optimal. Beast Tamer Mountain, regardless of the reasons for imprisoning my disciple, today you shall pay a bloody price. Upon hearing this chilling declaration, Elder Zhang Feng's breath hitched, and his gaze towards Beast Tamer Mountain grew, tinged with sympathy. Beast Tamer Mountain was in for a calamity. Chapter 26. An encounter even while carrying another person. Lin Cheng's speed remained astonishingly swift. Within mere breaths, he had covered a significant distance, drawing ever closer to Beast Tamer Mountain. Suddenly, Lin Cheng's eyes flickered, and he came to an abrupt halt. Elder Zhang Feng, pale from the ordeal, sighed heavily in relief as the senior finally paused. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lin Cheng's unwavering gaze fixed on a certain direction, his brows furrowing slightly. It seemed he sensed a trace of his disciple's aura. Could it be a mere illusion? Glancing at the formation plate, he found the red dot still a fair distance away, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Unable to discern the situation, Lin Cheng decided to investigate, just in case Meng Tangtang had managed to escape. If that were the case, there would be no need to make the trip to Beast Tamer Mountain. Even if it wasn't tea, it wouldn't take long. Ultimately, it was worth checking. With that thought, Lin Cheng and Elder Zhang Feng vanished in an instant, leaving behind a slowly dissipating afterimage. Their presence surged like a whirlwind in pursuit of a specific direction. Damn it, that group of traitors is closing in on us. We are in grave danger. In the forest, a frantic gasp echoed as a young woman clad in Beast Tamer Mountain attire led several fellow disciples, desperately evading their pursuers. Behind them, figures relentlessly chased them down. They were on the brink of being caught. Bloodied and pale, each one of them appeared utterly drained, occasionally glancing back. Their eyes were filled with an irrepressible terror and hatred. "Sister Lu, since we can't escape, why not stay and fight these traitorous beasts?" A slender youth, appearing not much older, voiced through gritted teeth, his eyes red with fury. A closer inspection revealed his back soaked in blood, and one arm was missing, leaving him on the verge of collapse. Zhang Shidi, Lu Yanran, seeing the youth's weakened state, felt a pang of pity, but still urged, "Hold on a little longer. We cannot give up. Our comrades from Jingyun Sect fought hard to get us out. What for? Even if not for ourselves, we must consider their sacrifice. Moreover, we promised Meng Shimi that we would report to Jingyun Sect. We cannot die here." Lu Yanran's brows furrowed with determination. Before their departure, Meng Shimi from Jingyun Sect entrusted her with a personal token to seek help from the Jingyun Sect's library. Although Lu Yanran couldn't comprehend why she had to go to the library rather than approach the higher-ups of Jingyun Sect, time was of the essence, and she had no choice but to focus on delivering the token to the sect's leaders. She hoped to arrive at Jingyun Sect alive. Deep down, Lu Yanran felt a flicker of despair. Yet, gazing at the terrified faces of her fellow disciples, she resolved, as the eldest senior sister of Beast Tamer Mountain, she could not simply fall here. Otherwise, who would avenge their master? Lu Yanran, orphaned and lonely since childhood, had been taken in by her master, who treated her like a beloved granddaughter. She had long regarded Beast Tamer Mountain as her home. Yet now, due to the betrayal, Beast Tamer Mountain had become a shadow of its former self. The innate ancestor had fallen. His head hung at the mountain gate. The guardian spiritual beast was gravely injured and imprisoned, reduced to a living blood pool, tortured day and night. The elders had perished in battle, and the disciples suffered heavy casualties. All of this was the result of Zhou Chen's treachery, colluding with the Yinyang Sect and consorting with foreign entities. Whenever Lu Yanran recalled Zhou Chen's seemingly harmless visage, her teeth gritted in resentment, wishing to devour him alive. Zhou Chen was her fellow disciple, who usually presented himself as a paragon of virtue. Even her master had never suspected that her proud disciple harbored such nefarious ambitions. Realizing this now, her heart was filled with regret, and she feared she would never find peace even in death. Report: some who heard this were left speechless, the bitterness weighing heavily upon them. They are all severely injured now, with only senior sister Lu Yanran in slightly better condition, though she is still heavily exhausted. Behind them, relentless pursuers are closing in. Whether they will survive or escape the beast-taming mountain region is uncertain. Where could they send a message for help? Hearing this, despair filled the hearts of the disciples. Just then, mocking shouts filled with murderous intent echoed from behind, causing their faces to pale and bodies to tremble. Senior sister, you cannot escape. Surrender quickly and make me happy, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. The voice sounded cultured and pleasant, yet the disciples of Beast-Taming Mountain shivered in terror. Zhou Chen, how dare you betray your comrades and collude with foreign tribes? You shall meet a terrible end. This familiar voice would be etched in Lu Yanran's memory until her dying breath, the chilling tone laced with murderous intent, making the surrounding air grow cold. Senior sister, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. And isn't it better to obediently become my woman? You're making it quite difficult for me, you know? If Master finds out, she will surely be heartbroken. Zhou Chen's voice rang out again, seemingly filled with sighs and pity. Yet he emphasized the words senior sister, junior brother, and master with a heavy tone. Beast, how dare you mention master? If it weren't for her kindness in taking you in, you would have starved or frozen to death in that small mountain village. Master treated you like her own, and yet you repay her kindness with malice. As Lu Yanran grew increasingly infuriated, a sickly smile crept across Zhou Chen's face, contrasting with his gentle tone, sending chills down their spines. Unbeknownst to them, their escape routes had been completely sealed off, figures appearing rapidly to encircle Lu Yanran and the others. Not good. Realizing their paths were blocked, the disciples of Beast-Taming Mountain were thrown into a panic. Lu Yanran cursed her carelessness for being provoked by Zhou Chen's words, which had distracted her. However, even without this distraction, their heavily wounded bodies could only escape for so long. The outcome would remain the same. The most pressing matter now was to find a way to escape. Even if they could not flee, they must not fall into Zhou Chen's hands. Otherwise, their fate would surely be worse than death. Senior sister, why aren't you running? Have you finally come to your senses and decided to obediently return and serve your junior brother? How delightful. Zhou Chen, smiling broadly, emerged from the crowd, his 8th grade cultivation level rivaling that of ordinary elders for major sections. With hundreds of elite guards surrounding him, Lu Yanran and her companions' expressions grew increasingly grim. Everyone, prepare to fight to the death. Lu Yanran did not respond to Zhou Chen, but took a deep breath, advising her fellow disciples. The others, their eyes sharpened, slowly tightened their grips on their weapons. I'm sorry, junior sister Meng. I am useless. I fear this message will never reach Jingyun's sect. Lu Yanran silently lamented. Just as both sides were poised for combat, a sudden chorus of anguished cries from demonic beasts echoed from afar. The sound grew closer, initially faint, but in an instant, it felt as if it were right before them. The cries melded into a cacophony, rising and falling. In that moment, the ground shook violently for dozens of miles. Swish! All present, including both sides, halted their movements, their gazes snapping toward the source. From one direction, a palpable, terrifying aura surged toward them. Accompanied by a tidal wave of beasts, as if a cataclysmic tide were approaching. Even among the elite from major sects, their eyes widened in disbelief. They had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Fear gripped their hearts, and without a second thought, they instinctively scattered like birds startled from their nests. "We must escape. Run for your lives," someone shouted, and the already chaotic scene descended further into turmoil. Chapter 27. Senior Brother's Son is truly steady. The landscape appeared to tilt before their eyes. The forest trembled as trees fell in all directions. Countless demonic beasts cried out in agony. The earth split, and the sky quaked. Light seemed to be twisted and devoured by an invisible force, the world fading into a grim, pale gray. It was a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Witnessing the blood-soaked ground, everyone's hearts trembled violently, unable to suppress their fear. Several disciples of Beast-Taming Mountain, already gravely injured, were utterly shattered by the sudden catastrophe. Some simply collapsed to the ground, staring blankly into the void. "Run! Are you waiting to die?" Lu Yanran exclaimed, furious at their inaction. Yet one disciple remained unmoved, declaring he could not run anymore. With their path sealed and nowhere to retreat, he resigned himself to wait for death, thinking it better to die comfortably. Meanwhile, the pursuers chasing Lu Yanran were equally disordered, scattering in all directions, some even turning their blades on their comrades. In an instant, casualties mounted. Zhou Chen's smile froze, his composure shattered, cold sweat trickling down his back as he sensed impending doom. "No, I cannot die here. I'm the master of Beast-Taming Mountain, one of the most esteemed individuals in the world, with countless riches awaiting my enjoyment. I cannot perish. You worthless fools. Useless trash." Spotting his subordinates in chaos, even turning on each other, Zhou Chen erupted in fury. "You dogs, do you not see that I am injured? Hurry and protect me, or I swear my words will shatter you all into pieces for the dogs." Zhou Chen had begun to ramble incoherently, and as he met the strange gazes and grotesque expressions of those around him, a cold dread washed over him, awakening him to his reality. "It's because of you worthless scum that I cannot even live as a dog in peace." Zhou Chen's eyes bulged as he slowly looked down. Witnessing the cold blade protruding from his chest, an expression of intense unwillingness and resentment filling his eyes as he fell slowly. A dignified 8th grade master, ambushed by a 6th grade subordinate, had not even the slightest power to retaliate. In his final moments, he suddenly realized one stark truth. Throughout it all, he had merely been a minor character. Even though he had forcibly elevated his status from 5th to 8th grade through secret methods, it could not alter his tragic fate. He had not lived with the splendor he imagined. Even his death was not the grand, heroic finale he had envisioned. Instead, it was utterly meaningless, inexplicably absurd. Everything unfolded far differently than he had anticipated. Like a grain of sand falling into the sea, it stirred not a ripple and was swallowed by the overwhelming tide, insignificant and leaving no trace. The chaos continued. Sounds of battle and screams echoed incessantly. "I will fight you, beast." A burly man, one of the pursuers with 8th grade cultivation, swung his blade fiercely at a massive rhinoceros demon beast. "Moo!" In the next moment, a crack sounded and the blade shattered, the man meeting his demise. A lifeless body, akin to a heap of mud, plummeted from the sky, barely garnering the attention of the nearby rhinoceros beast, as though it were merely an unfortunate ant crushed underfoot. The rhinoceros fled in a frenzy, its large eyes reflecting sheer terror and desperation, as if something exceedingly dreadful were pursuing it from behind. "Help! Kill, kill! No, don't come any closer." The cacophony of anguished cries echoed through the forest. In the span of merely a few breaths, the frantic beast tamers from Beastmaster Mountain were trampled by a horde of frenzied beasts, resulting in devastating casualties. Barely 1 in 10 survived. Moreover, those who did manage to escape bore wounds, their faces ashen and drained of color, evidently reeling from the overwhelming shock. In stark contrast, the few seated members of Beastmaster Mountain, including Lu Yanran, remained unscathed, as the relentless tide of beasts paid them no mind in their desperate bid for survival. The reckless tamers, believing they were the target, fought back fiercely, inciting the beasts into a wild frenzy that left a trail of death and injury in its wake. The scene unfolded dramatically, rendering the entire spectacle absurdly comical. A profound silence enveloped the area. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. As the tremors subsided, The members of the rebellious faction began to notice the peculiarities of their situation. Some turned pale, while others spat blood and collapsed on the spot, succumbing to the shock. Conversely, Liu Yanran and her companions were swept with exhilaration, followed by a wave of trepidation. All eyes fixated on a fellow disciple who stubbornly remained on the ground, their expressions flickering with disbelief. They silently cursed their fortune. Had it not been for this individual, they might have met an unjust demise. Some even resolved to forge a stronger bond with this person, planning to let them take the lead in future perilous situations, perhaps even leaping from cliffs first, in hopes of inheriting the legacy of a powerful predecessor. Upon closer inspection, they realized that despite being covered in blood and appearing quite wretched, this individual was, in fact, the least injured among them, merely fatigued. Was there any semblance of fairness in this? Had they not encountered this stroke of luck, they would have overlooked this usually unnoticed individual's extraordinary fortune. No wonder Senior Brother Sun remained calm and collected even when faced with dire threats. He must have been composed and prepared all along. They admired him for his steadfastness. Even the individual in question was taken aback, pondering if they truly were the fabled child of fortune. The group seized the moment to recuperate, though their laughter and banter served merely to ease the tension. Their gazes remained fixed on the opposing faction. The recent onslaught of beasts had inexplicably alleviated their predicament. Yet the opposing side still boasted 30 to 40 members, far more than their own dwindling numbers. Should a confrontation arise, their chances of victory were slim. Knowing this, Liu Yanran and her companions were relieved to see their adversaries remain passive, allowing them to regain some strength. The previous ordeal, though it seemed lengthy, had actually transpired in mere moments, hardly sufficient for recovery, merely a brief respite. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent pierced the air. "Be cautious," Liu Yanran, the most skilled among them, sensed the danger first and shouted. The last remaining 8th rank expert from the opposing side seized a fallen long sword and hurled it with tremendous force towards them. The might of 8th rank inner strength was formidable. Even a pebble could rival the power of an ordinary bullet. A long sword, on the other hand, was unstoppable. The burly man bellowed, his face twisted with excitement. "With Zhou Chun dead, killing you all will be a tremendous feat, and I shall reign supreme at Beastmaster Mountain." Even from a distance, Liu Yanran could ascertain the devastating power of the blade. It was beyond their capacity to withstand. Despite her own 7th rank cultivation, she was gravely injured, and should the blade graze her, it would surely mean death or dire harm. Senior Brother Sun dodged. As the sword drew near, its target became apparent. It was none other than Senior Brother Sun, the one whose luck had been the subject of ridicule. Panic surged through everyone, including Sun himself. Even if his luck were truly extraordinary, there was no way he could emerge unscathed from this strike. They closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the tragic scene of their comrade meeting a gruesome end. With a piercing shriek, the blade shot forth, aimed directly at Sun's vital points. Its speed astonishing. In an instant, Sun felt his blood racing, his hair standing on end. This was it. He was doomed. He felt as though he had been marked for death, with no escape in sight. All he could do was await his fate, utterly powerless. His companions, including Liu Yanran, wore expressions of despair and fury, yet they were equally helpless to intervene. In a moment of desperation, Sun's eyes widened, and with a final defiant effort, he lunged toward the blade. "Fool! An ant dares to challenge a dragon. Prepare to perish." The malevolent voice echoed as his desperate strike exploded in the face of Sun's despairing gaze. Alas! Before he could fully comprehend his thoughts of filial piety toward his father, a sharp sound rang out. Sun kept his eyes shut for what felt like an eternity. Yet he felt no pain. Confused, he slowly opened his eyes. What had transpired? He questioned, focusing intently. In the next moment, his mouth fell agape. The gleaming long sword hovered mere inches from his nose, humming ominously, unable to advance any further. "My goodness!" Sun gasped, his forehead beating with cold sweat, stumbling backward, too startled to stand upright. After putting some distance between himself and the sword, he finally exhaled in relief. "Senior Brother Sun, you're unharmed. That's wonderful," a junior disciple exclaimed upon seeing Sun unscathed, their excitement palpable. "How could this be?" The burly man's previously jubilant expression froze, disbelief washing over him as he stared at the scene. His full-force strike, which even ninth-rank experts would not dare to underestimate, had been thwarted by a mere disciple of Beastmaster Mountain? It was unfathomable. The burly man rubbed his eyes, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. But the truth remained. His strike had not only failed to kill, but it had not even grazed Sun S skin. Ha! I'm alive. I'm still here. After a brief moment of confusion, Sun S realization ignited a surge of joy within him, prompting him to laugh uncontrollably. His laughter only served to enrage his adversary further. Seeking death. Upon witnessing the scene, the burly man cast aside his earlier doubts, consumed by rage. With a vigorous sweep of his hand, he bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? Seize them. If even one escapes, we shall all face dire consequences." As his words echoed, an aura of bloodlust enveloped the arena. The previously hesitant traders trembled in unison, their faces paling at the thought of the punishment for failure. Gritting their teeth, they turned their gazes resolutely towards Lu Yinran and her companions, brandishing their weapons with the intent to kill. Kill, for the glory that awaits us. Spare none. The brothers rallied, undeterred by their recent losses, their numbers still formidable. Lu Yinran and her companions, upon witnessing this, exchanged worried glances, quickly adopting defensive stances to conserve their strength, bracing for an imminent battle. Even Sun Shixiang, who had been seated, hurriedly stood up, a fierce glint in his eyes. Just as everyone braced for a brutal confrontation, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the fray. "Everyone, please cease your hostilities." The advancing rebels faltered, momentarily shaken by the powerful presence of the speaker. The expression of the burly man darkened, cursing inwardly. What is happening today? Why does everything seem to go awry? His frustration grew as he considered the relentless series of setbacks he faced. Despite his urge to charge and eliminate the opposing faction, he recognized that the speaker's strength matched his own. Acting rashly could complicate matters further. As tensions mounted, Lu Yinran and her companions, initially prepared for a desperate struggle, were caught off guard as their adversaries suddenly halted. Lu Yinran felt her resolve wane, sensing that something was amiss amidst the chaos. At that moment, a middle-aged man, refined in appearance and exuding an aura of the 8th tier, approached. "I implore you, grant me a moment to speak with this young lady." He gestured towards Lu Yinran, and everyone recognized him as the one who had called out earlier. Lu Yinran's heart leaped with joy, while the burly man's expression soured. The appearance of an 8th tier expert was bound to influence the outcome of the skirmish. The burly man bristled at the interruption, barking, "Who do you think you are? This is none of your concern. Leave now, or face the consequences." His menacing glare directed towards the newcomer. Yet, the middle-aged man, Elder Zhongfeng, remained unfazed, reiterating his request calmly. The burly man's anger flared. "You dare to interfere? If it weren't for your evident strength, I wouldn't even waste my breath on you." As he readied to strike again, Elder Zhongfeng's next words chilled him to the bone. With a slight bow towards Lu Yinran, he stated, "Fear not, young lady. You need not worry for your safety. Furthermore, my esteemed master requests your presence for an urgent matter." The atmosphere shifted dramatically as those present felt the weight of his words. "My esteemed master requests you," echoed in their minds, causing them to recoil in shock. The term esteemed master was not to be taken lightly. Only those of great power could bear such a title. The implications of this declaration sent waves of trepidation through the crowd. Listening to this, Lu Yinran felt her mind whirl, nearly stumbling in disbelief. She wanted to speak, but found her voice caught in her throat. After a moment, she managed to inquire, "Esteemed one, may I ask which revered master has summoned me? Could it be the renowned 5 Elements Master?" Her thoughts immediately turned to the only 2-star sect in the southern region, the 5 Elements Sect, known for its illustrious leader. The mere mention of this name commanded respect from anyone with knowledge of the realm. Elder Zhongfeng shook his head dismissively. "My master is not of the 5 Elements Sect. Follow me, and all your questions will be answered upon your meeting." Despite her limited understanding, Lu Yinran sensed that Elder Zhongfeng's master was far superior to the 5 Elements Master. Realizing her folly, Lu Yinran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. As the esteemed master had summoned her, it was imperative that she complied without delay. "Let us go." "Wait," the burly man's voice boomed, causing Elder Zhongfeng to frown in irritation. "Do you dare defy the will of the esteemed master? Are you seeking death?" The burly man, though momentarily daunted by Zhongfeng's glare, still attempted to maintain a facade of bravado. How do we know you aren't conspiring to deceive us and simply take her away? He was acutely aware that with their leader Zhou Chun slain amidst the chaos, he could not afford to let Lu Yanran escape. Zhou Chun, despite his flaws, was favored by the higher-ups, and his untimely demise would leave them with much to answer for. The only viable option was to capture or eliminate Lu Yanran and her companions, thus shifting the blame onto the beasts. Otherwise, not only would his ambition to successfully usurp Zhou Chen's position be dashed, but even his life could be at stake. When it comes to his own survival, he cannot afford to be careless. Gradually, his gaze shifted between both parties, fixating on Lu Yanran's tense face. A flicker of inspiration seemed to strike him, and suddenly he broke into a grin. "Uh-huh, I see it now. I was almost deceived by you all. What a splendid performance. Lu Yanran, I have long heard of your cunning and resourcefulness as the senior sister, but I never expected to witness it firsthand today. Truly remarkable. Brothers, encircle this wretch and that meddlesome fool. How dare they fabricate tales to intimidate me? They must be tired of living." As he spoke, the burly man wielding the knife grew increasingly emboldened, his aura swelling with an ominous intensity, hinting at a potential breakthrough. This was the power that confidence bestowed. Feeling the surge of formidable inner strength within him, the knife-wielding man laughed heartily, convinced he had deciphered the situation. This was the essence of clarity and insight. To the People's Park, increase your combat prowess. Go deal with those fugitives. Leave this meddling 8th tier to me. With that, he leapt forward, aiming a fierce strike at Zhang Feng. "Be careful, senior." Lu Yanran gasped in alarm, astonished at his audacity to attack directly. Zhang Feng, a half-step into the 9th tier, found himself in a precarious situation. Though he too stood at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, his opponent was on the verge of touching the 9th tier, possessing combat strength that surpassed his own. He had hoped to spare the man, yet it seemed he would have no choice but to engage. Despite this, Zhang Feng remained composed, retrieving a token from his possession. What a pity to waste this treasure granted by the Venerable One. This token, bestowed by Lin Cheng, was meant to be wielded as a deterrent. However, Zhang Feng believed that the Venerable One's reputation and his own abilities would be sufficient to intimidate his opponent, rendering the token an unnecessary display. Yet, the unfolding events surpassed his expectations. This man, though formidable, was merely a blunt instrument. "Go!" Zhang Feng activated the token, a profound energy swirling around it, unleashing a radiant golden light. A terrifying aura akin to the previous one enveloped the area, halting all who sensed it in their tracks, their gazes snapping toward the source. In the distance, a middle-aged man raised an indistinct token high, his demeanor reverent and solemn, as if in worship. In the next moment, the token blazed with light, a tremor of spiritual energy erupting like a volcano. No, the knife-wielding man, witnessing his blow descending, felt no joy at the impending success. Instead, his eyes filled with dread and regret. Boom! The golden light transformed into towering columns, encasing Zhang Feng's figure, the overwhelming spiritual energy reaching the heavens. The man's blade struck against it with no effect, only to be met with a terrifying force that shattered his bones and destroyed his weapon. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. The power of the golden light radiated for miles, causing all beasts beneath the foundation level to tremble in fear. They dropped to the ground, paralyzed with terror, emitting pitiful whimpers and gazing wide-eyed in fright. The only thought that coursed through their minds was that the harbinger of doom had returned. Do not provoke. The remaining rebels, shaken by the overwhelming aura, experienced a collapse of spirit. Some even coughed up blood, dying from sheer shock. Those who survived were left pale and trembling, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Eliminate them. Leave no room for future trouble. It won't be long before they recover. Zhang Feng, witnessing the situation finally under control, carefully stowed away the cracked token, his heart aching with loss. This token, granted by the Venerable One, contained a fragment of his might. Fortunately, he had retrieved it in time. It seemed he could still use it once more, but after that, it would likely be rendered entirely unusable. With this thought, Zhang Feng's eyes turned red with anguish. This was a priceless treasure. To waste it on such fools infuriated him. Kill. The sudden turn of events prompted Zhang Feng to speak up, and without hesitation. Lu Yanran and the others joined in, swiftly dispatching the incapacitated foes. In moments, Only Lu Yanran and a few others remained alive amidst the carnage. "Senior, what happened here?" one of them inquired, gazing at the blood-soaked ground. Curiosity piqued as to why they had acted so decisively against those who were clearly terrified. With the Venerable One present, how could these insignificant pests pose any threat? Zhang Feng waved his hand, catching his breath as he explained. "The Venerable One has more pressing matters to attend to and has already departed after leaving me behind. Were it not for this, I would not be concerned about their potential retaliation. Moreover, had it not been for Miss Lu, the Venerable One would not have allowed me to remain." Hearing Zhang Feng mention Lu Yanran, everyone paused, turning to look at her, equally bewildered. Lu Yanran, too, was perplexed. She had no recollection of ever being favored by any venerable figure. In fact, she had never even encountered a foundation-level venerable in her life. The mere thought of meeting one had sent her heart racing with anxiety. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Zhang Feng pointed at Lu Yanran and stated, "I am unsure of the specifics, but the Venerable One mentioned that this young lady carried a familiar aura, which is why I was asked to assist." "A familiar scent?" The others from Beast-Taming Mountain were puzzled. Lu Yanran, however, felt a jolt of realization and hurriedly produced a small mirror. This was a low-grade spiritual artifact, given to her by Meng, a junior sister from Jingyun's sect, as a token. This item was a trinket casually gifted by Lin Cheng to his disciple, now imbued with her essence from years of being worn. Could it be that Meng's intention was for her to seek aid from a venerable senior? A daring thought surged in Lu Yanran's mind. Could it be that the Venerable One who had come to her aid was indeed the mysterious figure she sought? With widened eyes, she stammered, "May I ask if you hail from Jingyun's sect?" Upon hearing this, the others were equally astonished. Their ultimate goal had been to seek assistance from Jingyun's sect, yet they had barely escaped annihilation. To think that the one who came to their aid was from Jingyun's sect. As this realization dawned upon them, their pupils constricted. This senior seemed to be following a mysterious, foundation-level venerable. Who, then, was this venerable figure? The group exchanged glances, all shuddering at the thought. An incredible and uncontrollable idea surged forth. Could it be that the Jingyun sect has a foundational elder stationed there? This secret is buried too deeply. The thoughts of the Beast Control Mountain's disciples were beyond Zhang Feng's knowledge. Upon hearing Lu Yanran's words, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhang Feng's eyes, as if he had not anticipated that his identity would be so accurately deduced. He nodded affirmatively, graciously admitting, "Indeed, I am Zhang Feng, the logistics elder of the Jingyun sect." At this revelation, the crowd could not help but exclaim inwardly, confirming their suspicions that the mysterious foundational elder was indeed the venerable ancestor secretly overseeing the Jingyun sect. With this realization, Lu Yanran suddenly became aware that Sister Meng's identity was likely extraordinary as well. The urgency with which such a being had come forth suggested that, even if not a direct descendant, she was undoubtedly a disciple of great significance. It seemed that some members of the Yin-Yang sect had mentioned that Sister Meng possessed an ice-fire constitution, a rarity of immense talent. This uniqueness had led to her being detained. The Yin-Yang sect practiced rather sinister techniques, drawing energy from both Yin and Yang, employing underhanded methods. They appeared to have a considerable interest in Meng Tangtang. It was no wonder they chose to wait for the sect leader's emergence before taking action against her and others, even going so far as to collude with foreign tribes to obliterate Beast Control Mountain and confront the Jingyun sect. Lu Yanran recognized the gravity of the situation. "Let us proceed. The elder is surely awaiting us at Beast Control Mountain," Zhang Feng declared, turning to lead the way. The disciples of Beast Control Mountain, though filled with myriad questions, quickly followed suit. Regardless of the circumstances, during this time of crisis, aligning with the Jingyun sect was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Some even enthusiastically offered to guide the way, opting not to address Zhang Feng as senior, as it felt too distant and unhelpful for fostering camaraderie. "Elder Zhang Feng, it would be better to take the right path to Beast Control Mountain. Although it is a longer route, the left path is considerably more treacherous." Zhang Feng merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That is old news. Follow my lead. The left path will significantly expedite our journey." However, the disciple hesitated, wanting to voice further concerns. "There is no room for debate. The elder is waiting, and time is of the essence." "I do not jest," Zhang Feng asserted, striding ahead. The others exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Lu Yanran stepped forward, hastily matching Zhang Feng's pace, her voice carrying, "Stop hesitating. With the elder present, we should be fine. Let's hasten." With her senior sister's encouragement, the rest felt compelled to follow, albeit with some trepidation. Voicing their concerns, "This route will take us through several territories of innate beasts. While it shortens our distance, the danger is also heightened. Not to worry. As long as we remain cautious and avoid making a commotion, those innate beasts are likely to disregard us," Lu Yanran replied, mimicking Zhang Feng's earlier gesture. The group pressed on, treading carefully. However, it wasn't too long before they were struck dumb by the scene before them, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. "Is this place?" "No, wait, what on earth?" They were left speechless, overwhelmed by the sight. Before them lay a wide avenue, several hundred meters in breadth, leading deep into the forest, seemingly endless. The ground was upheaved, exposing its grotesque underbelly. Towering trees had been uprooted, uniformly broken and toppled as if ravaged by a tempest, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that with every few steps, there were pools of blood and remnants of flesh, likely left behind by some slain beast. Gulp. Someone swallowed audibly, prompting a chorus of similar sounds as the weight of the scene settled in. Staring at this path, forged by a terrifying force, they found their astonishment difficult to articulate, as if they were caught in a dream. Yet, even in dreams, such horrific scenes were unimaginable. "What are you all dawdling for?" Zhang Feng noticed everyone had halted, turning with a puzzled expression. He explained, "You're gazing at this path? When I first saw it, I was just as astonished as you are. Haha, you're not mistaken. This wide avenue was carved out by our elder. While it may seem long, it likely stretches for over 100 miles. Over 100 miles? That must traverse the entirety of the misty forest. That is a forbidden zone in the south." The group gasped, their hearts racing at Zhang Feng's words. "The misty forest?" Zhang Feng laughed heartily, shaking his head in disbelief. "Indeed, you speak the truth. I witnessed our elder commence at the forest's edge, forcefully creating a bloody path, with countless innate beasts serving as his paving stones. More than a handful of innate beasts perished in the process. Even the foundational beasts dared not impede our elder. Sensing his aura, they fled in terror. Had it not been for the elder's pressing matters, he likely would have left a foundational beast bloodied on the spot. The elder's strength is beyond our imagination." As he concluded, an audible silence fell upon the assembly, all collectively inhaling sharply. Suddenly, someone stammered, pointing at a glimmer of golden flesh. That seems to resemble the innate bear demon from the forest." Upon hearing this, individuals quickly focused their attention. Indeed, the flesh, transformed and tinged with gold, belonged to an innate beast, the formidable golden bear. Someone recognized this creature and exclaimed, dispelling any lingering doubts about the authenticity of Zhang Feng's claims. "Our elder has already made his way to Beast Control Mountain, and the dangers along the route have likely been cleared. Our journey henceforth will be quite safe," Zhang Feng remarked cheerfully. Indeed, along this path, countless beasts have perished at the hands of Lin Cheng. Just the overwhelming stench of blood and violence is enough to deter most creatures. In no time, this path, once the solitary safe route through the misty forest, would likely give rise to numerous new professions. It should be noted that the ground was littered with beast remains. While such material might seem worthless to beings like Lin Cheng, for many ordinary individuals and lower-tier cultivators, it was a rare treasure. The flesh of innate beasts would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among elders of the 7th and 8th ranks. Even Zhang Feng himself felt tempted. Had he not considered the elder's orders, he might have lingered here for months. Let us proceed. Throughout the journey, the group encountered no dangers. Even when a few reckless beasts crossed their path, they were swiftly dealt with by Zhang Feng and Lu Yanran. After all, aside from Zhang Feng, an 8th rank powerhouse, Lu Yanran was also a formidable presence at the 7th rank. The disciples of Beast Control Mountain, having escaped encirclement, were not to be trifled with either. A mere handful of beasts posed little threat to them. At this pace, they would reach the Sect's gates within half a day, Lu Yanran noted. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng, having parted ways with Zhang Feng, confidently forged ahead, his speed increasing by 30%. In mere moments, the gates of Beast Control Mountain came into view. "Persevere, my disciple. I am on my way to rescue you." Lin Cheng silently sensed Meng Tongtong's location, which which was now quite close. The red dot on the formation flickered with gradually stabilizing frequency, its brilliance indicating that Meng Tang was momentarily out of grave danger. Furthermore, the defensive measures he had left on her were still in effect, providing ample protection for a period. At this point, Lin Cheng felt no urgency. He was already present. Thus, there was no doubt that no harm could befall his disciple. As a time traveler, he held on to this confidence. Should he attempt to sign in here? An idea struck him. Since arriving in this world, he had nearly confined himself within the library of Jingyun's Sect, seldom stepping out. However, if he were to sign in here, the long-term signing at the library would be interrupted, resulting in a sharp decline in reward levels. After some consideration, he deemed it unworthy. There were still over 90 years until he could lift the long-term signing at the library. Changing the signing location now would mean losing all previous efforts. Moreover, only by signing in at the library could he possibly gain a super signing opportunity. Changing locations would mean forfeiting his greatest advantage. No, we shall not engage in a losing venture. Alas, once this matter is resolved, he would return to the library and sign in diligently. Ultimately, Lin Cheng chose to abandon the idea of signing in at Beast Taming Mountain. It was hardly a sacred paradise. The treasures obtained from signing in here would likely be no more valuable than those from his initial sign-ins at the library. If not less, it was best not to take such risks. First, rescue the person. This was paramount. After a brief contemplation, Lin Cheng activated his Eye of Illusions, a faint purple glow emanating from his pupils. Within a radius of several dozen miles, everything became vividly clear. Soon, he discovered his disciple trapped in a dungeon. Found her. It appeared that she was merely confined, alongside 3 elders from the alchemy hall. They seemed fatigued, but bore no injuries, and Lin Cheng let out a sigh of relief. The young girl often acted recklessly. A little more time in confinement would serve as a lesson. Fortunately, this incident turned out to be a mere scare. Lin Cheng did not rush to rescue her. Instead, he continued to carefully investigate the entire Beast Taming Mountain to ascertain the enemy's strength. His consciousness swept across the area, and he soon identified 3 suspicious locations where his awareness faced momentary obstruction. In the next moment, Lin Cheng intensified his focus. The layers of restrictions were instantly shattered. In the first location, he witnessed a severely injured innate demon beast resembling a black Scullion. Its body was riddled with wounds, bleeding profusely into a nearby blood pool, beside which stood a grotesque old witch. She was gesturing at the air with her fingers. Subsequently, streams of blood energy continuously rose from the pool and flowed into a vial in the witch's hand, forming crimson elixirs. Having completed her harvesting, the old witch nodded in satisfaction, and under the gaze of the vengeful Scullion, she forcibly poured a vial of revitalizing liquid into its struggling mouth. Once its injuries healed somewhat, she would proceed with the next round of harvesting. Lin Cheng noted that this old witch possessed strength at the 7th rank, but seemed to wield a black chain that effectively restrained the Scullion. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the old witch was not human, but rather resembled a creature with pointed ears, glowing red eyes, and claws as sharp as steel. Somewhat akin to a goblin he had encountered in his past life, yet distinctly different, appearing more humanoid. An alien race. In the next moment, Lin Cheng's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of menace. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the alien races documented in ancient texts and seemed to belong to the necromancer clan adept in potion crafting, holding a status comparable to alchemists in the human realm. Beast Taming Mountain had indeed been breached by an alien race. This brought to mind the recent turmoil caused by the Demon Beast incident, which seemed to have originated from the Beast Taming Mountain's One Beast Canyon. It now appeared that not only one Beast Canyon, but the entire Beast Taming Mountain had become a stronghold for the alien race. The absence of the innate presence from Beast Taming Mountain suggested a high probability of death for the Black Scullion, which likely served as the guardian spirit beast of the mountain, an innate 4th-tier creature. Lin Cheng soon formed a rough hypothesis, feeling a chill in his heart. Beast Taming Mountain had unknowingly perished beneath the watchful eyes of the major sects in the southern region. No wonder his disciple was imprisoned there. It was not that Beast Taming Mountain had grown audacious. Rather, everything was the machination of the alien race. The fact that Meng Tang and others were merely imprisoned without being killed likely indicated a baiting strategy. The next target of the aliens was unmistakably Jingyun Sect. Judging by strength, Jingyun sect ranked at the bottom among the top 10 sects in the southern region, even somewhat inferior to Beast Taming Mountain. It was evident that they had already caught the attention of the alien race. Perhaps these aliens did not anticipate that, in their attempt to bait, they would ensnare a shark instead. The aliens were unaware of Lin Cheng's existence and could not have predicted that the seemingly weak Jingyun sect harbored a Foundation establishment venerable. At the moment Lin Cheng arrived, the roles of hunter and prey had silently reversed. Chapter 32. The Yin Yang Elder and Lin Cheng's fury. Lin Cheng's gaze turned icy as he took a deep breath, refraining from striking immediately. His consciousness continued to probe the other two locations. The second location was a secret chamber, sparsely furnished, containing only a simple stone bed, upon which sat a shadowy elder. The aura emanating from him indicated that he was a formidable presence at the innate 7th tier. Clad in a black and white robe, the elder's eyes were tightly shut, and a sinister energy swirled around him, being drawn into his body in a perpetual cycle. The Yin Yang Elder. With just a glance, Lin Cheng identified him as the ancestor from Yin Yang Valley. He was no benevolent figure. Among the top 10 sects, the Blood Oath Sect, Yin Yang Valley, and Xiandan Sect could be deemed the malignant tumors of the southern region. Even Xiandan's sect, which appeared upright, was notorious for profiting from war, monopolizing elixirs, and inflating prices. Each time the frontline battles occurred, it was the disciples and elders of the top 10 sects who bled, while Xiandan's sect reaped the rewards. Yet, due to the necessity of elixirs in warfare, the demand was immense, and despite the discontent towards Xiandan's sect, many times the other sect had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, who could afford to offend an alchemist? Sometimes, these internal vermin among the human race were even more loathsome than the bloodthirsty alien races. Before Lin Cheng could carefully examine the third location, the Yin Yang Elder suddenly opened his eyes. Initially, Lin Cheng feared he had been detected, but upon closer inspection, he realized that was not the case. A noise echoed outside the secret chamber, resembling a knocking sound. The Yin Yang Elder's shadowy face shifted slightly, seemingly excited, though not overtly so. Soon, the door to the chamber swung open, revealing the grotesque old witch, indeed, the very necromancer he had observed earlier. Master Shui, I apologize for the delay, the old crone rasped, revealing through her address that the Yin Yang Elder's surname was indeed Shui. The Yin Yang Elder rose, his gaze ignited with fervor as he inquired eagerly, "Is the blood chi pill ready?" I can scarcely contain my anticipation. The innate physique, the ice-fire duality, just imagining it makes my mouth water. As he spoke, a look of rapture spread across the myriad wrinkles of his weathered face. This is undoubtedly a furnace prepared by destiny for our Yin Yang sect, through the dual cultivation method. I shall surely have the prospect of establishing my foundation in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, this visit to the Beast Taming Mountain had bestowed such unforeseen delight. Truly, it was heaven's will. The thought of the girl as exquisite essence sent a surge of excitement through him. Rest assured, Master Shui, everything has long been prepared. Alas, the rapid extraction of the blood chi pill has severely diminished the lifespan of the black Qilin. It may not endure much longer, lamented the old crone. Not that she mourned the beast's life, but rather, she regretted the scarcity of such a perfect source for the blood chi pill in the future. Had we been cautious, it could have sustained for several years. Now, it may only last a few months. Capturing an innate beast is no trivial matter. Upon hearing this, the Yin Yang Elder scoffed disdainfully, a mere innate 4th-level beast. As long as it assists me in advancing to the Foundation establishment, I assure you, you will reap the rewards. The promised offerings of human blood and flesh will be delivered in full. That is only natural, the old crone replied, her smile revealing a cruel undertone. Indeed, it is merely a beast. To be of service to Master Shui is its fortune. Every word of their conversation fell upon Lin Cheng's ears, igniting a fiery rage within him. So it was true. This old wretch had designs on Meng Tangdang's ice-fire duality. Initially, Lin Cheng had intended to bide his time, but the moment he perceived the insult directed at his disciple, he could no longer endure it. In the next instant, as the two conversed merrily, they were suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of dread. An intangible terror approached swiftly, enveloping them both. Who goes there? The Yin Yang Elder was the first to sense something amiss. Unleashing the full force of his innate 7th-level prowess, yet it proved futile. The terrifying aura dissipated within mere feet, vanishing without a trace like a stone sinking into the sea, stirring not a ripple. In that moment, the chamber felt isolated from the world, impervious to any external power. Realizing this, cold sweat trickled down the Yin-Yang elder's back, leaving him in a state of anxious agitation. Beside him, the old crone trembled in fear, feeling as though an unseen gaze was fixed upon her, threatening her life at any moment. This incessant torment clung to them like a cruel torture. This was Lin Cheng's deliberate design. Death was but a fleeting moment. The most terrifying aspect of execution lay not in the severed head, but in the instant before the blade fell. The true horror resided in the chasm between life and death. Yin-Yang reincarnation. The Yin-Yang elder unleashed his most formidable technique, attacking the chamber door with reckless abandon, yet yielded no results, and despair overwhelmed him. Cursed, when the world is happening. He had never tasted such despair before, and the thought of madness loomed over him. He understood that someone was near, a presence whose strength far exceeded his own. The ability to toy with him so effortlessly could only belong to a terrifying being of Foundation establishment. Not even a perfected innate could wield such power. Impossible. When have I wronged a Foundation establishment expert to warrant such a targeted attack? The Yin-Yang elder felt unjustly wronged, believing he had done nothing to deserve this inexplicable calamity. He felt no guilt. In his view, taking Meng Tang Tang, an innate physique, as a furnace was entirely justified. Did the weak not exist to serve the strong? This was the law of survival. Senior, let's discuss this. I am the sect master of the Yin-Yang sect in the southern domain. As long as you show mercy, whatever demands you have, I shall oblige without hesitation. The Yin-Yang elder called out loudly. Yet, silence met his pleas, only the invisible restraints around him tormenting his spirit. The world had fallen silent. He felt as though he had been cast into another realm, utterly alone, awaiting a slow death. No, the thought of such a tragic end drove the Yin-Yang elder to madness, and he began to strike at his surroundings with reckless abandon. His innate seventh-level powers were unleashed without reserve, and the old crone was caught in an indiscriminate attack, instantly reduced to a mist of blood, her eyes wide in death. Gradually, after a fit of rage, the Yin-Yang elder succumbed to utter despair. That mysterious presence showed no interest in him, neither killing him nor releasing him, merely trapping him in a state of lingering hope, preventing his immediate collapse, yet simultaneously filling him with hopelessness, forcing him to dance on the precipice of despair. The Yin-Yang elder felt as though he were being gnawed upon by ants, an unbearable torment. This was precisely the suffering Lin Cheng wished him to endure. A swift death would be too merciful. Allowing him to die in endless despair would serve to quench Lin Cheng's wrath, if only slightly. Chapter 33. The bronze statue within the chamber. The Yin-Yang elder felt utterly despondent. He sensed an intangible, eerie force in the air, relentlessly devouring his life force. As time passed, the rapid erosion of his vitality became evident. At 200 years, he was barely over 100. Logically, he should have had at least 70 or 80 years left. Yet now, he perceived his remaining lifespan vanishing at a terrifying speed. In the span of just half an incense stick's time, he had lost nearly a year's worth of life. At this rate, within a day, he would be completely drained of his vitality. He was terrified, but this was futile. No amount of madness, pleading, or threats could alter his fate. It was as though he were the last person in existence, waiting for only death to greet him. Meanwhile, as Lin Cheng imprisoned the Yin-Yang elder, his heart grew colder. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences of the elder's emergence would have been unimaginable. Such a scoundrel, worse than a beast, deserved to die. Subjecting him to torment was already too lenient. He should suffer eternally, unable to seek life or death. As a model citizen of the 21st century, Lin Cheng was not devoid of a sense of justice. Such a deranged villain should be punished by heaven, and if not, then by him. After addressing the matter at hand, Lin Cheng hastened to the third location. The next moment, despite his preparations, he was still taken aback by the gruesome scene before him. Was this a slaughterhouse? Before his eyes lay a sea of crimson. In a vast underground chamber, hundreds of corpses were piled high, some still clothed in the garb of the beast-taming mountain disciples. Even within the remains, the presence of elders was unmistakable. Numerous corpses lay in a grotesque heap, with blood flowing profusely. Ultimately, All this blood converged upon a mysterious altar at the center of the basement. Lin Cheng observed this scene in silence, his heart filled with a bewildering complexity. When he had first arrived, he had pondered the whereabouts of the many disciples and elders of Beastmaster Mountain. Little did he know, they were all gathered here. With a swift motion, Lin Cheng vanished from his spot and reappeared within the basement where the altar was arranged. Witnessing the brutality up close left him profoundly shaken. Now that he was nearer, he could discern the ancient and sinister patterns etched upon the altar, subtly glowing with a crimson light, pulsating as if it were alive. At the center of the altar stood a bronze object, resembling a statue. Its greenish face bore sharp fangs, and its eyes glowed a fierce red. It resembled a human infant. Yet the innocent smile upon its face was utterly incongruous with the hellish environment surrounding it. This was a setup by a foreign race, designed to absorb the blood essence of living beings to nourish that statue. At that moment, a faint voice, as delicate as a whisper, broke the silence. Lin Cheng turned to find an elderly woman, barely clinging to life, her limbs severed, and her spine pierced by a black chain, rendered beyond salvation. This individual was presumably the master mentioned by Lu Yanran. Upon witnessing this, Lin Cheng sighed lightly. In such circumstances, he felt powerless. Although the system provided him with some exceptionally rare treasures, each was singular in nature, vanishing upon use. He was not a true sage, capable of selflessly sacrificing everything for a complete stranger. Such an expectation was unrealistic. "Senior, this object is a peerless evil," she managed to utter before her breath ceased. Though Lin Cheng appeared to be an ordinary person, the elder was no fool. To reach this place, she must have possessed remarkable abilities. The bronze statue had wreaked havoc upon Beastmaster Mountain, and even in her dying moments, the elderly woman was fixated on its destruction. Alas, the fact that she had endured to this extent was already a testament to her will, sustained purely by her last breath. Now that Lin Cheng had arrived, her spirit had waned, and she could no longer endure. From Lin Cheng's perception, she had once been no more than an 8th-tier cultivator. He remained silent for a moment, then with a flick of his finger, shattered the chains binding her. As he surveyed the room filled with corpses and lifeless eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. Had it not been for his current powerful spiritual energy, the version of him from his past life would have likely succumbed to madness in such a place. Beastmaster Mountain, one of the 10 major sects of the southern region, had met its demise in this manner. In that moment, Lin Cheng deeply grasped the impermanence of the world and directly experienced the cruelty of the foreign race, as well as their indifference toward life. Having undergone this ordeal, he felt a surge of respect for those who fought valiantly on the front lines. It reminded him of the warriors in the great Xia kingdom from his past life, who fearlessly defended their homeland. They shared the same unwavering dedication, the same readiness to sacrifice themselves, battling against invaders at the cost of their own lives, all to ensure the safety of their families and the peace of humanity. That statue must be destroyed. Lin Cheng raised his palm and gently struck out. The forces of heaven and earth surged, coalescing before him into a colossal golden palm print imbued with unmatched might, descending upon the bronze statue. Boom! The statue seemed to possess its own consciousness. At the moment of impending destruction, a surge of dense blood energy erupted forth, revealing a grotesque visage. Roaring with a power that could instill fear even in the hearts of innate beings, erupting with volcanic force to resist the golden palm's annihilation. But alas, were you to appear in your true form, you might pose a threat to me, but merely a projection of will? Humph. The golden palm suddenly clenched tightly. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the bronze statue shattered into pieces. The eerie atmosphere of the basement gradually dissipated, restoring normalcy. Bold human, you have thwarted my grand scheme. This enmity shall be repaid. A lingering projection in the air roared, filled with resentment, hatred, and a profound unwillingness to accept defeat. No need to wait for another day. I have found you. Lin Cheng swiftly reached out, capturing that wisp of energy in his grasp. Activating his eye of deception, he instantly detected a powerful force emanating from that essence. In the next moment, Lin Cheng soared into the air, racing toward a certain direction beyond Beastmaster Mountain. That place was the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The Valley of 10,000 Beasts lay merely 100 miles from the Beastmaster Mountain sect. Towering mountain ranges stretched endlessly, their peaks shrouded in thunderous clouds, crackling with lightning. The mere aura of the lightning was enough to instill dread in innate experts, sending shivers down the spines of even foundation builders. This was the formidable power of nature, far beyond the reach of mere mortals. The mountain ranges flanking the Valley of 10,000 Beasts appeared interminable, isolating the two races. To traverse, one could only pass through a gorge approximately 10,000 feet wide. This place was a natural fortress, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. The human race, utilizing the terrain, could repel foreign forces that vastly outnumbered them, preventing any advance into their borders. Originally, this area was under the protection of Beastmaster Mountain. Unfortunately, with the recent annihilation of the Sect, it had long since fallen into the hands of the foreign race. Their forces were pressing in, waiting for the arrival of the thunderstorm in 10 days, when the lightning that enveloped the gorge would dissipate, allowing the foreign army to launch a massive offensive and fully seize the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, using it as a foothold to invade the human realm. Chapter 34. Convergence. Not long after Lin Cheng departed, the elders of the Jingyun sect finally arrived, albeit belatedly. It was only upon sensing the arrival of Elder Su and the others that Lin Cheng felt at ease to leave. Although Elder Su and her companions had set out a few days earlier, they still arrived a step too late, highlighting Lin Cheng's astonishing speed. Not to mention innate experts. Even ordinary foundation builders would find it impossible to keep pace. After all, the other foundation cultivators lacked Lin Cheng's immense reserves of true energy, rendering them incapable of sustained rapid flight, let alone traversing the perilous misty forest. Who would dare risk their lives in such a place? Moreover, had Lin Cheng not cleared the dangers ahead, Elder Su, in her half-dead state, would likely have walked into a trap with no hope of return. It was worth noting that the figure from Inyang Valley was a formidable presence, an innate 7th-tier cultivator, well into the late stages of innate cultivation. Compared to Elder Su, who was merely a 4th-tier innate, the disparity was staggering. Witnessing the Beastmaster Mountain sect so close at hand, Elder Su halted her steps, positioning her cane in front of the two accompanying elders. Under their puzzled gazes, her expression gradually turned grave. Taking a cautious step back, she inquired, "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Unusual? Upon hearing the elder's words, the two Jingyun sect elders immediately felt a tightening in their chests. One of the elders sensed the atmosphere carefully for a moment, hesitated, and uncertainly spoke. "I don't know if it's just my illusion, but why does it feel like Beast Tamer Mountain seems overly quiet?" Gazing into the distance, the magnificent structures exuded a wild aura, causing a profound impact on the mind, truly deserving to be one of the top 10 sects in the southern region. However, compared to this seemingly prosperous facade, an unusual gloom seemed to pervade the surroundings, knitting brows in concern. Indeed, it was far too quiet. Beast Tamer Mountain, a sect comparable to Jingyun sect, should have hundreds, if not thousands, of disciples, not to mention numerous beast guardians. It was unnatural for such a place to be enveloped in silence. The absence of any vitality created a peculiar sensation. Another elder gradually felt unease creeping into his heart and furrowed his brow. "What is happening to Beast Tamer Mountain? It feels as though we have arrived at a grand mausoleum rather than a vibrant sect." Upon hearing this, Elder Su and the other elder suddenly realized the source of their disquiet. Anger. Beast Tamer Mountain lacked its usual vitality. It appeared as if it had been annihilated. With this thought, even Elder Su, a venerable figure, was startled by her own sudden speculation, deeming it absurd. Yet, the scene before them seemed to offer only this singular explanation. A sect of such stature as Beast Tamer Mountain could never relocate casually. Even if many disciples were dispatched on missions, it was impossible for there to be not a single soul present, not even a gatekeeper. Elder Su and the others had not even noticed this crucial fact. Something grave had transpired at Beast Tamer Mountain, or else there wouldn't be a single gatekeeper left. The previously mentioned elder sighed and asserted, "Something has indeed happened at Beast Tamer Mountain." The other elder, upon hearing this, grew anxious and exclaimed, "Is the young master still within Beast Tamer Mountain? If our conjecture is correct, then the young master is in a perilous situation." With that, he hastily rushed toward Beast Tamer Mountain, determined to save the young master. "I suggest we at least test the waters," he said, disregarding the objections of the elder beside him. "Test? Test what? There's no time for that. The situation is dire." Elder Su was also taken aback, but the Elder's speed was too rapid, and the sudden turn of events left them unable to stop him in time. They could only watch as he drew closer to the mountain gate. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a loud crash echoed. In the next moment, a thunderous sound reverberated, and the Elder was hurled backward, dazed and seeing stars. Ouch, that hurt. Damn it, it's the protective formation. The Elder rubbed his forehead, his lips twitching as he inwardly cursed his own foolishness for forgetting such an essential matter. A sect like Beast Tamer Mountain certainly had a protective formation in place. Without breaking the formation, entry was impossible. As for how Lin Cheng had entered, as one of the top-tier cultivators among the Foundation establishment experts, possessing the eye of illusion and the great concealment technique, such a formation was no obstacle for him. To him, it was no more than a spider's web. However, what was ineffective for Lin Cheng did not imply it held no power over others. For instance, this impulsive Elder had taken a hard fall. Get up quickly. Look at you rushing around. This is recklessness. His companions hastily helped him up, exasperated. Fortunately, there's no one to oversee this formation, or else it wouldn't have been so easy. We might have all faced misfortune alongside you. It's my fault, my fault. The impulsive Elder rubbed his head, no longer in a hurry, grinning through the pain. However, this collision has indeed revealed something. Beast Tamer Mountain should really be deserted, or else there would be someone managing the protective formation. Prepare to forcefully break the formation, Elder Su commanded, halting the bickering between the two. Her gaze shifted toward the void. Understood. Yes. The two elders' expressions grew serious. If someone were in charge, even with the presence of the venerable Elder, it would be nearly impossible to breach the protective formation. They might even risk being harmed by it. But the current situation was different. It was merely an empty shell, operating mechanically, reduced to its most basic instincts with clear weaknesses. Breaking through would merely require a bit more time. Just as they were about to take action, another group of individuals arrived at Beast Tamer Mountain's Sect gate. Elder Su, witnessing this, halted her movements, while the two elders displayed expressions of wariness. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, their astonishment was palpable. One exclaimed, "Zhang Feng, what are you doing here?" The arrivals were none other than Zhang Feng, Lu Yanran, and their companions. Skinny, fatty, it's you too, along with the venerable Elder. Zhang Feng was equally astonished, then filled with joy. He had not expected to encounter the venerable Elder in their group here. While surprised, he was also somewhat alarmed. Once again, he marveled at the might of the venerable Elder. Despite their speed, it had taken them 2 full days to reach Beast Tamer Mountain, while the venerable Elder had arrived in just a matter of moments. This speed was astonishing. Comparison rendered one speechless. As the two groups exchanged greetings and engaged in brief conversation, their attention swiftly turned to the protective formation. With the addition of Zhang Feng and his companions, as well as several elite members of Beast Tamer Mountain who had previously overseen the protective formation, the speed of breaking through the formation exceeded expectations. What had initially been projected to take several days was accomplished in less than an hour, and a breach was created in the formation. Seizing the opportunity, they entered. Finally breaking through the formation, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The Elder known as Skinny took the chance to inquire of Zhang Feng. "I remember you were still at the Sect before we left. How did you suddenly appear here? Did you follow us?" The Elder Fatty shared the same confusion. "This story is long," Zhang Feng replied, a bitter smile crossing his face. He then recounted the entire tale. Unsurprisingly, the listeners were left dumbfounded, feeling as if they were in a dream. Some even doubting Zhang Feng was intentionally deceiving them. Chapter 35. Old Zhang enjoys boasting. "You mean it was that esteemed elder you mentioned who brought you here?" Elder Skinny was left speechless, his face a mask of disbelief. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. According to Zhang Feng, Jingyun Sect had been concealing a Foundation establishment expert all along? Impossible. The elders were well aware of Jingyun Sect's circumstances. If such a powerful figure had indeed been stationed there, how could the sect have fallen to such a state? Almost dropping out of the top 10 sects? Possessing a Foundation establishment elder would qualify them for a 2-star sect. What I spoke is the truth. Without a hint of exaggeration, Zhang Feng understood the astonishment of several individuals. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he too would have found it hard to believe. Not to mention the magnificent road that spanned dozens of miles, which you must have seen on your way here. It was forcibly opened by the venerable Elder. Indeed, there was such a path when they arrived. The plump elder nodded slightly, confirming that they had seen it with their own eyes. However, despite Zhang Feng's rational and well-founded assertions, the matter still seemed too absurd. You all truly are. Seeing that the two remained unconvinced, Zhang Feng pointed helplessly, shaking his head. These two fellows completely dismissed his words, thinking him to be spouting nonsense. Noticing Zhang Feng's darkening expression, the lean elder stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder with a jovial smile. Old Zhang, we can understand your exaggerations. Who hasn't had their moments? However, you still lack some understanding of the foundational elders. Though such beings are indeed powerful, far surpassing us, they are not without limits. Especially regarding your claim of traversing the air. While it may be feasible, it certainly cannot be as exaggerated as you suggest. You ought to temper your boasts with a touch of reality. It's not that we don't believe you. It's simply too ludicrous, the plump elder added, stepping forward to comfort Zhang Feng. Haha, enough of the boasting, old Zhang. Why take it so seriously? If you truly know that foundational elder and assert that he resides on Beast-Taming Mountain, why have we not yet seen him? The movements of such elders are unpredictable, far beyond our ability to fathom. The plump elder chuckled, observing Zhang Feng's flushed face, and chose to change the subject. Zhang Feng's expression shifted, feeling somewhat stifled. Why was it that no one believed his truthful account? Yet, these two insisted he was merely bragging. Even presenting the token granted by the elder would hardly suffice as proof. After all, a token is not the elder himself, and it invites a multitude of interpretations. It remained an insufficient piece of evidence. Very well, if you choose not to believe, then I shan't waste my breath explaining further. Zhang Feng flicked his sleeve in dismissal, deciding to let it be. That's the spirit, the two elders noted, relieved that Zhang Feng had ceased his fabrications. Being old friends and fellow elders of the Jingyun sect, they shared similar standings. A bit of boasting was nothing to be concerned about, and they could easily let it go. At that moment, Elder Su interjected, Zhang Feng, regarding that venerable elder you mentioned who has secluded himself within our Jingyun sect, is there any way to summon him from his retreat, even if only occasionally for assistance? Should I no longer be present, it would be a shame for our sect's legacy to be entirely severed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng could only smile bitterly and shake his head. You overestimate me. That elder has been in seclusion for years, indifferent to worldly affairs, acting solely on his whims. Even to meet him would be a challenge, let alone expect him to lend a hand. In fact, had it not been for Meng Tongtong's predicament, it is likely that elder would not have stirred at all. Elder Su's gaze darkened, and he refrained from pursuing the matter further. The lean and plump elders exchanged glances, both sighing inwardly, understanding Elder Su's concerns. Years of hidden injuries had accumulated, and his lifespan had greatly diminished. Now, it seemed he could be extinguished at any moment. As the only innate elder stationed at Jingyun sect, he was deeply concerned for the sect's future. What a pity that old Zhang's boisterous claims had left Elder Su feeling disappointed and heartbroken. Contemplating this, the lean elder shot a glare at Zhang Feng. It's all your fault. You and T keep your mouth shut, leading to Elder Su's distress. Zhang Feng, bewildered by the sudden ire directed at him, was at a loss for words. What did I do? Why is everyone against me? It's one thing to not believe me. Now I have to endure this inexplicable scorn. Let us go. We must quickly locate Tangdang and rescue her. Elder Su declared, unperturbed by the danger and leading the way. The others quickly followed. Before departing, the plump elder patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with admiration, saying, not bad. After all that boasting, you still managed to pull it back together. If it were anyone else, I might have genuinely believed that our Jingyun sect had a formidable figure watching over us. With that, he walked away without looking back, leaving Zhang Feng standing there, utterly flabbergasted. At this moment, Liu Yanran approached from behind, bowing respectfully to Zhang Feng. Thank you, Elder Zhang, for your noble act of rescue. I assure you, I shall never disclose the matter of the venerable elder, as you described. I swear by the heavens. You need not worry. Liu Yanran had overheard the earlier conversation among the Jingyun sect elders and was profoundly moved. It became clear that there was no such venerable elder. Everything was fabricated by Elder Zhang to save them. She had not anticipated that Elder Zhang would go to such lengths, concocting a grand lie that could offend a foundational elder, risking much for the sake of a few unfamiliar disciples. Such character and magnanimity were truly commendable. As for the powerful aura that had indeed manifested in the broad, bloody path, Liu Yinran naturally attributed it to coincidence, merely a sight caught by Zhang Feng. After all, she had learned from the other two elders that Zhang Feng, from the logistics department, was known to enjoy a bit of boasting. It was likely the case this time as well. Moreover, he had saved their lives. Such kindness should never be forgotten. Liu Yinran silently vowed to remember Elder Zhang's life-saving grace. The remaining few disciples from Beast Taming Mountain also solemnly bowed to Zhang Feng, vowing that this matter would not be disclosed, lest they be struck by divine retribution. Zhang Feng felt like crying without tears, perceiving that it seemed the entire world was against him, believing him to be a liar. While it was true that he enjoyed boasting about trivial matters, this was a serious matter. How could he joke about something so significant? Why did no one believe him? Elder Zhang Feng, I believe you. Suddenly, Brother Sun from Beast Taming Mountain spoke up. Zhang Feng's spirits lifted. He nearly shed tears of joy. Finally, someone believed him. You truly believe what I said? Sun Li nodded seriously. Elder Zhang, I trust you. Before Zhang Feng could feel touched, Sun Li continued earnestly. Considering your life-saving grace, I shall believe whatever you say. However, cough cough, next time you boast, you might want to check your facts first. That way, it's less likely to be debunked. I can help you with that. For instance, regarding the road you mentioned, your insight seems a bit shallow. Although foundational elders are powerful, they too have their limits. If you insist that it was a foundational elder who opened the misty forest, it would certainly raise suspicion. Next time, if you were to say it was a golden core celestial, that would be far more credible. Finally, Sun Li stepped closer, leaning in conspiratorially, and whispered, making exaggerated facial expressions. Zhang Feng thought, I can't believe you. What a waste of sentiment. Chapter 36. Rescue after a bout of laughter. The group began their exploration of Beast Taming Mountain. As for how much they believed Zhang Feng's words, each person had their own scale of judgment. After all, many things were indeed as Zhang Feng had described. However, ultimately, one must rely on themselves. The pressing crises faced by Jingyun Sect necessitated their own strength to endure. Seeking refuge is not a sustainable solution. Furthermore, as Zhang Feng aptly noted, the strong possess their own tempers, often eccentric and unpredictable. To entrust one's life and safety to the goodwill of others is undoubtedly a folly of the highest order. A storm is brewing, indeed. Among the crowd, a voice murmured softly, observing the remnants of Beast Tamer Mountain. It was not difficult for everyone to conclude that one of the 10 prominent sects of the southern domain had truly met its demise. This time, it was Beast Tamer Mountain. Who knows what will be next? Could it be the Jingyun sect? No one could say. We cultivators must fight against heaven and earth, seeking that elusive chance for eternal life. A mere storm is nothing to fear. The plump elder laughed heartily, not turning back, his rotund figure seeming remarkably towering at that moment. Upon hearing this, Liu Yinran and the others felt their spirits lift. The profound sorrow that had lingered in their hearts gradually receded, giving way to resilience and renewed confidence. Indeed, are we not the ones who walk against the tide? If everything were smooth sailing, why would we seek longevity or strive for immortality? Slowly, the atmosphere of despair began to shift. Before long, the group located the basement that Lin Cheng had destroyed. Those accursed foreign races. Witnessing the scene reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, everyone gritted their teeth in fury. Unlike Lin Cheng, who was a traveler from another world, they were genuine inhabitants of this realm. Living in this world, humanity harbors a deep-seated hatred for the foreign races. The enmity between them is far too complex to be summarized in mere words. An irreconcilable conflict. Soon after, their attention was drawn to a mysterious altar. The eerie crimson patterns sent shivers down their spines with just a glance. Even Su Laotai, a being of innate strength, was no exception. This place had been ravaged. Su Laotai's gaze flickered as she noticed a massive palm-shaped pit not far away, her pupils dilating in shock. Such formidable power. Could it be that a being of foundational mastery had intervened? She took a moment to probe the surroundings. The basement was exceedingly solid and resilient, even with her strength. She found it challenging to leave a significant mark on the walls or floor. However, gazing at the ground that had sunken several meters, Su Laotai was left astounded. Such strength could not possibly belong to an innate being. It must have been the work of a predecessor, Zhang Feng's eyes brightened. These cruel and malevolent foreign races must have been conducting some nefarious ritual here, only to provoke the wrath of the predecessors. Master, Lu Yinran's attention was drawn to a dismembered corpse, and she instantly broke into tears. Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, foreign races. Foreign races! I vow in this life to make you pay dearly. I shall not rest until this grudge is avenged. I have arrived too late. The other disciples of Beast Tamer Mountain also found their fellow sect members among the corpses, tears flowing like a river. An indescribable sorrow enveloped the Jingyun sect members. The foreign races have caused countless families to be torn apart. Zhang Feng clenched his fists tightly, his anger palpable. Thus we must grow stronger, to protect those we wish to safeguard, to vanquish more of the foreign races, and to save more lives. The thin elder's expression turned frigid, his face darkening to the point of seeming to drip with water. Before joining the Jingyun sect, he had lost his entire family, parents and 2 younger sisters, during a foreign race uprising. He vowed to eradicate all foreign races in his lifetime, to honor their spirits in the afterlife. Lu girl, everyone, please accept my condolences. Zhang Feng looked at the distraught members of Beast Tamer Mountain, his heart aching for them, and after a long sigh, said, all of us here have nearly lost friends and family at the hands of foreign races. Who does not harbor a heart full of hatred? But precisely because of this, we must bury our hatred deep within and strive to grow stronger, to avenge them. His words rang out with resolute clarity, exuding a formidable presence, entirely devoid of the previous timidity. His eyes shone with a fierce, killing intent, revealing his own deep-seated hatred for the foreign races. There are too many corpses. Leaving them here is unwise. We must promptly address this matter. Su Laotai, having experienced the most, quickly regained her composure. Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, she spoke. Let us proceed, as instructed. Upon hearing the elder's words, everyone sprang into action. After spending half an hour gathering the bodies, they buried them on the spot. Subsequently, they sealed off the basement and erected a gravestone, inscribed with the simple 4 characters, Tomb of Fellow Taoists. As members of the 10 prominent sects who had fought against the foreign races together, it was not unusual to refer to one another as fellow Taoists. Following this, the group systematically searched various locations, such as the alchemy room, scripture repository, and artifact forging chamber, taking valuable treasures with them. Leaving them behind might only benefit others. It would be wiser to use them to strengthen themselves. Thus, they did not hesitate to seize the opportunity for personal gain. Eventually, they located the dungeon where Meng Tangdang and others were imprisoned in a concealed area. Elder Taishang, is that you? In the dungeon. Elder Hua from the alchemy hall suddenly stood up, his face alight with surprise as he called out to the outside. Although he could not see the scene outside, he had just heard a familiar voice. Elder Taishang has come to rescue them. Finally, we can leave this wretched place. Elder Mu shared the same joy. Alongside him were Elder Mo and Meng Tangtang. Especially Meng Tangtang, upon hearing the familiar voices, broke down in tears. After all, she was merely a child just over 10 years old. When she first arrived at Beast Tamer Mountain, she had been excited, believing she could finally contribute. She thought her junior brother would be delighted to receive the herbs she brought back. But as she realized the gravity of the situation, regret flooded her heart. Has Master arrived? Meng Tangtang wondered, recalling how she had secretly given her small mirror to his senior sister at Beast Tamer Mountain, asking her to take it to Jingyun's sect to send a message. She was uncertain whether it had succeeded. Elder Hua, haha, we finally found you. Don't worry. I'm here to save you. The plump elder laughed heartily, and with a resounding crash, the dungeon seal was shattered, flooding the narrow space with light. Ha! Who is afraid? Elder Hua shielded his eyes, defiantly retorting. You have finally arrived. Had you come any later, we might not have survived to see you. Elder Mu exclaimed with immense relief. Junior Sister Meng, hearing the familiar call, Meng Tangtang turned to see Lu Yinran, and her eyes lit up. She shouted, Sister Lu, you're finally here. I've waited so long for you. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. By the way, Sister Lu, have you seen my master? Your master? Lu Yinran was taken aback. She had come directly here without stopping at Jingyun sect. Chapter 37. Oh my, look what I have discovered. Seeing Lu Yinran's bewildered expression, Meng Tangtang was equally confused. Not master? As the thought crossed her mind, she immediately shook her head in denial. Impossible. Though others might be unaware, she knew all too well the great danger that lurked within Beast Tamer Mountain. Even the innate beings stationed there had fallen. Relying solely on Elder Taishang and the others would be insufficient to reach this place safely. Junior Sister Meng? Ah, it's nothing. I didn't say anything. The situation was secure. If the truth needed to be uncovered, Meng Tang could simply inquire directly with her junior brother or ask their master. With this thought, she chose to say no more. Upon successfully rescuing the individuals, the members of Jingyun's sect collectively exhaled in relief as the subsequent matters became straightforward. They returned to the sect, disseminating the news of the annihilation of the Beast Control Mountain. All the elders and disciples of Beast Control Mountain had perished. The innate bloodshed had occurred, and the protective spirit beast had also succumbed to its torment before the arrival of the others. Thus, it could be stated that only a scant few, including Lu Yanran, remained, rendering the mountain virtually extinct. Remaining any longer posed the risk of encountering unforeseen dangers. With this thought in mind, the group promptly decided to return. Lu Yanran and her companions had lost all purpose in staying and chose to depart alongside the members of Jingyun's sect. Before leaving, Lu Yanran cast a complex glance at the silent Beast Control Mountain. Master, I shall avenge you. Not long after their departure, in a secluded chamber, the presence of a seventh layer innate being gradually extinguished. The elder of Yin and Yang could no longer endure. Meng Tangdang and her companions were rescued and embarked on their journey back to Jingyun's sect. Meanwhile, Lin Cheng ventured alone towards the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. He sought to uncover the mystery that lay behind the bronze sculpture. Upon gazing at the layers of thunderous mountains, Lin Cheng felt a tremor of trepidation. The power contained within the bolts of lightning sent shivers through him. A mere touch would mean certain death or grievous injury. In the vicinity of several hundred miles, only the valley provided a safe passage, while the rest remained perilous. He found it. Soon, guided by a faint sensation, Lin Cheng discovered an unusual location. With a flicker of his consciousness, he extended his perception outward. Within an inconspicuous small gorge, the spiritual energy was so dense it verged on the tangible. With a profusion of spiritual herbs emitting a strange and captivating fragrance, truly an unprecedented treasure trove. A child clad in a red apron lounged leisurely among the herbs. Surrounded by a heap of bones, some human, some beast. The grotesque crimson of the blood contrasted starkly with the paradisiacal surroundings. Occasional curses echoed through the air. This is infuriating. Just a little more, just a fraction more, and the ritual would have been complete. If I could devour the blood essence of hundreds of cultivators, I would achieve my evolution entirely. Curse that wretched human. The ritual was ruined, severing the connection with the witch-demon clan. Where was he to find sufficient blood to feast upon? Oh, the burden of it all. The blood of these beasts lacked the spiritual essence of human blood, rendering it far less effective. The child muttered discontentedly as he carelessly seized a terrified wolf demon, opened his crimson mouth, and bit down. The wolf demon emitted a shrill, anguish cry. The remaining living beasts trembled in fear, prostrating themselves, too terrified to flee. The sound of torment held a peculiar charm, though he still preferred the cries of humanity. The child casually ripped open the wolf demon's belly, retrieving a pulsating heart, which he tossed into his mouth, blood spilling forth. After a prolonged moment, he sighed in satisfaction. This life is rather enjoyable, free from those annoying aberrations. If only that detestable human had not interfered, it would be perfect. Every thought of the mysterious human who had thwarted his plans ignited a flicker of hatred and fear in the child's eyes. That human was formidable. Even a mere fragment of his will had conveyed the threat he posed. Thus, despite his plans being disrupted, vengeance was not yet pursued. He was still no match for that individual. Once I complete my evolution and attain strength comparable to the later stages of Foundation establishment, the human's demise will be inevitable. A strange red glimmer flickered in the child's eyes. He had committed that human to memory. This enmity must be avenged, though not immediately. Unbeknownst to him, while he continued his tirade, a figure shrouded in gray mist loomed just above him, observing intently. What is that? Lin Cheng activated his concealment technique, masking his presence and form. As long as the opponent's strength did not far exceed his own, discovery was virtually impossible. He then invoked another technique, the Eye of Disillusionment. A flash of purple light surged in his eyes as he gazed downward at the strange child, whose form gradually faded from view. In its place appeared an oddly shaped plant. Its main stalk was broad, surrounded by countless roots resembling a humanoid form. It was entirely blood red, akin to a ruby, with a faint flow of crimson liquid within, reminiscent of human blood. It bore a striking resemblance to ginseng from Lin Cheng's past life. Yet he understood that this was no ordinary ginseng, but rather an abominable entity. This was truly a stroke of fortune. Lin Cheng licked his lips, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the expansive valley replete with high-grade herbs, a veritable treasure trove. With these materials, his alchemical pursuits would no longer be a concern. The dense spiritual energy of this valley was astonishing, yielding spiritual herbs of exceptional quality, over 80% of which could produce yellow-grade elixirs, with a notable number being Xian-level herbs. As for the child before him, it appeared to also be a manifestation of some form of spiritual herb, and of quite high quality. If he could bring all of these back, the elixirs produced would likely suffice to propel him into the Golden Core realm. Lin Cheng felt that this excursion was infinitely worthwhile. The high-grade spiritual herbs here surpassed anything he could gather from the entire southern region by dozens of times. If it were merely the herbs, it would not suffice to elicit such excitement. However, the elixirs refined from these materials would greatly benefit him. After laboring tirelessly in his cultivation, he had only just managed to break through to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, still far from the pinnacle of mid-foundation. With these, achieving his goals would become a trivial matter. With that thought, Lin Cheng no longer hesitated. He extended his hand towards the child who continued to ramp below. From his observations, this creature seemed to be a type of demon, with strength no greater than the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, a far cry from his own. What? The languidly feeding child suddenly found the world darkening, as if the very heavens had dimmed, eyes narrowing in shock. He looked up to see a colossal golden hand descending from above, poised to crush him. No! The strange child attempted to flee, but discovered that the surrounding space was completely sealed. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not escape the grip of the golden hand. Ultimately, with a piercing scream, he was ensnared within it. All done. Lin Cheng waved his hand, and within the valley, an abundance of high-grade spiritual herbs rose from the ground, drawn into his system space. Having completed this, Lin Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. What a lucrative endeavor. This trip was far from in vain. The struggle intensified. However, under the overwhelming disparity of power, it was merely a death throw. Such precious high-grade medicinal herbs had transformed into spiritual essence. How could Lin Cheng let this opportunity slip away? Before long, as the golden hand receded, the child had vanished, replaced by a blood-red plant resembling ginseng, with crimson liquid coursing through it and emanating a potent aura of vitality that left Lin Cheng somewhat astonished. The medicinal potency was formidable. This was undoubtedly a top-tier spiritual herb, perhaps even on the verge of transcending to a celestial grade. Having inherited the insights of many alchemists through his system, Lin Cheng swiftly discerned the true nature of the aberrant child's essence. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. What a bountiful harvest! Regrettably, this valley could not be taken with him. He casually stored the blood-red ginseng, his expression tinged with regret as he surveyed his surroundings. Currently, the capacity of his system space was limited. While it was feasible to carry some spiritual herbs, an entire valley was out of the question. Since he could not take it with him, he resolved to seal this place temporarily for future utilization. With a grand sweep of his hand, a rich golden light cascaded down, activating the great concealment technique, enveloping the entire valley in a veil of illusion. As long as the strength of intruders did not exceed his by a significant margin, this place would remain hidden. As for those who were far superior, they would hardly covet such meager possessions. With everything settled, Lin Cheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Relaxing, he revealed a hint of weariness in his gaze. Continuous and substantial expenditure of true qi, even with his cultivation of the Divine Transformation 9 changes, a divine-grade technique, left him feeling somewhat drained. With matters here concluded, it was time to return to the Jingyun Sect. Before departing, Lin Cheng cast a glance in the direction of the 10,000 Beast Canyon, where numerous unpleasant auras lingered, likely belonging to alien races. However, with the Thunder Canyon still shrouded in lightning, it would be reckless to venture there. He He would need to wait at least 10 days for the storm to abate. Shaking his head, he decided to leave such troubles to the heads of the 10 major sections. After all, he could not remain stationed in this desolate canyon indefinitely. Even if he single-handedly dealt with that group of alien beings, more would quickly follow, and ultimately, it would be the responsibility of the sects to handle them. Moreover, intervening might complicate matters further and could attract the attention of powerful alien entities, putting himself at risk. Though he had established a foundation and was considered a top-tier existence in this small domain of the southern region on the broader continent, he was still but a speck of dust. It was time to depart. He had come to rescue his disciple, and, fortuitously, had reaped some benefits. He should be content with that. With this thought in mind, Lin Cheng stood still. Gradually, as the wind swept through, a fleeting shadow dissipated. He returned directly to the Jingyun Sect's library. Having just acquired a plethora of spiritual herbs, he was eager to transmute them into high-quality elixirs. Once refined, they would undoubtedly be of yellow grade or higher, with medicinal power rivaling that of the profound grade. Under Lin Cheng's skilled hands, they would have undergone a transformation through the system's enhancement. Products of the system are guaranteed to be exceptional. While Lin Cheng returned to the library in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Meng Tangdang and her companions were still far in the beast-taming mountain territory. There was no helping it. After all, they were not as extraordinary as Lin Cheng. Their slower pace was entirely understandable. As he traveled back, Lin Cheng sensed his disciple's aura but chose not to intervene, allowing her to find her own way back to learn a lesson. She needed to be more cautious on her outings. Otherwise, her reckless behavior would eventually lead to a situation where Lin Cheng could not come to her aid. Life is precious and only comes once. Nevertheless, Lin Cheng silently cleared most of the dangers along the way. He even ventured deep into the misty forest to intimidate the foundational-level beasts, ensuring they would not target Meng Tangdang and her companions before he felt satisfied. These actions were carried out discreetly, without alarming anyone. To him, such minor matters were inconsequential. Lin Cheng's efforts proved remarkably effective. The members of the Jingyun sect happened to traverse the misty forest, a renowned forbidden zone in the southern region, where even beings of the five elements realm had failed to return from its depths. It was impossible for them to proceed without caution. Initially, they were on high alert, but they soon realized they had not encountered any significant dangers. In fact, they hadn't even come across a single high-level beast, which was utterly inexplicable in a place teeming with such creatures. Strange, have we taken a wrong turn? Why haven't we seen a single beast above the 7th rank for so long? After some time, the plump elder could no longer contain his curiosity and scratched his head, voicing his doubts. Elder Su also wore a puzzled expression, while the thin elder remained vigilant. "We're almost there," Zhang Feng replied enigmatically without addressing their concerns directly. The plump elder, bewildered, exchanged glances with the equally perplexed members of his group, struggling to comprehend Zhang Feng's cryptic words. "What do you mean we're almost there? Why does it feel like we're not on the same wavelength?" Soon, he noticed that not only Zhang Feng, but also the beast-taming mountain group appeared unfazed, showing no signs of tension. This was unexpected. "Aren't you all afraid? This is the misty, forbidden zone, a place in the southern region that devours people without leaving a trace." Zhang Feng's demeanor was relaxed, which could be attributed to his high level of skill as a peak 8th rank expert, granting him a measure of audacity. Yet, the young disciples, who had not matured fully, displayed an equally casual attitude. Were they courting danger? Had the elders of the beast-taming mountain not taught them to be cautious in unfamiliar territory? How had they survived this long? At that moment, the plump elder felt a lump in his throat, his face flushed with frustration, wanting to speak but unable to articulate his thoughts. The atmosphere felt surreal. Here he was, a seasoned innate expert, nervous among 8th rank practitioners, while a group of youngsters ambled along with ease. If they were ordinary people, one could say ignorance breeds courage. Yet these disciples clearly understood the dangers of this forest. So how could they be so relaxed? Especially that fellow named Sun Li, who walked with an air of arrogance, striding through the perilous, misty, forbidden zone with an audacious gait that seemed to disregard all caution. Where could this be justified? Noticing the plump elder's gaze upon him, Sun Li remained indifferent. Isn't it expected for the child of destiny to walk with confidence? As for Liu Yanran and the others, they merely smiled. assuring that they would soon know the truth. None provided a straightforward answer, instead offering vague remarks that only served to further vex the plump elder, who felt as though his insides were being clawed at. Suddenly, Zhang Feng halted, his eyes lighting up as he pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, we've arrived." The plump elder, who had been sulking while walking, lifted his head at Zhang Feng's voice, dismissively thinking, "Let us see what trick you're playing. Wait, what?" His astonishment was vividly expressed through several exclamations of disbelief. Not only Elder Fat, but also Elder Su and Elder Slim, along with the inconspicuous Meng Tang, all wore expressions of shock and bewilderment. Chapter 39. That figure loomed like a mountain. The crowd stood in stunned silence, as if caught in a dream. Esteemed guests, behold, Zhang Feng, with a hint of pride, pointed towards the majestic road before them and proclaimed, "This path leads directly out of the misty forest, and it is entirely safe. For those who posed a threat have mostly perished." Gulp. Elder Fat swallowed hard, quickly rubbing his eyes with his chubby hands to take a closer look. Before him lay the same scene, a road, approximately 100 meters wide, exuding a violent yet beautiful aura. The remnants of golden flesh and blood still clung to the broken trunks of towering trees lining the path, the aftermath of the demise of primordial beasts. Ao Su, being of innate nature, felt an even stronger shock than the others, her excitement rendering her almost incoherent. After all this time, this road still bears such a potent aura, and even a trace of the essence of the Tao remains. Essence of the Tao? Seeing the confusion on the faces of the crowd, Elder Su continued in awe. The essence of the Tao refers to the power of the Tao that one internalizes after comprehending it. Every movement carries the aura of the Tao, wielding terrifying strength. To grasp the essence of the Tao, one must at least reach the level of a golden core celestial. The predecessor who forged this path possesses unfathomable strength. Unfathomable indeed. Elder Su shook her head in amazement. Alas, if only she had witnessed this scene decades earlier, she might have had the chance to advance further. Now, however, her vitality was waning, and her time was short. Such a pity. To comprehend the essence of the Tao, the minimum threshold is the innate level. Hence none of the others present, apart from Elder Su, could sense it. Wait, Meng Shimmy? Although Lu Yanran was not fully grasping the situation, she felt a surge of intensity upon hearing the words of the esteemed ancestor. She glanced around, seeking the expressions of others, and suddenly halted her gaze, realizing that Meng Tang had closed her eyes, standing there in a daze. A rich power of ice and fire enveloped her, and the forces of nature subtly fluctuated around her, enhancing her physical constitution. Simultaneously, her cultivation rapidly ascended from the pinnacle of the 7th rank, swiftly breaching the threshold of the 8th rank. Furthermore, the pace of her advancement showed no signs of slowing. Silence. Elder Su's eyes brightened. With her vast experience, she immediately understood that Meng Tang was perceiving the essence of the Tao, entering a state of enlightenment that countless individuals yearn for. Although only those at the innate level can grasp the essence of the Tao, Meng Tang was different. She possessed an innate constitution, the duality of ice and fire. In many ways, she could be considered a natural-born powerhouse, lacking only the refinement of her cultivation. This mirrored Lin Cheng to some extent, though Lin Cheng's capabilities were more extraordinary, with both his cultivation speed and potential far exceeding that of Meng Tang. The crowd held their breath, fearful of disturbing Meng Tang in her breakthrough. Such a state of enlightenment is exceedingly fragile and can easily be interrupted. Should anything go awry due to their actions, it would foster an enmity that would make them enemies of the entire Jingyun sect, even more so than any foreign adversaries. Soon, after about half a cup of tea's time, Meng Tang's enlightenment drew to a close, her aura stabilizing at the mid-stage of the 9th rank. In one enlightening moment, she had leaped 2 ranks, causing envy to flare in the eyes of those around her. As she reconnected with her surroundings, having just emerged from her state of enlightenment, Meng Tang focused her mind, absorbing the residual essence of the Tao present in this place. Due to her enlightenment, her perception had increased exponentially, allowing her to catch a familiar scent and, with the aid of the natural forces, glimpse some scenes. A mysterious figure emerged, gripping Elder Zhang Feng and wreaking havoc as they charged towards Beastmaster Mountain. Though his expression was obscured, the urgency and concern in his heart were palpable. She also witnessed a confrontation between this enigmatic figure and several foundational beasts. One person stood resolute against multiple opponents of equal strength, showing no sign of retreat. He had no time to waste. More pressing matters awaited him, and he could not afford to delay, even at the risk of his own demise. Moreover, she fortuitously discovered that not long ago, this mysterious figure had reappeared, tirelessly clearing a path of beastly foes along the way. This very path was the one they were to traverse. After completing this arduous task, he had ventured alone into the depths of the misty, forbidden land, where he engaged in a fierce battle with 5 foundational beasts, his aura now diminished. In the vision she beheld, he had always been immensely powerful, effortlessly pushing through, revealing only a hint of fatigue. This was his first injury. Why had he done this? What benefit could this bring him? Coupled with that faintly familiar scent. At that moment, Meng Tongtong's body trembled, and as she slowly opened her eyes, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, silently biting her lip to stifle her cries. She had come to realize who that person was. Master, Meng Tang murmured softly. She saw her master, wounded, emerging from the depths of the forbidden land, leaving a trail of blood behind, as if unaware of his surroundings. He sat upon the ground, disregarding his appearance, and, after a while, stood up to tidy his attire before departing with composure. Throughout it all, he had not even acknowledged her presence, merely clearing the obstacles along his path. In that moment, any sense of grievance she felt for her master not coming to her aid vanished. She finally understood why she could so easily comprehend the residual essence of the Tao here and why they encountered no danger along the way. Such a level of Tao essence was not something a mere 7th-rank cultivator could grasp at will, even with her innate constitution. Clearly, someone had aided her from the shadows, though they had never made their assistance overt. The absence of danger was undoubtedly her master's doing, having preemptively eliminated threats without informing her, intending to hone her abilities. The depth of his intentions was truly admirable. A teacher's grace is as vast as the sea. Once a teacher, forever a father. Lin Cheng had not given it much thought, merely feeling that he should care for his disciple, without pondering notions of obligation. Yet at this moment, Meng Tang felt as if her heart were shattering. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, tears streamed down her face as she muttered incessantly, leaning in closer to listen. The master has been injured. He is gravely wounded, all because of me. This is the first time he has suffered such harm. Meng Tang gazed up at the endless road that seemed to reach the heavens, as if she could see that silent figure tirelessly clearing the beasts from the misty, forbidden land. What was he fighting for? Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Meng Tang burst into tears under the concerned and perplexed gazes of those around her. She felt rage at herself. Why was she so thoughtless? If it weren't for her reckless actions, how could she have dragged her master into such turmoil? The fact that he spent every day in the cold, solitary library indicated he was not one to seek trouble. Yet for the sake of his incompetent disciple, he repeatedly broke his own principles. Master, I have caused you so much distress. Chapter 40. The finale in the Jingyun sect within the library. Lin Cheng's departure and return went unnoticed. With his current strength and skills, he could move freely in a sect like Jingyun. Upon returning to the library, he immediately began to adjust his state. His battle with the 5 foundational beasts in the misty forbidden land had taken a toll on him. To think that in such a small place as the southern region, there were fully developed foundational level beasts that nearly brought him down. As he slowly calmed his surging blood and energy, Lin Cheng felt a twinge of fear. Even though he trained in the true Spirit S9 transformations and his combat prowess far exceeded that of his peers, facing an opponent of the perfected foundation level alone felt somewhat daunting. Adding to that were 4 other beings of equal strength attacking him simultaneously. However, thanks to the miraculous eye of breaking illusions and the clumsiness of the 5 beasts in their coordination, he ultimately gained the upper hand. Though victorious, Lin Cheng had sustained some injuries. The 5 beasts were far more gravely wounded and likely lacked the inclination to seek trouble, ensuring the safety of his disciples. This world is perilous indeed. He had thought his strength, while not overwhelming in the southern region, was sufficient for self-preservation, yet he had nearly faced defeat. No, he must continue to enhance his power. He set a small goal for himself, He would not venture out until he reached the golden core stage. Lin Cheng gritted his teeth, silently resolving to push forward. This experience had truly frightened him. It was also partly due to the fact that since arriving in this world, he had rarely encountered formidable opponents, leading to a swell of confidence. He had become somewhat complacent. This setback brought him back to reality. He was still weak. He must persist. As long as he continued to sign in, he would be able to enhance his strength without bottlenecks. Fortunately, despite some losses, he had reaped significant rewards. Thinking of the numerous high-quality pills he had acquired, Lin Cheng smiled with delight. He prepared himself, ready to commence alchemy. There was no time to waste. He must elevate his strength immediately, for the foundation level 5 still seemed insufficient. Meanwhile, deep within the misty forest, anguished roars echoed. A two-headed tiger with wings had lost one of its heads, and its wings were half broken, leaving deep, bone-revealing scars on its remaining head. Its body was riddled with wounds. Surrounding it were 4 other beasts, radiating foundational energy. One was a golden monkey, baring its teeth, with a gaping hole in its chest. Another was a black giant wolf. Its once glorious fur now dull, its spirit waning. The remaining 2 foundational beasts were a moose and a magnificent python. All the great beasts exuded an aura of terror. Yet now their bodies were battered and their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Among them, the strongest was the golden monkey, an invincible being at the perfected foundation level. Just one step away from reaching the legendary golden core realm. It was poised to awaken the bloodline of the ancient Titan ape and transform into a being of unparalleled nobility. Yet now, its spirit was diminished, and the entire creature was in disarray. Not long ago, they had caught a whiff of an enticing scent, rumored to belong to a human with an innate constitution. The 5 great beasts had gone into a frenzy. If they could consume that innate human, they would receive immeasurable benefits. Their cultivation would surge rapidly, and they might even awaken the ancient divine beast bloodline within them. Beasts that reached the foundational stage had long developed intelligence, instinctively avoiding harm while sensing opportunities for advancement. Having reached this stage, these great beasts contained traces of ancient bloodline power within them. The most direct and effective method to grow stronger was to awaken that bloodline. This was the same opportunity sought by the spirit-raising ghost ginseng that Lin Cheng had captured. Just as it was on the verge of success, Lin Cheng had thwarted it. Severing one's path to cultivation was a grievous offense in the world of cultivation. Thus, the sinister child vowed to eliminate Lin Cheng. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lin Cheng had already discovered his whereabouts. Before the child could succeed, he met his untimely end, as the 5 foundational beasts sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. They wasted no time and sprang into action. However, before they could fully escape the depths of the forbidden area, a mysterious human figure shrouded in gray mist approached them. Though they could not discern the nature of his aura, an instinctive feeling led them to underestimate the threat posed by this individual. While he was capable of walking through the air, suggesting he was also a foundational level being, they felt no fear. They too were foundational beasts. Moreover, as beasts, their physical forms surpassed those of humans, often granting them an advantage in battles of equal level. Yet, the 5 great beasts had never been united in purpose. The golden monkey's overwhelming strength far surpassed the others, leaving them no choice but to unite against it. In such a moment, the sudden appearance of an external threat made all the great beasts wary, concerned that they might be outmaneuvered. Thus, even the golden monkey hesitated. Had it been any other time, if a human dared to intrude into the depths of the misty forbidden land, they would have fiercely retaliated. Even if they could not kill the intruder, they would at least break their limbs and toss them out. But now, great rewards awaited them. The innate body was a rare opportunity not to be missed. To be injured at this juncture would be a tremendous pity. What the great beast did not expect was that before they could strike, the seemingly weak human acted first. Moreover, with a single motion, he enveloped all 5 foundational beasts within his range of attack. A provocation. This was an unabashed challenge. The 5 great beasts were instantly enraged, deciding to temporarily set aside their grievances to deal with this reckless lunatic, to dare provoke 5 beings of equal standing. One of whom was the golden monkey at the perfected foundation level, was akin to inviting disaster. With a wave of his hand, the human summoned a colossal golden palm from the heavens, descending to suppress them. In that instant, the 5 beasts trembled, their fur standing on end. The threat of death loomed. In that moment, the 5 monstrous beasts abandoned all restraint and launched a joint assault. Caught off guard, they sustained injuries from a single strike delivered by the human. The initial clash concluded with a human standing firm against 5 foes, not yielding an inch. This left not only the remaining 4 great demons, but even the golden ape astonished and terrified, compelling them to abandon any thoughts of holding back and to fight with their full strength. They sensed that harboring any treacherous intent towards their comrades would lead to their demise. The other 4 great demons shared the same sentiment, unleashing their terrifying foundational auras. Instantly, within the depths of the mist-laden forbidden zone, thunder rumbled and fierce winds howled. Waves of overwhelming energy surged forth, exploding with a deafening roar, and columns of spiritual light shot skyward, scattering the endless clouds above. The terrifying aftershocks transformed into concentric shockwaves, carrying a scent of destruction as they surged outward in all directions. This battle was nothing short of earth-shattering. In the heart of the misty forest, vast expanses of trees collapsed, mountains shattered, and rivers were severed. The land lay in ruins, as if it had endured a volcanic eruption followed by a cataclysmic meteor strike, leaving it pockmarked and scarred. The fierce combat raged for half an hour. The 5 great demons were left severely wounded, while the human merely exhibited signs of exhaustion from excessive energy expenditure. Ultimately, the 5 demons, burning through their life force, unleashed a staggering blow that finally forced the human to retreat. As the tumult subsided, a third of the vast misty, forbidden zone lay in ruins. The human departed, leaving the 5 battered beasts quaking in fear, hiding deep within the misty realm, too terrified to venture forth even a single step. They did not dare to separate, fearing that the human might return for a counterattack, picking them off one by one. As for the matter of innate physiques, they had no time to concern themselves with such trivialities. Their own lives were paramount. Days later, Meng Tangdang and her companions traversed the misty forest without incident, successfully returning to Jingyun's sect. Their expedition to the Beast Master Mountain concluded triumphantly. Chapter 41. A brief respite the moment Meng Tangdang and her entourage arrived at Jingyun's sect. Lin Cheng immediately sensed their return. With the last remnants of his worry dissipated, he fully immersed himself in alchemy. Whether the outside world would descend into chaos due to the collapse of the Beastmaster Mountain was of no concern to him. After all, he was merely a lowly janitor. Such matters were beyond his purview. Through diligent effort over the past few days, Lin Cheng successfully elevated his alchemist rank to the 1st star of the yellow tier. At this level, rapid advancement became exceedingly difficult. Host, Lin Cheng. Alchemist rank, yellow tier. 1st star. Proficiency, 0-100,000. Once an alchemist reaches the yellow tier, each rank is subdivided into 3 stars. Lin Cheng's current objective was to continuously refine pills to enhance his proficiency. Upon reaching a certain level of proficiency, he could directly upgrade his alchemist rank. Moreover, different ranks required the refinement of different pills to accrue proficiency effectively. In essence, one must refine pills appropriate to their rank. Otherwise, efforts would yield minimal rewards. Furthermore, with each rank advancement, the required proficiency increased tenfold, significantly raising the difficulty. Prior to this, Lin Cheng had refined nearly all the medicinal materials below the yellow tier into pills, with over half being of the pill pattern grade. The primary types included those for restoring spiritual energy, healing injuries, and enhancing strength. He possessed pills ranging from the 1st to the 9th grade, totaling approximately 10,000. Over 5,000 were of the pill pattern grade, while the rest were of nearly that quality. Any single pill taken out would incite a frenzy among countless individuals. Yet, for Lin Cheng, he merely stored them in a bottle, casting it into a corner of the library to be taken by Meng Tangtang upon her next visit. After all, over 70% of the low-grade materials had been gathered by Meng Tangtang and several elders. This had helped him elevate his alchemist rank and boost his proficiency. He regarded these inconsequential items as mere rewards and did not dwell on them. What truly mattered was the upcoming refinement of yellow tier pills, as it pertained to the enhancement of his own cultivation, a matter requiring utmost diligence. However, refining pills alone had its advantages. He could harness all his cultivation and the powers of nature, unleashing waves of intangible flames. This was far superior to using earthly fire. The speed and quality of the refined pills improved dramatically. Thus, Lin Cheng managed to produce over 10,000 pills in just 2 or 3 days, a feat impossible with mere earthly fire. Master, I have returned, having completed the refinement of 10 batches of yellow tier true spirit pills, over 50% of which were of pill pattern grade. Lin Cheng nodded in satisfaction, ready to take a breather. Suddenly, he heard Meng Tongtong's voice outside the library. He had to pause his work momentarily. Strangely, Meng Tangdang had taken to visiting him almost every few days, treating the place as her home. While her presence alleviated Lin Cheng's boredom, it also left him feeling somewhat helpless. Her frequent visits disrupted his alchemical work. As for Xiao Jin, after the initial novelty of having a master wore off, he had long since vanished. Being his disciple, Lin Cheng could not afford to treat her coldly. What is it? Master, I brought your favorite roasted bamboo chicken and jade wine. Upon entering, Meng Tangtang spotted a mysterious figure shrouded in gray mist, resembling the one she had encountered during her moment of enlightenment. She thought little of it, attributing it to her master's peculiarities. Since her enlightenment in the misty forest, Meng Tangtang had inadvertently witnessed her master's care and dedication, motivating her to train diligently. She now frequented the library daily. Her strength had surged, bolstered by her innate physique and the Tuyin Emperor scriptures, allowing her to progress at an astonishing pace. It was estimated that in another 2 or 3 months, she would break through to the late 9th grade, getting closer to the fabled innate realm. Furthermore, in terms of combat prowess, Meng Tangdang was no less formidable than an average late 9th grade cultivator. In a half-month since returning to the sect, Meng Tangdang had relentlessly challenged the elders to spar. Nearly every member of the sect, including the Supreme Elder, had been tested by her. Even those at the 7th and 8th grades were not spared. Her fervor was relentless. In recent days, many elders would avoid her upon sight, afraid to even greet her. The prospect of losing a match was daunting, for if they were to suffer even a single defeat, they would be stuck with her for relentless training sessions at all hours. Although many elders possessed profound cultivation and could forego sleep, such a routine was unsustainable. Ultimately, they had no choice but to seek the Supreme Elder's intervention, which led to Su Laotai mediating the situation, finally bringing Meng Tongtong's fervor to a temporary halt. Master, Elder Zhang Feng and the others are so wicked. They went to the Supreme Elder to speak ill of me, and now they act as though they have seen a ghost whenever they see me. It's utterly excessive. Meng Tangtang began to vent her frustrations. This was not the first time. Lin Cheng found himself both amused and exasperated as she recounted her grievances against the elders. Did they not understand why they avoided her? It was simply because she was too mischievous, constantly bothering them. If not for her youth, innocent intentions, and the valuable gifts she brought each time, she would have surely become a target for disdain within Jingyun's sect. Even a junior sect master could not disrupt the peace of the populace endlessly. However, just as the elders were about to firmly refuse, they would see Meng Tangtang, with a pitiful expression, holding a Donlin-level pill and gazing at them with longing eyes. Thus, under the dual assault of her cuteness and temptation, these elderly folks ultimately could not withstand the pressure and surrendered. There was no choice but to compromise. After all, Donlin-level pills were quite enticing. It was unclear where this girl had acquired them. The precious Donlin-level pills, rumored to be rare beyond compare, were as worthless as jelly beans in Meng Tongtong's hands, easily grasped by the handful. Little did they know that every time Meng Tangdang came around, Lin Cheng would casually gift her a pile of refined pills. Primarily, these low-level pills held no value for him. He might as well give them to his disciple for enjoyment. After all, the spoils remained within the confines of the Jingyun sect. In the end, as the Jingyun sect grew stronger, he would benefit as well. At the very least, he would not be burdened by trivial matters, only needing to make appearances for significant events. Most of the time, he could simply remain in the library, calmly signing in. Having someone to help resolve troubles was indeed delightful. Lin Cheng thought this arrangement was quite satisfactory. Once Meng Tangdang finished her chatter, Lin Cheng casually pointed to a pile of bottles and jars in the corner and spoke nonchalantly. These are what your junior brother has been refining in his spare time. If you don't mind, take them. He continued, your junior brother is going into seclusion, and there won't be any left next time. This is all that remains. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I won't be wasting my energy on such trivial matters again. My primary goal remains the pills of yellow rank or above, as only those are of any real use to me. Meng Tang had been eagerly anticipating this moment, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. These were indeed divine pills of Donlin level. Only a master of her teacher's caliber could afford to treat them like worthless debris stacked in a corner. Although it was somewhat regrettable that her junior brother would no longer be refining pills, having these would certainly suffice to pay off the elder's fees. Meng Tang joyfully thought. However, when she saw the mountain-like pile of bottles and jars in the corner, she was utterly stunned, her mouth gradually falling open in disbelief. This was far too much. She was taken aback by her master's generosity. The previous pills combined likely wouldn't even amount to this pile of scraps. Wow, I've struck it rich. Meng Tang's eyes sparkled with delight, and her small fists involuntarily clenched. Looking at the mountain of pills before her, she silently vowed, "Humph. Let you all see me and scurry away. Let you all speak ill of me. Want pills? Donlin level 1s. I won't give you any. This time." Meng Tang decided not to seek out the elders, but to make them come crying to her in desperation. Chapter 42. Jingyun's Calamity, Innate Life, Ends Ding. Successfully refined 10 lower-grade true spirit pills, 5 Donlin level pills, proficiency 2000. Another batch of true spirit pills was successfully refined. Each successful refinement granted 100 proficiency points. With the emergence of Donlin level pills, each one added an additional 200 proficiency points. After several batches of pill refinement, thanks to the increased success rate and quantity of pills, Lin Cheng finally managed to barely elevate his alchemist rank to a low-grade, mysterious alchemist after 2 months of diligent effort. Host, Lin Cheng. Alchemist rank, 1-star mysterious alchemist. Proficiency, 113126001000000000. To advance to the next level, an astounding billion proficiency points would be required, a figure daunting enough to induce despair. Even more disheartening was that Lin Cheng had run out of medicinal materials for alchemy. All the materials he had obtained had been refined into pills, and they all served but one purpose: to enhance his true qi reserves. This was specifically tailored for him, aimed at boosting his true qi to elevate his cultivation level. Nonetheless, gazing at the mountain of yellow and mysterious grade pills, Lin Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction. These pills should suffice to elevate him to the golden core stage. As for what to do after consuming them, that would be a matter for another day. Live for today, revel in today. First, he needed to transform the present benefits into his foundational strength. Once his power grew, the source of pills would naturally no longer be a concern. After 2 months of rigorous alchemy, Lin Cheng had significantly improved his control over true qi and the continuous exposure to the essence of spiritual herbs, coupled with the ingestion of high-grade pills, had enabled him to elevate his cultivation by a minor tier, achieving the 6th level of foundation establishment. He had now reached the pinnacle of the mid-foundation establishment stage. As for his true combat power, it far exceeded this level, allowing Lin Cheng to believe that if he were to face the 5 great foundation establishment beasts in the misty forbidden area again, the outcome would likely be similar, albeit less chaotic. No, my strength is still too weak. I must continue to improve until I reach the golden core stage and complete the 3rd transformation of the true spirit 9 changes. I shall not venture out. Lin Cheng detested matters beyond his control, and he loathed the idea of his life being outside his grasp. This was something he could never tolerate. For now, the library remained a safe haven. Once he became invincible, he could consider traveling the world and finding new places to sign in. But for now, he was still far from that point. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 5 years had passed since he arrived in this world. Lin Cheng stuffed a handful of Donlin-level true spirit pills into his mouth and washed them down with a sip of the 100 pure spiritual liquid obtained from signing in. Reflecting on how swiftly time flies. 5 years. From a mere janitor in the Jingyun Sect's library to a formidable master at the 6th level of foundation establishment. One must admit, the transformation was indeed substantial. The path to invincibility had yet to be achieved. Diligent cultivation was still required. With another handful of pills consumed, feeling the surging medicinal power within him, Lin Cheng dozed off on the bench. The true spirit 9 changes began to operate automatically. the potent medicinal energy rapidly converting into his true chi, swiftly filling his meridians and dantian. Gradually, he commenced the 7th round of foundation compression. Once his true chi was fully charged and the compression completed, Lin Cheng would successfully advance to the late stage of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, suddenly, in the forbidden area of Jingyun Sect's rear mountain, a beam of white light shot into the sky, bursting forth like fireworks before dissipating. The next moment, the sound of bells rang out 9 times throughout the sect, and a wave of intense sorrow swept over the entire Jingyun sect. While practicing in the library, Lin Cheng abruptly opened his eyes a crack, revealing a complex glimmer before he sighed and closed them once more. He knew what had transpired. The Jingyun sect's stabilizing pillar, the Grand Elder, Su Laotai, had just succumbed. That beam of white light was the innate true chi dissipating after natural death. The Jingyun sect was about to plunge into chaos. Indeed, not long after, all the disciples of Jingyun sect seemed to have received some command, swiftly contracting the sect's defensive line and sealing off the Jingyun sect. Simultaneously, orders were dispatched rapidly to the Jingyun sect's influence, summoning all elders and disciples outside to return post-haste. Moreover, a highly confidential letter was swiftly escorted by an elder to the front lines without attracting any attention. It was imperative to inform the sect leader that a storm was brewing within Jingyun sect. The Grand Elder had passed away. Without the innate oversight of the Jingyun sect, it may soon replicate the tragic fate of the beast-taming mountain, becoming the second of the 10 great sects to face annihilation. In the present southern region, the once 10 great sects have dwindled to just 9, with the beast-taming mountain already expunged from the ranks. The Wan Beast Valley, formerly under the guardianship of the beast-taming mountain, is now temporarily manned by the 5 Elements sect. Before long, the stirrings of the Jingyun sect were detected by discerning forces, with lurking spies witnessing the soaring white light and swiftly departing to relay the news. The upheaval caused by the fall of an innate being could not be concealed, particularly as the Jingyun sect is not situated in a remote locale, but rather in the bustling heart of the southern region, where many eyes abound. That brilliant white light was observed by countless witnesses, and within half a day, the news spread throughout the southern region, fueled by those with ulterior motives. The upper echelons of the Jingyun sect had never contemplated concealment. First, the commotion was too great for them to shroud, and second, with the upcoming Wanming assessment looming in less than a year, evasion would only be temporary. Even if they managed to obscure the truth for a time, it would yield little benefit. The open dissemination of this news by the Jingyun sect allowed various powers to swiftly acquire the information. In an instant, the southern region was awash with turmoil. In the 5 Elements sect, an elderly man in coarse cloth gazed skyward, a tinge of melancholy in his eyes. "Elder, it has been confirmed that the Jingyun sect's innate guardian has perished half a day ago. Is the information reliable?" "Indeed, you may leave." The elder, known as the venerable figure of the 5 Elements sect and the foremost power in the southern region, pondered. "Su, my dear disciple, I promise to shield the Jingyun sect from ruin, but whether it can retain its status as a minor sect depends on its own fortunes." Before her death, Elder Su had reached out to the venerable figure, trading a favor to ensure the Jingyun sect's lineage continued. Yet, this was the extent of it. As a major sect in the southern region, it could still be considered to have an unbroken lineage, even if it had fallen to the status of a third-rate faction with but a few disciples. Ultimately, it would hinge upon the Jingyun sect's own fate. In the Blood Oath sect, laughter erupted. "Ah, Jingyun sect, how the wheel of fate turns. Retribution is relentless. At last, it is your turn to face misfortune." Upon receiving news from his subordinates, an elder burst into a hearty laugh, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "What a pity," he mused, glancing deeper into the sect's confines. "The patriarch is on the verge of a breakthrough. I must remain to prevent any disturbances, or I would have personally avenged the 3rd and 4th elders. However, the patriarch's breakthrough takes precedence. The Jingyun sect, now devoid of its innate protector, has lost its significance. There is no need to risk greater losses for the sake of petty grievances. The Jingyun sect, bereft of its innate guardian, is destined to wither away. Perhaps it will not be long before it is completely erased from existence." The elder's gaze turned coldly towards the Jingyun sect. "Regrettably, you may not live to witness the rise of my Blood Oath sect. I do hope you struggle for a while longer, granting me the opportunity for personal vengeance. After that, the elders ceased to dwell on the matter. A sect fated for decline was not worthy of his investment of thought. It held no significance. This world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and survival is reserved for the fittest. The once resented Jingyun sect now merely inspired indifference at the mere mention of its name. Chapter 43. Reactions from all sides in the Yinyang Valley. A secluded gorge in the southern region, seemingly devoid of any distinct characteristics, lies a formidable power, one of the 10 great sects, the Yinyang sect. The elder of Yin and the elder of Yang have both perished. Have the reasons for their demise been uncovered? Unknown, the elder of Yang left without alerting anyone. That old fool, a middle-aged woman, her expression devoid of emotion and her gaze icy, listened to the report. The Yinyang sect boasts 2 leaders, one embodying Yin and the other Yang, and the lineage of leaders has always been a dual cultivation partnership, jointly comprehending the sect's secret arts. The loss of one will significantly impact her own cultivation. Yet, there was no sorrow, only a sense of regret and anger. It seems the old fool's last destination was the beast-taming mountain. She contemplated, her eyes flickering. Could there be a connection to its demise? She cared little for the fate of the elder of Yang. Their relationship was merely one of convenience, as he possessed a treasure pivotal to the Yinyang sect. One she must acquire, increase our manpower, and continue investigating the cause of the elder of Yang's death. Leave no stone unturned. Understood? In contrast to other sects, the Xiandan sect is established right in the bustling marketplace of the southern region, its buildings resplendent and ostentatious, showcasing little of the noble demeanor expected of cultivators. Rather, they exude wealth. A middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes scrutinized a letter in his hands, his eyes occasionally flashing with cunning and greed. After a prolonged moment, he casually incinerated the letter with a flick of his hand. The Jingyun sect has fallen. With a beaming smile, the middle-aged man declared, "Send word, from this day forth. Reduce the fixed supply of pills to the Jingyun sect by 70%, and raise the prices of additional pills by 70%. Without an innate guardian, they are bound to fall to a minor sect, unworthy of their previous privileges. The Jingyun sect deserves its misfortune. Those who once banded together to resist our monopoly on pills, notably the 5-element sect and the Jingyun sect, claim to act for the sake of humanity? Humanity does not act for the sake of others. What of foreign races? As long as others bear the brunt, it shan't affect us. Why should we risk our lives for a horde of insignificant insects? As major sects in the southern region, we can comfortably enjoy our blessings while the foreign races merely seize some border territories. The Wanmeng will intervene. And as for the loss of ordinary lives, what concern is that to us? When has there ever been a shortage of death in this world? Those sects are fools, brainwashed by noble ideals, destined for ruin. The middle-aged man observed as a chorus of laughter erupted from the Xiandan sect elders below. The Jingyun sect, lacking strength, dares to obstruct our interests. Its demise is inevitable. Now that retribution has arrived, their fall is but a matter of time. Well said. Humanity does not act for the sake of others. We profit from the chaos of war. What we earn is blood money. But what of it? Knowing this, they still come to beseech us. Let us await the curtain to rise on this grand spectacle. The middle-aged man laughed heartily as revelry filled the hall, a scene reminiscent of a decadent imperial court. As for resisting foreign races and forming alliances for defense, those were mere words to deceive the foolish. The southern region is vast, and the loss of a few lives holds no weight. Why not simply enjoy the profits? Should the foreign races truly invade, we can relocate the sect with the wealth we've amassed over the years. At worst, we would leave the southern region. A mere swarm of insignificant mortals. Are they worth the effort of esteemed cultivators to protect? Absurd. Meanwhile, the other major sects, one Jin Mountain, Duobao Pavilion, Shadow Sect, and Battle Puppet Sect, merely observed with detached interest. The fate of the Jingyun sect is of little concern to them. The Wanjin Mountain and the Shadow Gate, situated near the front lines, devote all their energies to defending against the incursions of foreign tribes, leaving no leisure to ponder the affairs of the Jingyun sect. Whether it will face extinction ultimately hinges on the sect's fortune. The circumstances of the other 2 major sects are rather similar. The Duobao Pavilion, shrouded in mystery, rarely engages in matters of the southern region. This faction has an exceedingly sparse number of disciples, far fewer than the Xiandan sect, with each disciple possessing an enigmatic identity and remarkable abilities, making them difficult to trace. There are even suspicions that the Duobao Pavilion harbors no more than a mere handful of disciples. Primarily, Duobao Pavilion operates in auctions and intelligence trade. Although not on the front lines, it remains acutely aware of the movements of the foreign tribes, providing substantial intelligence that has helped mitigate losses at the front. Thus, through the strength of its scant disciples, Duobao Pavilion has firmly established itself as one of the top 10 sects in the southern region. Moreover, it appears to possess a profound background, a fact that incites considerable apprehension among the various powers. Consequently, both sides maintain a precarious peace, ignoring one another unless the survival of the southern region is at stake. As for the last of the sects, the Zhanqiao sect, it was re-established on the foundation of the former refining sect, transforming its focus from crafting various magical artifacts to creating a multitude of war machines, playing an undeniable role in the battlefield against foreign tribes. The Zhanqiao sect, too, directs the majority of its efforts towards the front lines, and despite the tumult at their rear, as long as no catastrophic events occur, they must remain indifferent. After all, the conflicts at the front lines hold far greater significance than the decline of a waning Jingyun sect. In summary, for various reasons, the major sects of the southern region adopt a detached and even gleeful attitude towards the tribulations of the Jingyun sect. At this moment, the Jingyun sect is undoubtedly bracing for an impending storm, enveloped in a sorrowful atmosphere, with countless elders and disciples wearing expressions of despondency and melancholy. The Supreme Elder has departed. With the loss of the innate protector, can the Jingyun sect still be regarded as the true Jingyun sect? Many newly joined disciples gaze about in confusion, sensing a future shrouded in darkness. Some harboring darker thoughts curse their misfortune, lamenting the timing of the old matriarch's death, which occurred just 6 months after their own initiation into the sect. Is this not a cruel twist of fate? Perhaps it is time to seek alternative paths. For the great vessel of the Jingyun sect can no longer support many souls. It is bound to spring leaks and cannot withstand the tempests ahead. Such sentiments are not uncommon. Even among the elders, there are those whose convictions waver. Several elders and disciples outside the sect, upon hearing of the Supreme Elder's demise, have severed ties with the sect, choosing to pursue their own paths, some as solitary wanderers, others aligning with different factions. In summary, the Jingyun sect is engulfed in despair, with numerous disciples restless, and many have already begun making moves to withdraw from the sect. The Jingyun sect is undergoing the greatest crisis since its inception. Should it endure, it may achieve rebirth. Should it falter, it risks falling into irrelevance, erased from the annals of the southern region. 1 month later, at the Jingyun sect, on a mountain peak, the young sect master, accompanied by a green-clad maid, gazes anxiously at the girl before her and hesitantly remarks, "You have stood here for nearly 3 hours. Xiao Su, today I witnessed 12 more leave the sect with my own eyes. In just 1 month, our once grand sect has dwindled to fewer than 300 members. I wonder what the sect master and the others will think upon their return." Meng Tangtang replies, withdrawing her gaze. As time has passed, she has gradually adapted to her role as the young sect master, no longer feeling unworthy or apprehensive, but rather embracing the responsibilities of her position. Now, she possesses both the obligation and the capability. She has become a formidable presence at the 9th grade, and few within the Jingyun sect can rival her strength. Has the Jingyun sect truly reached the end of its fate? Since the Supreme Elder's passing a month ago, Meng Tangtang has witnessed numerous betrayals and the myriad faces of disloyalty. Initially filled with anger, she has grown increasingly numb as time progresses. The once thriving sect of over 1,000 disciples has fragmented in the span of a single month. Now, apart from the sect master and a few elders at the front lines, the illustrious Jingyun sect, once among the top 10 sects, now records a mere 278 individuals, 23 of whom are elders or administrators, leaving only 255 disciples. Most of the talented disciples have already departed, either seeking their own paths or being lured away by other sections. Those remaining are predominantly ordinary disciples with mediocre qualifications, with the majority being outer disciples. Even the once prominent inner disciple, Brother Lu Sheng, left the mountain just yesterday. Many elders have also departed, leaving only a handful of loyal figures such as Elder Hao and Elder Zhangfeng. In recent days, Meng Tangdang has borne considerable pressure. She has contemplated seeking her master's assistance, but ultimately decided against it, not wishing to trouble her master over every little issue. The elder has already sacrificed enough. Young Sect Master, the elders are awaiting you in the council hall. Noticing Meng Tangdang's pale complexion, Meng Xiaosu feels a pang of sympathy. She has observed her cousin's efforts over the past few days and holds a deep admiration for her resolve. The elders, too, are concerned for Meng Tongtong's well-being, having sent Meng Xiaosu from the Meng family to keep her company. Sai, let us go. Witnessing yet another disciple leave right before her eyes, Meng Tangtang sighs deeply and turns to depart. Meng Xiaosu casts a glance at the departing disciple, her brow furrowing in displeasure, a sense of injustice swelling within her heart. How disheartening it is for the Jingyun Sect, a group of ingrates. The Jingyun Sect has provided them with cultivation resources and guidance to strengthen their abilities. Yet when faced with the Sect's difficulties, they all think only of their own escape. It is truly disheartening. Upon entering the council hall, Meng Tangtang immediately senses something amiss. Surveying her surroundings, her expression shifts to one of confusion. Why are there so few people present? Were there not still 23 elders remaining? The hall, filled with vacant chairs, exudes an indescribable desolation. In this vast space, only a sparse few occupy their seats. Zhang Feng chuckles bitterly. Another batch has left. Just now, Su Gang and 3 elders departed with dozens of disciples. The entire Jingyun Sect now has fewer than 200 individuals left. At his words, Meng Tongtong's body trembles. Another group has departed? The remaining elders share equally grim expressions. The once mighty Jingyun Sect, with its thousands of disciples and elders, has been reduced to a mere shadow of itself, a mere jest. Will anyone else leave? Meng Tangtang purses her lips, disregarding those who have departed, and instead scans the hall, noticing that the others remain seated, prompting a quiet sigh of relief. However, as she surveys the room, she suddenly exclaims, Sister Wang Shuer? Among the remaining dozen or so elders, she recognizes a familiar face. None other than the prodigy Wang Shuer, who once stood alongside Lu Sheng as a peer among the inner disciples. This individual has now attained the 6th tier of cultivation, subtly surpassing the departed Lu Sheng. You haven't left? Meng Tangtang exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting that, amidst the exodus of many somewhat talented disciples, this inner sect prodigy would choose to remain. Why should I leave? A remarkably capable woman among the elders replied with a gentle smile, reflecting on Meng Tangtang's surprised expression. However, enough, esteemed young master. Let's not dwell on the however. We are all members of the Jingyun Sect. Let us set aside trivialities and discuss our next course of action. The immediate priority is to navigate through the current crisis, Wang Shuer asserted, her demeanor turning serious. Indeed, at that moment, a familiar plump figure emerged, Elder Hao, who cheerfully remarked, those who departed were merely fair-weather friends. The core of Jingyun Sect has always been us. Their absence may even prove beneficial. Exactly. Well said. Meng, my dear, you are now the backbone of our group. Do not entertain any thoughts of complacency. Jingyun Sect has not yet fallen. Elder moved from the alchemy hall, and others stood in agreement, nodding in affirmation. Seeing several familiar faces, Meng Tongtong's previously gloomy mood began to lighten, her eyes glimmering anew. Sister Meng, we are still here. We are members of the Jingyun Sect now. The smiling Lu Yinran stepped forward, addressing Meng Tangtang with warmth. Before long, more figures rose to their feet. It dawned on Meng Tangtang that the remaining disciples from the beast-taming mountain had all chosen to stay and join the Jingyun Sect. Given the current shortage of manpower, I have promoted them all to positions of deacons and elders. It is better to have many minds working together. Elder Hao chuckled. Indeed, Elder Zhang Feng added with a smile. Although our Jingyun Sect may lack the innate masters to anchor us, and is comparatively weaker than other sects, young master. With your innate physique and your status as a late-stage 9th-tier cultivator, it won't be long before you ascend to the innate realm. At that point, our Jingyun Sect shall still stand as a great power in the southern region. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, elders. Meng Tangtang took a deep breath, her tone solemn. Elder Hao approached with a beaming smile, patting her shoulder in encouragement. Human potential is limitless. Without pressure, there can be no drive. Even in our current predicament, can it truly be worse than when the Jingyun Sect was first established? Back then, We were utterly destitute. The sect consisted of barely a few dozen members, and the strongest among us was only an 8th-tier ancestor. Everything we have now is the result of generations of disciples' relentless efforts, culminating in our recognition as one of the 10 prominent sects in the southern region. Indeed, I shall not despair. I will ensure that Jingyun's sect rises again. Meng Tang nodded emphatically. Let's not be so serious. Zhang Feng interjected with a grin. Those fools who left have only brought misfortune upon themselves. In the future, they will surely regret their decisions. And let us not forget that our sect is not without formidable guardians. Do not overlook the presence of that esteemed figure in the library pavilion. If a significant matter arises, I believe that Elder will not remain indifferent, will they, young master? Zhang Feng's lightheartedness sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes. They collectively recalled the day that imposing figure descended from the skies, invigorating their spirits. Sire, Meng Tang's expression became dazed as memories of the misty forest flooded her mind. Her previously troubled heart suddenly brimmed with strength, sweeping away all anxiety and concern in an instant. As the discussion continued, some elders expressed both joy and concern regarding that mysterious figure's involvement. While that elder possesses formidable strength, the reality remains that this world functions on a survival of the fittest basis. They may assist us once or twice, but we cannot dictate their will. It is entirely at their discretion. Should their mood shift, it could spell disaster for our entire sect. This perspective held merit. Thus, we must strengthen ourselves. The elder is merely a last resort. We must cultivate our own power, Zhang Feng agreed, then turned to Meng Tang. The most pressing matter is that the alliance examination is less than a year away. Do you believe you can achieve the innate realm before then? I will do my utmost, Meng Tang replied, recalling the medicinal pills bestowed by her master. Although over 90% were for healing, there were some that could enhance cultivation. With enough high-quality medicinal pills, she might be able to consolidate her innate realm. Regrettably, she had already distributed many. Had she retained more, her chances would have been significantly improved. In her previous challenges against sect elders, only a few familiar faces had accepted medicinal pills of high quality as rewards. She had been less cautious with standard pills. Most of the pills, crafted by Lin Cheng, were healing-oriented and offered little assistance for cultivation. These pills could serve as resources for the sect, but any hope of using them for her own advancement was futile. The remaining ones were sufficient only for her personal use. She had initially intended to assist the elders and disciples, but now reconsidered. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Jingyun sect were deeply troubled by the impending challenges. Elsewhere, in the library pavilion, Lin Cheng, at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, stretched languidly on a bench, yawning. Finally reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. It's been exhausting, he muttered, feeling his neck stiffen from fatigue. Why does it seem there are so few people left in the Jingyun sect? Are we on the verge of disbandment? Lin Cheng casually used his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings and sense something amiss. The cohesion within the Jingyun sect seemed lacking. They had attracted a motley crew who fled at the slightest inconvenience. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. With fewer deadweight members, pursuing a more elite path could prove advantageous. Ultimately, while the Jingyun sect might be considered a significant sect in this small region, in the grander context of the continent, it hardly compared even to a third-rate sect. What need was there for so many disciples? The current 200 to 300 members were quite satisfactory, a reasonable number. Lin Cheng's thoughts drifted nonchalantly. To him, the Jingyun sect at this level had lost all mystique and power, merely a small sect in a desolate area. As recorded in books, the northern region of the southern domain was a realm of cultivators. There, even a moderately sized city's overall strength would rival that of the top 10 sects in the southern region. Those innate families had populations of merely 100 or 200 individuals, often just recruiting extra hands and peripheral guards. When it came to true strength, they far surpassed the likes of the Jingyun sect. This was primarily due to the strong cohesion within their families. In contrast, the Jingyun sect's means of discipline were too weak, lacking contractual bonds. Disciples could come and go as they pleased. Thus, Lin Cheng was not surprised by the current state of affairs. Even if there were only 100 individuals remaining, Lin Cheng would not be surprised. Having spent considerable time in this world, his strength had gradually increased, and his horizons had broadened. He was no longer the naive newcomer who once revered even a 7th or 8th tier being as a deity. As he engaged in the system's daily sign-in, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received a reward. 9-9 Transformation Tower. Artifact, not activated. Lin Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time he had signed in for an artifact-level treasure. Previous items, while perhaps powerful, either had usage limitations or were rare elixirs that were of no practical use. But the 9-9 Transformation Tower was different. An artifact. Even if he could only wield a fraction of its power, it would be enough to dominate the world. Lin Cheng's heart raced with excitement. In the next moment, he promptly extracted the reward. Silence ensued. Lin Cheng was taken aback. What was going on? Where was the item? Looking around, nothing appeared. Normally, such treasures would form a connection with him. Yet, there was no sign of anything amiss. Confused, Lin Cheng quickly checked the system space and discovered a peculiar golden symbol had emerged. What was this? As soon as his consciousness touched the golden symbol, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, and the world spun around him. Upon opening his eyes again, he realized he was no longer in the library, but in a realm steeped in mystery. Welcome, Master, to the 9-9 Transformation Tower. I am a tower spirit, Xiaojun. How may I assist you? Just as Lin Cheng was engulfed in confusion, a cold, ethereal voice reverberated through the air. This was the interior of the 9-9 Transformation Tower? Lin Cheng was astounded. This was no mere tower. It was an expansive world. There was a sky, a continent, and even living beings whose auras sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, Lin Cheng was the master of the Transformation Tower. Here, he was the supreme ruler, lest the mere presence of certain auras overwhelm his spirit. Moreover, he sensed that this world adhered to its own celestial laws, seemingly of a higher caliber than the realm he originally inhabited. Truly, it was an artifact of unparalleled stature. Master, the Transformation Tower is currently in a dormant state and cannot exert its full potential. Please activate it as soon as possible. Xiaojun's voice echoed. Not activated? Lin Cheng recalled and promptly inquired. How do I activate it? The first method requires immense power, which is clearly beyond your current capabilities. Lin Cheng's face fell. He was self-aware enough to recognize that the title of the 9-9 Transformation Tower, along with its pervasive essence of immortality, indicated just how challenging activation would be, at least with his present conditions. Perhaps when he reached the pinnacle of true Spirit 9 transformations, he could attempt it, but that would require considerable time. The second method involves absorbing the faith of living beings, nurturing the Transformation Tower to gradually unlock its powers. Xiaojun replied calmly. Absorbing faith? Wasn't that something only deities and legends could accomplish? Lin Cheng pondered what the system truly intended for him, especially since it had so readily bestowed upon him such an artifact. Having grasped the basic information, Lin Cheng successfully began to control the 9-9 Transformation Tower. With Xiaojun's assistance, he returned to the library. In that moment, he could sense a faint connection. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could vaguely perceive an immortal sun suspended high above, surrounded by an expanse of darkness. Only that radiant sun persisted, exuding an aura of eternal immortality. Within the sun, he could faintly discern an ancient golden tower, seemingly containing myriad worlds. It felt as though this tower was a miniature universe. And if even a fraction of its power were to be unleashed, it could obliterate the realm Lin Cheng inhabited into nothingness. The magnitude of such power was breathtaking. However, Lin Cheng discovered that he could do nothing to harness that power. He could only observe, unable to act. Moreover, he realized a significant issue. He could only freely enter and exit the 9-9 Transformation Tower while in the library. Upon leaving, that tenuous connection would abruptly sever. This was rather disheartening. Lin Cheng had envisioned that with the invulnerable defense of the Transformation Tower, he would be able to roam freely, knowing he could simply retreat into the tower at the first sign of danger. Who could ever find him? Unfortunately, that avenue was currently inaccessible. Next, he needed to devise a method to absorb faith and activate the artifact. But how could he accomplish that? Suddenly, Lin Cheng sensed something unusual. A pure white light appeared without warning in the surrounding space, drifting toward him before seamlessly merging into his body. Shortly afterward, another speck of white light emerged. Almost every few seconds, tiny white light points appeared out of thin air, which Lin Cheng instinctively absorbed. Was this faith? Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Lin Cheng deduced that these white light points were indeed the faith power spoken of by the tower spirit. Did faith merely materialize out of nowhere? He attempted to focus on the white light points, and in the next moment, a series of blurred images flashed through his mind, revealing scenes from the Grand Hall of the Jingyun Sect. At that moment, in the Grand Hall of the Jingyun Sect, tiny white specks were continuously emanating from the elders, vanishing into the ether. Among them, Zhang Feng, an elder Hao, emitted the largest and most numerous white light points. Observing this, Lin Cheng fell into deep thought. Moments later, he noticed that white light points also began to emerge from the likes of Beast Mountain's Lu Yanran and Sun Li, and their quality and size surpassed those of the elders. These faith powers were indeed varied. Lin Cheng pondered as he observed the scene, sensing the respect and reverence emanating from those discussing him. Was this the source of faith power? Furthermore, those who had personally witnessed him possessed a stronger faith power than those who had merely heard of him. However, why was there such a disparity between Elder Zhang Feng and Lu Yanran? Lin Cheng contemplated further. Logically, Elder Zhang Feng had traversed the misty forest with him and witnessed numerous astonishing sights. He should have been more deeply impacted. Why then did Lu Yanran and her peers exhibit greater faith power? No, Lin Cheng's mind sparked with insight. Youth. Perhaps being young was more significant. Could it be that the faith power of prodigies surpassed that of ordinary individuals? With this realization, Lin Cheng quickly turned his gaze to his disciple, Meng Tangtang. Suddenly, a large ball of white light erupted from her head, crossing the spatial barrier to directly merge into Lin Cheng's body. In that instant, he could even sense a tremor from the transformation tower. The effect was profound. The faith power provided by Meng Tangtang far exceeded the combined total of everyone else in the Jingyun Sect. This revelation completely validated Lin Cheng's thoughts. He had roughly grasped the essence of absorbing faith. It felt as though he was being compelled to showcase his talents before others. Lin Cheng pinched his chin, contemplating. To put it nicely, one might call it revealing one's gifts in public. To put it less delicately, it was simply forcing him to show off. No, as a person of humility, how could he possibly relish such vulgarity? This thought displeased Lin Cheng, as he felt his character was being insulted. In the next moment, a small white orb of light emerged from Lin Cheng's body, subsequently absorbed by the creation tower. Lin Cheng was utterly bewildered. What was this peculiar phenomenon? Absorbing oneself? Could it be done in such a manner? The creation tower trembled slightly, conveying the message, stop pretending. You are indeed the type who enjoys showing off. Lin Cheng's face darkened. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. It seemed there was some truth to it. However, Lin Cheng soon found himself in a dilemma. While humility had made him powerful, it appeared that showing off might render him even stronger. Was he to abandon the creation tower? The mere thought of relinquishing such a divine artifact sent a shiver down his spine. No way. The meat was already on the table. How could he let go? Perhaps I could show off subtly? With this notion, Lin Cheng fell into silence, slowly lifting his gaze to the sky. Alas, I truly am not someone who enjoys boasting. As the small white orb was absorbed by the creation tower, Lin Cheng sighed in resignation. As long as he could grow stronger, the process mattered little. Strength was of paramount importance. Therefore, he could no longer afford to be passive. He needed to devise a strategy to garner some faith power. What to do? After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. He opened his palm, and a small black tower appeared above it. Of course, this was not the creation tower, but rather a trinket he had acquired from a previous sign-in, the Tower of Burning Heaven. Gazing at the black tower in his hand, Lin Cheng's mind sparked with inspiration. He decided to model it after the creation tower, crafting a similar treasure. This artifact was of royal grade, surpassing the spiritual grade. Following the spiritual grade, there came the mysterious grade, and then the royal grade, corresponding to innate, foundation, and golden core stages. In terms of value, spatial artifacts were significantly more precious than ordinary treasures, enticing even golden core experts, while foundation stage cultivators would be envious. It was not that Lin Cheng lacked superior treasures to replace it. Rather, possessing such a valuable item could attract unwanted attention. Although the southern region was a small place, one could never be certain of lurking, formidable figures. Should a treasure prove too precious, it might draw powerful adversaries, which would be perilous given Lin Cheng's current strength. Conversely, treasures of too low a grade would be insufficient. The royal gray tower of burning heaven was just right. Well, it was time to hasten preparations. He could store some unnecessary trinkets inside and set up various challenges. As for whether to flaunt his affiliation with the Jingyun sect, he decided to set that aside for now. Adding a few more items here and there, he felt that he was nearly done. After a flurry of activity for a day and night, Lin Cheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, satisfied with his progress. With everything accomplished, he now awaited the fish to take the bait. Chapter 47. A storm approaches with all preparations complete. The only remaining questions were where and when to deploy them. Awaiting the right opportunity, Lin Cheng gazed at the black tower in his palm, feeling quite pleased as he toyed with it. The potential to harvest a wave of faith power now rested on the efficacy of this artifact. Meanwhile, Meng Tang stood bewildered before a letter from the upper sect. She seemed perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Observing Meng Xiaosu, who appeared honest and sincere, she couldn't help but question. Our Jingyun sect is already one of the top 10 sects in the southern region, holding a prestigious position. Where does this upper sect come from? Young sect master. The messenger claimed to be from our upper sect, the Battle Heaven Pavilion. Meng Xiaosu replied, equally bewildered. Logically, only weaker sects would choose to affiliate with larger ones, paying tribute annually in hopes of protection. Although Jingyun sect was at the bottom of the top 10 sects, it was hardly in need of an upper sect. The two exchanged glances, unanimously deciding to consult the elders. When Meng Tang presented the letter to Elder Hao, she noticed his initially cheerful expression gradually fade, replaced by an indescribable gloom. Oof. Elder Hao's eyes turned sharp as he crumpled the letter in his hand, his tone unfriendly. These clowns dare to bully our Jingyun sect. What is going on? Meng Tang asked, sensing something was amiss. She had read the letter, but found its contents vague and condescending, lacking any substantial information. Overall, it felt more like a demonstration of power. This raised further questions. If they were genuinely from an upper sect, why would they need to intimidate a subordinate sect? Was it simply a case of boredom? There must be something suspicious here. I have heard of the Battle Heaven Pavilion, but it is merely a third-rate sect. Elder Zhang Feng remarked upon arriving. A third-rate sect? Upon hearing this, the others did not react with immediate anger. Instead, a thought crossed their minds. Could the Battle Heaven Pavilion be seeking trouble? Even though the Jingyun sect was currently weakened, its core strength had not significantly diminished. The true elite of the sect were still on the front lines. Even with their current resources, they could easily obliterate 10 Battle Heaven pavilions. Are they mad? Seeking death in such a manner? Lu Yanran said, bemused. Wang Shuer nodded in agreement. Unless they are truly foolish. This Battle Heaven Pavilion would not dare to provoke us without reason. There are less reckless ways to seek death. Thus, it was clear that some unknown force lurked in the shadows, likely the mastermind behind this affair. I believe so, Lu Yanran concurred. Elder Zhang Feng and Elder Hao also nodded slightly, agreeing with this assessment. It appeared someone wished to take advantage of their misfortune. Zhang Feng smiled coldly. Elder Hua slammed his fist on the table, rising suddenly. A mere third-rate force, regardless of whether someone is behind them, if they dare to test us. We shall cut off their hands and feet. If that fails, I will lead a team to eliminate them. A mere third-rate force is nothing to worry about. Zhang Feng shook his head, signaling Elder Hua to calm down. At present, this presents an opportunity. Our sect is weakened, and many forces are eyeing us. Some of them may not be weaker than we are, merely lacking the conditions to elevate to a first-tier sect. Currently, the situation resembles a pack of wolves circling a wounded tiger, and the Battle Heaven Pavilion is likely just a bait intended to lure us in. I suspect the original Battle Heaven Pavilion has already been secretly replaced. The true author of this letter is someone else. We must discern their genuine intentions. Otherwise, given the current state of the Jingyun sect, any rash actions may provide our adversaries with an opportunity to exploit. Zhang Feng meticulously analyzed the situation, prompting the attendees to nod in silent agreement. There is another matter that needs to be communicated to everyone. Once the crowd had calmed, Zhang Feng continued. The demise of the Grand Elder has weakened our sect, leading the other top 10 sects to openly and covertly suppress us, particularly the Xindan sect. They have drastically reduced our allocated share of medicinal pills by 70%, while simultaneously increasing the cost by 70%. This meager supply is utterly insufficient for the sect masters engaged in frontline battles. We must devise a solution to this predicament. The Jingyun sect is currently beset by numerous issues. There are other matters that Zhang Feng did not articulate, but they were well understood by all present. For a sect to endure, it requires not only formidable power to safeguard it, but, more importantly, a fresh infusion of quality talent. However, the current Jingyun sect is primarily comprised of mediocre outer disciples, with nearly half being ordinary individuals. The overall strength is notably diminished, with few true experts among them. Most are merely ordinary disciples of the first or second rank. Those with genuine talent have long since departed, having been lured away by the other major sects just a month prior. Investigations reveal that over 30% have been absorbed by a nascent force known as the Sanshan Alliance. As the name suggests, the Sanshan Alliance is formed from three significant powers that rank just below the top 10 sects: the Lin family, Gui, Two Mountain, and Qiankuan. The Lin family appears to have some connections to the Meng family, where Meng Tangtang resides. The Sanshan Alliance is indeed suspect. I suspect they are the ones stirring up trouble behind the scenes, aiming to capitalize on the Jingyun sect's current downturn, seeking to usurp our position and become one of the new major sects in the southern region. Since becoming an elder, Wang Shui'er has primarily overseen the sect's intelligence system. It is nearly impossible for the movements of various forces in the southern region to escape her notice. Presently, Zhang Feng, Wang Shui'er, Elda Hao, and Meng Tangtang can be regarded as the true decision-makers of the Jingyun sect. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals should be ready to defend. As long as the other top 10 sects are wary of losing face and refrain from direct intervention, the threat posed by lesser forces will be significantly diminished. Zhang Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. Now, it all hinges on the upcoming contest between the two sides. Based on my estimates, the opposition will likely take swift action to systematically weaken us, especially since the Jingyun sect is still somewhat substantial. Even if they were to stumble upon success, they would find the endeavor fraught with peril. Chapter 48. The Impatient Sanshan Alliance. After departing from the Jingyun sect, Su Gang and several elders proceeded directly to a newly established vast encampment located merely a few dozen miles from the Jingyun sect's gates. With the speed of martial artists, they could reach it in a matter of hours. Those with the discerning eye could sense the palpable tension in the air. By the time Su Gang and his companions arrived, the site was already bustling with a myriad of individuals, filled with fervor and an ominous atmosphere. Many familiar faces could be seen among them, former disciples of the Jingyun sect who had come here after leaving the sect. "Haha, Elder Su Gang have also arrived?" one man exclaimed upon noticing their presence. Indeed, Su Gang and his companions nodded lightly, exchanging no further words. "Please," the man gestured, revealing a knowing smile. Since they were here, they were comrades in arms, and as long as they were willing to contribute, they would naturally share in the spoils of the impending downfall of the Jingyun sect. Waves of people continued to arrive, gradually gathering a force of several thousand cultivators, many of whom were formidable practitioners. Some even sensed the presence of 7th or 8th tier experts among them. Many had traveled from various parts of the southern region, eager to partake in the forthcoming confrontation with the Jingyun sect. Within the military tent, representatives from the Lin family, Gui, Two Mountain, and Qiankuan took prominent positions. Below them sat hundreds of individuals, their potent inner strength causing the air to ripple slightly. "Haha, I never expected the once lofty Jingyun sect to meet such a fate. How delightful." A scar man laughed heartily, looking skyward. The Jingyun sect. My brother merely took a fancy to an ordinary woman and happened to eliminate a few ants who dared to resist. Shouldn't that be expected? As cultivators, what is wrong with that? Yet, an old fool from the Jingyun sect, envious of my brother's charm, directly killed him. A gaunt man with a sharp chin retorted angrily. And I merely killed a few mortals in a drunken stupor to relieve my boredom. Yet I was pursued for hundreds of miles by a disciple of the Jingyun sect. They severed one of my arms just to avenge a few mere mortals. How outrageous! Another man, his face twisted in fury, stepped forward, revealing an arm that was now missing. "What you say is absolutely true." The gaunt man agreed, nodding in approval. "Indeed, we cultivators are inherently superior. A mere swarm of mortal insects can be dispatched without a second thought. Yet, the Jingyun sect insists on meddling in our affairs, oppressing the weak. I see those from the Jingyun sect as ruthless fiends, merely using any pretext to bully you." Someone scoffed, revealing a scarred chest, clearly bearing a grudge against the Jingyun sect. Listening to the conversations of these individuals, some former elders and disciples of the Jingyun sect felt their faces twitch. However, they could not be bothered to argue with these fanatics. Their original aim was merely for profit. Otherwise, they would not have betrayed the sect. As for the grievances mentioned by these individuals, they believed there was little significance to them. Nevertheless, the encampment was filled with discontented former elders and disciples of the Jingyun sect, all with similar motivations. Many had been dissatisfied with their circumstances within the sect, harboring jealousy due to their lack of talent. They sought to seize this opportunity for a lucrative gain. Not to mention, there seemed to be a vast amount of high-quality medicinal pills stored within the sect. Su Gang, as an elder, had once been fortunate enough to witness a scene where a certain girl, who had fortuitously become the young master of the sect, casually produced a tiered medicinal pill as a gift. Medicinal pills, of the tiered kind, given away so casually. How outrageous! The sect allowed such a precious item to be squandered by a mere girl, and yet they did not extend the same generosity to him as an elder. What wrong had he committed? Was it merely embezzling a little, suppressing a few disciples, and accepting some tokens of respect? Was that not entirely normal? Why did everyone shun him, alienate him, and target him? He felt aggrieved. He was not troubled by poverty, but by inequality. Since the Jingyun sect showed no compassion, he would not hesitate to act unjustly. Cough, cough. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are all gathered here, I shall not beat around the bush. I will speak plainly. With a wave of his hand, the head of the Lin family quieted the crowd. He then spoke in a resounding voice. The Jingyun sect, one of the 10 great sects of the southern region, has acted with cruelty and injustice, causing countless deaths and oppressing the weak, leading to the suffering of the people. Now, they have finally received their comeuppance, which deeply moves me. In the past, the Jingyun sect was powerful, with an innate master at its helm, leaving us, the oppressed common folk, no choice but to endure in silence, afraid to voice our dissent. Otherwise, we would invite our own demise. But now, with the demise of the wicked Su Laotai, the morale of the sect has crumbled, and our chance to act for justice has arrived. The words of the Lin family head resonated deeply with everyone present. Well said. The Jingyun sect has committed heinous acts and must be eradicated. A crowd of sanctimonious hypocrites took pleasure in bullying us, the weaker ones. Their actions have been utterly despicable, and we have longed for retribution. In that moment, emotions surged, and many were moved to tears, feeling understood for the first time. No longer would they live in fear and hiding. Instantly, the pent-up grievances of the past erupted, echoing the sentiment of dying for a true friend. Destroy the Jingyun sect. Destroy the Jingyun sect. Destroy the Jingyun sect. Gradually, the calls for the annihilation of the Jingyun sect grew louder and more fervent. Fear not, for the destruction of the Jingyun sect is the core mission of our Sanshan Alliance, and we shall not disappoint. The Lin family head seized the opportunity to shout, eliciting a chorus of cheers. He nodded in satisfaction. The 3 individuals on the platform exchanged knowing glances, each revealing a hint of a smile. When the time comes to attack the Jingyun sect, let these simple-minded folks serve as the first wave of cannon fodder. After all, despite the loss of their innate master and many disciples, the Jingyun sect remains one of the 10 great sects of the southern region. The core power still exists, and their accumulated foundation over the years cannot be easily toppled by mere words. Therefore, we must gather sufficient strength to ensure the success of our assault. With the elite forces of the Jingyun sect stationed far at the front lines, and with their rear suffering the loss of numerous elders and disciples, now is their weakest moment of defense. We must seize this opportunity and strike decisively. Once we take down the Jingyun sect and absorb its power, the Sanshan Alliance will rise to become the next great sect of the southern region. By then, even if those at the front lines react, we will have already secured control over the Jingyun sect, and I believe we can swallow them whole. It has been long overdue for us to enjoy the privileges of a first-rate sect. With this thought, the 3 of them erupted into hearty laughter. This laughter seemed to ignite a fuse, filling the great tent with booming laughter. The Jingyun sect was within their grasp, and some began to ponder how to distribute the ill-gotten wealth accumulated by the Jingyun sect once they conquered it. How should they spend their newfound riches? This was a significant question. As they reflected on this, many fell into contemplation, their lips curling into smiles. With visions of a bright future, the fervor in their hearts grew impatient. Chapter 49. A great wind rises. Clouds soar. The Sanshan Alliance made no effort to conceal their intentions. They were clearly preparing for a significant battle, employing aggressive tactics. With numerous experts congregated, the palpable aura of their collective strength could be felt from afar. Consequently, news of their movements spread swiftly, reaching the 10 great sects first. However, for various reasons, none intervened. Should an external force attack the Jingyun sect, it would be a different matter. Regardless of their hidden agendas, they would need to make some noise, even if just to offer a token of support. But now, as it was an internal conflict among the human factions, it did not violate the 10,000 Alliance Treaty. Thus, the major sects, each with their own agendas, chose to sit back and watch. This complacency provided the Sanshan Alliance with immense confidence. As long as the other 10 sects did not interfere, victory was virtually assured. Given their strength, amongst the thousands of participants, the vast majority were cultivators. Simply by charging forward, they could overwhelm the Jingyun sect with sheer numbers. Within the military tent, the three leading figures suddenly received alarming news. The Jingyun sect's forces at the front were rapidly regrouping. Although the sect leader was not innate, he was nonetheless a peak 9th grade powerhouse, comparable to innate thresholds with the aid of an innate spiritual artifact. Should he join the fray, the situation could become quite unpredictable. The leader of the Jingyun sect furrowed his brow, sensing a potential complication. What is there to fear? Scoffed the leader of the Guetu Mountain. To return from the front lines, they must manage the entire army. Even at their fastest, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. By then, we will have already secured the Jingyun sect. Indeed, replied the Lin family head with a smile. However, the presence of the Ziyun fairy, who was quite formidable, still lingered in the mind of the Jingyun sect leader. The Ziyun fairy was the current leader of the Jingyun sect, on the verge of breaking into the innate level. When did the dignified leader of the Jingyun sect become so timid? Guizhu remarked, displeased. The Lin family head stepped in to ease the tension, smiling, no need to worry. Let's not forget, we have the support of that esteemed individual behind us. Even if the Ziyun fairy returns, she would merely add another ghost to the fray. I have met the Ziyun fairy. Regardless of her strength, she is undeniably a beauty, Guizhu mused, a glimmer of something different flashing in his eyes. Seeing the other two remain unconcerned, the Jingyun sect leader felt he might have been overreacting. Let's not fret too much. The Lin family head chuckled. Regardless, we three are peak 9th grade powerhouses. Aside from lacking innate spiritual artifacts, we are not inferior to her. Even if we do encounter her, we can hold our ground until that esteemed individual intervenes. The Ziyun fairy would undoubtedly meet her end. Moreover, it is highly likely she will not arrive in time for this battle. Our current considerations only pertain to what comes next. By then, with the benefits gained from conquering the Jingyun sect, the outcome against that woman is still uncertain. Upon hearing the Lin family head's words, the Jingyun sect leader nodded slightly, acknowledging the rationale behind this operation. The Lin family head continued, our foremost priority is to seize the Jingyun sect in the shortest time possible. Guizhu, with a sinister chuckle, remarked, the Jingyun sect currently has only 2 9th grade cultivators, Sun Qian and Mo Yuan. The latter is nearly 100 years old, and his physical condition is likely to hinder his combat ability. At that time, Jingyun, you can hold off Sun Qian while old Lin and I focus on swiftly eliminating Mo Yuan. After that, we will come to assist you. Once we resolve these 2 9th graders quickly, the remaining remnants will be easy to dispatch. Guizhu's cold laughter echoed, a glimmer of red flashing in his eyes, accompanied by a chilling aura that rolled off him. It seems old Guizhu can hardly contain himself. It is best to avoid prolonged dreams. Let us rest for the night and launch our assault on the Jingyun sect at dawn. The Lin family head wore a cruel smile as well. So it is settled. The master of the Jingyun gate hesitated for a moment, sensing that something significant had been overlooked. Yet, confronted by the unwavering gazes of the two, he clenched his teeth and acquiesced. Unbeknownst to him, the unease in his heart deepened. The senior members of the Sand Mountain Alliance had made their decision, leaving no room for dissent among the lower ranks. Instantly, excitement surged through the ranks, a palpable aura of bloodlust filling the air. Countless bloodthirsty eyes fixated hungrily on the direction of the Jingyun sect, their greed no longer concealed. This included the elders and disciples who had once belonged to the Jingyun sect. At this moment, their true intentions were laid bare. Men perish for wealth, and birds die for food. Those who do not act for themselves are doomed by heaven and earth. For the sake of their own path to immortality, they could only urge their fellow sect members to take the lead. Elder Su Gang stood silently beneath the night sky, his expression fluctuating between light and dark. There was no trace of compassion or reluctance regarding the impending slaughter. Only exhilaration coursed through him. The other elders and disciples shared his sentiments. In an instant, the entire camp fell into a hushed silence, devoid of any noise or curses. A profound quiet enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the occasional sound of blades being sharpened and heavy breaths. Everyone awaited the moment when the first ray of sunlight would herald the demise of the Jingyun sect, while the Sand Mountain Alliance readied themselves for the onslaught. The Jingyun sect, having received early warning, stood on high alert. However, the unfolding events deviated from their expectations. To their astonishment, the opposing faction had no intention of employing any underhanded tactics. They planned a direct assault on the Jingyun sect. This contradicted the assumptions of several elders, signaling a grave predicament. Upon hearing of the Sand Mountain Alliance's intention to launch a full-scale attack, Zhang Feng immediately furrowed his brow, pressing his temples as he shook his head. The leaders of the Sand Mountain Alliance were not fools. They understood that such an approach would only lead to mutual destruction, benefiting others. Despite the Jingyun sect's current state, with only 200 to 300 members remaining, many of whom were ordinary individuals, the elders and disciples still included a fair number of 8th and 9th tier experts. With the sect's grand formation, they could withstand foes many times their strength and even achieve counterattacks. Additionally, 3 9th tier cultivators were present. Although Meng Tangtang was a newly ascended 9th tier, her combat prowess was likely on par, if not superior, to that of seasoned 9th tier experts. If the enemy dared to advance so boldly, they must have some form of assurance. Was there a congenital expert among the ranks of the Sand Mountain Alliance? Speculation arose. Zhang Feng shook his head, uncertain. According to the intelligence reports, there were none. If there truly were a congenital expert, they would not resort to such a convoluted plan. They could simply send the expert to confront them directly. At this point, the Jingyun sect could not withstand an assault from a congenital powerhouse. Have the medicinal pills been distributed? Zhang Feng inquired, recalling that the young sect master had somehow procured a substantial quantity of high-quality pills, primarily intended for wartime adaptation. Given the current circumstances, these were most suitable. With over 10,000 pills available, even after Meng Tangdang used some, approximately 9,000 remained. Distributing 30 pills to every member of the sect should pose no issue, particularly with the aid of the sect's grand formation. As long as the formation remained intact and the spiritual energy did not dwindle, the Jingyun sect would remain secure. Chapter 50. Dominance Across the Seas. Return to hometown, these were all exceptional pills, many of which bore pill patterns and were considered legendary treasures. Distributing them to the disciples raised eyebrows. Some hesitated. Pill pattern medicines were not common commodities, readily available at every turn. This individual had never encountered such pills in his lifetime, except for this occasion. Would it be a waste to distribute them so casually? Zhang Feng smiled, and upon seeing his demeanor, the person resolutely nodded. Indeed, such precious treasures should not be easily bestowed. It contradicts sect traditions. Zhang Feng waved his hand, sighing. Under normal circumstances, I would not part with them lightly. However, we stand at the brink of life and death. To linger on trivial matters might lead to our demise before we realize it. Yet, was this not too extravagant? Many disciples were ordinary individuals, some merely at the 1st or 2nd tier cultivation. The individual wished to speak further, but Zhang Feng raised a hand to halt him. Fixing a serious gaze upon him, he surveyed the room and stated gravely, "This matter is settled. If the young sect master has no objections, then let the distribution commence. After all, they are her possessions." At this point, Zhang Feng revealed a trace of complexity and helplessness. Moreover, those disciples who remained at this juncture had endured considerable pressure, be it from family and friends, their own futures, or the direct threat to their lives. These individuals genuinely cared for the sect. For this reason alone, we, the elders, cannot disappoint their expectations. Otherwise, how will we differ from those traitors who only think of themselves? His words resonated firmly. Zhang Feng's intention was clear. Since these disciples had not abandoned the sect during critical times to preserve their own safety, the sect would undoubtedly not let them down. Or a few medicinal pills. Distribute them. Each member would receive 30 pills, with a distribution of 15 ordinary and 15 pill pattern based on their respective cultivations. At this juncture, there was nothing more to discuss. They would be well fed and then prepare for a fierce battle. Since the Sand Mountain Alliance dared to provoke the Jingyun sect, they would face death while ensuring their adversaries trembled in fear. By the end of Zhang Feng's declaration, his eyes burned with fervor, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Then let's kill. Elder Hao exhaled softly, his tone resolute. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Yanran and others nodded lightly. The expressions of all present turned grave, their fighting spirits soaring. Without a doubt, the abundant supply of high-quality pills would significantly augment their combat capabilities. An announcement was made. The distributed medicinal pills should not be conserved. Use them as soon as possible. Ultimately, anything left and used must not be left as spoils for the enemy. With that, Elder Zhang Feng sighed deeply. Since the young sect master entered seclusion, the major affairs of the sect had primarily rested on him and Elder Hao, with Wang Shuer, Lu Yanran, and others assisting. This placed considerable pressure upon them. However, despite the immense strain, surrender was not an option. In the library, Lin Cheng leisurely read a storybook while sipping tea, utterly unbothered by the turmoil and tension outside. To him, the threat posed by the Sand Mountain Alliance seemed as trivial as a child's play. There was nothing worthy of concern. He had reached the 8th tier of foundation building, and with one more step, he could attempt to comprehend the Tao, condensing the golden core of the great Tao and achieving the status of a golden core heavenly monarch. Such a threshold posed no challenge for him. Ever since cultivating the 9 transformations of true spirit, Lin Cheng had never fretted over cultivation bottlenecks. To put it plainly, even if he were to lie idle for a lifetime, sleeping away the years, after a few million years, he would naturally step into the legendary realm. For him, the enhancement of strength was merely a matter of speed. As for where his limits lay, he too was unsure. With the increase in his power, he increasingly sensed the elusive and inscrutable nature of the heavenly Tao, a sense of reverence subtly rising within him. It felt as though no matter how high he ascended, he would still remain a mere insignificant mortal. This thought left Lin Cheng feeling quite displeased. Thus, he devoted himself to his training with renewed diligence. Now, with an ample supply of elixirs, he found himself increasingly approaching the modest goal he had set for himself, to become a golden core powerhouse. Once I attain the golden core, there will be no place in the southern domain that can pose a threat to me. Will there? At that point, I must pay a visit to those characters in the misty forest. Last time, I was dealt a hefty blow. This grudge must be avenged. Lin Cheng's thoughts wandered leisurely. Suddenly, someone entered the library. It was that little girl, Meng Tang again. Lin Cheng didn't even need to use his spiritual sense to guess who it was. Nowadays, with some of his affairs coming to light, the higher-ups of the Jingyun sect had begun to harbor some suspicions. The area of the library had essentially become a forbidden zone. Usually, elders and disciples would pass through cautiously, making no noise to avoid disturbing that esteemed figure. Only Meng Tang would recklessly barge in like this. To be honest, after spending so much time with her, Lin Cheng felt as if he had aged considerably, as if he were already in his 70s or 80s. However, according to his estimation, even if he were indeed 70 or 80 years old, with his cultivation, he should be no different from his current state. His spirit had aged, or rather, it had matured. Master. Upon entering, Meng Tang began to shout at the top of her lungs. What is happening? Don't rush. Take your time to explain. Master is likely in seclusion. Lin Cheng helplessly rubbed his ears. This girl had been told countless times, yet still rushed in without a hint of decorum befitting a young lady. Lin Cheng felt that he hadn't taken on a disciple, but rather raised a daughter, one who would never grow up at that. Master is in seclusion? Meng Tang quickly spotted her senior disciple lounging on a recliner, engrossed in a book, and hurried over. Look at you. Take it slow. The sky isn't falling. Have a cup of tea first. Lin Cheng glanced up momentarily before returning to the captivating tale in his book. He was in the midst of an exciting passage when this girl interrupted him. Senior brother, stop reading. Something big has happened. Meng Tang finished her cup of tea in one gulp and shook Lin Cheng urgently. Lin Cheng sighed inwardly. Is it because of the Three Mountains Alliance? You actually know? Just a little. Upon realizing that Lin Cheng was aware of her purpose for coming, the dimness in Meng Tangtang's heart surged with hope again. Quickly tell me, is there a way? Yes, it's quite simple. Lin Cheng regarded her, noting her peak 9th grade status, and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed she had not been slacking off in her training these past few days. What? If the Jingyun Sect produces another innate powerhouse, wouldn't that solve everything? Lin Cheng said nonchalantly. He then smiled and pointed in Meng Tangtang's direction. If I'm not mistaken, senior sister, you should have reached the 9th grade limit, right? You should be able to challenge the innate realm. If you succeed, wouldn't the crisis facing the Jingyun Sect be immediately resolved? Once Meng Tangtang becomes an innate powerhouse, with her innate physique and the advantages of the two Emperor's Sutra, her combat strength would rival that of seasoned innate experts. Dealing with the mere Three Mountains Alliance would be a trivial matter. Chapter 51. How to find brave warriors to guard the Four Corners breakthrough to the innate realm. Meng Tangtang pondered these words repeatedly, questioning herself. Can I really do it? I just reached the 9th grade peak yesterday. ISNT breaking through to the innate realm, supposed to require a long period of accumulation? Meng Tangtang clearly lacked confidence. Lin Cheng felt a pang of sentimentality. In the blink of an eye, just a few short years had passed. The little girl who had once cried and clamored to come to the library in search of opportunities had now grown into a capable cultivator. Don't worry, you will definitely succeed. Lin Cheng reassured her with firm conviction. If it were anyone else, hesitation would be warranted, but you, after all, possess an innate physique. In a certain sense, you are already half a naturally born innate powerhouse. The breakthrough to the innate realm is merely a matter of course. Seeing Meng Tangtang wavering, Lin Cheng added with a smile, with me protecting you, there shouldn't be any issues. Here are 5 innate elixirs to assist you. He then magically produced a small jade vial, containing 5 lustrous white elixirs exuding a mysterious aura. All right, I'll be counting on you to protect me, and I'll bring back some delicious food for you later. Meng Tangtang hesitated briefly before accepting the elixirs with a serious expression. I'll remember that. Lin Cheng nodded. Let us head to the backyard. There's a formation set up by Master that will facilitate your breakthrough. This is for you. Keep it safe. Meanwhile, an elder, having distributed the last elixir to a disciple, turned around in response to the dazed expressions of the disciples present. Facing over 200 disciples, he solemnly declared, Everyone, our sect is about to face an unprecedented crisis, which is both a calamity and an opportunity. In just a few hours, the forces of the Three Mountains Alliance will arrive here, and a fierce battle is inevitable. If we win, we shall rise from the ashes like a phoenix, remaining a major sect in the southern domain. If we lose, we shall be erased from existence. Therefore, I urge you all to muster your spirits and fight for the survival of our sect. Having finished speaking in one breath, the elder let out a heavy sigh of relief and asked, Now, does anyone have any questions? The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. However, soon a seemingly ordinary outer disciple timidly stepped forward. Elder, are these elixirs truly for us? Even now, he felt as if he were living in a dream, finding everything surreal. Elder, could there have been a mistake? These are elixirs of the Danwen level. This is simply the remaining disciples also found it hard to believe, feeling a mix of shock and trepidation. Could it be that I'm still dreaming? Yes, that's it, I must be dreaming. Pinch me. Ouch, be gentle. That hurts. I'm not dreaming. This is all real. In an instant, fueled by this disciple's boldness, the entire square erupted in discussion. Yes, these are indeed for you, and they are what you deserve. Observing the youthful faces and the lingering shock upon them, the elder's expression softened somewhat as he solemnly stated, You all have remained here during the Sect's time of peril, regardless of the reason. As long as you stay, how could the Sect let you suffer? These elixirs are meant to enhance your strength and aid in recovery. In the upcoming battle, do not hesitate to use your elixirs. Anyone who dares to leave even a single elixir for the enemy to claim as loot shall be deemed a traitor to the entire Jingyun sect. By the end of his speech, the elder's voice had turned stern and commanding. As an elder frequently interacting with disciples at the grassroots level, he understood their mindset. When presented with valuable resources, they often hesitated to utilize them. While this might not matter in ordinary times, with a great battle looming, such petty thoughts could not be allowed to interfere. Consider your purpose for staying, your future, aspirations. Think of your loved ones. Think of the sect that has nurtured you. In this battle, all of you must be in the best possible condition and give your utmost effort. Gazing at the elixirs in their hands, every disciple who remained felt a whirlwind of emotions. Regardless of the reason, as long as they had chosen to stay, they held a degree of expectation and responsibility towards the sect, feeling that they could not simply walk away. Even if I am merely an insignificant outer disciple, I am determined to contribute my meager strength to the sect, repaying the grace of nurturing I have received over the years. I never anticipated any rewards. However, now, gazing at the elixirs in my hand, I behold the fabled Immortal-grade divine pills, treasures that the average person may never encounter in a lifetime. And here they lie, quietly nestled in my palm, with more than one at my disposal. In that moment, everyone felt the trust and significance the sect placed upon them, as if they could see the myriad hopeful gazes directed their way, igniting a fervor within their hearts. Everyone stood tall, heads held high, united by a singular thought. They would not disappoint the expectations of the sect in the impending battle. The Sanshan Alliance's forces had long since gathered at the foot of the Jingyun sect, poised to strike at dawn and obliterate the sect. At that moment, within the leader's tent, the three formidable heads of the alliance, the Lin clan leader, Gui Zhu, and the Jingyun sect leader, stood respectfully at the lower end, bowing to a middle-aged woman of striking beauty. All three were peak 9th-tier powerhouses and leaders of the Sanshan Alliance, deserving of such solemn respect. Yet, the middle-aged woman exuded an aura of indifference, her presence alone instilling trepidation in them, as if they were mere insects beneath her gaze. This woman, Jiru Long, was one of the two masters of the Yin-Yang sect, a superlative force at the 7th stage of the innate realm. With a mere wave of her hand, she could annihilate them entirely. Report, my lady, the army has assembled, totaling over 20,000, with more than 8,000 cultivators ready to attack the Jingyun sect. Shall we proceed immediately? The Lin clan leader inquired respectfully. Do not rush, follow your own plan. Achieve your objectives, and you shall be amply rewarded, she replied dismissively. She had learned that the master of the Yang sect likely perished at Beast Taming Mountain, but her search there had yielded nothing of value. After some investigation, she discovered remnants residing within the Jingyun sect, which had previously ventured to Beast Taming Mountain. Capturing a few of them might reveal crucial information. With the recent demise of Elder Su, the Jingyun sect was left without innate guardians, rendering its defenses extraordinarily vulnerable. Thus, she orchestrated this operation against them, believing that the annihilation of the Jingyun sect was inconsequential as long as she obtained her desired outcome. As the two sides readied for confrontation, mysterious figures leaped stealthily through the dense forest. Some hid among the thick foliage of trees, others concealed behind massive boulders, while a few brazenly stood atop pavilions. All their gazes fixated on the direction of the Jingyun sect. The sky above appeared ominously dark, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. Once a prestigious sect among the top 10, the Jingyun sect had fallen to this dismal state. Such was the unpredictable nature of fate. Though the Jingyun sect had long held its position among the top 10 sects with profound roots, the Sanshan Alliance was equally formidable. A fierce struggle was inevitable. With the fall of the Jingyun sect's innate guardian, they had lost their greatest advantage, while the Sanshan Alliance boasted overwhelming numbers. The outcome of this clash was uncertain, yet regardless of who emerged victorious, it would be a loss for humanity as a whole, a lamentable situation indeed. Whispers of anticipation and disdain circulated among the onlookers, who had gathered to witness the unfolding battle. Both the Jingyun sect and the Sanshan Alliance paid little heed to these spectators, as their small numbers posed negligible influence on the outcome. Moreover, both sides required the presence of these spies. A victory would serve to establish dominance and announce their supremacy. Suddenly, the mountains began to tremble with a low rumble. Drawing the attention of all, a voice, dry with tension, exclaimed, "It has begun." The onlookers lifted their heads to behold a glimmer of light emerging from the eastern horizon. The vast army of the Sanshan Alliance surged forward like a colossal black beast, propelled by the dawn's light. Leading the charge were the three heads, Lin clan leader, Gui Zhu, and the Jingyun sect leader, the acknowledged powerhouses of the alliance. Amidst the ranks, a vague silhouette flickered, enveloped in the forces of heaven and earth without attracting any notice. As Lin clan leader stood poised for battle, he He suddenly perceived a message from Ji Rulong. Launch a full-scale assault on the Jingyun Sect's entrance. Once you engage in combat, I will seize the opportunity to infiltrate the Sect's inner sanctum and assist in breaching their formation. His countenance brightened. The Sect's protective array could withstand ordinary innate cultivators, presenting the greatest obstacle to their mission. However, Ji Rulong, a formidable force in the late innate stage, could dismantle it with ease. My lady, why not take action yourself? With your strength, we could swiftly conquer the Jingyun Sect, Lin clan leader suggested. This matter is not so simple, she continued. There are many spies from other sects nearby. If I reveal myself, my presence may be detected, and that would lead to complications. The 10,000 Alliance Treaty forbids unwarranted aggression against other major sections. Thus, I must assist from the shadows, leaving the rest to you. Understood. Just breach the array, and we shall handle the rest, ensuring you shall not be disappointed. Lin clan leader vowed earnestly. Very well, commence. Lin clan leader nodded slightly, signaling to the two beside him. Gui Zhu and the Qiankuan sect leader exchanged knowing glances. In the next instant, their combined might surged forth, unleashing a formidable aura that momentarily stilled the atmosphere. The Qiankuan sect leader bellowed, "No more words. Today, we act in the name of justice to eradicate the Jingyun sect. Brothers, let us charge forth." With that, he galloped ahead toward the Jingyun sect's entrance, followed closely by Lin clan leader and Gui Zhu. The eruption of their combined energies sent ripples of alarm through the already prepared defenders of the Jingyun sect. Kill. Brothers, kill. Eradicate the Jingyun sect. Act in the name of justice. The chorus of exhilarated roars echoed, shaking the very mountains as their fervent cries surged. Resounding through the air, a vast throng surged forth, resembling a dark tide of ants, frenziedly sweeping towards the Jingyun sect. The intensity of their advance suggested a desire to utterly crush the sect in one bold strike. Activate the protective formation. Elder Zhang Feng, having anticipated this very scene, issued his command with calm decisiveness, without any hesitation. As the enemy charged forward, he commanded the formation to be engaged immediately. The disciples, who had long been prepared, shouted in unison, their scattered figures converging into a cohesive array. Before the forces of the Sanshan Alliance could reach them, an array of mysterious and arcane runes cascaded from the heavens like a waterfall, forming a resounding river of spiritual energy that spanned the chasm between the two factions. No, help! I don't want to die. Why am I the first? Lin, old scoundrel, you betrayed me. In an instant, many members of the Sanshan Alliance, unable to retreat, collided with the river of spiritual energy, resulting in a cacophony of screams and a gruesome display of carnage. Humph, cannon fodder is meant to perish, remarked the head of the Lin family, who felt no remorse or guilt upon witnessing the slaughter. Instead, a smirk crept upon his lips. The initial wave of attackers was merely intended to deplete the energy of the Jingyun sect's formation and the spiritual energy of its practitioners. Once their energy was exhausted, the formation would inevitably lose its potency. At that juncture, devoid of the protective formation, the elders and disciples of Jingyun sect would become mere prey, vulnerable to slaughter. Advance. Retreat is forbidden. Those who dare to withdraw shall be mercilessly slain, shouted a cruel figure, cleaving a fleeing fourth-tier cultivator in two, his laughter echoing with malice. With the protective formation before them and 3 ninth-tier experts blocking their escape, the cultivators found themselves trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. Hesitation led to devastating casualties, with hundreds falling within mere breaths. If this continued, it would not be long before all present would meet their demise. In that moment of despair, one cultivator glanced back, his mind clouded with rage. Behind them, the disciples of the Lin family, the mountain, and Qiankuan sect stood idly by, mocking their plight, showing no intention of aiding them. One even raised a middle finger, a gesture rife with disdain and derision. We have been deceived. The cultivator realized, but it was too late. In the next instant, a bolt of destructive energy surged forth, and his head was sent soaring, his dimming eyes reflecting a profound sense of unwillingness and bitterness. I don't want to die. Let me go back. I regret it. You treacherous Sanshan Alliance. I refuse to accept this. I will not let you escape my vengeance, even as a ghost. Next life, I shall ensure your annihilation. Jingyun, Sect brethren. Please open the formation and allow us entry. We promise not to attack. Let us unite against the Sanshan Alliance. Elder, it's me, a disciple of Jingyun's sect. Do not slay me. The cries of despair rose and fell like relentless waves, shaking the entire valley with their mournful resonance. On the other side, both Jingyun's sect and Sanshan Alliance observed this scene with cold indifference, neither uttering a word nor expressing any sympathy for the slaughtered. They deserve to die. Some disciples scoffed at the pleas of the dying. Now they wished to beg for mercy. Where were they earlier? Others nodded in agreement. A pack of ingrates, only realizing their folly at death's door. Had they breached our defenses, they would not have displayed such a fade. Brother, why not allow those individuals to enter? They possess considerable strength and could aid us significantly. The Sanshan Alliance has abandoned them. Wouldn't it be wiser to accept them and confront our common foe? Questioned a new disciple, perplexed. Didn't they declare their intent to surrender and join us to fight against the Sanshan Alliance? Why must we pursue their extermination? Enough. An elder retorted sharply, delivering a blow to the Na'vi disciple's head, his anger boiling over. You fool, if you wish to court death, do not drag us down with you. Whether or not they genuinely surrender is irrelevant. Do you think the protective formation can be toggled at will? If we deactivate it, do you believe the ravenous Sanshan Alliance will grant us a second chance? The elder's reprimand intensified as he continued. I warn you, if you show any weakness now, you are gambling with all our lives. Those outside are here to take our lives. For this reason alone, we cannot trust them. They are merely desperate, willing to grovel for survival. If given the chance, do you believe they would not turn against us? It would be our demise. The elder, increasingly incensed, commanded the protective formation to unleash even greater fury, amplifying the anguished cries from outside. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. The chastised disciple protested, feeling both wronged and helpless. This was his first encounter with such brutality, and he instinctively expressed his shock. He was not truly foolish. He understood the consequences of allowing those outside to enter. He would likely be the first to be struck down by the elders. Merely speaking thoughtlessly is not permissible. The elder shot him a glare, prepared to continue, and suddenly he stumbled, followed by a thunderous explosion. Pale-faced, he exclaimed, "Not good. The opponent has deployed their 9th-tier experts. Increase the output of spiritual energy. Do not skimp on medicinal pills. Consume them quickly." Without hesitation, the elder produced a pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. Immediately, an extraordinary surge of energy erupted within him, causing his complexion to flush and his aura to swell. Is that the power of heaven and earth? Those with insight among the disciples gasped in disbelief at the sight. I recall Elder Chen was only at the 7th tier. How is he able to harness a fragment of heaven's power? Isn't that something only attainable by 9th-tier cultivators? Confusion spread among them. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, I understand. It's a medicinal pill. Elder Chen just consumed a burst-enhancing pill. Upon hearing this, the crowd was enlightened. The burst-enhancing pill was familiar to most present. Even those who had not encountered it had heard tales of its effects. This pill was commonly used, especially on the battlefield, yet typically only enhanced the strength of cultivators below the 6th tier by about 10%, proving ineffective for those above the 7th tier. Yet now this elder, not only at the 7th tier, but also experiencing a remarkable surge in strength from the pill, could even tap into a faint essence of heaven and earth. Such power suggested that he could contend with even 8th-tier adversaries. This was no mere 10% increase. Clearly, they have transcended to an entirely new level, exponentially amplifying their strength tenfold. The moment their opponents displayed their 9th-tier prowess, the previously anxious crowd suddenly brightened with hope. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly retrieved medicinal pills and swallowed them whole. Among these were explosive energy pills, healing elixirs, and restorative potions, all of which were of the Talentless. An overwhelming surge of potent energy erupted from the Jingyun sect, shielded from external perception by the array formations. Yet those engaged in the assault, the few 9th-tier practitioners, sensed an unsettling shift. They could vaguely detect a significant increase in the resistance of the Jingyun sect members, even sensing a hint of danger. What is happening? The leader of the Jingyun sect, perplexed, glanced at the array of the Jingyun sect, feeling an unspoken rise in its power. A sense of unease began to wash over him. Just as I anticipated. With a resounding crash, the Lin family head, who had been repelled by the array, did not exhibit disappointment. Rather, his face radiated joy. Indeed, the Jingyun Sect's numbers are far fewer than ours, and they have already expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy due to the previous waves of cannon fodder. Now, they are at their wits' end and are desperately fighting back. Upon hearing this, the Jingyun Sect leader and the Ghost Candle both came to a sudden realization. So that is how it is. They startled me. I thought the Jingyun Sect's members had grown stronger, but it turns out they're on the verge of collapse and are merely attempting a desperate counterattack. The Jingyun Sect leader, looking enlightened, turned his gaze admiringly towards the Lin family head. Truly, Brother Lin is astute, having deduced what I could not. My friends, let's intensify our assault. The fiercer their counterattack, the more it signifies their depletion. Let us seize this opportunity to decisively crush them, leaving them no chance to recover. Understood. With the Lin family head's command, the Jingyun Sect leader and the Ghost Candle unleashed their internal power, launching a barrage of attacks upon the array, each wave significantly more ferocious than the last. The earth shook with the relentless sound of thunderous impacts. Thus, they intensified their efforts, maintaining the pressure. The Lin family head's eyes gleamed with delight as he burst into laughter. Even Ji Rulong, who had been hidden among the crowd, waiting for an opportune moment to strike, nodded slightly upon witnessing the scene. Not bad. There is some cleverness at play here. Well done. If they maintain this level of assault, it won't be long before I can make my move. Without the protective array, the Jingyun Sect will no longer pose a threat to me. With a smug smile, Ji Rulong vanished from sight, continuing to lurk in the shadows, awaiting her chance. Meanwhile, the members of the Jingyun Sect, after swallowing their elixirs, felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. One disciple who ingested a Obliterates recovery pill felt an endless flow of spiritual energy within him, as if he could expend it without limit. If previously he had merely possessed a droplet of internal power, now he felt like an ocean stretching infinitely before him. This is excessive. I have too much spiritual energy. If this continues, it will be wasteful and could harm my meridians. Thus this disciple, maintaining the formation with one hand while wiping the sweat from his brow with the other, began to cultivate right there on the spot. Not long after, with a sudden burst, he broke through. Transitioning from the third tier to the fourth tier, his strength soared remarkably. Moreover, his body began to expel a multitude of black impurities, and he felt a tingling sensation throughout his bones, as if undergoing a cleansing process. This disciple was utterly astonished. Chapter 54. This array is quite resilient. My aptitude has improved. His face smeared with grime, the disciple's eyes sparkled brightly, enveloped in a mist of excitement. For years, he had been mocked for his low aptitude and weak cultivation. Now, everything was about to change. In this moment, the disciple regained his confidence, standing tall. I cannot waste this opportunity. I must continue to cultivate. He casually sensed the external attacks, realizing they were manageable. The disciple hastily resumed his cultivation, sensing that if he consumed all the elixirs, his power would advance by leaps and bounds. From henceforth, he would become a brilliant prodigy. Not just him. Over 200 disciples, even the ordinary ones, experienced significant improvements in their physical capabilities after consuming Obliterates pills. One disciple who ingested a Obliterates rejuvenation pill felt life force surging wildly within him. His hair began to grow visibly faster. Even a grievous wound on his arm, deep enough to see bone, healed rapidly. Remarkably, some even witnessed the slow recovery of severed limbs. The efficacy of these Obliterates pills far exceeded everyone's expectations. Suddenly, a disciple coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal energy destabilizing, nearly leading him to the brink of madness. Despite halting in time, his meridians were utterly ruined. In ordinary circumstances, this disciple would have succumbed to despair and contemplated self-destruction. However, after consuming the Obliterates rejuvenation pill, his body brimmed with vibrant life force. The mere severing of his meridians was a trivial matter. Damn it, another break. I must reshape them. My current meridians can barely withstand the accelerated flow of internal energy. I have merely enhanced my power tenfold, and now I am faltering. I truly am weak. A disciple furrowed his brow, realizing his meridians had broken again. Yet, before he could react, he felt a warm sensation envelop him. The fractured meridians had healed completely, now more resilient and expansive. Excellent. I have grown considerably stronger. Seeing his meridians restored, the disciple resumed his cultivation with newfound joy, even daring to challenge acupoints he had previously avoided, such as the Ren and Du meridians. For an ordinary person, the mere act of doubling their internal energy flow would likely lead to catastrophic consequences. However, the effects of the Ancestor rejuvenation pill were different. With boundless life force surging, as long as the injuries were not instantly fatal, even the most grievous wounds would heal within mere breaths. The severing of meridians was merely a minor setback. While the rejuvenation pill proved effective, the cultivation speed remained somewhat sluggish. I shall take another spirit-gathering pill. Moreover, some disciples consumed multiple different types of pills in succession. The rejuvenation pills continuously healed their damaged meridians and dantians, while the spirit-gathering pills provided a ceaseless flow of spiritual energy, and the explosive energy pills accelerated the speed of internal energy circulation. With the combined effects of these several pills, the strength of all disciples surged dramatically. In an instant, many even became oblivious to the enemy's ongoing attack. They focused intently on breaking through their realms. As for the protective array, they merely needed to allocate a fraction of their attention to manage it. After all, there were only 3 9th-tier adversaries outside, whose attacking power was quite feeble. Such trivial matters were hardly worth interrupting their cultivation over. Did you not see how busy they are? Damn it, I was a step too slow. I have already broken through to the 3rd tier faster than you. 2 disciples, engaged in a friendly rivalry, exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their mutual delight, even as they verbally contested one another. One disciple, who had once been an ordinary individual, had believed he would never have the chance to cultivate. Yet, unexpectedly, after consuming a Ancestor pill, he experienced a profound transformation, washing away the impurities in his body and enhancing his aptitude, allowing him to leap from an unremarkable disciple to a prodigy renowned throughout the sect. In a remarkably brief span of time, akin to the burning of half a stick of incense, an ordinary youth, once powerless, ascended to the ranks of a 2nd-grade cultivator, with his prowess continuing to surge. Another disciple, previously a mere 1st-grade outer disciple, experienced a similar transformation, rapidly advancing to the status of a 3rd-grade cultivator. Such progress places them comfortably within the mid-tier of the disciple hierarchy. The swiftness of their ascension and the magnitude of their newfound strength would have been unimaginable in the past. Yet, now, their dreams have materialized into reality. The exhilaration felt by these 2 disciples is palpable, and they are not alone. Over 200 disciples share a comparable experience. More than 100 ordinary individuals have leaped in cultivation, swiftly reaching the 2nd or even 3rd grade, rivaling the capabilities of typical inner disciples. Those who already possessed 3rd-grade cultivation now find themselves nearing the level of elders, with one among them achieving an impressive 6th-grade status. As for the elders, while their progress may not match that of the disciples, most have still elevated themselves by 1 grade, transitioning from 7th to 8th grade and from 8th to 9th. Elder Hao, Elder Zhang Feng, and others of the 8th grade rank have all ascended to become 9th grade powerhouses. In the context of the top 10 sects of the southern region, 9th grade cultivators are regarded as leaders, capable of bearing the weight of an entire sect. In the southern region, being innate and unmatched signifies true supremacy. As the elders exchanged glances, an initial silence ensued, followed by a spontaneous burst of laughter that reverberated through the heavens. Heaven bless our Jingyun sect, they exclaimed. Ha! I too have reached the 9th grade. The elders displayed a range of expressions, from nostalgia to complexity, yet each bore an unmistakable joy as they gazed upon their disciples, whose breakthroughs filled their hearts with uncontainable elation. Initially, it was feared that the loss of numerous disciples would plunge the Jingyun sect into a period of decline. However, the myriad of Ancestor-grade elixirs provided them with an unexpected boon, a delightful surprise that felt almost dreamlike, tinged with an air of unreality. Suddenly, an enigmatic wave coursed through the air, causing the surrounding natural energies to simmer. Zhang Feng and his companions exchanged wide-eyed glances, their bodies quaking with excitement as they began to grasp an emerging realization, albeit one that seemed too fantastical to voice. Soon, a triumphant laugh echoed forth. Today, I have achieved the innate level. It was Elder Sun Qian, who had unexpectedly broken through to the innate realm before the astonished crowd could fully react. Another formidable presence erupted, rivaling the first. Merely achieving the innate level, why such fuss? Let's all join in. It was Elder Mo Yuan, another newly minted innate being. Heavens, am I not dreaming? They exclaimed. Ha! Our Jingyun sect is set to rise. 2 innate cultivators, an unprecedented occurrence. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Jingyun sect was charged with the resonating energies of these 2 innate beings, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The emergence of Sun Qian and Mo Yuan, both previously 9th grade elders, had shattered expectations, marking a historic moment for the Jingyun sect. Joyful tears flowed as the pressure from the Sand Mountain Alliance dissipated in an instant. Chapter 55. Trust me, they're struggling desperately. The 2 innate beings, enveloped in the forces of nature, appeared with an otherworldly presence. Their overwhelming energies rendered all present breathless, yet the joy on their faces was unmistakable. How many years have passed? I thought I would perish with my 9th grade cultivation, yet here I stand, presented with the opportunity to witness the pinnacle. Indeed. Congratulations to you. Elder Sun Qian and Elder Mo Yuan exchanged knowing looks and laughed heartily. Entering the innate level grants won an additional 200 years of life. How could they not rejoice? Especially for Elder Mo Yuan, who had 1 foot in the grave. The revival felt like spring returning to a withered tree. He had successfully entered the coveted innate realm, a cause for great celebration. The Dawnwind-grade elixirs proved their worth, manifesting extraordinary effects that transcended the ordinary. After their breakthrough, Elder Sun Qian discerned a palpable shift in the world around him. Every gesture unleashed the forces of nature, far exceeding the capabilities of a mere 9th grade cultivator. Elder Mo Yuan, in agreement, nodded in affirmation. The emergence of 2 innate beings left the disciples of Jingyun sect in astonished delight. Elder Sun and Mo, what is this? Elder Hao, his corpulent frame trembling with disbelief, plucked a few of his own whiskers in agitation, eager to ascertain the truth. Innate beings. 2 have appeared simultaneously. This is inconceivable. Reflecting on the southern region's vast population, it had been ages since a new innate cultivator emerged, perhaps decades. Statistically, one could expect a new innate being every 30 or 40 years, each arrival a momentous event that would reverberate throughout the southern region, warranting visits from the top 10 sects to pay their respects. The presence of an innate cultivator carries immense weight. To provoke one is to invite trouble even for the most powerful sections. In the past, the Jingyun sect had maintained its stature due to Elder Su Lao, a dying innate who had instilled fear in the southern region for decades. The Sand Mountain Alliance, emboldened only after confirming the death of the Jingyun sect's innate guardian, had dared to act. Such folly. They are merely newly initiated innate beings, not yet solidified in their power, Elder Sun Qian remarked, his demeanor vibrant and optimistic. I too am but a novice innate being. It is of little significance. Elder Mo Yuan feigned humility, though his face beamed with delight. Is it truly so? 2 innate cultivators at once? Elder Hao felt as though struck by a cosmic revelation, his mind swirling with disbelief and joy. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, with Elder Hua and others leaping in exuberance, overwhelmed by joy that threatened to burst forth uncontrollably. They unleashed their spiritual energy into the great formation, sending their enemies reeling in terror. The Jingyun sect has produced another innate being. Lu Yanran and Sun Li exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief while grappling with complex emotions in the face of a formidable adversary. The emergence of 2 innate masters from the Jingyun sect is undoubtedly a momentous event. Yet, amidst the rejoicing, a twinge of jealousy cannot be suppressed among a few individuals. How can one not feel envious? After all, these are innate beings, true titans of the southern domain, capable of commanding an entire sect. The presence of a single innate master, as long as they draw breath, serves as the greatest deterrent, ensuring a century of prosperity for the sect. One cannot help but marvel at the Jingyun sect's fortuitous fate. It was initially assumed that following the demise of Old Lady Su, the sect would, at the very least, experience a period of decline akin to that of the beast taming mountain, having to endure years of humiliation. But unexpectedly, In the blink of an eye, within mere months, the sect's power surged dramatically. Not only did it show no signs of decline, but it also grew even stronger. Remarkably, for the first time in history, two innate masters now preside over the sect simultaneously. Moreover, one must not forget about Sister Ming, who possesses an innate physique. Her ascension to innate status is a foregone conclusion. Suddenly, someone sighed enigmatically. Upon hearing this, Liu Yanran and the others fell silent. Indeed, there is also Meng Tangtang, an individual with an innate constitution, destined to become an innate master. Currently, her cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, and a breakthrough is imminent. Should she also succeed, Jingyun sect would then boast 3 innate masters, likely rivaling only the likes of the 5-element sect, a 2-star sect. Furthermore, if Meng Tangtang were to break through, her combat prowess would undoubtedly rival that of seasoned innate masters, her deterrent power potentially surpassing that of the late old Lady Su. The more they contemplated, the more jealousy and envy brewed within them. If only the beast-taming mountain could share such fortune, their masters would not have perished. Liu Yanran sighed. Sister, what is done is done. We are now members of the Jingyun sect. Suddenly offered a few comforting words, then excitedly added, moreover, we have also benefited from this. Our strength has significantly increased. I am already at the 7th rank. The Jingyun sect has treated them well, providing ample medicinal pills without distinction, fully embracing them as one of their own. With the aid of these pills, the already formidable members of the beast-taming mountain experienced a dramatic increase in their combat abilities, with nearly everyone surpassing the 5th rank. Leading the way, Liu Yanran has even stepped into the 8th rank. A handful of pills have spared them at least a decade of arduous cultivation. Indeed, what has passed is behind us. Wallowing in sorrow serves no purpose. Only by growing stronger can we avenge our masters. Contemplating the future is still filled with promise. Among those present, the only one seemingly unaffected was Zhang Feng. With the power of the medicinal pills, he too has successfully ascended to the 9th rank, making significant strides along that path. Having witnessed the might of foundational cultivation, he now faces the pressure from the 2 newly appointed innate elders with relative ease. It feels rather ordinary, lacking the oppressive weight of the elder's presence. Observing Elder Hao engaged in discussions with the 2 new innate masters about the possibility of using pills to produce more innate cultivators. Considering they still have a considerable supply left, Zhang Feng impatiently called out, "Stop pondering. Old Sun and Old Mo have accumulated their strength over many years and are already on the verge of a breakthrough. The pills merely serve as a catalyst. The battle outside is still ongoing. Hurry up and resolve this. I still need to enter seclusion to cultivate." There remains a substantial amount of pure medicinal energy within him yet to be refined. These few individuals are dawdling. Are they not allowing others to return and cultivate? As for forcibly creating innate masters with pills, what a dream. Although these pills are of high quality, their overall level is comparatively low for individuals of their caliber. While they do have some effect, it is far less effective than for ordinary disciples. However, they are on par with most yellow-grade pills, notably possessing fewer impurities and being easier to absorb. Yet, that is the extent of it. It falls significantly short of the miraculous effects experienced by ordinary disciples. Alas, their strength is simply too overwhelming. Meanwhile, the members of the Jingyun sect are joyfully enhancing their capabilities. With all 200 disciples advancing and even giving rise to 2 innate powerhouses. Outside, unable to discern the situation within the grand formation, they can only make rough guesses. Keep pushing. They must be nearing their limit. Gasped the head of the Lin family, tirelessly assaulting the formation. Is it true? Is it really happening? Guizhu, in a similar state, looked pale. As for the master of the Qingquan sect, he fared worse, exhausted and panting, his breaths becoming shallow. Old Lin, old ghost. I can hardly hold on. My internal energy is nearly depleted. I need to rest for a moment, he managed to say weakly. The head of the Lin family glared fiercely. Rest? How can that be allowed? Trust me, we are many and powerful. Those from the Jingyun sect must be half dead by now, just waiting for us to let our guard down. We absolutely cannot stop. Chapter 56. The head of the Lin family is imbued with such confidence. The head of the Lin family and his companions continued their relentless bombardment of the grand formation, their expressions gradually shifting from excitement to cold derision, and finally to existential doubt. Slowly, a shared question arose in the minds of the thousands present. Why? After several hours of bombardment, has the formation not been breached? The three ninth-ranked powerhouses were holding up well, given their formidable cultivation, but the majority below, consisting of those at the first and second ranks, were struggling. Many had perished from the backlash of the formation, while others suffered injuries. Gradually, some began to contemplate retreat. A bunch of fools, inept at achieving anything, yet skilled in causing disaster. The head of the Lin family, noticing some attempting to slip away, was filled with displeasure and rage. With a swift motion, he struck down one of those trying to flee. Today, until the formation is destroyed, I will see who dares to retreat. Do not blame me for being ruthless. As soon as his words fell, those who had turned to flee changed their expressions, their eyes widening in horror. The head of the Lin family coldly snorted, unleashing a barrage of powerful internal energy strikes, each one reverberating through the air. In an instant, blood sprayed across the battlefield, and cries of agony filled the air. Those attempting to escape were summarily executed on the spot. After this display, the head of the Lin family expressionlessly shook off his hands, sweeping a cold gaze over everyone present. Under that icy stare, all felt a shiver run down their spines, hastily lowering their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Internally, they cursed their fate. Most had already regretted coming to assist. By now, anyone with a modicum of sense could see that this man was clearly treating them as cannon fodder. While many had come for the sake of profit, when weighed against their own lives, those benefits seemed trivial. Nevertheless, despite their dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to steel themselves and charge forward. No one dared to attempt a secret escape, for they realized that numerous core disciples of the Sand Mountain Alliance had appeared around them, watching them like hawks. There was no doubt that if they dared to run, their fate would be utterly tragic. In that moment, all felt a surge of anger towards the Sand Mountain Alliance for their lack of honor. Yet, who could blame them? They had been blinded by greed, seeking trouble with the Jingyun Sect. Believing that the Jingyun Sect had fallen into decline, they sought an opportunity to take a bite, indulging in a feast as they pleased, and then departing unscathed. However, the unfolding events were starkly different from their expectations. Despite its decline, the Jingyun Sect was certainly not a target for petty provocateurs. It was only after sacrificing countless lives that they finally grasped this reality. Regret filled their hearts, yet it was too late. Once they boarded the pirate ship, there was no turning back, only a path leading to darkness. Seeing that everyone had ceased their idle antics and was no longer attempting to flee, the head of the Lin family's expression improved slightly. He coldly observed wave after wave of subordinates meeting their demise. With a sneer, he muttered, "What a bunch of worthless souls. Had I known this would be the outcome, why would I have allowed it to come to this? Huh. This foolish band still hopes to outsmart us, intending to use our conflict with the Jingyun Sect to their advantage, leading us both to mutual destruction while they reap the benefits. Such naive and foolish delusions." The Ghost Candle and the Lord of the Jingyun Sect held no dissatisfaction with the Lin family head's slaughter of his subordinates. Upon hearing his words, they nodded slightly. At least these subordinates could help us deplete the strength of the Jingyun Sect, thus dying with some purpose. The Ghost Candle chuckled coldly, and then turned his brow towards the grand formation of the Jingyun Sect, noting with frustration that after such a prolonged assault, there was still no sign of weakening. The Jingyun Sect, even without its innate strength, remained a formidable opponent, a hard nut to crack. However, it was merely a death struggle. The three ninth-tier powerhouses had ceased their attacks, beginning to recover their internal energy. There was no other choice. They simply could not endure any longer. Fortunately, they had gathered enough cannon fodder, or today would have posed a considerable challenge. As he restored his internal energy, the head of the Lin family fixed a shadowy gaze upon the shimmering grand formation. His mood soured. Who would have thought that the Jingyun Sect would be so willing to sacrifice? Sacrifice? Sacrifice what? Disturbed by their inability to breach the grand formation, the Ghost Candle and the Lord of the Jingyun Sect cast their gazes towards the Lin family head. The Lord of the Jingyun Sect, perplexed, inquired, "Old Lin, what are you implying? At this stage, does the Jingyun Sect still possess any hidden cards? Is it necessary for me to elaborate?" The Lin family head replied flatly, his eyes narrowing. The situation was already evident. With the limited manpower of the Jingyun Sect, the spiritual energy provided was insufficient to sustain the protective formation at this point. Thus there could only be one conclusion. Noticing their serious expressions, The Lin family head scoffed. The Jingyun sect is likely beginning to burn its spiritual veins. Burning the spiritual veins? No wonder. The Lord of the Jingyun sect exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. The ghost candle nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. I wondered why this protective formation could endure for so long. The Jingyun sect is truly prepared to perish alongside their defenses. It is common knowledge that spiritual veins are the lifeblood of any sect. Once lost, the sect itself will inevitably cease to exist. The Jingyun sect was indeed fighting for its very survival. Drinking poison to quench thirst, the Lin family head remarked disdainfully. Those fools likely aim to buy time until the Ziyun contingent returns from the front lines, but they have miscalculated, even if they manage to stall. What is a mere inferior spiritual vein worth? Even if it is burned, how long can it last? I wager we have no more than half a day before the formation collapses. The Lin family head was confident. The Jingyun sect would undoubtedly meet its end today. Regardless of who intervened, he proclaimed, let them struggle a while longer. It is a pity about that inferior spiritual vein. The ghost candle shook his head in regret. While only the Lord of the Jingyun sect sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate it, he murmured, why do I feel an unsettling premonition? As if disaster is looming? Is this merely my imagination? That vague sense of foreboding flickered in and out of clarity. Soon, the Lord of the Jingyun sect shook his head, dismissing the thought, convinced it was merely a figment of his exhaustion. With their forces outnumbering the Jingyun sect by several multiples, and with a powerful innate cultivator secretly overseeing them, how could they possibly face trouble? Surely, he was simply fatigued and in need of rest. Gradually, the Lord of the Jingyun sect ceased his anxious thoughts, instead looking forward to the impending moment of the Jingyun sect's demise in 2 days. A smile spread across his face. Thus, he too emulated the Lin family head. Glaring ahead and bellowing, hurry, put forth more effort. The Jingyun sect cannot hold out much longer. Anyone who dares to slack will face execution without mercy. As his words fell, the internal energy from the front lines surged with renewed ferocity. The Lord of the Jingyun sect nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this feeling of commanding was rather gratifying. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from the Jingyun sect, a stunning woman, her features delicately chiseled, anxiously led a large contingent towards the Jingyun sect. She was none other than the Ziyun sect master and her urgent party returning to provide support. Chapter 57. Why has the formation not yet fallen? Time passed, and half a day slipped swiftly by. Within the Jingyun sect, the cultivators had solidified their powers and were now ready to address the troubles outside. Elder Sun Qian, having broken through to innate strength, appeared revitalized. His once white hair now gradually regaining its color. I have been waiting for you. Elder Mo Yuan, who had risen at some point, fixed his piercing gaze upon the others. It is time for the Three Mountain Alliance to witness the might of the Jingyun sect. Not only the 2 innate elders, but the remaining members also appeared invigorated. The sight of the 2 innate beings rising sent tremors of anticipation through their hearts. Are we finally counterattacking? Having endured being treated like a turtle for too long, they were eager to retaliate. Let us break through. Let them taste our power. The crowd erupted with fervor, each eager to fight, their eyes glinting with cold light. After these 2 days of humiliation, being blocked at their own gates by mere small sects, this disgrace would finally be avenged. Damn it, this time, they shall regret crossing us. Yet, while the majority of the crowd was filled with fighting spirit, a small portion remained hesitant. Some glanced outside, hesitating. Are we really going to charge out? They have thousands of men, far exceeding our numbers, and most possess considerable cultivation levels. If we clash head-on, even if we win, the casualties will be significant, another cautioned. Why wait? Someone protested, hands on their hips, angrily pointing outside. These ruffians have come to our doorstep. If you can tolerate this, I cannot. Moreover, we have 2 innate elders overseeing us. What is there to fear? But there is no but. Zhang Feng interjected, casting a stern gaze at the hesitant disciples. Not to mention the 2 innate elders, but among our over 200 members, which of you does not possess a cultivation level above the 4th tier? How can we call ourselves a major sect if we lack the courage to face off against mere 1st or 2nd tier cultivators? Zhang Feng's expression was grave. Being a disciple of a major sect was not merely a title. A crucial aspect was possessing the courage to fight and the unwavering belief in victory. He surveyed the surroundings, pausing momentarily on the somewhat hesitant disciples. Each disciple caught in his gaze lowered their heads in silence, their expressions suffused with shame. Zhang Feng continued. Though our numbers may be few, when it comes to overall strength, we possess the capability to engage in battle. Moreover, we have two innate experts to bolster our ranks. If, under such advantageous circumstances, you fear to fight, how can you expect to contend with the more ruthless and savage foreign races in the future? At the mention of the foreign races, all eyes widened, and their bodies trembled slightly with fear. Observing their reactions, Zhang Feng scoffed and continued. Is this the resolve you exhibit as disciples of a grand sect? Many of you were once merely outer disciples, or even menial servants. And there is a reason for that. You lack the fierce, death-defying spirit that others possess. Today marks your first trial. If you cannot muster the courage to confront this challenge, then what is the point of cultivating immortality? You might as well return home to till the fields. His words were nearly a roar, filled with gravitas. The disciples displayed complex expressions, a mixture of fear and profound reluctance, their faces shifting with inner turmoil. After a while, Zhang Feng calmly stated, Now, those willing to fight, step forward. I must clarify that even with innate experts present, blades and swords are blind. Injuries and fatalities are inevitable. Should you choose to engage, be prepared for the possibility of death. Upon hearing the mention of potential death, many disciples who were on the verge of stepping forward hesitated for a moment. Yet, after a fleeting thought, one gritted his teeth, planted his feet firmly, and finally stepped out. Elder is right. If we fear death, what is the point of cultivating immortality? To reap rewards, one must be willing to make sacrifices. I, Hu Dawei, am willing to fight for the sect. Following him, a robust young man stepped forward with resolute determination. Indeed, Zhang Feng acknowledged with a glance. I too am willing to fight. For the sect. Damn it, if I must die, then so be it. What is life without risk? Count me in. Soon. Everyone had stepped forward. The moment they made that choice, it felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders, a sense of something having changed within them. For the sect, their gazes hardened, and it was as if someone had ignited a spark, for they all roared in unison, for the sect, for the sect, for the sect. In the distance, the elders observing this scene nodded gently, smiles gracing their faces. Although Elder Zhang's words were somewhat extreme, the overall effect was quite commendable. These disciples, remaining steadfast in the face of the sect's peril, were undoubtedly resolute. Such a spectacle was not surprising. They were the future of the sect. Even if their talents were lacking, the most crucial element was to possess the heart of a true warrior. Talent could always be enhanced with the miraculous elixirs they had witnessed. Oh, I nearly forgot about that, chuckled one elder, their aura gradually rising, exuding a palpable sense of impending conflict. With all preparations in place, it was time to engage in a decisive battle. In the library, Lin Cheng, engrossed in his reading, suddenly glanced out the window, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Is it about to begin? He then cast his gaze upon his disciple, who was in seclusion. Breaking through, it would serve as a test from the sect for her. With Lin Cheng's foundation at the 8th level, his consciousness could envelop the entire Jingyun sect, even encompassing the Sand Mountain Alliance. Naturally, Ji Rulong, hidden among the crowd, had long since been locked onto by him. The reason for his delay in taking action was merely to provide his disciple with a trial, while simultaneously offering the Jingyun sect some practical experience. After all, he was not a caretaker for the sect. He could not rush to their aid at every trivial issue. As Lin Cheng pondered, Meng Tang, with her eyes tightly shut, suddenly felt the forces of heaven and earth swirling around her, forming an immense domain of ice and fire. Is she about to break through? Lin Cheng's heart leaped with joy. In mere seconds, a tempest erupted in the library, an overwhelming innate aura erupting like a volcano. The extreme cold and heat, if even a hint were to escape, could render the surrounding area barren. Lin Cheng waved his hand casually, suppressing the fluctuations, ensuring that not a single particle of the library was harmed. I have broken through. I am now an innate expert, Meng Tang exclaimed, her eyes wide open, nearly leaping up in a dance of joy. Considering the presence of others, she managed to temper her excitement. Innate level 3? Lin Cheng sensed his disciple's aura. Momentarily taken aback, and an array of subtle emotions surged within him: joy, envy, and admiration. Ultimately, he could only sigh, truly a physique of innate quality is extraordinary. To break through and leap 3 minor levels straight into the peak of the initial stage is remarkable. Such achievements are enviable. Chapter 58. Alas, the Elder lacks culture. Oh my! Under the high night sky, with a cool breeze blowing, atop a hillside, a young man reported to an elder, "Elder, the Jingyun sect has rejected our proposal." Before him stood a sprightly elder, adorned in flowing robes of the 5 elements, his demeanor commanding. Rejected? The elder's eyes shifted towards the Jingyun sect, his tone icy. In that case, we shall simply observe the unfolding drama, without concern for the Jingyun sect's fate. Yet the Ancestor remarked, "The Ancestor values human sentiment. But why should our noble 5 elements sect condescend to a lower sect? Absurd. To seek our protection, one must pay a price. Becoming a subordinate sect is merely a privilege extended in light of the Ancestor's reputation. If they are unwilling to accept this..." The elder's expression turned cold, filled with disdain. They do not recognize good fortune. If they're to be extinguished, so be it. Instruct everyone to remain on standby. Do not assist the Jingyun sect. With a mocking chuckle, he commanded, "Understood." The young man hesitated, pondering whether defying the Ancestor's command was indeed wise. Yet, the individual before him was one of the 3 innate experts of the 5 elements sect, a figure he could not provoke, and thus he complied. As he turned to leave, he cast a sympathetic glance in the direction of the Jingyun sect. What a pity! Why must it come to this? Is a fleeting sense of dignity truly more important than one's life? In the Jingyun sect, Elder Hao exclaimed, "How dare they bully us? They think they can force our sect to become a subordinate sect? No way." His face flushed with indignation. The 5 elements sect, when the Grandmaster was alive, still held some regard for our relationship. Now that the Grandmaster has passed, such behavior is to be expected. Zhang Feng remained calm, speaking in a measured tone. "I knew it. These powerful beings have capricious tempers. Relying on others is futile." Elder Hua sighed, shaking his head. "There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Without the 5 elements sect, do we truly fear we cannot prevail?" Elder son Qian laughed nonchalantly. After breaking through to the innate level, this usually reticent elder had become significantly more vibrant, appearing decades younger in spirit. The absence of aid from the 5 elements sect was trivial. They had never truly relied on them. Elder Hao voiced his concerns, expressing a deep-seated anxiety about the possibility of the 5 elements sect taking advantage of their predicament. They were confident in resolving this issue, and it was likely that they had the support of innate experts. The 2 elders had only recently broken through, and he feared they might struggle to withstand such an assault. Surely not. Someone questioned, uncertainty hanging in the air. Yet, there was a consensus on the need for precaution. But how do we prepare? Came a worried reply. If they were to strike in the shadows, it would spell considerable trouble. The Sand Mountain Alliance could not be so audacious without powerful backing. Are you suggesting the Sand Mountain Alliance has innate support? It is highly probable. A collective sigh emerged. If this were true, and the 5 elements sect seized the opportunity to retaliate, their discussions grew increasingly urgent as they strategized. Do not worry, they would not dare. Just then, an involuntary shudder swept through the crowd as they turned to see the natural forces of the world subtly distorting at the edge of their vision. In an instant, a figure materialized before them, emanating an overwhelming aura of ice and fire, saturating the air with a palpable sense of impending doom. Every hair on their bodies stood on end, instinctively warning them of the grave danger. Even the 2 innate elders felt their pupils constrict and their bodies tense. "Innate! A season innate!" They exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, they instinctively shielded the group behind them, their foreheads slick with cold sweat, as they faced this formidable presence enveloped in celestial energy. They sensed a profound sense of crisis, as if the very fabric of existence around them was on the brink of unraveling at the hands of this individual. How could such a powerful innate emerge within the Jingyun sect? How had he breached their formidable defenses? Shock, confusion, and a lack of understanding filled their minds, each body trembling slightly in reaction to the overwhelming terror emanating from this newcomer. It felt as though even the slightest movement from him could lead to their untimely demise. This was a warning born of the vast disparity in their strengths. Previously, When confronted by the two innate elders, such feelings had existed but were not nearly as intense. What was happening? Why was there no sign of movement from the revered elder despite the emergence of such a formidable foe? Zhang Feng, maintaining a semblance of calm, was nonetheless sweating profusely, placing his hopes on the mysterious elder. After all, from various clues, it seemed the individual bore goodwill towards the Jingyun sect. Surely, they would not stand by and watch them be slaughtered. However, a sense of familiarity tugged at his thoughts regarding the voice he had just heard. Under the pressure of life and death, he could not afford to dwell on it further, dismissing it as mere illusion, a common occurrence in his daily life. Elder, may I inquire why you have graced our Jingyun sect with your presence? After a moment's hesitation, Elder Mo Yuan managed to suppress his unease and speak, his mind racing with speculation. Was this an innate expert from the Five Elements sect, seeking revenge for their previous rejection? Or did the Sand Mountain Alliance truly have innate support? Regardless of the reason, it seemed ominous. From his perception, the individual before him undoubtedly possessed power far exceeding his own, likely nearing the peak of innate strength. It would not be a challenge to eliminate him. Even with Elder Sun's assistance, it would merely prolong the struggle for a brief moment. As for escape, that notion was swiftly abandoned. He could not abandon his fellow sect members. We will fight to the bitter end. Mo Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Qian, both readying their innate energies for confrontation. At that moment, Meng Tangtang emerged from her seclusion, brimming with excitement, only to find the expressions of those around her decidedly unwelcoming. Confused, she noticed the presence of two innate experts that she had not been aware of. You all, she began, but upon noticing the two innate elders preparing for battle, she quickly fell silent. As she glanced at the terrified expressions of her comrades and then down at herself, realization dawned upon her. With a swift motion, she dispelled the celestial energy surrounding her, revealing her true form. Elders, it's me, Meng Tangtang. The crowd froze momentarily, including the two innate elders, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. They remained on guard, but as the features of the figure before them became clearer, transforming into that of a delicate young girl, their eyes widened in disbelief. What has happened? The young sect master? Where did that terrifying innate expert go? Confusion enveloped the group as they collectively grappled with the surreal turn of events. Only the two innate elders, who had maintained their vigilance, were the first to react upon realizing that their formidable foe was merely a child. Their faces grew rigid with disbelief. Is this really you, young master? Elder Mo Yuan stammered, his eyes wide with incredulity. It is indeed me. Meng Tangtang nodded affirmatively. Elder Mo Yuan stood in a state of shock, his complexion shifting between hues, overwhelmed by a surge of questions that left him speechless. Finally, he managed to utter two words, almost choking on them. No way. Chapter 59. Preparing to reap the benefits, not just him, but everyone present was left dumbfounded. Where had the powerful innate gone? Elder Mo Yuan cleared his throat, his voice still hoarse, struggling to accept the reality before him. Yet, as he gazed at Meng Tangtang, sensing the innate energy subtly radiating from her, he felt as if he had been struck by a revelation. After toiling for a lifetime and barely managing to break through before death, he looked upon her, blessed with an innate constitution and extraordinary talent. He recalled when Meng Tangtang first joined the sect, she had been an ordinary little girl. He had been a 9th-rank elder, just shy of innate prowess. Now, in less than 3 years, they were both on the same level. If it weren't for his age and concern for his image, Elder Mo Yuan might have wept openly. Good heavens, is this even human? She is simply a prodigy. Elder, what is wrong? Am I the only one here? Meng Tangtang blinked, chuckling lightly. Innate? Really? You're truly innate? Are you all right, Elder? Should we call a doctor? Seeing Elder Mo Yuan mumbling like a dazed individual, Meng Tangtang realized it was no longer time for jokes. She sensed that the elder was in shock from the revelation. 3 innate experts in one sect, someone in the crowd murmured, causing a ripple of astonishment to spread as they exchanged incredulous glances. Suddenly, someone collapsed, startled, wiping the sweat from their brow. The young master is truly innate? Many still felt as though they were trapped in a dream. In the blink of an eye, the Jingyun sect seemed to have 3 innate experts at its helm. Why do I feel like the young master is even stronger than the 2 elders? As they relaxed, one voice rose in confusion. This is not an illusion. Sun Qian glanced at the elder who had spoken, shaking his head with a wry smile. Although he could not discern the specifics, it was clear from the aura alone that the young master surpassed both him and old Imo, a true prodigy. With this acknowledgement from the very person involved, the astonishment in everyone's hearts deepened. Given this, what was there to wait for? Open the great formation and charge out. Elder Hao commanded, and all present straightened their expressions. Attack! 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 Boom! The three ninth-grade experts, who were fiercely assaulting the protective formation of Jingyun Sect, suddenly sensed something amiss. The previously unyielding protective formation began to tremble violently. This unforeseen change caught many off guard, and some were caught in the rampaging spiritual energy, meeting their demise. This wave of impact inflicted severe losses on the Three Mountain Alliance. Ha ha! The formation is about to break. Master Lin exclaimed with uncontained joy. It is finally going to shatter. Guizhu and the leader of Jingyun's sect breathed a sigh of relief. If it didn't break soon, they would be exhausted. Moreover, the expendables brought by the Three Mountain Alliance had nearly been depleted. Without a breach in the formation, they would have to sacrifice their own disciples to fill the gap. Fortunately, the members of the Three Mountain Alliance were startled by the tremendous commotion and quickly turned their gazes. They saw the once impenetrable stream of spiritual energy suddenly quivering violently, rapidly dimming before dissipating into countless motes of light. The formation has broken. The formation has broken. Ha ha! The formation has finally shattered. Brothers, charge forth and annihilate Jingyun Sect. From henceforth, we shall revel in endless riches and glory. In an instant, everyone was momentarily stunned before erupting into uncontrollable ecstasy and excitement. After 2 days and nights of relentless assault, this damned formation had finally crumbled. The arduous days had finally come to an end. Ha ha, splendid. The individuals closest to the formation, who had been panting heavily, now felt invigorated at the sight of the formation's collapse, instantly rejuvenated. In the distance, on the hills, treetops, and even in the pavilions, shadowy gazes were cast towards the direction of Jingyun Sect, where the spiritual energy suddenly surged and exploded. Then, some observed that the vast formation surrounding Jingyun Sect was rapidly vanishing at a visibly discernible pace. The protective formation of Jingyun Sect has shattered. This battle is finally reaching its conclusion. What a pity for Jingyun Sect. Quickly, assemble the troops, once the Three Mountain Alliance begins their attack. We must follow suit and seize the opportunity for gain. Hurry and report to the Sect Master. Jingyun Sect is finished. If we want our share, we must act swiftly, lest other forces snatch it away. Ha ha! Jingyun Sect is finally doomed. Quickly, if we delay, we will miss the chance. A flurry of gazes intertwined rapidly, and then, without looking back, they hastily departed to deliver the news. On the familiar hillside, the Five-Element Sect had sent over 300 individuals, led by a 7th-level innate expert, accompanied by 3 ninth-grade elites. Jingyun Sect is doomed. They brought this upon themselves. Did they not consider their own standing when they dared to refuse our Five-Element Sect? Indeed, throughout the southern region, none have dared to utter a word against our Five-Element Sect. The events unfolding at Jingyun Sect are entirely self-inflicted. Ha ha! Retribution is swift. While it is true that Jingyun Sect has been somewhat obstinate, the old Ancestor's decree remains. Should we not be a bit more discreet in our observation? What is there to be discreet about? The old Ancestor merely stated that the legacy of Jingyun's sect must endure. He never insisted on preserving the entire sect. Precisely. When the time comes, we can casually seize a few individuals amidst the chaos, cast them into a remote corner, and allow them to establish a small faction under the name of Jingyun Sect. Ha ha, what a brilliant plan. As the group gazed towards Jingyun Sect, hearty laughter erupted among them. They harbored no intentions of intervening. Instead, they pondered whether they should opportunistically seize some benefits. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Jingyun Sect was once among the top 10 sects in the southern region, and it had only recently fallen from grace. There remains some foundation, ripe for the taking. If they do not strike now, such a favorable opportunity may never arise again. Gentlemen, let us act according to the situation. The innate elder cast a glance into the distance, suddenly smiling mysteriously, his gaze dark. Understood. His subordinates exchanged glances, revealing smiles. Some could not help but lick their lips. They were not particularly affluent. With a chance to reap a substantial profit, why not take it? As for righteousness, what is that worth? Regarding the old Ancestor-esque commands, a mere fallen Jingyun sect holds no value. Even if the old Ancestor were to find out, it is highly likely he would turn a blind eye. After all, as a major sect in the southern region, the Five Elements sect incurs significant expenses. If they only acted with righteousness, the entire sect would be left to starve. Boom! The entire mountain range trembled slightly, and all unusual phenomena vanished without a trace. The internal landscape of Jingyun sect was no longer shrouded in obscurity, but became crystal clear. The formation had completely lost its efficacy. Haha, brothers, charge! Let us ascend and fight. Our fortunes are decided in this battle. The worthless disciples of Jingyun sect. I'm coming for you. In an instant, the entire Jingyun mountain range became a tumultuous scene of chaos, with a murderous aura shaking the heavens. Chapter 60. A devastating battle kill. A dark, oppressive crowd surged like a roaring tide toward Jingyun sect. The terrifying inner strength erupted and converged, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble slightly, with tumultuous winds and rain gathering, darkening the sky in an instant. We shall go too. Master Lin exchanged glances with the others, exerting force beneath their feet, leaping into the air like mythical birds, arriving ahead of the rest. 3 9th-grade auras soared like colossal pillars, shaking the heavens. Jingyun sect has committed heinous crimes. Today I, Lin, shall act on behalf of justice. Prepare to meet your end. Master Lin soared high, inner strength surging as he shouted. A blade of energy several feet long howled toward the mountain gate of Jingyun sect. Boom! Debris flew, and the ground shook. Break for me! With 3 consecutive strikes, he cleared the obstacles, and the dark, oppressive crowd surged forward. Ha ha ha, charge! Seeing this, Guei Zhu transformed into a shadow, weaving through the crowd, unleashing sharp attacks intermittently. Jingyun Great Formation, arise! The leader of Jingyun sect raised a hand. An arcane wave, radiating outward, enveloping thousands. In an instant, a hazy golden light emerged, creating a mysterious connection among the thousands, subtly unifying their strength. Meanwhile, the members of Jingyun sect looked down from their elevated position at the dark mass below, showing no signs of fear. Among the 3 Mountain Alliance, someone noticed that at the forefront of the crowd stood a petite girl, appearing no older than 15 or 16. Beside her were 2 expressionless elders, followed by a dispersed group of around 200 Jingyun disciples. Surprisingly, none of them exhibited any signs of tension or fear. Only an immense calmness prevailed, as if the dark army of the 3 Mountain Alliance did not exist at all, or perhaps they simply did not care. Observers could see confidence radiating from the faces of the Jingyun sect members, a profound and unwavering confidence. From where did this confidence stem? As I gazed upon the expressionless faces before me, an inexplicable sense of unease began to stir within the hearts of all present. Witnessing this scene, the head of the Lin family and his companions scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, "Do not be deceived by their bluster. They have exhausted their inner strength, maintaining the protective formation for so long. They are nothing but a facade now. Fear not. Follow me in a battle." Noticing the uncertainty in some eyes, the Lin family head, as one of the 3 major leaders, felt compelled to rally morale, to demonstrate the veracity of his words. He leapt forward, charging to the front lines. Upon seeing their leader take action, his subordinates quickly dispelled their doubts and followed him into the fray, roaring with enthusiasm. "Ha! Old son, prepare to meet your end." The Lin family head fixed his sights on Sun Qian, determined that as long as he could restrain him and Mo Yuan, the only 2 9th-grade cultivators, victory would be assured. The remaining disciples of Jingyun sect were no match for the might of the 3 Mountains Alliance. "Young master, allow me to handle this," Sun Qian said, casually glancing at the advancing Lin family head, before respectfully gesturing towards Meng Tangtang. "Hurry up, something feels amiss," Meng Tangtang cautioned, scanning the dark mass of people and feeling a sudden jolt of anxiety. "Do not worry, it will be swift," Sun Qian replied confidently, a smile gracing his face as he transformed into a blur, darting forward like a wraith. In an instant, he appeared before the Lin family head. Such speed! The Lin family head's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? He's faster than my maximum speed by a considerable margin. Yet, this was merely the casual pace of Sun Qian. After ascending to a higher realm, his power had undergone a tremendous transformation. This speed was far from his limit. Kill. As Sun Qian closed in, the Lin family head had no time to ponder further. A fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes as he swung his blade with all his might towards the approaching figure. Sun Qian merely sidestepped, causing the attack to miss entirely. What? The Lin family head gasped in shock. How could this be possible? Even if they were both 9th grade. How could the opponent's speed and reaction surpass his to such an extent? Was this truly still the realm of 9th grade? Before he could contemplate further, a searing pain struck his chest, his eyes bulged, and as he doubled over, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, sending him hurtling backward. So weak. The once formidable threat now failed to pique Sun Qian's interest. After sending the Lin family head flying with a single blow, he shook his head and vanished once more. No? The Lin family head, still in midair, widened his eyes again as he saw Sun Qian's ghostly figure unexpectedly catch up to him. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Ignoring the Lin family head's desperate cries, Sun Qian pursued him, delivering another palm strike that landed squarely on his dantian. The Lin family head was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, blood spraying profusely in his wake. No, this cannot be. Upon landing, the Lin family head found his dantian shattered, his meridians destroyed, and his cultivation utterly obliterated with a single strike. Struggling to lift his head, he fixed a desperate gaze upon the seemingly omnipresent Sun Qian, blood spilling from his mouth as he stammered. "You are not supposed to be this strong for a 9th grade." Sun Qian glanced down. The Lin family head had already succumbed to death, his eyes wide with a mixture of resentment and terror. He had never anticipated that what seemed like a certain victory over Jingyun's sect would unravel into such a catastrophic turn of events. To his astonishment, there remained a formidable innate presence guarding Jingyun's sect. Those who offend Jingyun must be prepared for the consequences. A cold smile crossed Sun Qian's lips as he unleashed another wave of overwhelming innate energy, causing a torrent of flesh to explode in its path. The Lin family head was dead. What? The Lin family head has been slain. The revelation struck like lightning. The head of the Lin family, so easily dispatched without resistance? Mere seconds passed, yet it felt like an eternity. From a moment Sun Qian struck to the demise of the Lin family head. It transpired in the blink of an eye. The chasm between the innate realm and the 9th grade was insurmountable, a disparity that could not be measured. Beneath the innate, all were but ants. For an innate cultivator to eliminate a 9th grade opponent, it was merely a matter of a few strikes. Had Sun Qian been earnest, the Lin family head would have had no opportunity to utter a word. In an instant, the tide of battle had reversed. Countless individuals, who moments ago had charged recklessly towards Jingyun's sect, now scrambled to retreat, panic evident in their eyes. A multitude of gazes converged upon the nonchalant Sun Qian, astonished to discover that this unassuming elder possessed such terrifying strength. Jingyun's sect still had an innate guardian. Voices trembled with despair. It's over. We've lost. Since Sun Qian's decisive strike against the Lin family head, no one dared to underestimate Jingyun's sect any longer. The previously confident figures of Ghost Candle and the leader of Qian Kumen now wore expressions of horror, their faces pale as they felt the weight of Sun Qian's gaze. Drenched in cold sweat as if preyed upon by an apex predator, their bodies trembled with fear. Sun Qian raised his head, surveying the crowd with a chilling calmness, his voice resonating from all directions. Those who offend Jingyun shall face death without mercy. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Chapter 61. Flee. Jingyun's sect still has an innate guardian. Sun Qian's words froze thousands in place. Seizing the moment, Zhang Feng issued a command. Disciples of Jingyun, follow me and slay our enemies. Kill, annihilate these invaders. The fervor ignited by Sun Qian's display of strength surged through the crowd. And without a moment's hesitation, they roared and charged back towards the forces of the Three Mountains Alliance. Zhang Feng, unleashing his 9th grade power, struck down a 6th grade senior from the Three Mountains Alliance, relentlessly advancing toward his next target. Thieves perish. Elder Hao's eyes burned with fervor, his once corpulent form now agile, each flicker taking a life. Liu Yanran and others joined the fray, their relentless attacks weaving a tapestry of devastation. Though Jingyun's sect numbered merely over 200, Their quality far surpassed that of their opponents. The Three Mountains Alliance, while numerous, was composed largely of commoners, with the remaining cultivators primarily at the first and second grades. And even third-grade members were scarce, relying solely on their numerical advantage to challenge Jingyun's sect. In stark contrast, Jingyun's sect's members, bolstered by an abundance of high-grade pills, all stood at least at the fourth-grade level. The two factions were not even on the same tier, with one side's morale shattered and the other soaring. The disciples of Jingyun's sect, like a tempest, faced the ragtag assembly of the Three Mountains Alliance, who possessed no semblance of resistance. In mere moments of engagement, the enemy crumbled into disarray. Let these newcomers witness the bloodshed. Future confrontations with foreign tribes will be far more perilous. Elder Mo Yuan observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, relishing the spectacle. Indeed, the elder speaks true. At this moment, the only two members of the Jingyun sect who had yet to make a move were Elder Mo Yuan and Meng Tangtang. The current situation was overwhelmingly in favor of the Jingyun sect, with Elder Sun Qian, a formidable innate warrior, providing substantial support. Their decision to engage or remain passive made little difference. Hurry, we must act swiftly. We cannot miss this golden opportunity. The Jingyun sect is one of the former 10 great sects, possessing an unimaginable depth of resources. Even a mere nibble of what remains from the Sand Mountain Alliance would leave us savoring riches. Such opportunities are rare indeed. Yes, I'm speaking to you, old and feeble as you are. Don't you dare delay, or I shall be forced to take action. As the Jingyun sect commenced their assault, a mass of dark figures surged forth from the other side. These individuals, representing various factions, had gathered to take advantage of the chaos, hoping to profit from the misfortunes of others. Their expressions were fraught with urgency as they rushed forward, fearful that they would arrive too late to claim their share of the spoils. What is happening up ahead? Why is the crowd suddenly halted? Someone exclaimed in desperation upon realizing that they were blocked by the throng. Suddenly, a magnificent beam of light descended from the heavens, obliterating the individual in an instant. Run. Save yourselves. The Jingyun sect is still guarded by an innate warrior. Please spare me. I have an elderly mother and young children. The scene descended into chaos as those who had come to seize the opportunity exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned. Did I just hear that the Jingyun sect still has an innate warrior? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, uncertain yet insistent. I think I heard that too. Me as well. I heard it, and I also heard that the Lin family head has perished. Realizing that everyone had indeed heard the same thing, a wave of dread washed over them. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. The Jingyun sect still possesses an innate warrior. With such turmoil ahead, it was clear that the innate warrior was wreaking havoc. If they did not flee now, they would surely become the next victims. Wealth was of little value compared to their lives. They had to escape. Curse it. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. I'll risk it all. Yet, despite the majority fleeing, a small faction of the fearless pressed onward, drawn deeper into the battlefield. Setting aside their initial intentions, they were enticed by the prospect of wealth in the form of the fallen bodies, for no cultivator ventured forth without carrying valuable treasures. With their demise, these treasures would become unclaimed. In that moment, various factions converged with differing motivations, further intensifying the chaos. The revelation that the Jingyun sect still harbored an innate warrior sent ripples through the crowd. Among those who had initially intended to follow for profit, a group from the Five Elements sect halted upon hearing the commotion. No wonder they dared to reject our goodwill. It turns out they have an innate warrior hidden away. How astutely the Jingyun sect conceals its power. The elder at the forefront glanced at Elder Sun Qian, who was dispatching enemies with fervor, his expression revealing uncertainty. What should we do, Elder? Should we withdraw? Withdraw? The elder's lips curled into a cryptic smile, sending a chill down the spine of his companion. Why should we withdraw? He redirected his gaze toward a specific area in the crowd, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, continue forward, maintain stealth, and avoid detection. Yes, the group responded in unison. The elder nodded, a cold glint in his eyes as he muttered under his breath. Just a mere novice who has recently entered the realm of the innate, barely even at the first level of innate cultivation. How dare such a being show disdain toward my Five Elements sect? Elsewhere, Ji Rulong of the Yin Yang sect darted through the crowd, casting a glance at Sun Qian, unperturbed by the death of the Lin family head. After all, he was merely a disposable subordinate. His demise was of little consequence. However, at a certain moment, Ji Rulong abruptly halted, her brow furrowed as she sensed that someone might have noticed her presence. Discovered? It seems I'm not the only one with designs on the Jingyun sect. If our objectives align, perhaps an alliance could be forged? Murmuring softly, Ji Rulong vanished from sight. The chaos intensified, yet overall, the Jingyun sect maintained the upper hand. So far, there had been no casualties. Only a few injuries among the disciples, which were not severe. With elder son, Qian leading the charge, most dangers had been neutralized in advance, leaving only the opportunity for the disciples to hone their skills. Bang! A heavy object fell. Meng Tangdang and Mo Yuan turned at the sound to see Sun Qian approaching, dragging two individuals before casually discarding them. Is that the old ghost of Ghost Head Mountain, along with that fellow from the Jingyun sect? Mo Yuan glanced at the corpses on the ground, a smirk crossing his face. Humph, to think they dared to escape before me, only to meet their end. Elder Sun Qian remarked nonchalantly, though a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. After all, not long ago, he was merely a ninth-tier cultivator. Now, having ascended to the innate realm and effortlessly crushing enemies of his former level, it was indeed a gratifying accomplishment. Elders, please remain vigilant. Meng Tangdang suddenly interjected. The elders immediately ceased their smiles, their expressions turning wary. Meng Tangdang's prowess surpassed theirs. She must have sensed something amiss, for she would not have spoken otherwise. And as they neared victory, a sense of unease lingered within them. Too many anticipated dangers had failed to materialize. Such ease was unsettling, indicating that the matter was far from concluded. Quite perceptive, aren't you? 3 innate warriors. The Jingyun sect is certainly full of surprises. At that moment, 2 voices emerged in quick succession, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of danger that enveloped the 3. Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Show yourself. Without hesitation, Mo Yuan summoned the power of the heavens, his palm striking out toward the void. Bang! His strike met an invisible barrier, producing no ripple whatsoever. This scene caused the pupils of the 3 to contract. Something is amiss. Before Mo Yuan could react, a gnarled, withered hand materialized, ghost-like, pressing gently against his chest. Poof! Mo Yuan's eyes widened as he coughed up blood, staggering backward. Old Mo! Sun Qian caught him, feeling a slight numbness in his arm, his heart gripped by alarm. Ha! Indeed an innate warrior, though sadly lacking in strength. It seems you cannot escape today. To perish in my hands is no disgrace to your status. The trio regarded their new adversary with heightened vigilance, spotting a hunched old man who had materialized before them, a smile etched across his face. Who are you? Why do you attack the Jingyun sect? Ah, who I am is of little consequence. The crucial matter is, you seek death? Before he could finish, a terrifying aura of destruction surged forth, aimed directly at the old man's vital points. The old man's brow furrowed as he swiftly retaliated, unleashing a powerful palm strike that collided with a delicate white hand, causing him to stumble slightly. How audacious, to launch a sneak attack against an innate warrior. The elder suddenly felt a sharp pain, inhaling sharply, overwhelmed by the pure and terrifying innate energy. Young master, are you all right? Mo Yuan and Sun Qian watched as Meng Tangdang dashed out, colliding with the elder, who staggered backward. I'm fine. Be careful. This old fellow is at the late stage of innate. Meng Tangdang's expression turned grave, her small face devoid of its usual smile, as she fixed her gaze on the astonished elder, speaking deliberately, Old forest ghost, if you can't even handle a mere child. I am beginning to doubt the necessity of our collaboration. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared. Ji Rulong, enough chatter. This little girl is peculiar. Let us team up to take them down. The elder's complexion darkened, clearly unprepared for the strength of his opponents. Old Forest Ghost, he realized, was indeed the innate elder of the 5 Elements sect. After glancing at his palm, he noticed a layer of ash and frost slowly being dispelled by the forces of heaven and earth. This revelation made Old Forest Ghost raise his eyebrows. He then realized that this seemingly inconspicuous girl was the strongest among the 3. Although her aura was merely at the 3rd level of innate, she cultivated an exceptionally strange and troublesome energy, instilling a sense of wariness within him. It was evident she had received an extraordinary inheritance. The cultivation techniques have some issues. This is not what we initially agreed upon. Ji Rulong did not rush into action. Instead, she cast a casual glance at the three, saying, "Are you having second thoughts?" Old Forest Ghost's expression changed abruptly as he turned sharply to look at her. "Second thoughts? No. I meant that the previously agreed upon terms need to be revised." Ji Rulong's gaze lingered on Meng Tangdang. This little girl was remarkable, and the seemingly weak Jingyun sect had unexpectedly produced 3 innate beings. She found it hard to believe that there weren't significant secrets involved. Initially, she had merely sought the whereabouts of her sect as treasure, looking down upon the impoverished Jingyun sect. However, things had changed, and now she found herself intrigued by the Jingyun sect. Naturally, she could not allow Old Forest Ghost to take advantage of the situation as before. "Very well, I agree. As long as we join forces to eradicate the Jingyun sect, I will deliver what you desire, along with 30% of the Jingyun sect's wealth, including hidden secrets." Seeing Ji Rulong not back down, Old Forest Ghost secretly sighed with relief. Although his earlier probing may have appeared advantageous, it had not been effortless. If faced solely against the three, the outcome was uncertain, especially given the peculiar and troublesome energy of the young girl. Furthermore, Ji Rulong might be feigning retreat while lurking in the shadows, observing intently, which made him hesitant to act recklessly. 40%. Ji Rulong spoke calmly, her fingertips entwined with strands of heavenly energy, darting like a serpent. "Agree, or we part ways." "Agreed, 40% it is. A deal." Old Forest Ghost nodded lightly. "As you wish." Ji Rulong then revealed a satisfied smile, exuding charm. Meanwhile, the 2 late-stage, innate beings completely ignored Meng Tangdang and her companions, engrossed in discussions about how to divide the spoils, clearly underestimating the newly ascended innate trio. The 3 members of the Jingyun sect were anxious, their faces pale. They had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Initially, they thought there would only be one innate opponent. Even if that one were a late-stage expert, they believed they could contend together. However, with an unexpected addition, their composure was lost. "Who are you? Do you not fear the wrath of the 10,000 Alliance for attacking my Jingyun sect?" The 3 did not recognize Old Forest Ghost or Ji Rulong, but sensed their connection to the other major sects, hoping to instill some caution within them. If even one were to retreat, the situation could improve instantly. Unfortunately, those 2 were clearly unmoved. Upon hearing the mention of the 10,000 Alliance, Ji Rulong's expression subtly shifted, while Old Forest Ghost merely scoffed. "The 10,000 Alliance? Indeed, there are regulations against sects harming each other, but that applies to those of equal rank and above. We are not included in that." Upon hearing this, Mo Yuan abruptly raised his head, furiously declaring, "Not included? You are from the 5 Elements sect." In the southern region, the only sect ranked higher than the Jingyun sect was the 5 Elements sect, a 2-star sect. Is this the will of the 5 Elements sovereign? Sun Qian, equally furious yet calmer, felt that this was not the time for confrontation. Mentioning the 5 Elements sovereign was a hope to restrain the adversaries, as everyone knew his character detested conflict among the human race. He subtly reminded them that the 5 Elements sovereign still owed the Jingyun sect a favor, if word got out that an elder from his sect attacked the Jingyun sect. Why hesitate? Strike. However, Old Forest Ghost showed no sign of concern regarding Sun Qian's words, instead revealing a hint of disdain as he shook his head. The next moment, he vanished, launching a palm strike towards the 3. A surge of immense, heavenly energy surged forth, manifesting thick vines that slithered towards the trio like giant pythons. Clearly, his earlier probing had not been his full strength. Now, he was genuinely unleashing his power, instantly forcing Meng Tangdang and her companions into a defensive position. Countless vines enveloped them, sealing off all avenues of escape, and were remarkably resilient, difficult to sever. Suddenly, a series of eerie, high-pitched laughter echoed through the air, leaving the 3 momentarily dazed. "Not good, that old hag is joining the fray." Montag Yuan stumblit, momentarily ditzi, as a rushing vine struck him, sending him flying with a heavy grunt. It was not just him. Sun Qian and Meng Tangdang also felt a significant impact as the laughter reverberated, and with the overwhelming vines sweeping in, they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The weaker Sun Qian, and Mo Yuan faced life-threatening peril. This scene unfolded rapidly. In merely a few seconds, the battle in the distance continued unabated, with many still unaware of the ensuing turmoil, until a moment arrived when 5 powerful innate auras erupted, their fierce collision causing the forces of heaven and earth to churn violently, finally attracting some attention. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent. Countless gazes filled with confusion and astonishment turned towards the epicenter of the conflict. What has transpired? Chapter 63. Heaven did not create Meng Tangtang. Oh no! Startled by the sudden explosion, Zhang Feng turned around, his expression changing drastically as he shouted anxiously, "Old Hao, do not rush into pursuit. Young Master and the others are in trouble." Boom! Elder Hao's hair stood on end as he punched a black-clad figure away and was about to continue his onslaught when he suddenly heard Zhang Feng's words. His expression shifting. What has happened? Ha ha ha! A series of maniacal laughter echoed from afar, causing Zhang Feng and the others to groan as they were struck by an invisible shockwave, their blood surging. Before their shock could fully manifest, 2 blurred figures were sent flying out, crashing to the ground, blood staining their garments. As they recognized the pitiful state of the two, Zhang Feng and the others were instantly filled with alarm. "Old Mo, old son, are you all right?" As the conversation unfolded, Zhang Feng and Elder Hao swiftly advanced, hastily assisting the 2 individuals. "Quickly, go to the library and summon the elder. Hurry!" Sun Qian forcefully shoved Zhang Feng aside, blood erupting from his throat. His voice barely a whisper. "Old son, do not leave any potential hazards. This girl is my responsibility. You must deal with those 2. Hearing the commotion from afar, Sun Qian and Mo Yuan's expressions shifted, attempting to rise, but their bodies trembled, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, utterly devoid of strength. "Damn it, you must flee." Sun Qian glimpsed a ghostly figure dashing towards them, his pupils constricting. Try to escape? Old Sun had somehow caught up, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. In the distance, Meng Tangtang, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Ji Rulong, sensed Old Sin's departure and felt an overwhelming anxiety, akin to an ant on a hot pan. In an instant, terrifying ice and fire energy erupted, engulfing Ji Rulong in a frenzied assault. The forces of heaven and earth swirled like a colossal vortex, violently tearing at everything within 1,000 zhang. So, it's an innate constitution. No wonder she is so powerful. Realizing Meng Tangtang was fighting with all her might, Ji Rulong dared not underestimate her, his expression solemn. Relying on the significant gap in their strengths, he endured Meng Tangtang's onslaught. Why rush to meet your demise? Just observe how your comrades perish in despair. Rest assured, your turn will come soon. As Old Sun drew ever closer to Zhang Feng and the others, Meng Tangtang felt utterly helpless, forced to watch the inevitable demise of Zhang Feng and the elders. She focused on Ji Rulong's mocking gaze and the rapidly retreating figure of Old Sun, along with the terrified members of the Jingyun Sect. Meng Tangtang felt a wave of despair wash over her. Once again, it was the same. Each time, she found herself powerless. The shadows of her childhood resurfaced, tormented by the agony of ice and fire. In those moments, when she felt numb from suffering, she would catch glimpses of her parents' heart-wrenching expressions, and it felt as if needles pierced her heart. Each time she saw them suppress their inner sorrow, forcing gentle smiles to comfort her, it would stab at her heart with unbearable pain. Feeling utterly powerless, she opened her mouth, wishing to reassure her parents not to worry, but found her words to be utterly feeble. She could sense their suffering, which only intensified her loathing of her own inadequacy. The expedition to Beastmaster Mountain weighed heavily on her heart. Had it not been for her impulsiveness, her companions would not have had to worry for her safety, nor would her indulgent master have suffered grievous injuries. Looking at the tall, dignified figure, now sitting helplessly on the filthy ground, Meng Tangtang felt an intense pang of anguish. Time and again, she had vowed to protect those who loved her family, friends, and fellow disciples. Yet each time, it seemed just out of reach, as if an invisible force manipulated her step by step from the depths of despair to the glimmer of hope, only to shatter that hope right before her eyes. In those moments of confusion and pain, she could almost hear the silent mockery and derision echoing in the void. Countless times, whenever she despised her own powerlessness, She resolved to strive even harder. Yet reality always seemed to place her one step behind hope. Despair had seemingly never truly descended, yet it lingered like a shadow. It felt as if this was her fate. In that instant, a whirlwind of images collided within her mind, the shards of memory piercing her heart. Beneath the seemingly resplendent exterior lay a myriad of scars, drenched in blood. Once more, the pent-up fury from years of torment, due to her constitution, ignited a nameless fire within her. Her once clear and bright eyes darkened gradually. A tumult of indescribable emotions surged within her, suffocating her. Gradually, an inexplicable restlessness overcame Meng Tang. She yearned to unleash a furious roar. Yet it felt as though an invisible force had seized her throat, rendering her voiceless. Suddenly, Ji Rulong shuddered, enveloped by an unnameable malice, her previously smiling demeanor faltering. She realized that the once naive girl before her had transformed, exuding an entirely different aura. The innocence in her eyes had deepened into something profound. Meng Tang smiled, an expression entirely dissimilar to before. It was devoid of innocence, kindness, or even resilience. It was a twisted smile, akin to someone who had been tormented to the brink of despair, yet could not shed tears. At that moment, Ji Rulong instinctively felt the word madness surface in her mind. This girl seemed to have lost her sanity. For reasons unknown, Ji Rulong found herself unable to smile, plagued by an overwhelming sense of irritation, an instinctual urge compelling her to distance herself from this lunatic. The mounting unease in her heart intensified as she stepped back, wishing to escape. Now, the Meng Tang before her had shed the urgency to save others, instead fixating on her with a peculiar smile. Given the deep bond among your sect, I shall not hinder you. Go and save them. If you delay, they are surely doomed. While Old Sun appeared to be a righteous disciple, his heart was more ruthless than anyone else's. Should your comrades fall into his clutches, their fate would be 100 times worse than death. What are you waiting for? Ji Rulong capitulated, suddenly unwilling to confront the manic girl any longer. Though the latter's cultivation was not formidable, her combat prowess was remarkably high, as if she had mastered an exceptionally profound technique, making her nearly equal in strength. In a real battle, the outcome would be uncertain. Under normal circumstances, Ji Rulong would not easily concede. However, the current situation depicted a girl who seemed somewhat unhinged. Engaging in a battle with a madwoman would leave her feeling frustrated, regardless of victory. It was not worth the risk. She could end up in a draw. Only to be picked off by old Senator previously, Ji Rulong had relied on her opponent's lack of experience and desperation to rescue others, hoping to exploit openings for an advantage. But now, her adversary had ceased her rescue attempts, instead locking her gaze onto Ji Rulong, resembling a beast devoid of intellect, driven solely by primal instincts. This sensation sent chills down Ji Rulong's spine. She resolved to no longer obstruct this lunatic, allowing her to clash with old Senator. However, as time passed, a sense of dread settled in her heart. She realized the girl across from her was entirely unperturbed, seemingly deaf to her words, and ignored the path she had cleared. Her eyes remained fixated on Ji Rulong, as if ready to pounce at any moment. This demeanor starkly contrasted with the earlier urgency to rescue others. It appeared she had abandoned all hope. At this moment, Meng Tang felt that as long as she harbored no hope, she would not encounter disappointment. Ji Rulong perceived that this girl had set her sights on her. The fleeting glimmer of madness in her eyes seemed to suggest an intent to devour her whole, piece by piece. Did she intend for them to perish together? A sudden thought crossed Ji Rulong's mind, accompanied by a sense of frustration and profound regret. Why not target the old demon's son? After all, he was the one currently intent on slaughtering her fellow disciples. What connection did that have with me? I merely obstructed her for a moment. If revenge were to be sought, should she not prioritize her true adversary? Moreover, to her dismay, she realized that the aura surrounding the girl opposite her was visibly intensifying with time. At that moment, even Ji Rulong's composed demeanor nearly faltered. What a stroke of misfortune, to have attracted such a lunatic. Yet, just as her mind wandered in fear and apprehension, a shadow, moving with an indiscernible speed, flashed past her line of sight. Chapter 64. Lin Cheng's intervention at last. Having perfected the 9th level of Foundation establishment, Lin Cheng was poised to attempt the Golden Core breakthrough. Surely, He would no longer encounter just anyone who could overpower him. While immersed in his cultivation at the library, relishing the overwhelming surge of true energy within him, Lin Cheng's expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. That girl is reckless. Lin Cheng's consciousness had been enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, nearly tripping over his chair in his haste. The next moment, he vanished from his location. Almost immediately, he found himself on the battlefield. A quick glance revealed a deep furrow in his brow. He had not anticipated such a significant turn of events after only a brief lapse in focus. An innate 7th-level elder had appeared out of nowhere. He had been too distant to detect him earlier. With a casual wave, a colossal golden hand materialized from thin air, as if cast from molten gold. The terrifying aura emanating from it caused the very space within dozens of miles to tremble, illuminating the battlefield as if a second sun had risen. The magnificent and overwhelming presence swept across hundreds of miles, drawing every gaze on the battlefield. The elder son, poised to strike at Zhang Feng and the others, naturally sensed this soul-shaking aura. Turning his head, he was met with a blinding golden radiance. Before him loomed a massive golden palm, seemingly replacing the sky, descending upon him with thunderous force. No! The old demon's son felt his soul quiver in terror. Merely sensing the faintest trace of the aura exuding from that golden hand nearly caused him to lose his wits. It was unimaginable, should that palm actually descend. He feared he would leave behind not even a trace of ash. Ancestor, save me. At that moment, the old demon's son could think of nothing else, unleashing a desperate roar towards the heavens. Spare me. In response to the overwhelming power, a potent aura surged from afar, and a figure swiftly ascended through the air, racing towards this location. Upon closer inspection, it was a rugged elder. Indeed, it was the revered protector of the 5 Elements Sect, the 5 Elements Patriarch. Boom! Lin Cheng seemed unfazed as the golden palm descended. Soon, the old demon sin's desperate cries and the elder's anxious voice were wholly drowned out by a cacophony reminiscent of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting apart. As the clouds of dust dispersed, the rugged elder arrived only to find a solitary crater where a massive impact had occurred, resembling a meteorite's descent, yet distinctly shaped like a 5-fingered hand. In its depths, even light struggled to penetrate. This palm appeared to have cleaved a chasm into the very fabric of existence. The rugged elder hurriedly approached, only to be struck dumb by the vast pit before him. His eyes glazed over as he stared vacantly ahead. Zhang Feng and the others, who had awaited their demise with closed eyes, suddenly stumbled as the ground beneath them quaked, their ears ringing. Even with their eyes shut, they beheld a blinding golden radiance. After a prolonged moment of silence, they found themselves unscathed. In disbelief, they opened their eyes, initially merely cracking them open, only to find their gaze widened in shock. The once flat ground had vanished, leaving behind a gaping abyss. The edges of the pit were jagged and uneven, faintly resembling the shape of a hand. The thought of such an origin sent chills down their spines, and they broke into a cold sweat. Looking down at the chasm merely a few meters away from them, they felt a wave of dread wash over them, their throats dry. They had indeed brushed perilously close to death. Had they been touched by that terrifying attack, they would have been obliterated in an instant. Had the old demon's sin perished? Suddenly, the sharp-eyed elder Mo Yuan pointed toward the pool of blood and some torn garments at the edge of the crater. It appeared to belong to the old demon senior. Upon hearing Elder Mo Yuan's words, the group, who had just begun to appreciate their survival, hurriedly followed his gesture. The next moment, they collectively gasped. It must be him. He was directly struck down by that palm. One immense force. Could even a Foundation establishment master achieve such a feat? In just a few seconds, the impact on them was more profound than that experienced over the past 2 days combined. Look, it is that senior. Zhang Feng casually glanced up, suddenly flushed with excitement, his trembling finger pointing toward the figure in the sky. The others quickly followed his gaze. There, shrouded in gray mist, stood a figure suspended in the void, as if walking on solid ground. The hand remained extended in its previous posture. At this sight, a quiver ran through the hearts of those present. They realized the truth. It was the senior who had saved them. The patriarch had intervened. How splendid! In the sky, Lin Cheng gradually retracted his hand, ignoring the dazed, rugged elder nearby. He flickered and appeared on a remote battlefield. He stood silently, his lips pursed, his gaze complex as he looked down. He observed Meng Tang, who had only moments ago appeared pristine, now covered in blood, her arms and face marred with numerous wounds, streaming with blood. At that moment, she knelt on the ground, her expression vacant. Before her lay a corpse, so disfigured that its original form was unrecognizable, neither distinctly male nor female, a grotesque mass of flesh. The limbs were severed, the body incomplete, and the eyes seemed to harbor an unspeakable terror and regret, as if it had endured unspeakable torment in life. Lin Cheng noticed that Meng Tangtang's fingernails were embedded with fragments of flesh. Even the corners of her mouth bore remnants of blood and flesh, as though she had engaged in a brutally fierce battle, resorting to biting in desperation. Sigh. Lin Cheng let out a gentle sigh, taking deliberate steps from a void, as if traversing an invisible staircase. Sensing someone approaching from behind, Meng Tangtang's body stirred slightly, and a flicker of emotion appeared in her eyes. Just then, a hand was placed upon her shoulder. Master? Feeling a warm surge of true energy flowing from her shoulder and her body, Meng Tang gradually regained her senses as her injuries healed rapidly. With a dazed gaze, she scanned her surroundings, and when her eyes fell upon the lifeless body, a shiver coursed through her, and a cascade of frenzied images flooded her mind. She trembled faintly, unable to discern whether it was fear or regret that gripped her heart. Master, you have done well. She deserved her fate, Lin Cheng said, assisting Meng Tang in stabilizing her injuries, gently patting her shoulder before withdrawing his hand. This is the reality of war. This is merely an internal conflict among the human race, a minor skirmish. The battlefield against the foreign races is far more severe, tenfold at the very least. You must acclimate to this. I was initially concerned that this trial might prove too arduous for you, yet you have exceeded my expectations. Chapter 65 Ancestor of the Jingyun Sect, Junior Disciples of Jingyun. We pay our respects to the Venerable Elder. We are grateful for your assistance. At that moment, a throng of individuals gathered behind them, all bowing respectfully, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Yet, their bodies trembled slightly, revealing their inner turmoil. Especially among the older members of the Jingyun Sect. They exchanged furtive glances, collectively recognizing the joy and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. The Jingyun Sect truly had an esteemed elder presiding over them. This was monumental news for a significant sect in the southern region. Even the revelation of 3 innate powerhouses within the sect could not evoke as much exhilaration as this moment. A foundation establishment elder. While innate beings are undeniably powerful, one such individual can rival countless cultivators below their rank. The mere presence of a foundation establishment elder can ensure the prosperity of an entire sect for a century. However, when compared to the foundation establishment elder, innate beings are merely considered strong. The foundation establishment, on the other hand, commands universal respect, warranting the title of Venerable Elder. The disparity in status can be gleaned even from their titles. If the cultivation path were to be delineated, those below the innate level are merely at the threshold. Only upon entering the innate realm can one be deemed to have embarked on the true path of cultivation, barely qualifying as a cultivator. It is only through successful foundation establishment that one can be regarded as a true powerhouse. Even the weakest foundation establishment cultivator can effortlessly annihilate a perfected innate being. The gap between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. It can be said that a sect with a foundation establishment elder is fundamentally distinct from one without. The disparity in status and strength is an entirely different concept. Take the 5 Elements sect as an example. With only one elder who has recently entered foundation establishment, they can command authority in the vast southern region, instilling fear in all. They are akin to the regional sovereigns. Even outside the southern region, in more prosperous cities, numerous powerful factions would still afford them a measure of respect, wary of incurring their ire. Conversely, sects led by ordinary innate beings may fare well in the nooks and crannies of the southern region, but once they venture beyond, any notable family or faction would dismiss them with disdain. Even esteemed sects like the Xiandan sect face severe oppression outside the southern region due to their lack of strength. Thus, most sects remain confined within the southern region for their entire lives, rarely daring to venture elsewhere. It is not for lack of desire to explore better opportunities, but rather a fear of the unknown. However, with a Foundation Establishment Elder in place. The situation is entirely different, granting them the qualification to occupy superior territories, access better spiritual veins, and acquire more cultivation resources. Truly, the elevation of one individual can uplift the entire sect. The difference in treatment is profound, far beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Rise, Lin Cheng said, casting a bland gaze over them as he issued his command. Thank you, venerable elder. The crowd quickly stood, their hearts swelling with joy rather than anxiety over his indifferent tone. This seemingly inconsequential remark indicated the elder's acknowledgement of the Jingyun sect. After all, why would a venerable elder bother with them otherwise? Typically, only those with a closer relationship might warrant such casual dialogue. Many Foundation Establishment elders are known for their unpredictable tempers, yet this one was rather tolerable, displaying only slight aloofness. Moreover, they had overheard the junior master refer to him as master. With this connection, he could be considered a half-member of the Jingyun sect. In some respects, this implied that the Jingyun sect now had a Foundation Establishment elder presiding over them. How could this not elate the crowd? Esteemed elder, the intruders who offended our Jingyun sect have been entirely eradicated or captured. We seek your guidance on how to proceed. Elder's son, Qian, stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the figure before him, whose back was turned. Among them, only son Qian and elder Mo Yuan, both innate elders, had the qualifications to engage in conversation with the esteemed elder. The others, though excited, dared not breathe audibly, fearing that a careless word might provoke the elder's displeasure, resulting in dire consequences. Lin Cheng did not respond. His gaze shifted to Meng Tang, whose complexion remained pale. Frowning in displeasure, he waved his hand, enveloping her in pure, true energy. In no time, the grime upon her vanished, and her complexion improved slightly. Young lady, how could you allow yourself to become so disheveled without a thought for cleanliness? I apologize, master. Meng Tang lowered her head, her voice tinged with dejection. Observing this, Lin Cheng furrowed his brow, concerned that this incident might leave a heavy psychological scar on his disciple. Cough, esteemed elder. May I have a moment to speak with junior sister Meng? A timid voice emerged from behind. Lin Cheng turned to meet Lu Yinran's anxious gaze, frequently darting towards Meng Tang. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded slightly. As his disciple was led aside by Lu Yinran, Lin Cheng lost interest in eavesdropping on their conversation and instead focused on elder son Qian, who still maintained his bow. These minor matters can be resolved by you. Unless an insurmountable problem arises, dispatch someone to the library. Remember, do not disturb me casually during ordinary times. With that, he turned to leave, satisfied that the situation had been adequately addressed. Noticing Meng Tang appearing somewhat revitalized after her conversation with Lu Yinran, he deemed her to be in no serious trouble and decided to return to the library. After all, he was in a crucial phase of his breakthrough. Having just summoned true energy, he sensed an impending breakthrough within his dantian, hinting at the formation of a golden core. However, he had suppressed this feeling forcefully. Now, the sensation was growing stronger. He needed to retreat and enter seclusion to prepare for this breakthrough. Esteemed elder, please wait a moment. What is it? Lin Cheng, eager to return, spoke with a hint of impatience. Cold sweat dripped from son Qian's forehead as he sensed the elder's displeasure. He bent slightly, his lips moving without a sound. His eyes flicked towards the rough-clad old man, standing a short distance away. Lin Cheng followed his gaze and suddenly realized. He thought to himself that this old man truly had an inconspicuous presence, nearly causing him to forget him entirely. If I am not mistaken, this individual should be the esteemed ancestor of the Five Elements sect, the venerable Five Elements master. After all, he is a formidable cultivator at the Foundation Establishment stage. It is no wonder that Sun Qian and the others dared not allow me to leave. They feared that he might take advantage of my departure to strike at the Jingyun sect. Immediately, Lin Cheng subtly unleashed a hint of his oppressive aura. The previously dazed Five Elements master was abruptly stirred, as if awakened from slumber, his gaze initially clouded with confusion. Upon sensing Lin Cheng's focus, he recalled why he was present. Internally, he berated himself for his negligence. He had forgotten the presence of others, preoccupied with the profound essence of that earlier strike and disregarding all else. Fellow Taoist, the Five Elements master began, opening his mouth but then letting out a heavy sigh. evidently reminded of the deceased elder senator, although the latter had dared to contravene his orders and acted against the Jingyun sect, thus incurring the wrath of such a powerful adversary. It could be argued that his demise was well-deserved. Nevertheless, he was a notable innate-level cultivator whose contributions to the Five Elements sect were significant. To have met his end under his very eyes was not something that could be dismissed without a trace of resentment. Yet, he could sense that Lin Cheng's cultivation far surpassed his own. Even if he harbored discontent, he could only swallow it down. Otherwise, he might not even comprehend how his end would come. Thus, the initial intention to capture Lin Cheng and use him as a pawn against the foreign invaders to atone for his sins had to be abandoned. After all, he was reluctant to offend the individual before him. Judging by that previous strike alone, it would be a trivial matter for Lin Cheng to eliminate him. Fellow Taoist, I assure you that I was unaware of this matter. I merely felt a sense of unease, which prompted my visit, and I did not anticipate being discovered by that scoundrel. The Five Elements master expressed his confusion, bowing respectfully. The disparity in their strengths led to a corresponding difference in status. Although both were Foundation establishment cultivators, the gulf between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. However, another figure with a face full of fury interjected, demanding, if it were not for the Elder's secret instigation, how would we explain the scene we just witnessed? The Five Elements master opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened, and vast swathes of blood mist appeared out of thin air, swiftly obscuring the sun. The once formidable aura of the Five Elements master was instantly supplanted by another, even more terrifying presence, one that radiated an extreme chill. The ancestor you speak of is none other than me. A haunting voice echoed around them, and the next moment, a strange figure clad in black robes materialized in the sky. Suspended in midair, he stood silently above the void. At his arrival, countless captives from the Three Mountains Alliance below erupted in screams as their bodies spontaneously exploded. Great clouds of blood mist were rapidly consumed by the figure in black. Blood curse. So, it was you who incited Sun Li from the shadows. The Five Elements master's expression darkened as he attempted to take action, only to find himself ensnared by a viscous red energy that rendered him immobile. What is this? His countenance shifted as he realized strands of his own blood essence were slipping from his control, drifting towards the black-robed figure. Below, many disciples of the Jingyun sect spat out blood, their vitality instantly waning. Though they were at a distance and the impact of the black-robed figure's power was not as severe, they were still gravely injured in an instant. One eerie force. This old fellow was supposedly in the midst of breaking through to Foundation establishment. How can he be so powerful? Both the innate-level cultivators, Mo Yuan and Sun Qian, also felt their blood flowing uncontrollably. If this continued, they would surely succumb to excessive blood loss within the hour. After all, innate cultivators were not invulnerable. Even the Five Elements master was affected, let alone themselves. This black-robed figure was absurdly powerful. Are you the leader of the Blood Oath sect? Suddenly, the blood curse in the sky furrowed his brow, glancing down in surprise at a shadow whose appearance was obscured, yet seemed to be observing him. Unaffected by his domain, though he had seized a new life through secret methods, and was no longer the once feared, nascent soul expert, retaining only fragments of his consciousness. Even a typical Foundation establishment cultivator should not be able to disregard his abilities. This individual is peculiar. I cannot discern his true form. Some advanced concealment technique? He had been delayed earlier, and Henti grasped the situation here, only aware of an unexpected development and the death of one of his subordinates. Most importantly, the blood curse discovered that within 1,000 zhang radius of the person, his nascent soul domain seemed to vanish without a trace, as if devoured by an unseen force. How is this possible? Although his strength had waned, the power of his domain was something that could only be tenuously grasped at the nascent soul stage. Even if he retained but a fraction of its might, it should not be easily resisted. You are not right. The blood curse glared at Lin Cheng, a thread of wariness sparking within him. He resolved to eliminate this individual first. However, before he could make a move, a colossal golden fist suddenly appeared in the sky, suffused with brilliant golden light, plummeting towards him at lightning speed, burying him into the ground. This unforeseen event left everyone present in shock, even Lin Cheng momentarily taken aback. his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. He had not yet made a move. Amiba, a voice proclaiming the Buddha's name resonated from the heavens. In the eyes of the crowd, a bald figure emerged, radiating golden light as he descended from above. It was clear that this individual had just delivered a punch that sent the blood curse deep into the earth. Who dares to ambush me? Lacking in martial ethics. With a resounding crash, the blood curse erupted from the ground, his black robe tattered, his crimson gaze flashing with murderous intent. Amiba, practitioner, your karmic sins are too heavy. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The bald figure regarded the blood curse with an unperturbed expression, sighing. While the crowd was captivated by the confrontation between the figure in the sky and the blood curse, Lin Cheng subtly twitched his lips. From the bald figure before him, he sensed a peculiar connection. If his intuition was correct, this fellow should be Xiao Jin, who had previously asked him to assist in instructing Meng Tangtang, only to vanish without a trace. Now, he had returned after a circuitous journey, abandoning his status as an immortal to become a monk. Moreover, he was no ordinary monk. While others could not see clearly, Lin Cheng discerned the image of Xiao Jin before him, the bald head, golden monk-esque robe, and an aura of Buddha light radiating from behind, exuding an impressive and dignified presence. However, what was that object he held? It looked oddly out of place in this world, resembling a Gatling gun. Lin Cheng was utterly baffled, observing Xiao Jin's leisurely demeanor. He quietly attempted to blend into the crowd, hoping to avoid detection by the figure above. Should it become known that they were acquainted, he would find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Who are you? A heavy pressure emanated from blood curse, as if confronting a supreme existence, filling his heart with vigilance and doubt. Amiba, I am the humble monk of Namo, Gatling Bodhisattva, smiled little Jean, responding to every inquiry. Blood curse frowned, unable to comprehend, but sensed a formidable aura. He merely sought to extinguish the Jingyun sect while recovering his strength, never expecting to encounter a master in this small southern domain. Little Jean, being the divine entity of the immortal lotus, was beyond the reach of blood curse as perception. No need for further discourse. The sins upon you are vast and should be purified by my Buddha. Experience the purity of my 6 roots of purity and the Panyaran bullet. This declaration left the onlookers in a haze of confusion. Only Lin Cheng discreetly rolled his eyes, recalling a meme from his previous life. Namo, Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 roots of purity, Panyaran bullet. 1 breath, 3,600 turns, great compassion for the world. This fellow was doomed. Since little Jean had returned, Lin Cheng felt no need to intervene, as he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Blood curse was evidently not a novice. A single strike would unlikely be lethal, and if he were to break through mid-combat, it could spell disaster. It was better to let little Jean handle it while he observed the spectacle. Arrogant. While blood curse did not grasp the entirety of the exchange, he caught the intent to purify him and laughed coldly. His earlier injury was merely a result of carelessness and a sneak attack. Now, fully prepared and armed with his extensive combat experience, he was certain that his opponent posed no threat. After all, having consumed a significant amount of blood food, his cultivation had returned to around the 7th level of foundation establishment. He believed himself to be invincible beneath that realm. However, just as blood curse's mind raced, perceiving an impending threat and swiftly assessing the opponent's attack trajectory, he noticed that the adversary remained still, raising a pitch-black long rod toward him. In an instant, that black rod blurred and began to spin rapidly, unleashing a storm of attacks akin to a torrential downpour of laser-like projectiles. The overwhelming golden tempest surged through the air, crashing into blood curse's body with terrifying force. Boom! Caught completely off guard, blood curse was riddled with countless unseen darts. His breath halted as he plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amiba. Little Jean retracted the Gatling with one hand, giving it a gentle shake before it transformed into golden liquid and returned to his being. This weapon was conjured from his immortal body based on the memory of his true self, with the projectiles being lotus seeds from his essence. As long as his vital energy was not entirely exhausted, it could be deemed inexhaustible. In terms of power, it was quite formidable, comparable to some premier martial arts techniques and spells. The scene unfolded abruptly. The battle commenced and concluded in a flash, leaving many in a daze, struggling to comprehend. Soon, The realization struck as they witnessed Blood Curse's lifeless form, and the crowd erupted in astonishment, staring at the unified golden storm, their scalps tingling. Had a Foundation establishment master been slain outright? Some fixated on the direction Blood Curse had fallen, rendered speechless by the shock. So powerful. Where did this individual emerge from? To strike down a Foundation establishment practitioner in such a manner was simply terrifying. Shoo, keep it down. Do not speak ill of the strong, or you may invite disaster. Ahem, I was merely commenting. Besides, our Jingyun sect is not without Foundation establishment masters. What is there to fear? Numerous voices whispered among themselves, their eyes alight with excitement. Rarely did they encounter Foundation establishment cultivators, and today they appeared in droves, as if they were worthless. The atmosphere brimmed with exhilaration. Was he truly dead? How easily he fell. Little Jean scanned the area, noting the absence of Blood Curse's life force, and couldn't help but pout, feeling somewhat disappointed. In the vast southern domain, there was not a single worthy opponent. Next time, he would have to venture to the foreign tribes. The human side was simply too weak. Little Jean's thoughts spiraled and boredom set in. Being the divine immortal lotus, he faced no bottlenecks in cultivation, though his upper limits were constrained by his essence. Fortunately, Lin Cheng's rapid advancement kept him on pace. Even with Little Jean's extraordinary talent, he still lagged behind. Presently, he barely reached the 8th level of Foundation establishment. A distance still remained from the 9th. Nonetheless, with his formidable physique, Little Jean was practically indestructible, even daring to confront Golden Core cultivators. This level of power was enough to dominate the entire southern domain. In recent months, he had meandered about, encountering numerous masters, yet none could engage him in a worthy battle. Bored, he returned just in time to witness this spectacle and felt an itch to intervene, only to find Blood Curse's lackluster strength disappointing. Just as the crowd believed Blood Curse was truly dead, a surge of blood mist arose from the spot where his body fell, an eerie power swiftly escaping into the ground. This anomaly went unnoticed by others, but Lin Cheng, possessing the eye of destruction, extended his consciousness and immediately sensed the disturbance. Not completely dead? In a flash, Lin Cheng appeared in the path of the fleeing blood mist. He stomped down powerfully, unleashing a volcanic surge of dark energy into the earth, crashing heavily against the strange force, eliciting a wretched scream that echoed through the heavens. What? The agonizing cry startled the others, drawing their attention. They turned to see Lin Cheng sweeping his hand, capturing a shadow, attempting to flee, vaguely resembling Blood Curse. Heavens! What manner of creature is this? Thought projection? While others could not discern its nature, Lin Cheng recognized that this shadow was comprised of a power akin to thought, profoundly mysterious. Had it not been for his eye of destruction awakening his own thought projection, he would never have detected it, let alone captured it. Treasure! Little Jean appeared, his eyes gleaming with desire as he fixed his gaze on the shadow, swallowing hard. He sensed that consuming this entity would yield considerable benefits, potentially allowing him to catch up to his true self's extraordinary prowess. You cannot kill me. I'm a member of the Celestial Demon Hall. If I die, they will not let you go. Blood Curse screamed in anguish, not forgetting to issue a threat. The Celestial Demon Hall? I have not heard of it. As Lin Cheng pondered how to deal with this peculiar entity, it appeared to be extraordinary. He could hardly believe a Foundation establishment practitioner possessed such powers. One must remember that thought projection was a phenomenon that only emerged in the nascent soul stage. Not everyone was like Lin Cheng, endowed with a system to assist and defy conventional limits. Could be possession? Lin Cheng speculated internally. The Celestial Demon Hall is not a place for an insect like you to speculate upon. I advise you to release me. Aiding me in regaining my strength will prove beneficial for you. The shadow suddenly cried out in desperation. Lin Cheng, feeling exasperated, crumpled the object into a tight ball and casually sealed it away. This individual appeared to harbor numerous secrets, and in due time, through careful interrogation, he might unveil some valuable information. In this world, the acquisition of knowledge is as crucial as the enhancement of strength. As for the Heavenly Demon Palace, what power did it hold? Regardless, he could remain sequestered in the library, with access to the 9-9 transformation tower at any moment. The Heavenly Demon Palace, or any other sect for that matter, would be of no consequence. Moreover, his strength was advancing swiftly by the time the heavenly demon palace came knocking. Who could say how much time would have passed? Ultimately, it remained uncertain who would prevail over whom. Having settled these matters, Lin Cheng turned his gaze towards the ancestor of the five elements. Although the events of the day had not been entirely his fault, the ancestor's lax discipline had indeed been a failing. Thus, he presented two choices. Before the ancestor could speak, Lin Cheng continued, "First, allow me to strike you once, regardless of the outcome, and we shall consider this matter settled. I will not pursue any grievances against you or the Five Elements sect." Upon hearing this, the ancestor's countenance turned to one of bitter amusement. He had witnessed Lin Cheng's prowess. Even a mere brush against him could prove fatal. This option was certainly untenable. The second choice, Lin Cheng continued, is to guard the gate of the Jingyun sect for 10 years. During this period, you need only address minor inconveniences. You may ignore larger matters, and you will receive a yearly stipend as compensation. Upon hearing these words, the ancestor's smile returned, albeit strained. It was evident that he was in a precarious position. Should he agree, he would be bound to the Jingyun sect henceforth. While serving such a formidable entity was not entirely unappealing, the notion of being reduced to a mere gatekeeper was somewhat humiliating. After all, he was a respected ancestor, governing a 2-star sect with authority. To be relegated to a menial role felt like an affront to his dignity. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. "Do I have any alternative?" He finally conceded. "Since you have spoken, I shall remain with the Jingyun sect for 10 years. As long as I am here, the sect shall not suffer indignities." Lin Cheng nodded slightly at this declaration. "Guarding the gate for 10 years will serve as penance. After that period, we shall be even. You may choose to depart or remain, as you see fit." Noticing the ancestor's expression of frustration and resignation, Lin Cheng added, "Do not view this role as a slight. Perhaps one day, you will be grateful for the decision you made today." He withheld one thought. "You are merely guarding the gate, yet you feel aggrieved. I am but a janitor. Have I voiced any complaints?" Chapter 68. The return of the sect master. With the war now concluded, the battlefield required tending. Debris was cleared, and necessary repairs were made. Following the battle, the Jingyun sect bore an altered appearance that was difficult to articulate. Nearly half a day had passed when Run Wuxing, the ancestor of five elements, was engaged in sweeping the entrance of the Jingyun sect when he suddenly perked up, his ears attuned to an approaching sound. He lifted his head, discerning a troop of individuals in the distance. With his keen eyesight, he quickly recognized their garb as that of the Jingyun sect and deduced they had returned from the front line to provide assistance. Among the group, he sensed several unusual auras, causing him to arch an eyebrow and slow his sweeping. "The sect master has arrived," someone within the troop exclaimed joyfully upon sighting the entrance. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, their faces brightening as they finally reached their destination after enduring years of conflict against the alien forces. At this moment, every individual experienced a profound mix of emotions, feeling both nostalgia and trepidation as they gazed at the familiar sight. "Why are you all dawdling? Hurry up!" An incongruous voice rang out. The speaker was a striking young man, his demeanor exuding impatience and an air of superiority, as if everyone present were his subordinates. He donned attire distinctly different from the others, adorned with fiery clouds and the bold characters of Tianyin sect. Trailing behind him was an elderly man, similarly dressed, appearing to be an ordinary old servant, devoid of any discernible power. Yet, the respectful and wary glances directed towards him indicated his significance. The young man's exalted status was evident. "Haha, Shang Yaotian, must you talk so much? You're not allowing them a moment to breathe." Another voice chimed in, belonging to a brash youth whose gaze bore a hint of provocation towards Shang Yaotian, who was equally unwilling to back down. Tension crackled in the air until a striking young woman stepped forward, prompting both boys to fall silent, their eyes fervently fixed on her, particularly Shang Yaotian, whose gaze brimmed with avarice. "Before us lies our sect. Let us proceed," declared Jingyun, the sect master of Jingyun sect. "Haha, did you hear that? The sect master has spoken. What are you waiting for? Let us go." Shang Yaotian quickly wiped the corner of his mouth, exchanged a knowing glance with the elderly man beside him, and discreetly gestured. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips, his greedy eyes lingering on Zi Yun's departing silhouette. "Umph. That arrogant fellow remains insufferable. On the other side, Su Rui observed Shan Yaoyin's gaze with a frown, before nodding at the elderly woman accompanying him, who returned a slight acknowledgement, prompting him to follow suit. This contingent returning from the front line comprised over 300 elite members, none below the third tier in strength. Each bore a grave expression, having rushed back upon hearing of the Sect's perilous situation, hoping they were not too late. However, as they traversed a short distance, the sight of blood-stained, uneven ground and tattered remnants of clothing transformed their expressions into ones of horror. Ziyun's complexion paled, her eyes widened as she clenched her fists. Without hesitation, she set off at full speed towards the Sect's direction. The others mirrored her somber expressions, realizing they had arrived too late. A fierce battle had clearly transpired, and they were uncertain of the Sect's fate. Madam Ming, let us follow as well. If anything arises, we shall rely on your assistance. As we agreed to come to their aid, Su Rui remarked, glancing at the unfolding scene, a hint of admiration for Ziyin glimmering in his eyes. Unlike Shan Yaotian, he hailed from the Tian Shui sect and possessed a gentler disposition. In matters of pursuit, he prided himself on his more subtle approach, preferring to cultivate affection rather than engage in relentless pursuit. Therefore, although Ziyun harbored no fondness for the two young men, she felt a slightly warmer inclination towards Su Rui. After all, this fellow was relatively quiet along the way, causing no disturbance. It was not that Fairy Ziyun had intentionally sought the assistance of these two individuals. Rather, it was that Shang Yaotian, lacking any sense of shame, insisted on following. Everyone was wary of that elderly man, and given the precarious situation of the sect, any additional strength was welcome, so they turned a blind eye. As for Su Rui, upon seeing Shang Yaotian tailing them, he felt compelled to follow under the guise of a protector, justifying his presence to himself. Of course, to outsiders, there was little difference between the two. In stark contrast to the unease and apprehension of the others, Shang Yaoyin's eyes suddenly lit up at this scene, a smile gradually spreading across his face, revealing his delight. The trash sect of Jingyun is indeed in trouble. Splendid. I hope many perish. This way, I can easily dispatch those 3 Mountain Alliance fellows, and that woman Ziyun will surely be grateful to me. What a wonderful opportunity. However, he mused, the Jingyun sect was somewhat of a hindrance. It would be best to find an opportunity to eradicate it entirely, ensuring that Ziyun would wholeheartedly follow him. With this thought, Shang Yaotian laughed heartily and hastened to keep up. During this time, Su Rui cast a sidelong glance at him, sneering internally at the man's foolishness in attempting to compete with him for attention. Fairy Ziyun, ignoring the others, immediately surged ahead upon realizing something was amiss, her eyes reflecting immense urgency and her complexion pale. The sect was in peril. The moment she learned of the elder's fall, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Yet, the ongoing conflict at the front had constrained her movements, and she had thought that there were still many elders and disciples present. Little did she expect the crisis to arrive so swiftly, with no prior warning. When she finally arrived, panting and out of breath, she was taken aback to see several disciples cleaning up the battlefield, dressed in Jingyun sect attire. Thankfully, it appeared that the 3 Mountain Alliance had not yet breached the sect, and her return was timely. Upon witnessing this spectacle, and sensing the familiar auras within the sect, Fairy Ziyun's anxieties began to dissipate. In the meantime, the others gradually caught up, gathering in the hundreds at the entrance of the Jingyun sect, rousing the attention of many disciples who had just survived a fierce battle, all on edge. The sudden appearance of such a large group, each exuding an air of menace, was enough to put everyone on high alert. Stop right there. A languid, aged voice rang out, halting them. An elderly man in gray servant's garb, wielding a broom, regarded her with a watchful gaze. Who dares to obstruct my path? If you wish to live, step aside. Shang Yaotian immediately seized the opportunity to assert himself, frowning with displeasure as he glared at the old man, his demeanor reeking of arrogance. To enter, present your Jingyun sect identity token, the elder replied nonchalantly. Shang Yaotian was instantly enraged. How dare this old man disregard his words? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Had it not been for his desire to maintain the facade before Fairy Ziyun, he would have long sent this ignorant elder to meet his demise. Fairy Ziyun, your Jingyun sect is indeed lacking. You cannot even station a competent disciple at the gate, allowing such riffraff to be admitted. Is this the attitude you show a distinguished guest? Shang Yaotian's expression darkened as he turned to Fairy Ziyun, his gaze filled with reproach, as if questioning her subordinates. In his mind, Fairy Ziyun was already a pawn in his hand, unable to escape. Now, her servant dared to treat him in such a manner. It was an audacious affront. Fairy Ziyun remained silent, but Su Rue snickered derisively, retorting, "Distinguished guest? It appears you are merely a vile intruder. It is entirely reasonable for them to refuse you entry." With that, he ignored Shang Yaotian's suddenly darkened countenance, cleared his throat, meticulously straightened his attire, and stepped forward to bow respectfully to the old man, striving to sound congenial. "Dear elder, we are here to assist the Jingyun sect on behalf of Fairy Ziyun. We are allies, not foes. Might we be permitted to enter and converse?" Shang Yaotian, observing Su Rue's display of affability, inwardly cursed him for his cunning. This individual, whom he regarded as his greatest rival, was indeed shrewd. Just as Shang Yaotian pondered whether he should temper his attitude to salvage some goodwill, the elderly man, appearing no different from an ordinary person, spoke again. "Present your Jingyun sect identity token, or remain here and await summons," the elder replied, indifferent to Su Rue's overtures. No one anticipated the old man to be so unyielding. Even Su Rue, normally composed, felt his expression stiffen. His hand, raised in greeting, felt awkwardly suspended in midair, caught in a moment of embarrassment. Not just him. Everyone was astonished by the elder's audacity. They could not comprehend the source of his courage to offend both parties simultaneously. Did he not recognize the esteemed status of these individuals? At that moment, not only was Shang Yaotian embarrassed, but even Su Rue's previously amiable demeanor had turned somber. "You old fool, do you not know who we are? Offending us could lead to the annihilation of your Jingyun sect." Shang Yaotian, once hesitant, erupted in fury, charging toward the elder, pointing an accusatory finger and even throwing a punch aimed at the old man's head. With his 7th-tier cultivation, a strike like that would surely leave the ordinary elder in a world of pain. "Stop!" Fairy Ziyun could no longer restrain herself. Swiftly swinging her hand to send Shang Yaotian flying, her face darkened as she regarded the utterly incredulous man, her expression icy. Her words laced with a hint of menace. "If you come to assist, the Jingyun sect welcomes you. But if you harbor intentions of disruption, regardless of your status, we are not afraid to fight." The overwhelming aura of her 9th-tier peak cultivation pressed down on Shang Yaotian, leaving him breathless. It seemed she had endured enough and was prepared to resolve the disturbance once and for all. "Master, no. Please reconsider." The crowd's expressions shifted as they hurried to mediate the situation. They were not favoring Shang Yaotian, but rather the impressive backgrounds of the newcomers were well known. Offending them could lead to significant trouble. "Dear elder, are you all right? Since you have entered the Jingyun sect, you are one of us, and we shall ensure you are not bullied." After sending Shang Yaotian flying, Fairy Ziyun quickly turned her attention back to the gatekeeper. She had already discerned that he was merely an ordinary man, fragile and vulnerable. Should he be frightened into a serious condition, it would be dire. As the sect leader, Fairy Ziyun was deeply invested in the well-being of her disciples, especially after the recent upheaval, which had caused many to leave. She felt sorrowful and was now even more protective of those who remained. Even if it was just an ordinary gatekeeper, he must not suffer unjustly at the hands of outsiders. Even if they hailed from a 2-star sect, that was unacceptable. This was the baseline for a sect leader's dignity. Ren Wuxing observed Fairy Ziyun with surprise, lacking any joy or panic from the near escape, and simply shook his head lightly. "Please forgive my intrusion, esteemed leader. I am unscathed." Observing the anxious demeanor of Ziyun, Ren Wuxing found it somewhat amusing. How could a dignified Foundation establishment master be harmed by a mere 7th-grade cultivator? That would indeed be a tremendous jest. "Very well, Ziyun, I am wholeheartedly devoted to you, and yet you repay my affection in this manner." At that moment, a voice filled with resentment echoed. Shang Yaotian slowly rose, his eyes shrouded in darkness, glaring at Ziyun with a twisted expression. Initially, he had intended to employ a more subtle approach, but to think that you would injure me over a mere mortal elder, it breaks my heart. Upon hearing this, Ziyun frowned and cast a cold glance at him. Just as everyone assumed she was about to unleash a torrent of insults, Ziyun merely uttered 2 words, "trash." These words struck Shang Yaotian like a bolt from the blue, igniting a furious crimson glow in his eyes. You dare call me trash? How could you say such a thing? How dare you? Shang Yaotian felt his goodwill utterly squandered as he gazed upon Ziyun's frigid countenance. A tempest of greedy and malicious emotions swirling within him. Elder Bai, what are you waiting for? Shang Yaotian suddenly bellowed. Alas, Ziyun, why must you be so obstinate? The young master holds deep affection for you. Why not go with the flow and complete this favorable arrangement? Surely, you would reap substantial benefits. You have truly disappointed me. And if that is the case, do not blame me for resorting to forceful measures. A gaunt old man stepped forward, gazing at Ziyun with palpable disappointment. For reasons unknown, the crowd shivered, sensing a chill in the air. The gaunt elder trembled, and an overwhelming innate aura swept through the venue like a tempest, leaving everyone staggered and aghast. This old fellow is indeed an innate powerhouse. The accompanying members of the Jingyun sect felt a tremor in their hearts, realizing the gravity of the situation. With the sect's leader fallen, Jingyun sect lacked the confidence to confront an innate master, and if they were targeted, they feared heavy losses. Young master, shall I intervene? A stooped old woman quietly appeared beside Su Rue. Not yet, let's wait. Su Rue remained composed, planning to let the chaos unfold for a while, allowing some to perish before he made his grand entrance as the hero to save the fair maiden. That would yield the most favorable outcome. That foolish Shang Yaotian would unwittingly assist me. The young master is indeed exceptionally wise. Ha! Indeed, how could that fool Shang Yaotian compare me? Standing in the shadows, Su Rue observed the scene, relishing the fear and panic etched on the faces of the crowd, while casting a smile in Ziyun's direction. Timing is crucial when it comes to winning the heart of a beauty. The single-minded Shang Yaotian is far from adequate. In the blink of an eye, Elder Bai made his move, his speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, vanishing from sight as if teleporting. Be careful, sect leader. The crowd gasped in shock, taken aback by the suddenness of his assault. This is bad. Ziyun sensed impending danger and, without hesitation, summoned a long sword measuring 3 feet and 3 inches. Its ethereal glow radiating with profound mystery. This was the sect's innate spiritual weapon, the celestial light azure spirit sword. With this treasure, Ziyun could readily contend with an entry-level innate master without falling behind. Unfortunately, it was evident that Elder Bai did not belong to that tier. Behind you. Relying on her battle instinct, Ziyun unleashed a full-force sword strike, but it met an abrupt halt, as though it had struck steel. Ziyun, there is still time to regret your decision. If you agree to faithfully serve my young master from now on, I shall spare you this once. Elder Bai had appeared behind Ziyun, nonchalantly blocking her attack with merely 2 fingers. How is this possible? The crowd gasped, their pupils constricting in disbelief. Ha! A bunch of ignorant fools. Elder Bai is one of the 4 protective elders of my Tianyin sect, a powerhouse at the 8th level of innate strength. To think you could contend with him using a mere broken sword is the height of folly. Shang Yaotian laughed heartily, reveling in Ziyun's predicament, having already severed any pretense. His gaze towards Ziyun was filled with avarice and fervor, as though he wished to devour her whole. Such delusional fantasies. Ziyun's eyes turned cold as she withdrew her sword to launch another assault. It was a desperate struggle. Ziyun found herself at a complete disadvantage, with Elder Bai toying with her as one would a mouse, effortlessly countering her every move, causing her blood to surge and her chest to feel tight. Elder Bai, enough of this play. Quickly subdue this woman and bring her to my bed. I can no longer wait. Shang Yaotian's breaths grew heavy, his impatience evident. In a corner, Granny Ming observed Su Rue. Shall I intervene? Su Rue's face darkened. As of now, no one from Jingyun's sect had perished. If they acted now, the impact might not be as significant as anticipated. How could he expect Ziyun to wholeheartedly devote herself to him? This did not align with his expectations. Let us wait a bit longer. Regardless of the outcome, she must experience some hardship to understand how good I am to her. Even if she falls into Shang Yaotian's hands, ultimately, I will claim her. Su Rue's expression was conflicted as he gazed deeply at Ziyun, his eyes filled with obsession. The young master is wise. Granny Ming nodded gently and concealed herself once more. In the blink of an eye, Ziyun and Elder Bai had exchanged over 10 blows. Had Elder Bai harbored any intent to kill, the victor would likely have been determined long ago. At that moment, upon hearing Shang Yaotian's roar, Elder Bai halted his movements. He gazed at Ziyun with regret. I shall grant you one last chance. Are you certain you wish to humiliate me? If you turn back now, I will pretend that nothing has transpired. You know you cannot escape my grasp. Why continue to struggle? A small display of defiance is acceptable, but excessive will lead to discomfort. I understand you may be attempting to use this tactic to feign weakness, but my young master's patience is running thin, and it is time for you to concede. Ziyun was nearly nauseated by his twisted reasoning. She disregarded the old man entirely and turned to strike at Shang Yaotian. First, she would deal with this fool. Elder Bai. Shang Yaotian was taken aback and furious as Ziyun abandoned Elder Bai to charge directly at him. Outrageous! Elder Bai's anger flared. He unleashed his full strength and struck towards Ziyun. First, I will eliminate you. Feeling the enormous threat approaching from behind, Ziyun gritted her teeth. Disregarding everything, her intent entirely focused on vanquishing Shang Yaotian. With this strike, she would ensure that Shang Yaotian would meet a most gruesome end. You dare, Elder Bai. Both anxious and furious, could hardly believe that she would abandon the expected course and direct her assault at Shang Yaotian. He was a moment too late to intervene. No, you cannot kill me. My father is the sect leader of Tianyin Sect, a foundation establishment master. You are courting death. If you kill me, my father will not spare you. Even if you are willing to sacrifice your life, do you wish to see your sect suffer alongside you? As the radiant sword light of Ziyun descended upon him, Shang Yaotian was utterly paralyzed with fear, his terror evident as he collapsed to the ground, trembling and desperately trying to retreat while issuing futile threats. Ziyun, though unafraid of death, hesitated for but a fleeting moment, considering her fellow disciples. Yet, it was merely a moment. In the next instant, a piercing scream shattered the air as Shang Yaotian was mercilessly pierced through by her blade, rendering him cold as ice. You vile woman! I will haunt you even in death, he wailed. No, please don't kill me. Release me, and I will give you anything you desire. My father is the master of a 2-star sect, a formidable foundation cultivator. If you slay me, you will suffer greatly for it. Please spare my life. Faced with imminent death, his bravado evaporated, replaced by a visage of despair and pleading. Even death is preferable to falling into your hands. Ziyun, undeterred by his desperate pleas, swiftly wielded her sword, severing his head with a single stroke. Shang Yaotian met his demise. Scoundrel! Elder Bai, witnessing the gruesome act, was consumed by rage. I shall cripple your limbs and bring you back to experience every torment this world has to offer, leaving you in a state of eternal suffering. How dare she? Did she not comprehend the chaos and repercussions her actions would incite? Did she not realize the dire consequences of offending a 2-star sect? How could she be so audacious? Elder Bai was beside himself. This outcome had never crossed his mind. With Shang Yaotian dead, the sect master would not let him escape unscathed. Even if he returned, he would face excruciating punishment. He had no doubt about the master's ruthlessness. In that moment, a tempest of fear and fury transformed the once gentle visage of the aged man into a mask of rage. Let it be. If it has come to this, our sect shall face the consequences head-on, Ziyun declared, her sword poised, her own aura brimming with lethal intent. Having fought countless battles against alien foes, she could not afford to be indecisive. Had it not been for her concern for her sect, she would have never tolerated such provocations. Very well, Elder Bai repeated, his voice trembling with fury, his countenance terrifying. With a sudden explosion, Elder Bai vanished, transforming into a blur that surged towards Ziyun, his terrifying speed causing the air to roar. Ziyun's expression hardened, her teeth clenched as she braced to withstand the impending assault. As Elder Bai's monstrous face loomed larger in her vision, the oppressive force sent prickles of pain across her skin. This strike would undoubtedly inflict grievous harm upon her. Yet at that moment, an unseen wave of energy swept past her. Ziyun was astonished to see an elderly figure, nonchalantly holding a broom, appear in front of her, blocking the attack effortlessly. This unexpected scene momentarily stunned Ziyun. As the enemy's strike loomed ever closer, she had no time to ponder the sudden appearance of this man. Assuming he intended to shield her with his frail body, she felt a surge of gratitude mingled with a newfound resolve. She grasped his arm, channeling her strength to hurl him to safety, unwilling to have a disciple sacrifice themselves on her behalf. However, in the next heartbeat, the old man remained utterly still, and she found herself stumbling backward, momentarily disoriented. As she struggled to comprehend the situation, it became clear that evasion was no longer an option. Elder Bai's terrifying assault had already arrived. In Chapter 71, the plight of Elder Bai unfolds. Sect Master. Sect Master. The members of Jingyun were frantic as they realized Ziyun was in grave danger. It was over. In that brief moment of confusion, Ziyun regained her wits. But it was too late to evade the dreadful attack. She gazed at the elderly man before her, questioning the necessity of his sacrifice. Now, both their lives hung in the balance. You cannot escape. Elder Bai's savage visage twisted into a maniacal grin, his face reflecting a sinister delight. With a thunderous crash, Elder Bai unleashed his full strength. Ziyun, who had anticipated her demise, suddenly felt no pain, leaving her perplexed. Had she already perished? Was that why she felt no agony? As this thought crossed her mind, she instinctively cast a glance around, longing to see her sect one last time. Yet, that fleeting glance caused her eyes to widen in horror. Not only she, but everyone present, including Elder Bai, shared the same look of disbelief as they beheld Elder Bai's fist strike, which, instead of meeting its target, had been thwarted by a tattered broom. The broom, seemingly fragile, now appeared unyielding, its soft bristles somehow more resilient than steel. Drip! Elder Bai's expression shifted dramatically as he felt a surge of pain in his fist and slowly looked down, his eyes widening in shock. His fist, powered by the forces of nature and capable of shattering mountains, had been pierced by the broom's seemingly delicate bristles, turning his hand into a grotesque hive. Drops of blood trickled steadily from his arm. How is this possible? Elder Bai's face contorted in disbelief, his body trembling. Inside, he raged, this cannot be. He was a formidable, innate 8th-level master. A mere broom should have shattered under his might, yet the reality before him defied all logic. Who are you? Elder Bai managed to lift his gaze, following the broom's path to a frail hand resting casually upon it, seemingly exerting no effort at all. Yet that hand had effortlessly penetrated his innate 8th-level defenses. As Elder Bai's eyes shifted upward, he was met with a languid face, and his pupils constricted in recognition. It was the seemingly ordinary gatekeeper. In that instant, Elder Bai could not suppress his astonishment. It's you. At this moment, the rest of the onlookers also grasped the situation unfolding before them. As they realized Ziyun was unharmed, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. However, their gazes quickly shifted in shock to discover the once mighty Elder Bai now stood motionless, his fist impaled by the broom, blood pooling beneath him. What? How could this Elder Bai be injured? Who was this formidable individual who had managed to wound him with nothing but a broom? This was a master of the innate 8th level. Such power was not easily matched, even by those who had reached innate perfection. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Even Su Ruei and Granny Ming, who had been spectating, were left reeling. As they scrutinized the scene, they noticed the other end of the broom was being held by a seemingly unremarkable elderly hand, the casual grip suggesting an effortless act of merely sweeping dust. Heavens! It was the gatekeeper. What? The gatekeeper? Am I seeing things? This is simply unfathomable. Our Jingyun sect has a mere gatekeeper with such terrifying strength? What has transpired in our absence? The members of Jingyun were left in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Damn it! How could this happen? Su Ruei's face twitched uncontrollably, his gaze flickering between malice and madness as he realized his plans had been disrupted. Ziyun stared blankly at the old man clutching a broom, momentarily rendered speechless by the shock. Did he truly believe he could act recklessly before the gates of the Jingyun sect, disregarding the presence of the old man? Ren Wuxing cast a casual glance at the sweating Elder Bai, dismissing his innate strength of the 8th layer with ease. Upon entering the Foundation establishment stage, he had crossed an insurmountable chasm, rendering the disparity in their powers far beyond imagination. At that moment, Elder Bai keenly felt the helplessness that Ziyun had experienced when facing him earlier. Impossible! How could I be inferior to a mere gatekeeper? Elder Bai's fury erupted as he roared. Disregarding his injured hand, he relentlessly attacked the old man with the broom once more. Too slow. Put in some effort. Have you not eaten? This move has enough power, though the accuracy is lacking. Not bad, not bad. This technique is beginning to show promise. Elder Bai raged. unleashing a flurry of strikes like a tempest, his movements blurring to the point that the onlookers could scarcely discern his actions. Yet, the old man with the broom stood still, not even shifting his feet, occasionally waving his broom to send Elderby reeling, bloodied, and retreating. The vast gulf in their strength was glaringly evident. At that moment, even the slowest of bystanders understood that this gatekeeper was no ordinary individual, but rather a formidable old monster. They appeared like common folk, but the disparity in power rendered them unable to perceive each other's true abilities. So powerful, Jingyun was utterly mesmerized by the scene. The Elderby, who had previously suppressed her without mercy, now seemed as feeble as an infant before the unassuming gatekeeper. Even with all his might, he could not force the old man to move an inch. Such overwhelming strength, and he is merely a gatekeeper of the Jingyun sect? Jingyun felt a whirlwind of emotions. It seemed absurd to her. What on earth had transpired in the Jingyun sect during her absence? Moreover, had the elders of the sect gone mad? How could they allow such a powerful being to guard the entrance? If he were to become displeased, the entire sect would be in peril. No, after this incident, I must invite this venerable elder into the sect and treat him as an esteemed guest. If he is willing to remain, I would even honor him as the new supreme elder. Jingyun's heart was a tempest of thoughts, the rise and fall of fortunes. The crowd watched as the old man with the broom effortlessly toyed with Elderby, observing the latter's frenzied expression, feeling a sense of satisfaction while simultaneously being struck with awe. Just how terrifying must this old man's strength be? At that moment, they suddenly realized that the previously imposing Elderby, who had loomed over them like a mountain, was not as fearsome as they had believed. The tides had turned. The people of Jingyun stared at the disheveled Elderby, then at the languid old gatekeeper, marveling at the theatricality of it all. Chapter 72. Where are you two in such a hurry? The battle in the arena was entirely one-sided. The old man clutching the broom seemed to be playing, utterly suppressing the arrogant Elderby, who was soon gravely injured within just a few exchanges. Sensing the dire situation, a shadow crossed Elderby's eyes as he suddenly roared, "I will fight you to the death." With that, the forces of heaven and earth surged around him, his overwhelming aura causing everyone to feel suffocated as they instinctively distanced themselves. This old man was prepared to go all out. "Be careful, senior," Jingyun called out. Noticing the old man remained unfazed, the old man with the broom merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Suddenly, everyone's pupils contracted as they witnessed Elderby, who had been attacking the gatekeeper, abruptly turn and charge towards Jingyun. "Haha, this is what you get for your own tactics." In an instant, Elderby's figure loomed larger in Jingyun's eyes, and at this distance, the old gatekeeper could not possibly intervene in time. "Did you not see this coming? You are my true target. Once I seize you, no matter how strong this old man is, he will have to bow to my will. This move, I learned from you, surprise, right?" Elderby cackled madly as he lunged for Jingyun. Previously, Jingyun had seized the opportunity to kill Shang Yaotian right under Elderby's nose, igniting his wrath. Now, Elderby aimed to retaliate beneath the watchful eyes of the gatekeeper, targeting none other than Jingyun. The terrifying attack drew near. The latter braced herself for a desperate defense, but suddenly the entire space fell silent. "Did you think your petty schemes could escape my notice?" In an instant, the space around them blurred, and the crowd was horrified to see the gatekeeper, who had been hundreds of meters away, inexplicably appear before Jingyun. His expression one of disdain as he regarded the pale Elderby. "Enough games, it's time to send you on your way." With a slight flick of his broom, an inexplicable force surged forth, and everyone watched in shock as the once dominant Elderby suddenly exploded into a mist of blood without warning. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a vigorous figure into one barely clinging to life. Hiss! All present gasped at the sight of Elderby's pitiful state, their faces etched with disbelief. A formidable innate eighth-layer powerhouse had, in an instant, been reduced to a condition worse than that of a dead dog. Anyone would feel as though they were dreaming. "Unbelievable. You cannot kill me. I am an elder of the two-star sect, the Tianyin sect. Should you slay me, you will face endless trouble. My sect leader is a Foundation establishment master." The murderous intent radiating from Ren Wuxing provoked Elderby to plead for mercy, even as he sought to threaten. The members of Tianyin sect were ever so cowardly, a bunch of worthless wretches. Upon hearing Elderby's words, Ren Wuxing showed no hesitation or shock, as one might expect. Rather, he shook his head lightly, as if anticipating this very scene. Without an ounce of hesitation, he struck down decisively with a palm, annihilating him. He killed me so straightforwardly? In his final moments, Elder Bai's last thought flickered through his mind as his eyes widened in intense resentment and unwillingness. Unable to close in death, Elder Bai had been slain. In the distance, Su Rue trembled slightly upon witnessing this scene, faintly sensing the ominous turn of events. Wishing to escape this cursed place before he was noticed, Elder Bai had invoked the name of the Tianyan Sect, yet still met his demise. Just where did the Jingyun Sect find the audacity and confidence? Granny Ming also wore a heavy expression of confusion. To her, a one-star sect should inherently maintain a sense of reverence toward a two-star sect. Even if they did not grovel, they should strive to meet every demand, with no thoughts of resistance. Yet the unfolding events had utterly shattered her understanding. Elder Bai, of comparable strength to her own, had been so easily dispatched, without any means of resistance. This realization deepened her unease and absurdity, and she silently regretted coming to this place. Astonished that a mere downtrodden one-star sect could harbor such a hidden powerhouse. I must return swiftly, my lord. The Jingyun sect undoubtedly harbors great secrets. If I can seize them and uncover the hidden truths, I might have the opportunity to advance further, stepping into the realm that countless aspire to attain. As this thought crossed her mind, a glimmer of greed flickered in Granny Ming's eyes. Young master, let us depart, Granny Ming urged, eager to leave. For the old gatekeeper seemed peculiar, and only the Lord could confidently eliminate him. Moreover, with a certain elder of the Tianyan sect having perished and with the sect leader's beloved child, there would surely be wrathful pursuits. Should we delay our return, we risk losing our share to the Tianyan sect. This would not align with Granny Ming's interests, nor with those of the Tinshui sect. However, I have yet to ensnare that woman, Xian. How can I leave just like that? Su Rue felt a twinge of reluctance. Granny Ming shot him a frustrated glance, scolding him for still pondering such matters at this juncture, as if he had wasted his intellect. Yet, recognizing his status as the young master, she decided to show him some consideration. The formidable gatekeeper's power was too overwhelming. It would be more prudent to return and gather reinforcements, ideally persuading the sect leader to take action. In doing so, they could directly seize the Jingyun sect without any obstacles. A mere beauty is of little consequence. If you desire her, she can be captured and delivered to you, and you can have your way. Su Rue's eyes brightened, finding wisdom in Granny Ming's words. He cast a wistful glance towards Ziyun's direction, silently lamenting. Alas, she must wait a while longer. The cursed Jingyun sect forces us apart, but fear not, for I shall soon return with help to rescue her. With this thought, Su Rue ceased his hesitation and hastily followed Granny Ming in their escape. At that moment, all attention was diverted to the slain Elder Bai, leaving no one to notice the two slipping away. They navigated smoothly beyond the confines of the Jingyun sect's mountain gate. When they felt they had distanced themselves sufficiently, they finally slowed their pace and sighed in relief. Their earlier flight had been frantic, with Granny Ming leading Su Rue at a breakneck speed for half an hour, only halting once they confirmed the gatekeeper would not pursue. Su Rue cast a backward glance at the Jingyun sect, clenching his fists in determination. Rest assured, Ziyun, no one can keep us apart. I can sense your feelings towards me, which are unlike those you harbor for that fool, Shang Yaotian. You love me deeply, and I shall return to rescue you from this plight. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted. A figure emerged slowly from behind a great tree, so close that they had not sensed his presence at all. Who are you? Granny Ming's expression tightened as she instinctively shielded Su Rue, her gaze wary of the newcomer. The figure, appearing youthful and clad in a white robe, bore a gentle smile, resembling an ordinary neighborly youth. Yet his form, hovering inches above the ground, pierced their eyes with an unbearable intensity. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Cheng. I have come to seek your lives. With a gentle laugh, the youth's voice resonated, and a mysterious aura began to rise behind him. Chapter 73, The Third Divine Ability. Time rewind in the dim and silent forest. Su Rue and Granny Ming regarded the white-clad youth with trepidation as he smiled and hovered in midair, surrounded by an indescribable, ethereal presence. They swallowed hard, feeling enveloped by an inexplicable force, their blood running cold and their scalps tingling with dread. Danger! Their instincts screamed, as the world around them dimmed, filled with a sense of impending doom. Yet the vibrant forest remained unchanged. This clash between perception and reality birthed an unfathomable paradox. "You know, Senior," Su Rue stammered, hastily correcting himself as he bowed deeply. "I truly do not know where I have offended you, esteemed one. I hope that, for the sake of my father, the Tianxue Patriarch, you might grant me mercy. I am willing to fulfill any request. I would be eternally grateful." Though the youth emitted no pressure of true energy, an instinctual feeling told him that this boy was the most terrifying entity he had ever encountered. Without exception, this disparity in life levels filled Su Rue with fear and humility, leaving no room for arrogance. He could only admit his wrongdoing and plead for forgiveness, hoping the youth would be wary of his father's influence and spare his life. Otherwise, this day would mark his end. He sensed that should the youth wish to kill him, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. "Tianxue Patriarch?" Lin Cheng murmured, echoing the title as Su Rue and Granny Ming's eyes brightened with hope, only for him to shake his head with an enigmatic smile. Gazing at them, he seemed to sigh, or perhaps express disdain. "Do you think I would fear a mere Tianxue Patriarch? You are mistaken." The words "I" and "this lord" struck like a heavy hammer to their hearts, leaving them breathless and filled with despair. Such self-reference belonged only to a golden core celestial. Granny Ming suddenly turned her gaze towards Lin Cheng, her attention captivated by the myriad of profound energies emanating from behind him, her eyes widening in disbelief as if they might pop from their sockets. Her aged body trembled uncontrollably, as if shaken by a sieve. "The Tao rhythm? Are you a golden core powerhouse?" "What?" A jolt coursed through Su Rue at Granny Ming's exclamation, and he felt the world tilt absurdly. He had been sought out for his life by a golden core cultivator? Was this fortune or misfortune? Moreover, how could a golden core expert be concealed in such a remote area as the southern domain? "No, I refuse to believe it," Su Rue despaired. If the youth were merely a Foundation establishment patriarch, there might still be a chance he could be spared due to his father's influence. Yet if he were a golden core celestial, even 10 of his father combined would not warrant a second glance from such a being. These were entirely different levels of existence. Thus, his demise seemed almost certain today. He could not fathom escaping the grasp of a golden core celestial, who could snuff out his life with a mere flick of a finger. "Well, your curiosity has been satisfied. It is time to depart." Lin Cheng regarded the two, who were on the brink of collapse, with indifference as he waved his hand lightly. In an instant, both Su Rue and Granny Ming realized they could no longer move. "No, I cannot die," Granny Ming suddenly screamed, desperately trying to harness the power of heaven and earth to break free from the invisible barrier. "Sel." Lin Cheng cast a sidelong glance at her, uttering a single word. In that moment, horror unfolded as Granny Ming discovered that upon the sound of his voice, she could no longer sense the fluctuations of the heavenly powers. It was as if she had instantaneously transformed from a formidable innate being into an ordinary cultivator who had never even touched the innate realm. If not for her memories, she might even doubt her own past breakthroughs. The gaze directed at Lin Cheng was suddenly filled with fear and disbelief. The golden core heavenly monarch, whose words commanded the laws of nature, had done nothing but utter a single word, severing her connection to this realm. What incomprehensible sorcery was this? "I offer you a chance to choose. I shall pose some questions, and if your answers are satisfactory, I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise," Lin Cheng chuckled softly, leaving the consequences unspoken. Yet, this alone deepened the dread within the two, as they regarded the young man in white before them, as if he were a devil with a sinister grin. Without waiting for their response, Lin Cheng continued, "What is the name of the force from which you hail?" "I." At the moment the words fell, Su Rue's face contorted with terror, about to speak when Granny Ming suddenly began to struggle violently. In the next instant, a terrifying force erupted, briefly shaking Lin Cheng's confinement and creating a sliver of a gap. In that fleeting moment, Su Rue's eyes bulged, his throat convulsed twice, and he fell silent, as if some poison within him had been triggered, leading to his immediate demise. Lin Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. Granny Ming, expending her entire cultivation, detonated her true energy, forcefully killing her own young master, her aged face a mask of resentment mixed with a twisted satisfaction. You shall never extract any secrets from us. As Granny Ming's skin began to rapidly wither, life draining from her, Lin Cheng snorted. You are indeed ruthless. Ha! With the young master dead, another shall take his place. As for my old bones, they are of no consequence. I understand the principle of eradicating the root, but alas, even if you are a golden core heavenly monarch, you shall never glean clues about our sect from us. Watching the already fading Granny Ming, Lin Cheng suddenly shook his head. Then, under her bewildered gaze, he paused briefly before declaring, time restart. In an instant, the world fell into an astonishing silence. The sounds of wind, flowing water, and all else ceased abruptly. Leaves that had fallen began to ascend once more, returning to their branches. The flowing stream gradually reversed, retracing its path to a prior moment in time. Everything around was frantically rewinding. Su Rue, who had just succumbed to poison, gradually revived before Granny Ming's horrified eyes, life returning to him. Impossible. Granny Ming gasped in utter disbelief. She had triggered a deadly poison within the young master, and even an unprepared Foundation establishment expert would succumb within 3 steps. There was no exception, yet now, the dead young master had come back to life. There was but one explanation. Time had reversed. It had returned to 10 seconds prior, to the moment before the young master had been poisoned. This was the miraculous ability of time restart, born from Lin Cheng's mastery of the 3rd transformation of the true Spirit 9 changes. Currently, with his strength, he could use it at most 3 times within a day, each instance not exceeding 10 seconds. Moreover, each use would exact a substantial toll on his own energy. Nevertheless, this divine ability was undeniably extraordinary. When wielded adeptly, it could restore the recently deceased to life. Before him, Lin Cheng had leveraged time restart to pull Su Rue back from the brink of death. Now, you may continue to answer my earlier question. Lin Cheng ignored the nearly breathless Granny Ming, turning his gaze towards the bewildered Su Rue, speaking coolly. Speak freely. I assure you, I shall not hold back. Yes, yes. Esteemed senior, please ask. I shall answer without reservation. Sensing Lin Cheng's icy gaze, Su Rue shivered and hurriedly complied. Thus, Lin Cheng's inquiries were met with detailed responses from Su Rue, granting him a broader understanding of the world beyond the southern region and the origins of Su Rue's faction. It was revealed that he hailed from the Heavenly Water Sect, a secondary sect affiliated with the Azure Empire. In tandem, the deceased Shang Yaotian, an elder, were from another secondary sect called the Heavenly Flame Sect. The rivalry between these 2 factions was notorious, often leading to clashes. Both men had fixated on the celestial maiden Jingyun, their competitive spirits igniting a fierce contest between their forces, though their interest in her was superficial. Their true motivation lay in pride. Any ensuing bloodshed was merely a source of amusement for them. Much like many lofty cultivators, they regarded common lives with indifference, viewing lower-tier practitioners as expendable ants, easily replaced and utterly disregarded. In summary, neither faction possessed noble intentions. After acquiring the information he sought, Lin Cheng dispatched the recently revived Su Rue to keep Granny Ming company. Having carelessly dealt with the corpses, Lin Cheng swiftly returned to the library of the Jingyun sect. The Golden Core was indeed far superior to the Foundation establishment stage. Traversing such vast distances in the air, he felt not even a trace of energy depletion, enabling him to treat aerial travel as a commonplace means of transit. Upon his return to the library, Lin Cheng's first order of business was to solidify the cultivation he had just advanced. His previous excursion was merely to resolve a minor inconvenience. Now, he needed to enter seclusion for an extended period, hoping to avoid interruptions during this time. By eliminating those 2 individuals, he had curtailed any immediate troubles, intending to delay for a year or 2 until he had completely acclimated to his newfound power. At that point, it would matter little. With the ascension to the Golden Core realm, the pace of cultivation had slowed significantly. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, it would likely take him a year or 2 to barely ascend another level. Lin Cheng sensed the Golden Core within his dantian, radiating like a small sun, and sighed. The lifespan of a Golden Core heavenly monarch is 800 years. Fortunately, the slow progression meant ample time remained. He was merely in his 20s, with the end still far off. Little Jean, he softly called, summoning a golden figure that appeared silently before him. The current Little Jean remained at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, her eyes filled with a lingering sorrow. As she had not received the fragment of divine consciousness from the blood curse, he initially believed that his progress was swift enough, only to discover that his true self was even faster. It seemed utterly unjust. Was he, in fact, the embodiment of a divine entity? Or was his true self the manifestation of such a being? He realized he would need to enter a period of seclusion for an indeterminate length of time, during which he entrusted the execution of certain plans to Lin Cheng. Suddenly, a small black tower appeared in Lin Cheng's hand. Xiao Jin listened intently, nodding occasionally. Having grown weary of his recent escapades, he was eager for a change of pace and was happy to assist in alleviating some of the burdens from his true self. Once the matters were conveyed, Lin Cheng's figure flickered and he arrived within the Ju Jiao creation tower. Connecting his consciousness to the tower, he felt the vast, limitless power of the world, and a flicker of shock and obsession shone in his eyes. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure. However, he still found himself unable to harness the tower's power. Despite having amassed a significant amount of belief energy, it was still far from sufficient. Within the creation tower, the spiritual energy was abundant, far exceeding that of the outside world, making it the perfect place for seclusion and cultivation. He instructed the tower's spirit, Xiao Jun, to set up a spirit gathering array, and then entered a state of meditation. As for the affairs of the outside world, Xiao Jin would oversee them. The latter was no weakling, posing a formidable presence in the southern region, easily able to manage the Jingyun sect. Unbeknownst to Lin Cheng, at the moment he broke through to the Golden Core realm, a certain restraint seemed to quietly shatter across the southern continent, leading to some remarkable changes within the region. Most notably, the previously barren spiritual energy of the southern region suddenly became significantly denser, giving rise to numerous treasure lands that attracted considerable attention from beyond its borders. 3 months had passed since the upheaval at Jingyun sect. The next Wanming examination was merely half a year away, rapidly approaching. However, the Jingyun sect was no longer in a state of frantic worry, but rather brimmed with confidence, even harboring hopes of reaching a higher echelon. Throughout the southern region, the once 10 major sects were now reduced. The beast-taming mountain had been annihilated, and the Blood Oath sect and Yin Yang sect suffered severe blows, nearing extinction. Only 7 sects remained, with the Duobao Pavilion remaining an enigmatic presence, seldom involving itself in the affairs of the southern region. This shift led to a sudden abundance of previously scarce resources, inciting various factions to stir. Coupled with the recent surge in spiritual energy, more treasure lands emerged, prompting external forces to intervene, complicating the situation in the southern region. What had once been a remote and desolate area was now regarded as highly desirable by numerous hidden factions. Throughout the southern region, unfamiliar faces began to appear, alongside formidable teams that were not part of the 10 major sections. One day, one of the 10 major sects, the Xianan sect, unexpectedly welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Dressed in black monk robes, they claimed to hail from an alien Buddhist sect, the great alien Buddha's earthly guides. The once resplendent Xianan sect now lay in disarray. From a mountain gate onward, injured disciples littered the ground, leading up to the sect's grand hall. In front of the hall stood a middle-aged man clad in a splendid robe, bloodied and filled with dread as he stared at the black-robed monks before him. The elders present bore expressions of pale horror, each gravely injured. "Who are you?" The innate elder of the Xianan sect, a frail and short old man with squinting eyes, flickered with anxiety. As the only one relatively less injured, he wore a solemn expression. The alien Buddha is eternal. A black-robed monk, whose face was obscured, slowly stepped forward, hands clasped together, gazing at the Xianan sect members with indifference. All beings suffer. Why persist in ignorance? Only by surrendering to the alien Buddha can one attain the supreme fruit position and enjoy ultimate bliss. Alien Buddha? You are of the alien Buddhist sect. Lackeys of foreign races. An elder suddenly cried out in disbelief. The black-robed monk frowned in displeasure, abruptly striking out with a palm. A pitch-black Buddhist seal directly slammed into the elder's chest, unleashing a bizarre force of corrosion. The elder screamed in agony. Threads of black energy began to sprout from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was covered in black patterns, visibly disintegrating into ashes. Witnessing a comrade's demise before their eyes, everyone instinctively took a step back, aghast. The frail elder trembled with rage, pointing a quivering finger at the black-robed monk. To show disrespect to the alien Buddha is to be unworthy of existence. This is his rightful punishment. May the alien Buddha purify him. The leading black-robed monk, hands clasped, softly murmured, "The alien Buddha is eternal. May the alien Buddha purify him." The other monks followed suit. The Jingyun sect members dared not voice their anger, watching in horror as the strange group of black-robed monks slaughtered their companions, paralyzed with fear. The Jingyun sect had always prioritized self-interest before their lives were truly at stake. None would dare to take a stand. Their fear, after all, stemmed solely from concern for their own safety. After this statement, the leading black-robed monk turned his gaze back to the frail elder, whose only visible eye glimmered with a faint red light. Having long heard of the Jingyun sect's illustrious reputation and wealth, if we are to propagate the Dharma, we must have financial resources. Hence, this humble monk has come to see you. I hope your sect will not disappoint us. Upon uttering these words, the black-robed monk stood silently, showing no sign of movement, evidently awaiting a response. The frail elder surveyed the leading black-robed monk and the many other monks, secretly alarmed. In his perception, none of the 10 monks possessed strength weaker than his own, especially the leading one, who instilled a sense of terror akin to gazing into an abyss. This group was undoubtedly a formidable force, unlikely to be local to the southern region, and most likely foreign. Clearly, the changes in the southern region had attracted considerable attention from outsiders. Even such powerful beings had come in droves. It was noteworthy that each of these 10 monks could individually command a major sect. Yet now, they appeared as if they were of little value, abundant in number. The southern region was on the brink of transformation. The frail elder felt the weight of the 10 black-robed monks' gaze, his scalp prickling and cold sweat trickling down his back. He sensed that should he refuse, he might be obliterated in an instant. The simultaneous assault of 10 beings, each at least his equal in strength, left no room for luck. After a moment's hesitation, the frail elder licked his parched lips and said, "What benefits might I receive?" Upon hearing him speak, the Jingyun sect members collectively sighed in relief. They genuinely feared the frail elder might act foolishly and confront the monks head-on, which would have dire consequences for them all. As for submitting to foreign races, as long as their interests were safeguarded, they cared little for it. With the frail elder's compliance, it signified an agreement to cooperate with the alien Buddhist sect, thus preserving their interests. Moreover, with such terrifying monks by their side, the Jingyun sect could potentially aim for supremacy in the southern region, leading to countless benefits. For them, familial, friendly, or romantic ties were trivial. Only the most tangible wealth and interests mattered, and for these, they would forsake everything and betray all. Upon this realization, the high-ranking members of the Jingyun sect could not help but display relieved smiles. A wise choice indeed. The monk in black slightly nodded. Although they could forcibly seize the Jingyun sect, it would undoubtedly result in substantial losses, which contradicted their expectations. Moreover, to dominate the southern region, a multitude of subordinates would be necessary, and the individuals from the Jingyun sect were quite suitable. With just a few incentives, they could be persuaded to act indiscriminately. This aligned perfectly with their aspirations. The great would bless you. As for the benefits, rest assured that they are plentiful. As long as you assist us in achieving our goals, wealth, power, influence, and beauty will all be at your disposal. The great is omnipotent. As his devoted followers, we too are endowed with his formidable power. Fulfilling some of your desires will be a simple task, the leading monk in black confidently proclaimed, unwavering in his faith in the great. Very well. We shall depend on your trust. The frail elder inhaled deeply. Having made a decision, all hesitation was instantly cast aside. As for whether this would harm humanity, what concern was that of his? One must look after oneself first. Furthermore, this matter was not something he could refuse. The monk in black nodded in satisfaction. I am known as Haidu, and you may refer to me as Black 1 through Black 9. The great is eternal. May our collaboration be fruitful. The great is eternal. The frail elder joined in, clasping his hands together. The great is eternal, echoed the other elders, their eyes filled with reverence, excitement, and exhilaration. With the addition of this group, the Jingyun sect would likely become the most formidable force in the entire southern region. Even the 2-star sect, the 5-element sect, would surely find themselves outclassed. contemplating the elevation of their status and the immense benefits it entailed. The discomfort in the hearts of the elders vanished, replaced by anticipation. Next, there's a crucial task that requires your immediate attention. The master Haidu suddenly produced a portrait, displaying it for all to see. He pointed to the image of a young woman and commanded, "I require you to mobilize all available personnel and urgently search for this girl. Inform us of her whereabouts immediately, and you shall not be shortchanged in rewards, perhaps even assisting you in becoming the largest sect in the southern region." Upon hearing this, the hall fell into an abrupt silence. Moments later, the heavy breaths of the elders echoed, clearly indicating the allure of being the premier sect in the southern region was substantial. Rest assured, this task falls to our Xiandan sect. Even the frail elders' eyes glimmered with fervor. To be the largest sect in the southern region meant he might finally have the opportunity to advance to the long-desired foundation-building realm. At his level, ordinary power and wealth no longer held any appeal. As a congenital powerhouse, presiding over a wealthy sect like Xiandan, his only pursuit in life was to further his cultivation and step into the realm of true strength. Now, the opportunity lay before him, ripe for the taking. Chapter 76. The ninth princess, the Xiandan sect, acted swiftly. Almost at the sound of a command, all capable disciples and elders of the sect set forth, employing every means to uncover the whereabouts of the woman depicted in the portrait. To expedite their efforts, they even produced numerous copies of the image, posting them everywhere and offering a reward. Anyone who had seen this woman and could provide useful information would receive generous rewards in the form of elixirs. If one could provide an exact location, they might even earn the privilege of having the Xiandan sect take decisive action. Once this announcement was made, the entire southern region erupted into a frenzy. In no time at all, countless individuals flooded the streets, all eager to search for clues regarding the woman in the portrait. Any hint of information could be exchanged for a fortune in elixirs. For many cultivators with limited means, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens. Such opportunities were rare indeed. In a certain inn, two figures sat quietly in a corner. These individuals appeared somewhat slender, their features radiating an ethereal quality. And upon closer inspection, it was clear that one was disguised as a male. However, their large cloaks and hats concealed their identities sufficiently, allowing them to blend into the bustling crowd without attracting much attention. As time passed, the inn grew increasingly crowded, and the two began to feel uneasy. One of them whispered to her companion, "Xiao Lu, there are too many people here. We should find another place." After a moment of hesitation, her companion surveyed the surroundings and replied in a low voice, "Your Highness, there have been rewards posted everywhere recently. This place is sufficiently remote and in a crowd. We can easily escape if trouble arises." Wei Xue furrowed her brow, recognizing the validity of Xiao Lu's reasoning. However, feeling anxious, she attempted to divert the conversation, saying, "How many times must I remind you? When we are out, call me Miss, not Your Highness. It could easily expose us." "Xiao Lu sai Miss, I know, I just misspoke. Damn they've chased us all the way to this remote southern region and still refuse to relent." Wei Xue thought of the imminent danger, her heart tightening. She then sighed. "It's all my fault for being too reckless and indulgent. Had I known, I wouldn't have left the imperial city so easily. And the wouldn't have had the opportunity to strike. Xiao Lu, I have put you in danger." Xiao Lu dismissively replied, "What are you talking about?" That has long harbored ill intentions. Even without this incident, they would have found another chance. Moreover, I suspect there was a traitor in the imperial city who exposed our whereabouts. Otherwise, how could we have been so easily discovered? This time, we were merely unlucky. Although the two appeared as master and servant, they were, in truth, lifelong friends, closer than sisters. Were it not for Xiao Lu, her loyal congenital protector, Wei Xue would have perished countless times on their journey. This doesn't feel right. There are more and more people here. Once Captain Wan returns, we must change locations immediately. Gradually, Wei Xue felt an ominous premonition rising within her. Though she spoke to Xiao Lu, they remained vigilant, acutely aware that their lives had been at stake for far too long to let their guard down. Agreed, Xiao Lu conceded this time. They did not leave immediately, for they awaited their foremost ally, Captain Wan, the formidable foundation-building expert of Wei Xue's personal guard. Previously, when they encountered danger, he had drawn away their pursuers, allowing them to escape. Now, they left signals along their path, waiting to reunite and act together. For the two of them alone would find it exceedingly difficult to remain safe. After all, those men were far too powerful. Suddenly, a stir erupted within the crowd. The two individuals immediately perked up their ears, their bodies tense and ready to retaliate at any moment. However, they soon realized that the commotion was not caused by their pursuers. What was going on? They exchanged puzzled glances, both feeling a sense of confusion. Throughout their journey, every time they encountered significant disturbances, it had always coincided with the appearance of enemies. Yet, this time, the situation seemed different. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a gong reverberated, gradually quieting the crowd, and from an unknown source emerged a bald man. Upon seeing him, Wei Yingxue felt her blood rush, her eyes widening as she nearly succumbed to the impulse to flee. However, upon closer inspection, she realized he did not appear to be affiliated with the foreign Buddhist sect, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief and suppress her urge to run. That nearly scared me to death. Xiao Lu patted her chest, her large eyes filled with lingering terror. Noticing that Wei Yingxue shared a similar look of shock, she chuckled. You were frightened by that bald guy too? This eerie place is indeed unsettling. With so many unexpected events, we should leave as soon as possible. Wei Yingxue exhaled heavily and nodded lightly. However, despite their intention to depart, they felt no urgency at this moment. Clearly, everyone was captivated by the bald man, and making a move now would draw attention. Ahem. As you all know, the situation in my Jingyun sect, I shall not dilly-dally. Today, we are recruiting 10 disciples. Xiao Jin's voice resonated throughout the area, neither too loud nor too soft. Is Jingyun's sect really that renowned? Observing the excitement of those around her, Xiao Lu felt a surge of skepticism. At that moment, someone nearby overheard her words and looked at her in disbelief, exclaiming, Brother, are you serious? You don't even know about Jingyun's sect, one of the top 10 sects? You must be new to the martial world. Xiao Lu replied, The man seized the opportunity to elaborate. Let me tell you, Jingyun sect has gone through tremendous ups and downs. Just recently, the sect faced a catastrophic downfall when their innate protector perished, scattering its members. But in just a few days, they have managed to stabilize. Moreover, I have heard that there are now 3 innate protectors in residence. Their prominence is unparalleled at the moment. They are once again recruiting disciples, and if one is fortunate enough to join Jingyun's sect, it promises a future filled with bright prospects. Brother, I see that you possess remarkable qualities. You should definitely give it a try. If you can conquer the Burning Sky Tower, you will have the chance to become a disciple of Jingyun. As the man animatedly extolled the virtues of Jingyun's sect and the benefits of joining, Xiao Lu couldn't help but find it amusing. After all, coming from the Azure Blue Empire, she held little regard for a sect in the southern domain. Yet, seeing the man's enthusiasm sparked her curiosity. Say, uncle, if what you say is so wonderful, why don't you try it yourself? By your logic, becoming a disciple of Jingyun's sect would surely be better than your current situation, right? After scrutinizing the man's attire, it was evident he did not appear wealthy. Ah, young brother, your words are quite misplaced. I'm no longer of an age to be accepted, but you, young brother, should genuinely give it a shot. If you miss this opportunity, there may not be another. Seeing the earnestness in the man's expression, Xiao Lu rolled her eyes dismissively. Cut out. Meanwhile, Wei Yingxue gazed thoughtfully at the direction of the Jingyun sect members. Chapter 77. The Burning Sky Tower opens. What needs to be said has been said. Many of you are not new to this. Let's get straight to the point. Xiao Jin's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly with everyone present. As per tradition, those who can conquer the 3 levels of the Burning Sky Tower will have the chance to become disciples of my Jingyun sect. With a flourish of his hand, a small black tower appeared silently in Xiao Jin's grasp, slowly rotating and emanating an enigmatic aura. The recruitment examination for Jingyun has officially commenced. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as a tempest arose, and the sky darkened in an instant. The crowd looked up, their spirits jolted. A colossal black tower, towering over 100 feet, descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Even the seasoned Wei Yingxue and Xiao Lu were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Heavens! Xiao Lu gazed blankly at the giant tower, completely jet black. Standing at a height of 100 feet, it was divided into 9 levels, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The deep black curves outlined a fierce beauty, with glimmers of golden light flickering intermittently, adding an air of mystery and nobility. At the base of the tower stood a massive door several meters tall. Above it, the three golden characters burning sky tower danced elegantly, resonating with an indescribable significance that left those who beheld it in awe. At a glance, these seemingly simple characters appeared to harbor unfathomable power. In an instant, the crowd was captivated. Onlookers expressed their astonishment, and whispers began to circulate. How could such a gigantic black tower materialize? It's unbelievable. Ah, you wouldn't understand. This tower must be an incredibly powerful artifact, though its exact level remains unknown. I believe it is the legendary innate spiritual weapon. It must be. An innate spiritual weapon, I see. No wonder it appears so formidable. Among the crowd, many were ordinary folk, with cultivators comprising only a small fraction, most of whom possessed low levels of attainment. Even those with higher cultivation levels were often limited by their perspectives. The concept of an innate spiritual weapon represented the pinnacle of their imagination. No, this is definitely not an innate spiritual weapon. Having emerged from the royal family of the Azure Blue Empire, Wei Yingshua's knowledge surpassed that of the crowd. From the moment she laid eyes on the Black Tower, she was profoundly captivated and shaken. The more she learned, the more she appreciated the tower's immense might. Such power transcended that of an innate spiritual weapon. In fact, even a national treasure of the Azure Blue Empire, in terms of grandeur, seemed to pale in comparison to this Black Tower. How could such a treasure exist in a small place like the Southern Domain? Initially, Wei Yingxue had planned to seize the opportunity to join Jingyun's sect to evade the foreign Buddhist sect's pursuit. She had not given much thought to the sect itself. However, upon witnessing the Black Tower, her curiosity about the sect intensified. She yearned to know what kind of sect could possess such an extraordinary treasure. Was it sheer luck, or did they harbor secrets too profound? This Black Tower is indeed extraordinary. Among the crowd, a weathered man, despite the bloodstains on his armor, gazed in awe at the Black Tower, taking a deep breath as his body trembled slightly. As the leader of the royal guard of the Azure Blue Empire, Wan Xian had encountered countless treasures. He assumed that coming to this small southern domain would yield nothing remarkable. Yet upon the appearance of the Black Tower, he found himself utterly astonished. In that moment, he even forgot his purpose for coming, which was to warn the Ninth Prince and her companions to flee as the foreign Buddhist sect was in pursuit. What kind of entity is Jingyun's sect? Xiao Jin surveyed the astonished faces in the crowd with satisfaction. In the next moment, with a gentle wave of his hand, the massive door of the Burning Sky Tower creaked open, revealing a deep, mysterious passage. Now, those who wish to join the Jingyun sect may enter the Burning Sky Tower. Naturally, only those deemed worthy will be selected, while those lacking sufficient fate will have to depart with regret. There is no need to worry about encountering danger within the tower, as it merely offers basic tests and trials. Failure will result in immediate expulsion. So, who will go first? As the words fell, the crowd erupted with excitement. Numerous figures eagerly awaited their turn, including many bright-eyed youths, and even some elderly individuals hoping to try their luck. After all, the Jingyun sect assessments do not impose age restrictions like other major sections. Anyone willing may attempt to participate. Whether or not they succeed ultimately depends on fortune. Xiao Lu, we should go too. Suddenly, Wei Yingxue seized the curious Xiao Lu by the arm and headed straight for the Burning Sky Tower. Wait, are we really going? Xiao Lu appeared bewildered. Trust me. Wei Yingxue offered little explanation. Having witnessed this enigmatic Black Tower, she felt that this was an opportunity. Perhaps they could escape the relentless pursuit of the alien Buddhist sect. Moreover, even if the Jingyun sect was not as formidable as imagined, it remained one of the great sects of the southern region. A temporary reprieve from the probing eyes of the alien Buddhist sect would grant them time to recuperate, which seemed reasonable enough. Thus, regardless of the perspective, it was a commendable choice. Without hesitation, she dragged Xiao Lu toward the Burning Sky Tower. Xiao Lu offered only a token resistance before following suit. Her curiosity about the tower piqued. However, out of concern for Wei Yingshue's safety, she reluctantly suppressed her inquisitiveness. Now that an opportunity had arisen, they cannot afford to miss it. Not only Wei Yingxue and Xiao Lu, but others also rushed forward, eager to seize the chance. In an instant, the grand entrance of the Burning Sky Tower, which could typically accommodate hundreds, appeared rather crowded. Hurry, this time I'm definitely going to obtain a Donlin level elixir. Even if I fail the assessment, if I can just secure a spirit weapon as a reward, it will not be in vain. Don't push. Why is it so slow up ahead? Damn it. That lady, are you really trying so hard? Coming to the test while heavily pregnant? Get lost. This is just my belly. I'm not pregnant. Sir in front, can you move a bit faster? You're wasting too much time. As they stumbled back from being jostled by a frenzied woman, Wei Yingxue and Xiao Lu exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting shock and confusion. Did something just pass by? Xiao Lu murmured, surveying her surroundings. I think I felt a gust of wind and something brushed against me. Wei Yingxue replied, equally perplexed. They shared a moment of silence. I think I just heard something about a Danwen level elixir. Wei Yingxue finally ventured uncertainly. I heard something about a Xian level spirit weapon too, Xiao Lu echoed, questioning her own ears. Chapter 78. You may call me Lord Jean. Did I mishear? Wei Yingxue clearly did not believe that Danwen level elixirs could be so easily obtained. The people of these small places might not even comprehend what a true Danwen level elixir is. She had once been fortunate enough to see a 5th grade Danwen level Qingling pill in her family's royal treasury, which was still treasured as a priceless possession, never to be used. These individuals were mostly ordinary people or low-level cultivators. Perhaps having seen some decent quality elixirs, they mistook them for the legendary Danwen level ones. How pitiful it was for those from small towns, lacking both strength and vision. Let us enter as well. Wei Yingxue and Xiao Lu exchanged a glance and stepped into the burning sky tower. As they passed through the grand entrance, Wei Yingxue casually glanced up, her gaze meeting the graceful golden characters that read burning sky tower, causing her to shudder involuntarily. It seemed to harbor an indescribable Tao rhythm within. In that fleeting moment, Wei Yingxue felt as though her heart and mind had been cleansed, becoming more ethereal. This state, if cultivated, would surely yield remarkable results, akin to the rumored epiphany. What is this? Tao rhythm. This is the Tao rhythm of a golden core powerhouse. The origins of this burning sky tower are extraordinary. In that brief instant, Wei Yingxue regained her composure, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed upon the towering structure. It felt as if invisible eyes were peering through layers of time and space, observing her. This ambiguous sensation weighed heavily on her heart. Not daring to linger, she quickly urged Xiao Lu to hasten their pace and swiftly entered the tower's interior. Simultaneously, Xiao Jin, sensing something, glanced toward the entrance of the burning sky tower. Catching sight of Wei Yingxue's figure, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, she smiled. After all this time, I've finally encountered a promising talent. I wonder if she can pass the final test of the burning sky tower. From the memories she had gathered, Xiao Jin knew that the trials within the tower comprised 9 levels. The first 3 levels served as basic assessments, while levels 4 through 8 presented greater challenges. As for the final 9th level, those who could succeed would gain access to a teleportation array leading to the Tower of 9 Transformations. There, one would encounter even greater opportunities. To pass the 9th level, both luck and talent were indispensable. To establish the teleportation array, Lin Cheng had expended considerable effort and even consumed a significant amount of faith power to create a temporary array, which could only function a few times before collapsing. Since Xiao Jin had taken charge of the burning sky tower, thousands had entered to undergo the trials. However, very few managed to pass the first 3 levels. The highest achiever had succeeded in passing the 6th level and was directly recruited as an inner disciple of the Jingyun Sect. No one had ever surpassed the 6th level. Of course, the burning sky tower was not solely about trials. It also offered numerous benefits. As long as one's disposition was not lacking and they possessed some degree of talent, they would generally receive rewards. Conversely, malevolent individuals were covertly suppressed by Xiao Jin, and in severe cases, she would not hesitate to eliminate them. With the power of this royal artifact, Xiao Jin could nearly rival golden core powerhouses, leaving ordinary villains without a shred of resistance. Furthermore, she and Lin Cheng discovered that eliminating evildoers yielded a considerable amount of faith power. The faith power obtained from vanquishing a single villain could match the supply from 100 ordinary people, much to their delight. Thus, their scrutiny in this regard became even more diligent and rigorous. All right, the number of participants has reached its limit. Those who missed this opportunity will have to wait for the next. Suddenly, with a sweeping gesture, Xiao Jin commanded the grand doors of the burning sky tower to thunderously close before the astonished gazes of many. Oh no, I almost made it inside. What a pity. I missed another opportunity. Next time, I must strive to be among the front. Damn it, I'm missing out on a tremendous chance again. Even if I can't pass the assessment, obtaining just one treasure inside would be immensely beneficial. Such a shame. As the doors closed, a chorus of sighs echoed, and numerous individuals expressed their regret. The burning sky tower was sealed, and with a flicker, Xiao Jin's figure vanished. When he reappeared, it was within the confines of the burning sky tower, inside the first level of the tower, being a royal-grade spatial treasure. Each layer of the burning sky tower is remarkably spacious, with the first level being the most expansive. In the vast square, hundreds of individuals gathered. It still appeared quite desolate. Xiao Jin's sudden emergence silenced the previously boisterous scene, drawing countless eager gazes filled with anticipation, including those of Wei Yingxue and Xiao Lu. Everyone looked at Xiao Jin with a mix of curiosity and reverence, patiently awaiting his words. Many among them were not first-time visitors to the Burning Sky Tower and understood that this seemingly ordinary bald man was extraordinarily formidable. They recalled a previous occasion when the tower opened, and a rogue cultivator of the 9th rank attempted to disregard the rules and seize treasures. In that instance, Lord Jin merely cast a glance, and the rogue fell from the sky, without a single strike being exchanged. This terrifying aura immediately quelled the ambitions of many ill-intentioned individuals. Even the most foolish among them understood that this bald man was undoubtedly a superlative innate-level powerhouse, if not stronger, as evidenced by the very existence of the Burning Sky Tower itself. Though it appeared to be only 100 meters tall from the outside, upon entry, one would discover the reality was far beyond expectations. The height of the first level alone exceeded several hundred meters, vastly surpassing the external height. Such an inconceivable treasure. The formidable power of Lord Jin, who possessed such an artifact, could only be imagined. Thus, those who had witnessed Xiao Jin's might wisely chose to remain silent, fearing to provoke him and invite calamity. Those unaware of the situation, noticing the silence of others, rationally decided not to disrupt the atmosphere. As events unfolded, their prudence was justified. After all, Xiao Jin's temperament was not as gentle as Lin Cheng's. To some extent, he exhibited a volatility akin to a capricious child. This aspect had often puzzled Lin Cheng, for while Xiao Jin inherited his memories, skills, and nearly everything else, his temperament was starkly opposed. At this moment, witnessing the crowd's quietude, Xiao Jin nodded in satisfaction. Although many were familiar faces, he still offered a brief self-introduction. I am the assessment elder of the Jingyun Sect, the one who determines your fates here. My word is absolute command. You may only ask questions when permitted, and any attempt to contradict me may lead to consequences you would rather avoid. Furthermore, you may address me as Lord Jin. Now, I shall conduct your assessment. Let us begin with the first and most fundamental task, the testing of your spiritual roots. As Xiao Jin's voice faded, the vast square began to tremble violently. This scene was familiar to some, who remained calm despite the shock, while many newcomers wore expressions of panic. What is happening? Is an earthquake? Is the tower going to collapse? Will we be crushed or buried alive? Calm down. It's probably not that dire. The rumbling persisted for some time until a moment arrived. Silence. Xiao Jin's voice rang out coldly. An invisible wave swept across the area, rendering everyone momentarily speechless, as if an unseen force had sewn their mouths shut. Do not panic. Each of you, choose a crystal pillar to test the quality and attributes of your spiritual roots. As Xiao Jin's words concluded, the dust from the tremors settled, and the scene transformed before their eyes. What was once an empty square now boasted over 100 crystal pillars, shimmering with an alluring light, exuding an irresistible charm. Many women present displayed expressions of fascination. Some could scarcely contain their eagerness to touch the crystals, for few could resist the allure of gems. Moreover, these crystals were far from ordinary. Each person was to select a crystal pillar, place their hand upon it, clear their minds, and wait for the pillar's light to stabilize to complete the test. Xiao Jin provided a brief explanation before everyone began searching for a pillar, following his instructions to place their hands upon them. In an instant, the square was illuminated by a dazzling array of colors, creating a magnificent spectacle. Low-grade spiritual roots would attribute pass. No spiritual root, eliminative. No spiritual root, eliminative. A succession of individuals faced elimination, their faces reflecting disappointment. Conversely, those who passed the first round wore expressions of elation, unable to contain their excitement. Xiao Jin surveyed the crowd with a calm gaze, occasionally gesturing, causing individuals to be teleported out of the burning sky tower. Those sent away represented failures in the assessment. Lin Cheng and Xiao Jin, one a born prodigy, did not require spiritual roots, while the other, a transmigrator, possessed a system and the extraordinary skill of true Spirit 9 transformations, rendering spiritual roots irrelevant to them. Thus, they had never worried about such matters, remaining oblivious to the struggles of ordinary individuals. In this world, those wishing to embark on the path of cultivation must possess spiritual roots. Otherwise, they cannot even sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, let alone cultivate. Naturally, possessing spiritual roots does not guarantee one will become a cultivator. Certain understanding and aptitude are also required. For instance, the Jingyun sect has many ordinary disciples who, despite having spiritual roots, lack the qualifications to advance. The hierarchy of spiritual roots ranges from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. To break through to the innate realm, one must possess at least a 4th grade spiritual root to have even a slim chance. Of course, there are faint possibilities for those below 4th grade. For example, Lin Cheng, a rare anomaly, cultivates with incredible speed despite lacking spiritual roots. Thus, spiritual roots serve merely as a foundation, with finer distinctions made based on the color of the spiritual light, which signifies quality. The greater the quantity of spiritual light, the higher its quality, with the pinnacle being 9 colors, corresponding to a 9th grade spiritual root. After this selection process, the original hundreds were reduced to less than half, with most possessing 1st or 2nd grade spiritual roots and only a handful with 3rd grade roots. Those with 4th grade roots or above numbered a mere 5. In previous assessments, having even 1 or 2 individuals with 4th grade roots was considered commendable, and it was not uncommon to see none at all. However, this time, Xiao Jin was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of promising candidates. Even more astonishing were the results that followed. Wei Yingxue, 6th grade spiritual root, fire attribute. Xiao Lu, 7th grade spiritual root, dark attribute. Feng Yuan, 4th grade spiritual root. Zhang Tianyi, 5th grade spiritual root. And Xin Wei, 5th grade spiritual root. The majority were above 5th grade roots, with Xiao Lu, the maid, boasting a remarkable 7th grade spiritual root. It is worth noting that, not only in the southern region, but throughout the entire Kanglan Empire, finding a second 7th grade spiritual root would be a daunting task. Who exactly is this young girl? Xiao Jin cast a lingering glance at Xiao Lu, then at Wei Yingxue, recognizing her potential as well, with her 6th grade spiritual root hinting at a glimmer of aptitude for forming a golden core. Today, I unexpectedly encountered so many prodigies all at once. A 7th grade spiritual root? Little Green, I thought you only possessed a 4th grade root? Upon seeing the number on the crystal pillar, Wei Yingxue looked at Little Green in astonishment. No wonder the other had managed to become innate at such a tender age of around 20. It turns out her aptitude is remarkably high. Moreover, she had even managed to deceive the royal family, masquerading as a 4th grade spiritual root? Or perhaps the emperor was already aware and deliberately assisted her in this disguise? Your Highness, Little Green's expression shifted upon seeing the number on the crystal pillar. She hadn't imagined this object could unveil her true talent. Well, this is a fortunate turn of events. If you wish to keep it a secret, I shall safeguard it for you. It is of no great consequence. Noticing that Wei Yingxue appeared far more delighted than the others, Little Green hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. This matter was not something I intended to conceal from you. It is simply entangled with certain issues. Before Wei Yingxue could respond, a voice broke in. Quite well. This time we have finally unearthed a few promising talents. I hope your forthcoming performances do not disappoint me. With a wave of Xiao Jin's hand, the surroundings of the group instantly blurred. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a similar, yet slightly different square. They had arrived at the 2nd level of the Burning Heaven Tower. This level assesses comprehension. The task was equally straightforward. Before them lay not a crystal pillar, but rather a painting inscribed with simple symbols. Their objective was to record as many symbols as possible within the span of a single incense stick. The more they remembered, the higher their level of comprehension signified. Isn't this merely a test of memory? What sort of comprehension test is this? Some voiced their confusion. Many nodded in agreement. Wei Yingxue and the others were equally perplexed. Among them were some elders who, although possessing a bit more experience than the newcomers, found their knowledge limited to the first level alone. Starting from the second level onward, the assessment content could vary with each trial. At this moment, the elders realized their experience was rendered useless, and they felt a tinge of regret. Without further ado, let us begin. The incense stick is now lit, and the timer starts. Xiao Jin offered no further time for contemplation, nor did he bother to explain extensively, directly initiating the countdown. An incense stick appeared out of thin air, ignited, and began to burn slowly. The expressions of the group shifted, not daring to hesitate, as they hurriedly focused their minds, exerting every effort to memorize the symbols on the painting before them. However, what had initially appeared as unremarkable symbols began to subtly transform in that moment.